interception, and then 2 plays later, he hits Pettis on the...
Before that possession, they were dead, and they were actually booing that play where they give the ball to David Montgomery. And by the way, YouTube, good morning to everybody on YouTube and Twitch. Thank you for staying patient with the audio. Believe we have audio now. So we were working on it. We got the crack staff working on it. Twitch, YouTube. The audio seems like it's good. People want us to start the show over. Hey, we'll just start from here. Niners lose 19-10. They're 0-1. 888-957-9570. We're going to take a ton of phone calls today because I want thoughts from all the Niner fans. I saw you guys on Twitter. I saw everybody. But I'm going to tell you right now, as I started the show, I feel really good about Trey Lance moving forward. I feel really good about him after rewatching the game. Feel really good. What I don't feel good about is the offensive line. What I don't feel good about is George Kittle being hurt.
Yeah.
What I don't feel good about is Deebo Samuel and his lack of separation when he runs his route.
What have I been telling you?
Deebo Samuel at this point is a running back.
Thank you.
Okay?
He's
a running back, which means I need more Ayuk in the passing game. 2 targets for Brandon Ayuk, actually 3. He got called for the phantom offensive pass interference.
That was a terrible call, and a great throw by Trey.
Terrible call. Trey Lance throws a dime, a dart to the sideline. Ayuk, pass, and he heard Moose Johnson on the call saying, "Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible."
Well, Bonte, the other big thing coming out of this game, the Elijah Mitchell injury. Look, I like Elijah as a change of pace guy. I don't think he could be your every down back.
Right.
This team needs a dude. Like, you're going to talk about the run game. Oh, we can find guys. Jeff Wilson Jr. has no juice. He has no juice. And after he couldn't break a tackle and couldn't get loose yesterday when they were gashing him in the first half, credit the Bears for making an adjustment. How about you try somebody else? Can I see Jordan Mason? Can he get a touch? And this is a team. We're going to look back at this. I said this to Sam Loveman. I've said this to you. We're going to look back at this. The allocation of draft capital and money on the offensive line and the running back position, they're tied at the hip to me. You took McGlinchey, who looks like, to me, an average tackle at best, 10th overall in the draft. You took a guard, Banks, who looks more like Chilo Rashal, the Matador, than he does Larry Allen in his prime. That's for damn sure. He looks terrible. And then, again, TDP, you draft this kid in the 3rd round. He can't even suit up. Last year, you get Trey Sermon. You say, I love running backs. We're going to move up to get this guy in the 4th round. He's not even on this team. And then your guy goes down in Elijah Mitchell, who's a 2nd-round pick, and you got no running backs. You're a team that's supposed to run the ball down the throat, yet you have no O-line and you have no running backs. What the hell?
Well, the running back room, and I've been banging on the table. Mark Willard argues with me. A lot of people argue with me. Running backs, do you need a bell cow to win a Super Bowl?
Yes.
Okay, I get all that. I need me a bell cow, a guy I can count on week in and week out to give me 20-plus carries, be a factor in the passing game. That's another thing. None of the running backs on the football team, even Elijah Mitchell, are factors in the passing game. I need a guy out in the backfield who could be a factor in the passing game. In today's NFL, you need to put a lot of stress on this defense. And what the Bears did defensively, what they did, it was genius. They said, you know what? The 49ers offensive line is so bad. We're only going to rush 4 all day long.
And they got pressure.
All 4. And they got pressure.
Yeah.
We're going to rush 4 all day long. We're not going to blitz, and we're going to drop 7. So that's why when you saw Trey Lance holding on to the football, a lot of people were texting me, is anybody open? No, the Bears are 2 safeties deep.
Thank you.
And we're going to play everything underneath, and we're going to make this young man hold the ball. He's going to run, and we're going to pursue to the football. And that's what they did. Matt Eberflus, and somebody texted in this last week on the Comcast.
He's won 3 games against Shanahan.
Comcast business text line last week. Somebody texted, and they said, hey, Bonte and Shasky, remember the monsoon game last year at Levi Stadium? Matt Eberflus made all the adjustments in the second half, and he shut Shanahan down. And that thought went through my head as we entered the 4th quarter. That defense was flying around in Chicago yesterday. So, there's a lot to get to here. Trey Lance, what did you think of him? 888-957-9570. I thought the defense, they really laid an egg in the second half. The penalties were terrible. But again, when you let a bad team hang around in the football game, we saw this all day in college football Saturday. Appalachian State, you know what I'm saying? Washington State. All these upsets we saw Saturday in college football, we saw the same thing in the NFL. You let terrible teams hang around, all of a sudden you get one play. 2 plays, 3 plays, and the momentum is there.
There's no doubt about it. Missed opportunities are going to be everything. They should have been up multiple touchdowns in the first half. You want to blame offensive execution? They had great field position. I mean,
great field position.
I think through 4 or 5 possessions, the Bears averaged the 12 starting line, and the Niners were like the 43.
Well, here was first half, Shasky. First half.
Yeah.
Average field position, 49ers 40-yard line.
There you go.
Bears 14-yard line. Yet you're only up 7-0 at the half.
Well,
that can't happen. That can't happen with that type of field position.
No, it can't. The other thing that I want to get to is we talk so much, and you brought this up about preseason. Now it's going to bleed into the first month of the regular season, and Shanahan doesn't want to play anybody, and I get that. You don't want anyone to get hurt. George Kittle barely played at all in the preseason, and he still got hurt at practice, for crying out loud. Yeah. Let me give you the beginnings of their season in terms of them not being buttoned up. And to me, this is both players and coaches, because the penalty thing is just completely inexcusable. 2018, they lose 16-24 up in Minnesota. They throw away the ball 3 times, they fumble it once, and they have 6 penalties in that game. 2019, 5th most penalties in the Shanahan era, 11 for 87. There were 3 turnovers by Jameis Winston. That's the only reason they won in Tampa Bay in Week 1. Week 1 in 2020, okay? 5 penalties, 53 yards. Last year, Week 1, 7 penalties, 79 yards. Yesterday, they basically gave up 100 yards and 12 penalties and 4 different drive-extending penalties. That is an unbuttoned-up team from the get-go, and that can derail a season.
Well, it could derail a season. Drake Greenlaw, the face mask there in the monsoon.
Horrific.
It's a terrible call. Charvarius Ward got called for a defensive holding call that extended the drive, which led them to a touchdown. It was a terrible call, in my opinion. A terrible call. Alshire, Fields is sliding. There was 2 slides by Fields yesterday that got called late hits. One on the sideline in the first half. It's on the sideline, and Moose Johnson and Joe Davis like, oh, we don't know about that one, where they started mentioning how the refs were calling it tight. Greenlaw's just flying out of bounds. He doesn't touch Fields. Yet he gets flagged for 15 yards. Alshire, Fields hurry up his slides. How do you defy physics? Alshire gets the 15-yard penalty. He's out of the game because he's a concussion protocol. Bears go on the drive there. By the way, the touchdown to St. Brown, Fields had a choice. There's 2 guys wide open, and Greenlaw got sucked in on a play fake, and St. Brown goes to the corner of the end zone wide open.
I don't pretend to be some defensive X's and O's expert. I don't. I'm not trying to pretend that, but the people that know these things, Richard Sherman was talking about that play on his podcast, and what he was saying was that the safety, when they switched in, the wide receiver pointed like he was going to block. The safety's supposed to roll over, and both guys, the safety, 31 Gibson, and Greenlaw, miscommunicated and covered the wrong guys. And then credit to Justin Fields. He looked to the flat first and then threw it over the top. It was a wide open play. Just like the Dante Pettis play was a wide open play because Greenlaw is going to double cover a running back that was already being covered.
All right, let's go to EJ in Daly City. Let's get this popping off. EJ in Daly City, you're on the roast here. What's your thoughts on the Niners' loss yesterday to the Chicago Bears? They lose 19-10 to start the season here in 2022.
Yo, what's up, guys? I love the show. I always listen. I always tune in with you guys.
Thank you.
Honestly, Trey, what can you expect from Trey? Second start. And honestly, people are expecting him to be like Mahomes or Josh Allen straight off the bat. Of course, people are supposed to expect the growing pains, obviously, but everyone's torching him and bashing him on Twitter or Reddit or wherever. But I also want to talk about the run game. Like Shasky said, why didn't you put in Mason? Why didn't you use your or Ayuk? I know they used him on a jet sweep once and never again after that.
Agreed. Yeah. And then also off of the running game, the play action was working. The beautiful pass to McLeod was a play action play. Yep. The beautiful pass to Ayuk was a play action play. Get back to that.
Yeah, they didn't get back to that at all. And Jeff Wilson Jr., 9 carries, 22 yards. He came into the football game, and I was thinking to myself, I'm watching it. And I'm looking around saying, can I get Mason? Can I just see Mason? Can I get a little juice? I've been begging for, this is what I mean by bell cow. Can I get a guy who has some juice, who's a threat to the defense, who could pop a big one? Jeff Wilson Jr. can't pop a big one at this point, and he's not a factor in the passing game. And if Kyle Juszczyk is out there, well, you know what? Use him in the passing game. He was a non-factor yesterday. So I thought Trey Lance, look, we're going to start there with Trey Lance, number 5. Overall, Trey Lance, I thought he looked solid. The fourth quarter to Monsoon, it got ugly there.
It was so bad. It was so bad. Real quick on the monsoon. It was so bad. The camera work was so bad. It was covered in rain. They switched the actual field and they tried to make it black, the white lines, because you couldn't see anything.
Yeah, that's funny. Now I watched the replay. I mean, come on, it was bad. But I thought Trey Lance made some great throws. The one to Jawan Jennings down the left sideline there. But again, you have to take advantage of opportunities. This game, to me, in the first half, you left a lot of food on the table, and then basically the Dante Pettis play. You mentioned a 4-play sequence. Dante Pettis is wide open for 51 yards, and at that point, the Bears had done nothing. So at that point, Shask, I actually wrote this down here. At that point, the Bears basically had 75 yards of total offense. 75 yards of total offense. Then they get 51 right away. 51 just like that. They were doing nothing. Bears, let me tell you, at Soldier Field, Bears fans were booing. They were like, what is this offense? This isn't 1933. We're not running a 4 horsemen backfield. It was unbelievable how bad they were offensively, and yet they come out of there and steal that football game. I'm in disbelief right now with that football game, and I'm not going to play the blame game. I'm sure people will. There's no agendas here. This is Trey Lance's football team. But you got to help the young man out. You got to help him out. You can't put it all on the shoulders.
No, it's a great point, because what did we say all offseason? What did this team say all offseason? We've got such a great roster around him. We're not going to ask him to win games. Yet yesterday, second half, we literally were asking him to win that game.
Yeah.
And so to me, it's totally unfair. Now, look, he didn't play great. I didn't think he played horrific. I didn't think he was the sole reason why they lost that game. There's a lot that goes into these things. But this defense that I was expecting to be an anchor
defense let me down.
Not stand up, period. You gave up 19 unanswered points.
The defense did not stand up when they needed to. Bad penalties, bad tackling. You know how many missed tackles I've seen on Justin Fields? Oh, my God. Ebukam, Greenlaw. And listen, I'm tired of people saying that the Niners have the best linebacking core in pro football. The best linebacking core in pro football is down in Tampa Bay.
Probably.
Did you see those guys yesterday?
They don't miss tackles.
Stop with that. Greenlaw misses so many tackles. He gets lost in space. He's reckless at times. Committing penalty. It's just too much. Stop with the best defense, best linebacking core. Well, we have to see it, because they let me down yesterday in that second half.
And they missed Jimmy Ward. Like, that's the other part of this. Like, I haven't heard anyone bring up, we missed George Kittle. We missed Jimmy Ward. And then Mike McGlinchey didn't look healthy. Period.
Well, Mike McGlinchey, whether or not he looks healthy, if you're on the football field, I expect you to block.
Yeah, but he's not an elite blocker.
So you have 4 or 5 offensive linemen who are liabilities. That's not a recipe for success.
I don't think Aaron Banks is any good.
That's a recipe for disaster.
Bonte, I don't think Aaron Banks is any good at right guard. I mean, the reality is that they, as much as we want to complain about how much they moved up to go get Trey Lance, the second-round pick, who they took at guard, who was supposed to be a guy that was going to fill it, when you allowed Laken Tomlinson to walk in free agency, he looks like a massive downgrade.
All right, 888-957-9570. We're going to be rolling on this all day long. Niners lose to Chicago, 19-10 yesterday in their season opener. They head back to the Bay Area to take on the Seahawks in their home opener next Sunday. A lot of calls, 888-957-9570. What went wrong, in your opinion, for the San Francisco 49ers yesterday at Soldier Field in the monsoon? It was ugly. It was bad. But the season's not over yet. It's just week 1, folks. We're just getting started here on the Russell Shasky and Bonte, and that's sponsored by Innova International, Inc.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
The first Monster Monday of the season.
We'd obviously like to get a win, but it's just annoying to give a game away like that.
We're reacting to the Niners' loss in Chicago all day long.
No! Just frustrated with myself a little bit. Just feel like I'm a lot better than that.
On the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
Baseball.
basketball, soccer, tennis. No matter what your game is, defense matters. Same thing goes for COVID-19. Help protect yourself with a booster shot, now recommended for people 5 years and older. Schedule an appointment as soon as you are eligible following completion of your primary series. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and others have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, if not the same day. Be sure to download the Golden State app, which provides access to hundreds of resources. Find it at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of a new laundry set with the latest technology for faster, more efficient cleaning and drying so you can get back to the sounds of fall. Making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Final days to get up to 30% off select appliances, all finishes included, in September 14th. Offer valid August 25th through September 14th. See store or online for details.
TracFone wants to know, are you an influencer, a big live streamer? No? Then guess what? You don't need an endless data plan. Get just the right amount of data with TracFone's $40 unlimited talk and text smartphone plan. Now with 8 gigs of high-speed data and unlimited carryover on America's largest, most dependable network, now with 5G. Get the data you need at the price you want. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control. Available at major retailers. 5G compatible device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See terms and conditions at TracFone.com.
On the south side, we got 6 poly panels. And please, make sure they're flush.
Kwame is converting everyone on the block to solar power.
Please get a crew to wrap up 202 South Duane.
He needs more certified installers before the sun sets on his business boom.
Well, let's pick up the pace. We got a long day.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The Dave Matthews Band is coming to Shoreline on September 17th. For more info and tickets, visit 957thegame.com/events.
So 3rd down and long. A twist up front, able to collapse the pocket. Fields keeps it alive as a wide open Pettis. And now Pettis down the sideline and in. Improvisation and a touchdown from 51.
Yeah, he broke a sack. I think Armstead had him right there. Fields did a hell of a job getting away from it. It was tough to get away from him. I think it was Eric. And then he bought time, and coverages don't last that long.
Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
You heard from Shanahan. You heard from Joe Davis there on the call as Dante Pettis is uncovered. There was nobody within 18 yards of him on that 51-yard touchdown as Justin Fields does what he does best, which is scramble them, make moves, make things happen. He's a slippery quarterback, no doubt about it. 8-17, 121 yards and 2 TDs yesterday, all in the second half, basically. And Dante Pettis, the former 49er. Remember that guy, folks? Yeah, he remembered us. He remembered the 49ers, and he scores a 51-yard touchdown there. Bears get back into it, 10-7, and he stole all the momentum there. By the way, this segment is presented by Golden State Lumber and Building Materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We're going to get back to the calls in just one second, but that play, Shasky, was just so frustrating because I saw it right in front of my face, and I said, oh, boy, please don't look to the right. Please don't look to the right. Oh, we got trouble. We got problems, and the Bears go ahead and roll from that point on.
Well, look, he wasn't perfect in this game, Trey Lance, but it's going to be the biggest talking point because when you keep Jimmy Garoppolo out here, fair or not, every single person is going to come out with what I believe to be the laziest opinion of all time, and that is pivot to the Jimmy would have won this game.
Yeah, stop
And to me, I find that to be absolutely absurd because we have enough evidence now that shows us that in rain games, and they played the Washington football team, Jimmy didn't score a touchdown in that game.
They scored. They won 9-0.
They won 9-0. You know
and
why?
He had one good drive.
Because that team defensively suffocated the other team. That didn't happen yesterday against the Colts last year on that primetime game. Carson Wentz outdueled them, and they couldn't stop them defensively. They lost that game as well. They also lost the Baltimore game a couple of years ago in the rain. So this is not this quarterback would have won, that one wouldn't. And you're going to see another thing today, and this is a part that really frustrates me. So-and-so's not ready. Was Matt Ryan ready yesterday when they tied? How about Joe Burrow? Was Joe Burrow ready yesterday?
Threw three interceptions in the first half.
Was Aaron Rodgers ready yesterday? One of the greatest quarterbacks we've ever seen. This narrative that a player isn't ready, I take it the other way and I say, look, the kid has a long way to go in his development. A long way. No one is denying that. There were some things he did yesterday that you could see the physical traits and gifts, and some of the throws that he made, I'm encouraged with. The throw to McLeod, the throw to Ayuk, the throw to Jennings on 3rd and 7 to throw a 44-yard. That was a gorgeous ball, and I like that he only had the one turnover-worthy throw. To me, that's the bigger takeaway. In a monsoon, and he used his feet to create time, everybody's going to go, Jimmy, Trey. To me, I'm encouraged as a Niner fan. They got the right guy.
Well, you know what? And I know Dak Prescott got hurt yesterday, broke his hand. He's out 6 to 8 weeks, and a lot of people are saying, well, trade Jimmy to the Cowboys. I actually don't want to trade Jimmy to an NFC team because of the way Shanahan is using Trey. I need to see how Shanahan deploys Trey Lance moving forward.
Well, he took too many hits.
Way too many hits. And that concerns me. All right? You're going to be playing the Seattle Seahawks soon. They're going to be trying to fly around and knock you in the mouth. They're going to try to hurt Trey Lance. They're going to play the Rams soon. They're going to try to hurt Trey Lance. They're going to play the Chargers. They have Bosa and Khalil Mack coming off the edge. I may need to keep Jimmy for a little while longer, but I got to say, it is weird seeing him on the sideline. I just wish Jimmy was gone, to be honest with you, so we wouldn't have this conversation.
Agreed.
But then again, I told you on Friday, this was not a win-win situation for Trey Lance. It was a lose-lose.
But you know
what, the Niners lose a game, he's going to get the blame. If the Niners won the game, well, it's just the Chicago Bears. He should have won that game. So Trey Lance cannot win in this situation here. People are going to say he's not ready. What I saw with my own 2 eyes at the football game, and then when I went back to the hotel room and watched it back over, I saw a quarterback ready to start in this league. Well, I really did. You want to say 13-28? That's fine. The monsoon in the fourth quarter, throw that away. The ball, you couldn't throw. You heard Deebo Samuel. It was hard to catch the ball. I saw it slip right out of Juszczyk's head. The ball was nasty. It was heavy. You can't throw in that weather. You can't throw in that situation. But for 2.5, 3 quarters, Shasky, the young man didn't force anything. If guys weren't open, he was just going to run and make something happen. So I'm cool with Trey Lance right now.
Well, and I do believe the quarterback conversation is overshadowing the game itself. And in the game itself, Fred Warner looked good. Bosa had a few moments, but he didn't do what I expect Bosa to do yesterday. Armstead had a few moments where he broke through, but they couldn't wrap up. Greenlaw, horrific, absolutely horrific tackling. I thought Hufanga was special yesterday. This offensive line, Trent Williams included, looks suspect. The running game without Elijah Mitchell, 0 pop, and I'm worried about Deebo.
Yeah, and I'm worried about George Kittle. Because Deebo right now can get. I watched him run every single route yesterday. he's not getting separation. He has no wiggle when it comes to route running. The way to get Deebo Samuel the ball is smoke screens and out of the backfield.
I told you.
And at this point, you might as well just move him to the tailback and say, hey, Deebo, let's run the ball 19 times a game. Let's go to the consultant in Walnut Creek. The consultant in Walnut Creek, what's happening? You're on the roast. What's up, consultant? Going once.
Can you guys hear me?
We got you now. We got you.
All right. Hey, look, man. Let's start with the talking point because everyone wants to talk about it, but I don't even think that's the story of the game.
Thank you.
That's Trey Lance. I thought Trey Lance did fine.
Me too.
You know, I thought he looked good. I thought he made some good decisions. He didn't look like the moment was too big for him. And look, when you look at the offense, there's 5 specialty players on that offense: Deebo, Ayuk, Kittle, Elijah Mitchell, and David Gray. 3 of the 5 were gone. So you had 2 basic weapons out there. But here's why I think they lost yesterday. Number 1, that defense giving up so many penalties and giving up almost 100 yards in plays. When the weather is that bad, you cannot have that. And number 2, and we haven't talked about this yet, man, I thought that was Shanahan's almost one of his worst play calling days I've seen in many, many years.
Thank you.
He did not adjust. All those guys were out. Run after run after run after run. Some play action, please. Some cuts across the middle. Get some separation for some players. Maybe get some of your tight ends involved in the pass game. I mean, they did not help out the team. All I kept on thinking, like, yo, the best player on our team is Shanahan, and he let us down. He did not call a good game. Now, I'm not, of course, calling.
I'm with the consultant.
Game.
It was a bad game. I agree.
It was a bad game, but you know what? And without George Kittle, here's the thing. The Niners moved up to draft Trey Lance. Why? It wasn't because Jimmy was not a good quarterback. It was because he couldn't stay on the football field. The 2018 and 2020 seasons were wrecked because Jimmy got hurt. Well, the same thing needs to be applied to George Kittle. And I know people are out there saying, well, George Kittle he's played 84% of his available games. How many of those games has he been lingering with injuries? Pop capsule and kneecap, fracture ankle to where he's compromised and limited. Where I'm getting at, Shasky, is they need another playmaker at tight end. Croft, Dwelly are not the answer when George Kittle's not there. When George Kittle's not there, you got no weapons from the tight end, and this offense relies heavily on the tight end in double tight formations, 3 tight end sets, tight ends to block, but also run it down the seams. You need a backup tight end here, folks.
And it will be the play to Croft is going to get highlighted. You can't miss that throw, and a lot of people are going to, and I'll be the first to say it. Trey can't miss that throw. You cannot overthrow that guy because
how many times we see Jimmy miss that throw last year?
But hear me out here. Those opportunities are few and far between in a game, and when they present themselves, you want them to hit it. Here's what I would say. I went to a lot of practices. I didn't see Tyler Croft running with the 1s or the 2s on a wheel route working with Trey Lance. We talk so much about Deebo not working with this guy, yet we expect this guy in a monsoon to hit that dude in stride. It's a tougher play than people are giving it credit for.
Yeah, no, he's got to make that play. I think George Kittle runs under it. That's just me. You're throwing it. Tyler Croft feels wide open. Trey owned up to it after the game, saying, I've got to hit that throw. He owned up to it, but no doubt about it.
He identified 4 mistakes at the podium immediately, and to me, that tells me self-awareness. He realizes that he needs to be better. Those are the traits that are going to get you to the next level.
But again, those first 2 drives, you should have walked away there at least up 10-0. The Deebo fumble, you get the Hufanga interception, you're rolling, clicking, 1st and 10 inside the 35-yard line, and you get no points there. That was a bad omen for the 49ers, and we're going to continue to roll. Talk Big T, Manuel, Joe, and much, much more. All you guys are going to get on the on the airwaves here. 888-957-9570. Niners lose to the Bears 19-10, and we're talking all about it here on The Roast. Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
It was a brutal loss for the Niners.
I'm disappointed about some of the silly mistakes we did to ourselves.
Deebo Samuel lines up in the backfield for the first shot. He gets tracked down. The ball comes out. On top of it.
I made too many mistakes. Just too many mistakes. A lot of stuff to clean up for sure for me.
On 3rd and 5, Lance gets intercepted by Eddie Joe.
We're reacting to Week 1 on the Bay Area sports station, 95.7 The Game.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like that place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations, so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you need tech for the office, home, or school, Staples is your total tech solution.
A powerful PC that'll help me deliver the perfect presentation.
Staples has you covered.
Tech support to help get my new laptop up and running.
Staples has you covered with tech solutions, services, and accessories. And now save up to $260 on select PCs. Plus, save 25% on Staples Total Support to protect your new or existing PC. Staples, the working and learning store. Ends 9/17, in-store only, limit 2 while supplies last.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Beat the Street. For tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh my God.
You can miss out on Kittle. You can miss out on Jimmy Ward for this week 1 matchup. You know, I mean, Tom's the color guy for them. He's very tapped in. Yep. But I'm just looking at this Bears roster compared to the 49ers right now, and I just don't see there being any chance that the Bears can win this game, even if George Kittle is out. Like, I really don't. I don't understand. I'm not afraid to say that, look, this could easily be a 34-13 game for the 49ers.
Wow.
I really think so.
Even without Kittle.
Even without Kittle.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
It's a little party shot to our friend, our brother, Stephen Langford, who's moved on to bigger and better things at KCB, has said, listen, we all thought the Niners were going to win that football game. But Shasky, I've been saying it. You know, I have a healthy fear. Week 1, weird things happen. And when Kittle got announced that he was out, and I knew that the rain was going to come in.
Yeah, but we didn't know the rain was going to be like that. When I saw rain, I'm just saying me. I don't know about you. Right. When I saw rain, I was like, oh, it'll rain a little. That was not a little rain. That looked like a straight-up monsoon.
By Saturday night, we all knew it was going to be a monsoon. Everybody was saying, it's going to get nasty. It's going to be nasty. And thank God we packed our hoodies and our puff coats to brace for it. And I woke up and I said, oh, this is really nasty. And the only thing I regretted about yesterday is not slamming the under in that 49ers-Bears game. It was at 40.5. It dropped to 37.5. And I said, I'm going to just wait on it. Well, it was 29 total points. The under was a lock yesterday. So I just wanted to give nice guy a nice little party shot there because everybody thought this was going to be a blowout. And it was a complete opposite. The Shanahan era. That was the 4th most penalties ever in a Shanahan coach game with the 49ers. The 4th most penalties. To see this defense commit that many penalties, 3 15-yarders, I will say there were some phantom calls, like the Javon Kinlaw holding call, right? They called Javon Kinlaw for defensive holding. I watched the back judge, Shasky, in the back of the end zone next to the goalpost, throw his flag after the play. I'm like, what is he saying? He calls 99 for defensive holding. I want you later on to go watch that playback. Javon Kinlaw was double-teamed on the play. I don't know what the hell the back judge saw, but he gave the Bears a first down instead of a second down. And next thing you know, the Niners are basically like, you know what? This game may not be it for us. The Bears score a couple plays later, game over. I don't know what the hell the back judge saw, but there was a lot of questionable calls yesterday at Soldier Field.
Well, and the one that I do believe that we're going to look at not just I'm talking about NFL as a whole, is the quarterback sliding one, which you've referenced already.
Right.
It feels a lot like the pump fake lean in the NBA, where guys have taken it to the next level.
Yep.
The quarterback's allowed to slide at the very last moment, and then if they don't want to slide, no one wants to hit them because they're fearful of getting a 15-yard penalty, so they get 3, 4, 5, 7 extra yards. Russell Wilson's great at this. And then they slide into you. And then you have nowhere to go on a wet field, and you fall on that individual, or you're trying to slow yourself up, automatic 15 yards. I mean, the Al-Shaair one, I just don't know where he's supposed to go on that.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one. They're going to call it every time.
Then he gets called to go in the blue tent, and I'm like, wait a minute. Like,
I know.
What are we doing here?
I know. It was
a love tap.
By the way, Jerry Rice, the GOAT, is going to join us at 8:30. 8:30, Jerry Rice will join the morning roast to give us his thoughts on what went down yesterday at Soldier Field as the Niners lose 19-10. Shasky back in the studio in San Francisco. I'm out here in Chicago.
Yeah.
Still, and everybody's looking at me crazy, Shasky, because I'm still wearing my Niners gear.
Good.
And they've got a little smirk on their face. By the way, can I say something real quick before you go off? Bear fans, maybe the softest fan base in all of sports. Those jokers didn't say a word to me for the first 2.5 quarters. The first 2.5 quarters, we're the Bears. We suck. We're not going to be any good. You guys should beat it. It was la. Can you please sit down, please? And I'm like, no, I'm not sitting down. My team's on the field. Yeah. They're flying around the football, hitting people. I'm fired up. It's week 1. Those jokers started talking a lot of mess as soon as they got little points on the board. They got a first down. Oh, yeah, we finally got a first down. Woohoo. Bear fans, you're soft. I was very disappointed in the monsters of the Midway. Their fan base is soft. So soft. They started talking. Now they got these little smirks like, you guys lost to us. They know they're weak, Shasky. That's what's so frustrating. Bears fans know the Bears are weak.
Okay. I mean, I'm going to have to take your word for it. I haven't seen them in person when it comes to their actual fans. But getting back to the game itself, Bonte, how many 49er fans wanted Jimmy in that game? Because I'm watching that game, and I keep coming back to it. My text messages were going crazy with certain people. Jimmy. I'm like, what is Jimmy going to do? How many plays did Trey make with his legs where there was no play? Like, I don't know who's throwing the ball in those conditions. They dropped 3 balls behind the line of scrimmage yesterday that were in guys' hands.
If you tell me that you think Jimmy should have played in that game and they would have won that game, it tells me that you didn't watch the game and you haven't watched Jimmy Garoppolo closely over the last 4 years. And I like Jimmy. He would have got murdered in that game yesterday. He would have got murdered, okay? He would have got murdered behind that offensive line in those conditions, and it would have had to run the ball over and over and over again. Trey Lance made things happen because he is mobile in the pocket. He does step up in the pocket. I thought he had a great first down where it was a 3rd down play, and it looked like he was going to run, and he fired a dart to Ross Dwelly. I was like, wow, look at Trey Lance settle in the pocket, make a throw from the pocket by scrambling a little bit.
Yeah,
the whole
that was
Jimmy
a great throw on 3rd down.
Great throw on 3rd down.
And there was no play to be made. Both tackles were getting collapsed in. Time and time again, the guy looked pretty damn good in the pocket. The step up to Ayuk was a beautiful throw. The throw to McLeod was gorgeous. There are some plays that you see on film and you're like, wow, he's flashing here. And then there's a lot of things he needs to clean up. But it's hard for me to take away any evaluation, and this is not an excuse. It's an explanation. It was a pouring downpour of monsoon. Bonte,
to be fair, Shasky, the monsoon only took place in the 4th quarter.
Yeah, but Bonte, that was when they were down the most, and they had to throw from behind.
But you know what? They shouldn't have been down. That's the whole point of this exercise.
Agree with that.
They shouldn't have been down 14-10 to the damn Bears. They shouldn't have been down.
I agree
should have been up 14-0 at
but
least.
Did he fumble? Did he fumble in the red zone?
No, Debo did.
Was he the one that ran it on 1st and 2nd down? When it was first and goal from the 6. Okay, 1st and goal from the 6. They're up 7-0. They run with Jeff Wilson Jr. Get stuffed. They run again with Jeff Wilson Jr. Tackle for loss, and then on 3rd down he drops back. It's all slants. No one's open. I don't want him fitting it into a window and turning it over. He takes a sack there, and they have to kick a field goal. Can you throw the ball? And I'm going to Shanahan. Throw the ball into the end zone here. 14. That game's over.
Here's the deal. On that 2nd down play that you mentioned, where Jeff Wilson Jr. got tackled for a loss of 2 yards. Go back and watch Juwan Jennings try to make a block. He blew his block. That was the story of the game. These guys in situational football, those little plays.
Croft missed a ton of blocks.
Croft missed a ton. Juwan Jennings let his guy just go inside. Briscoe is his name. Jaquan Brisker, the strong safety, number 9. Jaquan Brisker just blows up Juwan Jennings and stuffs Jeff Wilson Jr. Juwan Jennings gets his hat on him. That's a touchdown. Yeah. It's a touchdown for Jeff Wilson Jr. So they're not executing at a high level.
Debo fumbling in the red zone. Like when Jimmy Garoppolo threw picks in the red zone, we lost our minds. If Trey Lance were to throw an interception, and he did in the middle of the field, but in the red zone, we'd lose our minds. Debo fumbling, whether it's the rain, the wetness, whatever, I'm expecting my superstar player, who I just gave a boatload of money to not fumble on one of the most crucial possessions of the year.
Yeah, Deebo Samuel, outside of the jet sweeps, he had 2 catches for 14 yards. 2 catches for 14 yards.
A drop on a screen that they snuffed out.
A terrible drop. And by the way, Brandon Ayuk, I need more than 2 targets for Brandon Ayuk.
I agree.
Brandon Ayuk is too damn talented to walk off a football field with only 2 targets in the passing game. Juwan Jennings had 6 targets yesterday. 6. Brandon Ayuk had 2. Brandon Ayuk, you have to utilize this guy. This guy has potential to be a superstar. I watched Minnesota yesterday. Justin Jefferson's everywhere. They scheme everything for him, and they force feed that guy the ball. Can I get Can I get Ayuk involved more in the passing game? Please, please, please.
But you also have to protect, right? That's another element of it. And I think that the weather really, I'm telling you, it's not an excuse. It's an explanation. They couldn't block yesterday. Now, maybe the field is gorgeous and they still can't block, but I'm with you on throwing the ball to Ayuk more.
And I got one last thing before we go to talk Big T about the rain and the monsoon. We all said, this is 49ers weather.
Yeah.
The 49ers are the more physical team. They got the more physical team. They're the hard-hitting team. They run the football. Well, so I don't want to hear any excuses today about the rain and the monsoon because we saw the Niners go up to Green Bay and kick their ass in the playoffs. All right? We seen them go to bad weather places and play physical football.
Yeah, but in that game, they didn't score any offensive touchdowns. You know what I mean? Like, they got a special teams blunder, and that's how they were able to capitalize.
I don't want to hear anything about the rain. Well, that's not an excuse. You're the better football team. Even without George Kittle, you're the more talented football team. You have the better head coach. You have the better play caller.
But wouldn't you agree that the weather equalized the game? You can't meet me in the middle and say that the weather equalized the game a little?
The first 3 quarters, the weather was not a factor.
But the field was horrific.
The field was fine.
Move.
Guys were moving around fine. I disagree with that.
When Justin Fields ran around, 4 guys fell on the defensive line. Just fell.
You got to break down and just be careful. The guys were going in recklessly trying to knock Justin Fields' head off. Well, tackle.
They missed a ton of tackles. That is undeniable.
Let's go to Talk Big T at Fairfield. Talk Big T. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, gentlemen. So,
what's up?
A lot of guys stole my thunder. You guys done hit on everything that I wanted to say. So I can't really say it with the same fervor that I want to say it with. So I'm going to just reiterate a couple things. Butcher, I agree with you about Debo. I've been saying it. That dude is a running back at this point.
Thank you.
Jeff Wilson, he don't have it. He was a nice little story in 18, 19.
Mm-hmm.
We need to move on.
Thank you.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that we should have cut him and kept Hasty. Now, this is what I really want to call about. And I love this guy, but I'm talking about Shanahan. I love my coach. But, man, he gets so vanilla at sometimes. And how many 10-point second-half leads are we going to blow, fellas?
Yeah.
Now, when you have a 10-point lead, that's 2 scores, correct? Mm-hmm. So I'm thinking with this offensive genius, weather the storm, bro. If they go up and they got the fluke touchdown, we up 10-7. Man, I need you to go back down, man, and give me a touchdown and get back up 10. And let my defense get some rest, and then we can kind of finish it off. But it seems like when these teams punch us in the mouth, we tuck our tail, and these teams make runs on us. They don't just stop at 7. They went on a 19-0 run
I know.
And finished the game. Like, I'm tired, man. How many times, fellas, and all these draft picks are starting to add up, y'all.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for Kittle, this guy's track record wouldn't be good.
You ain't lying.
Draft picks and all these free agencies. And the last thing before I go, fellas, let's stop referring to Trey Lance as the kid. It's just a pet peeve of mine. That's all.
Well, look, he's very inexperienced, and that's obvious.
Big T, that's all.
Yeah, no, he's very inexperienced, and that's obvious. But the quarterback is one of the 11 that's out there on the field. The bigger thing for me right now, because I actually feel good about Trey Lance, even though it wasn't a perfect performance by any means. But this
feel
offensive
really good
line,
about him.
you got Jake Brendel starting in the center. You've got Burford and Banks, 3 unproven guys all next to each other. McGlinchey is mediocre. That's what he is. He's a mediocre tackle. And Trent Williams didn't look great yesterday.
No.
So this offensive line looked totally overwhelmed by what I would deem to be an above-average defensive line for the Bears.
Yeah, no doubt. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Joe Shasky back in the city of San Francisco. I'm out here in Chicago as the Niners lose week 1, 19-10. 19-10 to Justin Fields and the Chicago Bears. Bears scored 19 straight in the second half to steal week 1 to go 1-0. Niners, of course, 0-1. We'll see. We'll have updates on Kittle later in the week, whether or not he could play. But the offensive line, and you brought up Trent Williams. I watched him basically limp off the field at the end of the game.
Well, do you mean
he had a little limp to him.
Like an
he had a little limp to him, and I don't know what's going on with him.
Or a strut.
Just the lip. I don't know if that's a strut or what, but I'm like, man, is he hurt? What's going on there? He didn't look right. But McGlinchey didn't look right. And this is why everybody keeps talking about the offensive line. Say, well, Shanahan's good enough to scheme around the offensive line. They should get to the playoffs. Shaska said it from day one. Since the damn NFL draft.
Yeah.
This offensive line concerns me. The offensive line concerns me. The offensive line concerns me. It will wreck the game. And I know Tampa Bay won yesterday in Dallas 19-3. How many times did Brady get hit?
Oh,
Brady's not going to survive.
No.
Under that. Like Burrow, he got hit numerous times by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Derek Carr and the Raiders. How many times did Derek Carr get sacked?
Aaron
and how
Rodgers.
many times did Aaron Rodgers? It will wreck the game, and it will ruin your season, especially for a young quarterback. I just don't get it. You know you got this young toy, Trey Lance, this young hotshot quarterback. Why would you go into the draft and say, let's go the cheap route with offensive linemen. Let's go high on TDP, Ty Davis-Price, and not even have them active for week one.
I mean,
just like,
but Bonte, it's not just that.
mind-boggling to me.
It's not just that. They let Laken Tomlinson go, who was a stout guard for this team, above average.
I don't care how much it would have cost. I would have franchised Laken Tomlinson.
For 1 year at minimum. You know, you bring him back for 1 year.
I would have franchised him.
Aaron Banks, who was a second-round pick, does not look good. Burford, we'll see. You know, obviously rookie. But those both guys, very inexperienced. I believe they got like 3 games starting between the two of them. And then you got Jake Brendel, who most people could not pick out. If he walked into their house and tried to serve them dinner today, you wouldn't know who the hell he is. McGlinchey's been mediocre. Like, that's who he is. He's been mediocre. I wouldn't have picked up the 5th-year option. They did. I told you in real time I didn't like that decision.
I didn't like it either.
and then you talked about the running backs. They draft Sermon. They draft TDP. Sermon's not on this team right now. And TDP doesn't even suit up yesterday. So I think it's fair to question not just the draft capital, but the money and how they put together that middle of that offensive line.
So Mike Shanahan gets a lot of credit for all the running backs he drafted and got for the cheap in Denver and all the different 1,000-yard running backs. I'm not going to call Kyle Shanahan a running back genius this morning because they've missed on way too many running backs.
Jerick
McKinnon, Joe Williams, JaMychal Hasty, Trey Sermon. TDP, I ain't seen nothing yet from him. I haven't. People told me he looked good at training camp. He didn't look good to me. He looked okay, just okay. All right, Jordan Mason, we're counting on an undrafted rookie running back
he did look
to
good,
save
though.
them.
Look, I'm not saying he has to save them. Can he get a couple touches? Like Jeff Wilson Jr. didn't break no tackles. He had no juice. Just give somebody else a look. But this is what I'm going back to. Debo needs to be the primary running back. I mean, that's where we're at now.
Who's that?
Debo needs to be their primary running back, and they need to look, and they need to either play Danny Gray. They need better wide receiver production for separation to create throws downfield, and just throw Debo back there. You've already paid him the money. Just figure it out. Put him back there. That's how you maximize the roster.
I don't. And I'm seeing a YouTube chat here. Sean Bullard, Kareem Hunt was on the market for the cheap. Well, I would take Kareem Hunt.
I would have taken him yesterday.
And you know what? This regime and Shanahan and John Lynch, they've built up enough equity to take a chance on a guy like that. Okay, he has bad character. He's going to want to get paid. But, damn it, I need a home run hitter in the backfield. I need one. I need a guy who I can count on for 20 carries a game. Like, you have to give Deebo Samuel jet sweeps to make him effective and make the running game effective. But that's not running the football to
that's
me.
What
like
I'm
those
saying.
rushing
I
yards
want
to me,
I-formation.
like these rushing yards. Yeah, I want I-formation.
Because
and I want to hit people in the mouth.
Juszczyk is one of your highest paid players, and he is a good fullback. But when you take him off the field, I feel like the running game suffers, and that's the area where they miss George Kittle the most was in the run game.
So I see rushing yards, right? It says 176 rushing yards.
Yeah, but what in the second half when Elijah Mitchell went down?
Right, exactly. Nothing. Jeff Wilson Jr., 9 carries, 22 yards.
9?
Trey Lance had 54 of those yards. Deebo Samuel had 52 of those yards. That's 100 yards from your quarterback and wide receiver. Outside of Elijah Mitchell, you got 22 from. You got to get a running back, man. This is a problem.
The first drive of the second half in the third quarter, Lance gets a 6-yard run, first down. Wilson run, Lance run, Wilson run again, and there was just nothing. They got nothing once they got into the goal line. They were up 7-0. Lance takes the sack on third down. They go up 10-0. Then you roll it back on defense, and that's the sequence where Greenlaw gets the penalty. All right. Very next play, Gibson drops the interception. Boom, a Pettis touchdown. It was all in succession. You don't score the touchdown, then you get the personal foul, then you give up the dropped interception, and then boom, a Dante Pettis coming back to haunt you, 50-yard touchdown.
I never want to hear anybody try to tell me that momentum does not exist.
Oh, my God.
Because I was sitting in that stadium.
And you could feel it.
That crowd started rocking as soon as Dante Pettis scored. They all of a sudden, Bear fans who sat on their asses the entire first half. They sat on their asses the entire first half. All of a sudden, Pettis scores, and Bear fans were rocking, singing their little touchdown dance. They were cocky. They were chanting Jimmy G. They were talking a lot. Momentum exists, folks. That switched the entire momentum of that football game. Let's go back out to the lines. 888-957-9570. We got a couple calls here I want to get to before the break. Then we'll get everybody on here. Joe in Pacifica. Joe, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? Good morning. I think you guys have talked about this in the past before. The book's out on John Lynch and even Shanahan, since he's part of the drafting process. But I mean, you got to give him props for like nailing some of these late round picks. But at some point, missing on these early round picks is going to cost. And with the like you guys said, I mean, this offensive line, the interior part, has been an issue since last year. And then now that you lose Mac, you lose Latham Thompson to the Jets, and then you don't address it other than getting 3 kids. I mean, I don't understand what the thinking process is.
Yeah.
When you have a young quarterback who's playing his 3rd or 4th professional game, and you don't address the offensive line. I don't get the formula for what I heard John Lynch talking over the weekend about building from our trenches, building from the defensive line. Hey, that's great. But when you keep drafting defensive linemen as one of your 1st or 2nd picks overall in the draft and not addressing, getting interior linemen, maybe even getting a backup tight end for George Kittle, building that secondary a little bit, I mean, they're whipping on quite a few picks. I mean, I don't get it. I mean, but these guys are deep. I still feel confident. I like what I saw from Trey. They're going to make the playoffs. Whether or not they'll make it to the Super Bowl and win it, at this point, chapter 1 of
hey,
a long book.
Joe, thanks for the call. We're not talking Super Bowl today. That did not look like a Super Bowl team. They're a long way away from that.
The part that's a gut puncher is, think about this organization. You don't win a game, and you have to go on the road in the 2013 playoffs and play Seattle up in Seattle, and you don't get that bye. Think about just last year. You had to fight tooth and nail the final 3 weeks of the year to get into the playoffs. Think about what they did in 2019. You had to win a game in Week 17 in Seattle to get the division and get the bye. If you don't think that every game matters, you're not paying attention.
You're not. Lamar and Hayward, before we hit the break, what's going on? You're on the roast.
Hey, I just wanted to I think it's time we stop calling Kyle Shanahan the offensive genius.
Yeah.
Attaching his father's legacy to him. He has never been a genius on our offense has never been ranked top 5 or never been prolific. It's never looked you see how Kansas City's offense looked against Arizona?
Yeah, they look great.
Never looks like that.
They look great. I told you. Hey.
Never looks like that.
Go ahead, Lamar.
So
Go ahead.
That's done. And then as far as I heard Butcher Boy say Debo, what you guys saying, put Debo in the backfield. It's one game. It was muddy. It's hard to get separation in a muddy game. Debo had 1,400 receiving yards last year. So, and part of him, his biggest weapon is that he's a dual threat. I think we just need to slow down with that for a second.
Well, he had a bunch of yak yards too, though. Like, that's part of the Debo element. I'm not taking anything away from him. I'm telling you, if we were just ranking wide receivers in terms of running the routes, like Devontae's at the top of the league, right? Devontae Adams is on a whole nother level than everyone else. Debo is not one of the elite route runners, and that's not why I'm paying him. He's not really a receiver. He's a great football player. That's why I paid him, because once the ball's in his hands, he's running over or through people.
Yeah, but the jet sweeps, people were on that. The Bears were on that. Once they ran a couple of those, the Bears are sniffing that out left and right. So, Shanahan, genius, yeah, I'm not there either. Good play caller. I didn't like the game plan too much yesterday, especially the second half, but we'll get into it. 888-957-9570. Georgia Little Rock, Rob, Trey. We'll get to all of you and all your phone calls. 888-957-9570. What went wrong for the 49ers? What's your opinion? Trey Lance. We haven't even delved into the defense at Nazim, Bosa, Armstead, Shasky. I hate to say it. I didn't see a lot from Armstead yesterday. I didn't see a lot.
Well, he fell. He made great pressure on the play where Justin Fields ran around and threw the bomb to Pettis, but he slipped and fell.
I didn't see a lot from Eric Armstead. I'm just saying. We're going to talk all about that. Sponsored by BMW. BMW Fairfield, now open at the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
With BetQL. NFL MVP futures are one of the most fun bets that you can make, but when you're shopping around for the best value, keep this one fact in mind. You may love JTT or Justin Jefferson or even Aaron Donald, but 14 of the last 15 MVPs have been quarterbacks. In addition, the average stat line for those quarterbacks, 4,400 yards and 40 TDs. What does that mean? It only pays to put your money on the superstars under center. I'm Trista Crick, helping you beat the books.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading your door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and outdoors. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by True Style, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials and sizes and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on the virtual tours and you will discover beautifully planned displays of doors, windows, all kinds of things that are going to spark your imagination. Then talk with your builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Dell Technologies semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Just happy to be here. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
'49ers on the move, opening drive. First down at the 16. Deebo Samuel lines up in the backfield for the first time. And gets chopped down. The ball comes out, and the Bears are on top of it. Chicago with the first takeaway of 2022.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
That one hurt. Deebo Samuel with the fumble there in the first quarter. That was a play after Trey Lance found Brandon Ayuk wide open. Play action pass, crossing route, 31-yard dart to Ayuk, and everybody was feeling good in red and gold as Soldier Field. Felt like they were about to go up 7-0. They fumble. Momentum kind of halts. Second drive, Hufanga gets the pick. Niners will capitalize there. They end up losing 19-10 as the Bears score 19 unanswered points in the second half to beat the Niners in a week one upset at the Soldier Field. Yeah, it was dumping in the fourth quarter. The field positions were a bit slick, but there's no excuse to losing to the Chicago Bears. By the way, beat the streak, Shasky. Beat the streak. There's $5.6 million up for grabs with MLB Beat the Streak game. Check out the Beat the Streak Daily podcast to find out which players have the best chance to get a hit today so you can get closer to becoming a millionaire. Call out players from your local MLB team who are hot or due for a hit. Download Beat the Streak Daily on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Jerry Rice, 8:30, the GOAT, the greatest of all time, will join the morning roast. 8:30, Jerry Rice, you don't want to miss that, as he will have his thoughts on yesterday's loss to the Bears. We heard the Deebo fumbled all right there, Shasky.
Yeah.
Deebo's on high alert. He's on high alert. I'm watching him very, very closely after a tumultuous offseason.
Well, look, I thought there were 4 drives, 3 for the Niners and 1 for the Bears that did them in this one. We talk about missed opportunities.
Yep.
The Deebo fumble, where they were marching down and then they fumble in the red zone. Like, you just can't have that happen. I don't care if it's the quarterback, running back, wide receiver, Deebo Samuel, it doesn't matter. The other one was when Lance missed Tyler Croft, and then on the very next play, takes a sack and they
2
punt.
plays later, yeah.
Excuse me, 2 plays later, they take a sack and they have to punt, and they're kicked out of field goal range. So that's 2 scoring opportunities that they completely negate on. The third one was first and goal from the 6, and you run 2 times going into the teeth of the defense, and then take a sack, and then take a field goal. And then the other drive to me, defensively, was the Greenlaw penalty, the dropped interception by Gibson, and then a couple plays later, the Dante Pettis 50-yard play. A big play defensively was going to be a backbreaker.
Well, the Bears were about to punt.
Yes.
Let me tell you, Shasky, when they stuffed, who was it, David Montgomery? They stuffed
3
him.
guys.
Stuffed
Bosa,
him. 3
Warner,
guys.
and Alshire had him, and here comes Greenlaw in at the end.
Inexplicably grabs a face mask, right? Let me tell you, Shasky, Bears fans were booing their offense. They were booing after that play.
And they were up 10-0.
10-0
at that time.
It was going to be 4th and 4. They're going to have to punt the ball away.
From the 30.
Bears fans were booing. They get the first down. Gibson, as you mentioned, drops the interception. Then Hufanga, who had it. You didn't talk about Talanoa Hufanga. He looks like the guy was everywhere. Blowing up running plays. Now let's see what he does in pass coverage. Interception. He was everywhere. He chops down Montgomery again. And then Justin Fields on third and long, finds Dante Pettis wide open. Dre Greenlaw did not have a good football game. Did not have a good football game, folks. There's just no other way to put it. He didn't play well.
Well, him and Al-Shaair had back-breaking penalties.
Back-breaking games. But how about the 51-yard play to Dante Pettis? Shasky, at that point in the football game, the Bears had only had 75 total yards. 75 total yards up until that point. And then, boom, 51-yard touchdown to Dante Pettis. Crowd gets into it. Niners don't do anything with the ball the next possession, and the Bears go down and score again. Just a terrible sequence of plays there, and that flipped the entire football game.
Well, okay, you referenced George Kittle not playing in this game. That was massive. No Jimmy Ward in this game. That was massive. Charvarius Ward had a bad penalty. Trent Williams had a pre-snap false start, which was right before the interception. Trey Lance, delay of game. Like, every single guy had a hand in this loss. It's not one. And I think the coaching staff as well. When you commit the amount of penalties that they committed, you look undisciplined. And for me, I pivot back to coaching.
Fourth most penalties under Kyle Shanahan yesterday for the 49ers. Fourth most penalties under Kyle Shanahan since he's been head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. Back in 2018, they had 14 in Kansas City. That was the Week 3 game where Jimmy Garoppolo tore his ACL. Later on that season, they had 13 in Seattle. Now, they were terrible at that point, but they had 13 penalties there. 2017, they had 13 in Arizona. Glendale, Arizona, 13 penalties. And, of course, yesterday, they had 12 penalties there. 888-957-9570. Hey, calls are rolling. I want to hear from the fans, the 49er fans. Go ahead, Shasky, real quick before we go to the lines.
The most frustrating thing about this game is that I expected this defense to be able to wrap up Justin Fields in the pocket with 4, and that didn't happen yesterday. Bosa had the sack early, I believe, the second quarter, I think it was.
They had 2 sacks early in the first quarter.
And
back-to-back possessions. Bosa had a sack, and the possession before it was Kinlaw and Obukan with a sack. That was it.
Kinlaw looked great, and then he hurt his ankle, and he didn't look exactly the same. He didn't look exactly the same.
I watched him on the sideline. He kept looking down at the ankle. He was standing up a little bit. Kinlaw, this is a big year for him. This is a big year for him. He's a factor. He got called for the Phantom defensive holding call. Back judge called it from the goalpost. On that same play, I watched that play back over and over again last night trying to say, where's the defensive hold? Kinlaw was getting double-teamed on that play. So who's he on? Like, I don't get that. A defensive hold from Kinlaw when he was getting doubled? I don't know about that one. But the defense, you're right. This defense was supposed to be the best defense in the NFL. Everybody's been talking about this defense, this defense. They didn't show up when they needed to show up yesterday, too. And that was disappointing, very disappointing, because Justin Fields last year, Chasky, ran for 103 yards. How do you know what he's not going to do?
The broken
this
plays.
Is what he does.
It's the broken plays, and that's where all their big... And then the other one was wrapping up. I mean, how many screenplays did they run in a row? And Dre Greenlaw, Al-Shaair just not wrapping up?
Over-pursuing. Dre Greenlaw, again, I'm going to be nice. I'm not going to freak out. He was reckless yesterday. I was very disappointed in number 57 in his play yesterday. I didn't think he had a good game at all. I thought at times he was unplayable. I don't know what he was looking at in pass coverage. He was over-pursuing, missing tackles. I did not like the way he played yesterday.
And yesterday they ran a bunch of play actions in the first half. Because they couldn't establish the run in the second half, you couldn't go back to the well. But where's Danny Gray in a game like that? You draft this guy in the third round.
I get it. I get why you don't play Danny Gray. I'm with you, though. I want playmakers. And listen, Trey Lance threw the deep ball very well. He threw the deep ball very well.
He missed. The Jennings ball was nice, but the Croft ball he missed. He missed that throw.
But I think he could throw the deep ball. You draft these guys that are inactive in week 1. Okay, you want to go special teams? Fine, I get it, because it is slick conditions. The rain is happening out there. You want to play field position. And look, the Niners dominated field position. The first half, the Niners had an average starting point of the 40-yard line. The 40-yard line. And they had 7 points. The Bears started every single drive in the first half with an average field position of the 14-yard line. And yet you're up 7-0. You're up 7-0. That can't happen. Let's go to Little Rock, Arkansas. George in Little Rock, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Good.
Yeah, I want to talk about I had some comments about the offensive line. And I watched the game, and I watched it twice, and I paid close attention to the offensive line. And guys, the pressure was coming from the edge. Aaron Banks played a pretty good game. Now, the center, he kind of gave up. He wasn't doing too well, but the two guards actually held their own. They did pretty good, but McGlinchey got ate up, and then Trent. It's kind of hard to pass block in those conditions because Trent looked like he was more or less trying not to get injured. you know, in those kind of conditions, you know, he was dropping back and he did okay, but you know, I think the problem with what made the offensive line look bad was running backs. They had holes and creases, but they're just not quick enough or fast enough to get there.
Yeah, that's a problem.
The Mitchell, I feel like the Mitchell injury is going to be a huge one because they didn't give him the ball early on the first drive, and then all of a sudden, boom, he goes to get it. He's gashing them, and when he goes out, they couldn't get any pop in the run game.
They just they don't have that. Mitchell has it. Raheem Mostert had it when he was with us, and Breida, but we just don't have guys that's quick enough.
No juice.
The hole is there.
No juice.
I was like, why is, you know, like Wilson, I'm like, he looked like he should have got more yards off the hole.
Yeah.
See the hole there? He's just not getting in there quick enough. And,
great call, George. Go ahead, George. You got one final thought?
Yeah, I want to talk about Trey Lance a little bit. You know, and you know, I don't know if the rain was bothering his vision or what, but he just needs to trust what he sees, because he was kind of hesitating with the pump. You know, just let it go, man.
Well, I hear you, George, but here's what I saw. And watching it back, it kind of confirmed what I saw while I was watching it live at Soldier Field. The Bears just basically dropped 7 back. And they said, you're not going to beat us in a pass game. You're not going to throw it over our heads. We're going to make the adjustments. We're going to take away the slants, the crossing routes, and we're going to make you hold the ball and really have to think. So making a young quarterback hold the ball for 3, 4, 5 seconds, that's where miscues happen. That's where mistakes get made, Shasky. And so I thought Trey Lance did a good job of not forcing it. The one throw he forced was to Eddie Jackson for the pick that sealed the game for the Bears. Other than that, they were 6 and 12 on third down. I thought he didn't force anything. I thought he threw a nice ball. The Ray McLeod throw was nice. It was beautiful. Jawan Jennings on the left sideline. It was beautiful. But I thought Trey did what he had to do to try to read the defense and go through his progressions. I actually like that about him. Tip your cap to the Bears and Matt Eberflus. They said, we're not going to blitz because we know we can get pressure with our 4, and we're going to drop 7 back. We're going to drop 7 back and make it confusing. And Shasky, let's be real. When you drop 7 back in the defense, Debo's not getting separation.
No.
Don't have to worry about him.
No.
You don't have George Kittle in middle field. Nobody's worried about Dwelly or Croft. So then you got Ayuk there. Can I get Ayuk more than 2 targets? That's the one area I would like to see. Yeah. And I don't know whether that's on Trey or Shanahan.
I don't know. But I'm with you on that. Ayuk clearly needs to get the ball more. He had a really nice catch on, I believe, a first down late in the game where he came across on a little seam route and caught it right before a first down. I want to ask you about the Trey run packages. He had multiple. They had the quarterback sneaks a couple of times. He had the 3rd and 13 run. He had the triple option play, which actually led to them scoring a touchdown after, I think, the play after. It was a really nice little play. And then they had the the McLeod play action throw, which I thought was his best throw of the day outside of the Jennings play. What did you think of how they utilized Trey Lance in the run game? I'm a little worried about the hits he's taking.
I'm so worried about it that I'm not trading Jimmy Garoppolo. I know there's all this smoke about Jimmy going to the Cowboys and this and that. We need linemen. The way Shanahan used Trey was very reminiscent of the way he used him in Arizona last year. I know he's a big guy, but this guy, everybody in the section is like, wow, he's taking a lot of shots. He's taking hits.
Landed right on his shoulder.
Dude, you can hear the contact from up in section 106, row 16, for crying out loud. You can hear the contact. Yeah, not bad seats, right?
Yeah, you had great seats.
Yeah, you had the shade, couldn't get around. It was not bad. Yeah. You got to do it. You got to do it right.
You were not in the elements.
You were not in the elements until after the game. But look, I don't like the Trey run package. Listen, I don't like the run package, Shasky. I'm dead serious.
Why?
He's a quarterback. I don't need him running around like Justin Fields every other play, and I get it. You don't want to throw the ball a lot. You want to protect the young man.
I think the elements played a part in that. I think the elements played a part in that game plan.
You don't want to play. You don't have your number one rusher. But he should not be your lead. 13 carries, 54 yards.
Out of necessity, and it felt like it was out of necessity.
Is this Army? Is this Navy? Is this Air Force? I'm not liking it. I don't like the run package for Trey Lance. Treat him like a quarterback, and this is why I'm holding on to Jimmy. Is because of that game plan yesterday.
That's fair.
I need to see through week 7. How is Trey Lance quarterbacking this team? Is there going to be a lot of... And I get it. He can run. That's the benefit of having a Trey Lance. But he's a pocket-first quarterback. I don't like him taking hits like this, and that's why if you're taking hits like this, then you know what? Keep number 10 on the sideline because we do need that insurance because it's just a matter of time. If Trey Lance continue to take these hits that he did yesterday, he's going to get hurt. It's inevitable.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. And if you're listening right now, driving around your cars, or if you're at home, you can check us out on the Odyssey app. You can also find us on YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game. Hit subscribe. Bonte, it is like a slot machine in the chat on YouTube.
Yeah, it's wild.
And the phone lines are lit. Let's go out to them.
Yeah, let's go out to him. Let's go out to Dylan and Hayward. Dylan and Hayward, what's happening? You're on the roast.
How you doing, fellas?
What's up?
Long-time listener.
Thank you.
Long-time caller.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to touch on a couple of things with this Niner team, man, before I get to my main talking point. First of all, I mean, in terms of in terms of Trey Lance, man, he was what was to be expected. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
First year starting as a quarterback, he's going to have his ups and downs. He played pretty solid to me, being what he was up against in terms of, the weather and everything. But for the most part, the penalties didn't do us any favors on defense.
Nope.
That completely killed us. And then secondly, another thing is that we got to get more aggressive with the play call. Shanahan, sometimes to me, he gets a bit too conservative on offense. We get down after the long pass to Jennings. We get down to the 6-yard line. You do these two little dink-dunk runs with the washed Wilson. He's washed, if you ask me. And then you take the sack. If you ask me, why can't you do more 3, 4, 5, 4 receiver sets out in the red zone like that? Spread these guys out. Let's make a play.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the one area that, Bonte, I've been telling you this, you can never have enough playmakers. Like, I'm watching the Rams the other night, and the Rams are saying to themselves, wow, we've got all these weapons, and we still want to bring Odell Beckham back, right? Because he's obviously got the ACL injury right now. If I'm the 49ers, I'm jumping ahead of the Rams right now, and I'm paying whatever Odell wants once he gets healthy to come to this team. They don't have enough pass options, in my opinion.
No, especially when George Kittle's out.
Exactly.
And this is why you need to go get a backup tight end. And I've been screaming it like Charlie Warner when they drafted him. Well, can he catch? Can he run down the seams?
Dwelly's their best pass catcher of the 3 non-George Kittle tight end options, and that's not saying a lot.
That's not saying a lot.
I thought that third down pass where he stepped up in the pocket, he climbed in the pocket, and he threw a threaded needle in the fourth quarter. That was a ridiculously difficult throw.
And Trey Lance, that was one of his better moments in that fourth quarter because the fourth quarter got hairy.
The fourth quarter was horrible.
Ugly. The fourth quarter was just terrible. Everything just kind of fell apart there. You got to get more playmakers, especially when you look at Shanahan and how many 2 tight end sets he runs.
That's what I'm saying.
He runs so many 2 tight end sets. Don't you want 2 tight ends who could be a threat?
It felt like juice was taken out of the game plan yesterday because of all the jet sweeps to the wide receivers. I didn't get any juice impact yesterday. If that's the case, move his ass to tight end.
I'm not going to lie. It is very disappointing that George Kittle wasn't available for that football game.
Deflating.
Very disappointing. I mean, Trey Lance needs George Kittle. The safety valve, a threat in the defense, stretch of the field. They do. But, man, that was disappointing. Week 1, and you're thinking, man, and we know we've been talking about Debo not getting separation with this routes all training camp. So we knew that was going to be a factor. And the fact that Brandon Ayuk, can I get more than 2 targets? I keep going back to this. Brandon Ayuk looked amazing on the jet sweep.
Why is that?
The crossing route, I don't know.
Is that pass protection? Is that Trey Lance? Is that coverage from the other team?
It's a little bit of pass protection. It's a little bit of pass protection. It's a little bit of Trey Lance, maybe. I don't know. That's why Baldy. Listen. That's why Baldy's going to be on the show tomorrow at 7:30 to explain this stuff. Because I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go to the all 22, and say, "Well, Trey Lance should have thrown there." I'm not playing that quarterback this year. I'm not doing that.
When I watch the other great wide receivers, right, and I don't think Ayuk's in this category yet, but like Justin Jefferson, Devontae Adams, they're open all day, and everyone knows that they need to be stopped, and everyone's trying to cover them, and yet you continue to force feed those guys.
Right. Well, it felt like they were trying to force feed Debo to get him involved. So many wide receiver screens to Debo Samuel. So many jet sweeps. I was not impressed with Debo Samuel yesterday.
I told you he was running with the running backs when I went to practice, and then when he lined up as a wide receiver, he got 0 separation.
Right. And listen. Everybody's getting on me, so now you want to keep Jimmy Garoppolo. Listen to what I'm saying, folks. Listen to what I'm saying. If Trey Lance is going to run the ball like that 13 times, and he's going to take those type of shots, well, you know what? He's not going to last in the NFL too long. He's not going to last. Keep Jimmy on the team for now. Don't let Jimmy go anywhere because you may need him at some point with the way Trey Lance was running yesterday, getting popped. I can't get over Dre Greenlaw. I'm looking at something just popped up. I just can't get over Dre Greenlaw's
It does feel like when this team loses games, it feels like a team-wide implosion. And that is the area that scares me the most. Penalties, defense collapsing, inopportunistic, not striking on their opportunities, offensive line getting caved in, playmakers looking invisible. Like, it's never one thing when this team loses. It's a combination of like 5 things imploding at once. And yesterday felt like the perfect storm, literally and figuratively.
I wish we used that logic for Super Bowl 54 because it didn't feel like it was a team-wide meltdown.
Pie chart of culpability.
No, it felt like Jimmy got all the blame there, and a lot of people were off the hook.
I am tired of losing 10-point leads, though. I am not going to lie to you.
Why is that under Shanahan, though? Shanahan's a great play caller.
They made no adjustments in the second half when Elijah went down.
Again, second straight year, Matt Eberflus is now the head coach of the Chicago Bears. Last year in Indianapolis, they made adjustments at halftime, and they shut down the 49ers offense in the monsoon. What happened this year? They had the one drive in the third quarter, and they shut down the Niners offense. Matt Eberflus knew everything that was coming from the 49ers. Let's go to Trey in Virginia. Trey, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, gentlemen? How y'all doing, man? Things are a lot different than 2 weeks ago, man. We thought we was going to run the score up on them, but couldn't have anticipated the weather. But let me tell you something that I'm very disappointed in. The coaching. This is disrespectful. Kyle Shanahan has our wide receivers out there in the monsoon running the entire route tree. Why are they doing 7-step drops? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? The Chicago Bears did the same thing the first half. They did the same thing that we was trying to do. Then they started playing backyard football. That's what we should have done. Dump offs to the running back, play action.
All screens. That's what the Bears ran.
Kyle's trying to. It just didn't make any sense to me. And then Brandon Ayuk. You say you don't know what's going on with him. What's really going on with him is that they don't play him in the slot enough. They don't move him around.
That's a good point.
He's always outside, predictable.
That's a good
Where is he going to be? On the left-hand side every time?
Yeah.
So it's very disappointing to me. Kyle kills me with that. And then the last thing that I'm very upset about is D'Amico Ryans. Why are we playing so much zone in the mud? Guys are looking around, slow-footed. Everybody talks about we're a fast-flowing defense. That's what Chicago was doing first half. We were burning them in the zone. They switched to man 2 high safeties, and then everything that you see is in front of you. We out there playing zone, getting burnt when Justin Fields moves left to right, touchdown. Play action, touchdown. Yeah. So I think the coaching was the biggest issue to me.
Well, it's interesting because watching the game in the second half, I'm like, can we send a blitz? Like, Justin Fields is going to try to run around and go crazy. Send a blitz. At one point, they spied with Fred Warner, but it felt like they got away from it. I didn't see enough of that.
Yeah, I didn't see enough of that either. But Trey brought up the screen game. And I agree. I would love the screen. But you know what? When you have a porous offensive line, how can you run a screen? These guys can't pass protect for more than 2 seconds.
Well, Bonte,
so now you expect them to get out there in open field and make some blocks and run a screen? They tried to run some screens, and each screen was a disaster.
I know.
It was an absolute disaster. So this offensive line isn't running. They're not ready to run screenplays. They're just not.
Well, the other part of this is not only did you give up 19 points in the rain yesterday, in the whatever you want to call it, monsoon, they should have got a field goal attempt before halftime. I don't know what that penalty was from the Bears, where they had to wipe the floor down with the towel. I didn't even know that was a rule.
Yeah, I didn't either.
And no one's bringing this up. At minimum, they should have had a field goal attempt there at the end. They could have scored 20-plus in that monsoon.
They didn't use their timeouts. I thought the lack of urgency, especially in the fourth quarter, there was no hurry up. The one time they went to the up tempo, which got things kickstarted, they did a couple no-huddle plays, and I was like, man, this is great. Up tempo, you got some speed up. Let's go. Because in the preseason game 2 years ago against the Chargers, they ran some no-huddle on that 2-minute drill with Trey Lance, and he looked dynamic. He went, 75 yards in 45 seconds? And I was like, wow, this guy can run a no-huddle. The lack of urgency in the fourth quarter was alarming.
Well,
the play clock was under 5 every single time they snapped the ball down 9.
Kyle yelled at him. I don't know if you saw, explicit something, know the play, and they got to delay a game, and Trent Williams false started. They looked so out of sync.
But you know what, though? The delay game, lack of urgency on offense has been a staple under Kyle Shanahan. Shanahan's a good coach.
But Trey's got to pick it up.
But how many times do we see Jimmy play clock's running down to 2-1, you got to burn a timeout?
They did that during the Harbaugh era,
every single season with Shanahan. So it's a trend that happens with Shanahan, the lack of urgency, the hurry-up offense.
I'm with you there.
They're lining up in the huddle. I'm like, Let's go.
It's 6 minutes to go, and you're down 9 points. And not only that, the field is choppy. I want to go to the end of the half. The Bears get the penalty. They punt it to you. You hand the ball off to Debo. He gets a big run, I think a 25, 26-yard run, and you're in position to maybe get a field goal attempt. And it just felt like the plays, I think they ran 2 plays. One of them was going to end up being a screen on the final play, and Trey just threw it into the ground. I mean, he's got to clean up some of the short yardage throws. He has to be.
At that point, the half was over, though. Are they really going to score?
It was the play before that where he had to settle for the check down to Jennings. Right. On that play, I need your best 15-yard play to give you an opportunity to throw the ball into the end zone. You're not throwing it in those conditions from the 45-yard line.
No doubt. I thought this was a team-wide disaster for everybody involved with the San Francisco 49ers. I really do. It was very disappointing to walk out of there with an L to the Chicago Bears, the weak-ass Chicago Bears. That's how you start the season. Now, again, it's week 1. We got a long way to go, folks. A long way to go. But that's a disappointing loss to kick off this season. No doubt about that. You can admit that.
And look, straight up, I've been praising Bosa left and right. You have to get more pressure than what you got in that game. You're against rookie tackles. That is a bad offensive line. And you didn't sack or put enough pressure on Justin Fields, in my opinion.
I thought the Bears, they really took it to the 49ers in the second half with their offensive line. Let's go to Kevin all the way out in OKC, Oklahoma City. Kevin, what's happening? You're in the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. Enjoy the show, man.
Thank you.
It was a disappointing game, but I really am tired of people giving Shanahan all this credit like he's some genius, man. He's a good play designer. He doesn't understand situational football at all. Those plays that were running for Trey, those are the same plays they ran for Jimmy. Over the middle, tight windows, quick throws. They got to let him use his athleticism, get him in space.
Agreed.
You know, they got to put Ayuk in the slot. Why is he on the outside?
Yeah, I
don't
agree.
Understand the play calling yesterday.
Well,
listen,
red zone,
sorry,
Bonte.
Chesky, go ahead,
Chesky. Red zone, Bonte. I'm screaming, boot, 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 boot. They don't go to it once.
Well, I got to say, though, in the red zone, they just... There's so many little things that happen in the football game, especially on specific plays. I'm going to highlight the second down play in the red zone. All right? In the red zone, Bears goal score is 10-7. Or excuse me, it's 7-0 Niners.
Yeah.
All right? It's 2nd and 2 at the Bears' 2-yard line. 2-yard line. They give the ball to Jeff Wilson Jr. He loses 2 yards.
Yeah.
But go back. Juwan Jennings is there at the end of the line of scrimmage. He's got to make his block. Brisker comes in, Jaquan Brisker, the strong safety, comes in untouched and stuffs Jeff Wilson Jr. You have to pay attention to details. Little things like that. Jeff Wilson should not have been stuffed for a 2-yard loss. Should have been walked into the end zone on that play, and you miss a block there. So situational football, execution.
That's a good point.
Juwan Jennings has been in the system for years. He's got to execute there.
I think he just got a 2-year extension.
A 2-year extension. Execute. Make the block. And by the way, Juwan Jennings, I heard all training camp he was dropping passes, didn't look good. Well, damn it, he had 6 targets yesterday.
He looked good, actually, I thought, yesterday.
Looked good yesterday.
On a team that needed playmakers, it felt like he was one of the few guys that made 2 tough catches.
But
contested.
this is what Trey in Virginia's talking about. This is what our last caller's talking about. Brandon Ayuk is out there. Yeah, move him around. But in a game like that, when you don't have George Kittle, how the hell did we walk out of Chicago with Brandon Ayuk having 2 targets and 2 targets and 40 yards?
Well, one of
2
them,
catches and 40 yards.
One of them got called back because of the OPI.
Yeah, and
which
that was a terrible
call. It was a fraudulent call.
So 3 targets, Shasky, for Brandon Ayuk.
It's not enough.
Unacceptable. He's a first-round pick.
But
He's your former first-round pick.
I guess where I struggle with this is it's hard for me to lose my mind. Because of the elements, I feel like everything got thrown out the window, and I'm not sure how many times you need to throw in a rain game like that. Like, it felt like they had to throw at the end of the game when I don't think that was the game plan heading into it.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
I think the elements... kind of throw all the normal criticisms out the window. And I'm not making an excuse. I'm saying because of the passing, the limitations in the pass game, because of that, it's hard for me to sit here and say he needs 8 targets in a game like that. I don't think he does in a rain game.
But you know what? Debo got 8 targets, and he came up with 2 catches for 14 yards.
That's true.
2 catches, 14 yards on 8 targets.
With at least 1 drop.
All right? At least 1 drop. And we know about the fumble. We know about the fumble in the red zone. Brandon Ayuk looks special out there when he's running routes. I'm looking at him like, wow, this guy's big. He's long. He's athletic. On that drag route, that crossing route, he smoked number 22.
And that was a great throw.
It was a great throw. Kendall Vildor. They got some weird names on the Bears defense. Kendall gets burnt on the crossing route. Can I get Ayuk more involved, please? Jesus Christ. All right, let's go back out to the lines here. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Syracuse, New York. Adonis out in Syracuse on the roast. What's happening?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I really enjoy listening to you guys. I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
But my main issue of what I was seeing from the game was Aaron Banks. Almost every time that they try to do a drop back in terms of play action, and part of the reason why they didn't want to run it so much, it looked like, was whenever they drop back, Aaron Banks was almost never out of his stance half the time before the dude comes by and almost blows by him to get the tray. And it just seemed like when they tried to roll him out the pocket, they were coming from the backside, and they always had someone waiting home to make sure that he couldn't get the pass off.
Yeah, I think Banks had a rough game. The other guys that I didn't think Trent Williams or McGlinchey played well yesterday. It felt like to me they suffocated both tackles on their defensive line and pinched Trey inside the pocket.
Yep.
I thought he did a pretty good job of pocket movement, stepping up, moving left, moving right. Like, for a guy as raw as he is, that was the one area that I was actually encouraged with.
Yeah, no doubt. And the fact is, they didn't blitz.
I know.
How disrespectful is that?
Well,
you're going back to Santa Clara right now, watching film, and you're the offensive lineman, and Chris Forster's the offensive line coach. And we know he came from Miami, but he's gotten past that. Listen, you go back there and watch that film and say, man, we got so much pressure on Trey Lance, and we didn't even blitz. And now Pete Carroll's going to see that film. And now, who's the Denver coach? And Nathaniel Hackett's going to see that film. And all of a sudden, you play the Rams and Sean McVay, Raheem Morrison saying, we don't even need to blitz against this team. We can go get to number 5 with our front 4. I thought that was the 49ers.
Well,
and the 49ers looked like the defense that needed a blitz, and the Bears sat back and dropped 7 all day long. So whether it's Aaron Banks, whether it's Brindle, whether it's Trent Williams, whether it's Mike McGlinchey and Burford, this is unacceptable. And I told you guys, offensive line can wreck a season. Everybody keeps talking about, the Bengals won the AFC Championship without an offensive line. Well, what happened on the way there? Joe Burrow got sacked 19 times, and he got nearly destroyed in the Super Bowl. We thought his legs snapped in half by the LA Rams in the second half. You need an offensive line. And how do you not protect your number 3 overall pick? It's roster construction here. Trey Lance is a young quarterback. The least I could do is protect a young man. I'd rather have a better offensive line and less playmakers than more playmakers without a bunch of dudes who can't block. Well, that's just, it is what it is.
Well, and yesterday watching the game, it didn't feel like you had enough playmakers. I mean, like, that's the reality. It didn't feel like it. Once Elijah Mitchell went down, it felt like there was no run game outside of Trey Lance. The other thing that's just the gut punch this morning, if you win this game, it's a team that you should beat, right?
Oh my gosh.
And you look at the rest of the division, Kansas City thumps up on Arizona, the Rams lose, you got Broncos tonight against Seattle. Like, you're sitting here and you're feeling a lot better about the Niners, no matter how they win yesterday, if they could have pulled out a win. And instead, you lose to a team that it feels like everyone else on the schedule would have beaten.
Dude, even Bear fans, Shasky, in the entire first half are saying, well, you guys should be beating us. We suck. This is for Bear fans. Bear fans. And as soon as Dante Pettis was wide open for 51 yards, Bear fans started feeling good. The Chicago Bears started feeling good. And all of a sudden, the 49ers looked like the inferior team on the field. That's a Bear. You can't lose to the Bears.
Yesterday they were.
Bears.
I mean, the reality is yesterday they got punked in the second half. Look, Bonte, it is what it is. Their quarterback outplayed your quarterback. Their coach outcoached your team. They were more disciplined. They played sounder, more fundamentally sound football. It's easy to say. The Niners lost yesterday to a team that played better than them. Period.
No doubt. Jerry Rice, 8:30 on the Morning Roast. Jerry Rice will join us to talk about the loss yesterday to Chicago, 19-10 at Soldier Field. Jerry Rice, 8:30 on the Morning Roast. That is Appointment Radio. Let's go to Rob in San Bruno. Rob, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, fellas? First off, I think Kyle Shanahan needs to throw away the Jimmy Garoppolo, Nick Mullins playbook. Look, man, when they put the lineups out and I seen Gray not in the game, I knew we became predictable. We have guys who can stretch the field. We even test their corners. We let them sit back and play coverage, which is crazy. You play coverage on a rookie quarterback, which is crazy. But anyways, they didn't stretch the field. I think the defense knew what they was going to do. They came out, they ran all that Debo nonsense. Stop. We don't need to run that no more. Like, allow your playmakers to go out there and make plays. Warren Jennings made plays. Let's get Ayuk going. Ayuk and Lance been getting it going since the offseason. They worked together all offseason long. And Debo. You cry for all this money. He dropped 2 passes. He fumbled, and he wasn't that good to me. So for you to cry for all this money, you come out and play like that. I don't really like that. But to me, I think Kyle needs to understand. I'm gonna give him a pass on this because it was raining. But you got to have that speed guy out there just to open it up.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Like the pass lanes.
Yeah.
When they went back to later in the game, they couldn't find no lanes because the Bears defense knew there's no burners out here. Everything is pinning in. So in my opinion, I think the coach last year seen that when you don't got no speed guy out there, you ain't got to throw it to him. Just have a threat out there. And we didn't have that. So I feel like Kyle needs to understand that you don't have a Buick. You got a Benz now. Let's ride him like a Benz and allow him to make plays. I watched all these games yesterday. He was throwing that thing down the field.
I know.
All these quarterbacks. And then one more thing. And I watched Justin Herbert. He had 5 turnovers. People were talking about Trey Lance. Trey Lance stopped it. Trey Lance battled out there.
Thank you.
Tough runs. He got hit too hard a couple times. But watching him play and know it was that type of game. It is what like that Kyle said. It was that type of game. And for him to do all that while getting pressure, still moving around, making plays, he on 3rd and 15, he got a first down.
No doubt.
When last time a quarterback did that? So,
Josh Allen.
3rd and 13, yeah, 3rd and 13. It was beautiful.
And
Thanks
Rob,
for the call, Rob.
Let me accentuate your point here. It's interesting because, look, thought the Niners were going to smoke the Bears. Didn't know the conditions were going to be like that. And excuse or not, they should win the game, period. Like, there's no doubt about it. That being said, we all, as 49er fans, and people cover, we're going to be patient. It literally took one loss to the Bears this weekend for 49ers heads to explode. Jimmy G, Trey Lance, the head coach.
Hold on, Shasky. I give the callers credit this morning. I haven't heard one caller come in and say they should have played Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, you know that's
I've
a
heard
narrative.
a lot of support.
But
you know what? That's the
NFL on
casuals.
America. I know, but last night on NFL on America, Chris Sims, Florio, the first thing they said, well, you have a guy at quarterback who led you to the NFC Championship game last year, and Jimmy Garoppolo sitting on the sidelines. So you know it's going to be a national narrative.
No doubt. It's going to be a narrative all season long. But you know what? Credit to the callers this morning. They haven't come in here and said,
they're very smart.
Play number 10. They understand the football game. They know what they're watching. Anybody who watches said, "Oh, Jimmy would have won it." Trey Lance. I came away from rewatching that game. I came away rewatching that game and said, "Damn, the Niners have a franchise quarterback."
That's what I'm saying.
And to Rob's point, let Trey throw that thing down the sideline of Jawan Jennings. The throw over the linebacker to Ray McLeod. I've never seen Jimmy Garoppolo make that throw.
Dime.
A dime.
How about the Jennings throw on 3rd and 8 for 44 yards over the top?
Down the left sideline.
It was a beauty, GB.
Down the left sideline. I mean, it was beautiful.
The Ray play, like you referenced, is a gorgeous throw.
I mean, so I got no problems with Trey Lance, but credit to the callers. We're not doing the narrative radio thing. We're not doing that here on the roast. I'm sorry. We're not, this guy, the locker room dynamic, this and that. The players know. Jimmy's the backup. Trey's the starter. Wrap your rounds around Trey Lance, and let's go. Now, if they're 3-7 or 2-5, maybe it's a different conversation. But right now, after week 1, I don't think that's a topic. I don't think that's a topic at all.
They started 3-5 last year, and that's the other thing. Like, as we dismiss some certain narratives, they lost to Colt McCoy with Jimmy Garoppolo in the lineup last year at home, perfect conditions. All right,
Colt McCoy, and they lost to Carson Wentz when he was throwing to a bunch of practice squad wide receivers.
Exactly.
Excuse me, that was 2 years ago. That was Nick Mullins. My bad.
No, but they lost to Carson Wentz last year in Indianapolis in the rain at Levi's. They've lost a lot of rain games, but it's neither here nor there. The point that I'm getting at is that quarterbacks are going to have fluctuating play. I thought from what I saw, 3rd start from the kid, in the pocket, he showed a lot of moxie. And there's a lot to clean up. A lot to clean up. But I saw flashes.
The Niners were 6-12 on 3rd downs before he threw that pick to Eddie Jackson. That basically ended the game. But
that was a terrible read. There's no defending that one.
And he knew it right away. So, but again, you're running all these slants, and the middle of the field is congested. Nobody was going to be open on that play. Nobody was going to be open on that play. Maybe Trey needs to tuck it and run and try to get a first down. But that play was a disaster from the get-go. Nobody was open. All right, now it's time for the Boxer Gerson Injury Report.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, not only is George Kittle hurt, and he didn't play yesterday in Chicago, Elijah Mitchell exited the game late in the first half with the knee injury and was quickly ruled out for the rest of the day. Shasky, baby, on the other side. I was trying to look for the injury when it happened. I don't know when it happened, but he was out, and you could tell the difference between Elijah Mitchell. You could see the difference between Elijah Mitchell and Jeff Wilson Jr. Jeff Wilson Jr. just had no juice, so apparently Elijah Mitchell left the game, and he left the locker room afterwards with a huge brace on his knee. After the game, head coach Kyle Shanahan said that at first there was hope for Mitchell to re-enter the game before team doctors ruled him out. But he had a big-time brace on his knee after the game, and boy, this could be a devastating injury to the 49ers offense. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. You know what we do Mondays after the game. We go guest-free. It's all about the callers. It's all about the roasters. It's all about the YouTube chat, Comcast, business text line. We want to hear from you on what went wrong in Chicago. And again, that is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
It was a brutal loss for the Niners.
I'm disappointed about some of the silly mistakes we did to ourselves.
Deebo Samuel lines up in the backfield for the first time. Gets chopped down. The ball comes out. On top of it.
I made too many mistakes. Just too many mistakes. A lot of stuff to clean up for sure for me.
On 3rd and 5, Landscape intercepted by Eddie Joe.
We're reacting to Week 1 on the Bay Area sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Pizza. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Or up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Ever since I got the new Galaxy Z Flip 4, I've been learning all these new tricks with my dog Finn. Like how to take the best selfies at the park. I just set my phone down, put it in flex mode, and capture hands-free pics from multiple angles. Aww. Or how to capture our training sessions for his followers. I simply wave my hand to start recording video. Good boy! Plus, the Z Flip 4 is compact and fits perfectly in my pocket.
Wow! Visit Samsung.com today to get the new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
How's your mental health? I'm listening with Alanis Morissette.
When it first started, I would have my nightly panic attacks, but then I started getting really curious about all the sensations. Like, I just really started looking at, okay, so chest is, I got really kind of granular in observing the details of what was really going on with the breath. It's just survival strategy. It's cortisol cooking nonstop. Chronic stress is trauma.
More at imlistening.org. Talk saves lives.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
How do you make the most of your land? Everyone has their way. The Nelsons depend on their John Deere Gator XUV 835R to get
from point A to point B with decoys and the dogs.
As much as we got going on, it's all about efficiency.
And if you ask the Mosers what they use their Gator XUV 590M for, they tell you.
The most fun we have on the Gator is just ripping around the property.
There are millions of ways to make the most of your land. Learn how to make the most of yours at Deere.com. Nothing runs like a Deere.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant Cash Offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Hey, well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take it out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
49ers have been good on third down today. 6 out of 12. On 3rd and 5, Lance gets intercepted by Eddie Jackson. Eddie Jackson back inside the 25.
Joe Davis on the call for Fox Sports. Moose and Joe Davis, good call from them at Soldier Field. Eddie Jackson, who's a damn good safety, in my opinion, out of Alabama, played the little robber position, kind of fool Trey Lance. And he stepped up and picked that play off, and that was the end of the ball game as the Bears were up 13-10. At that point, they go on to score and go up 19-10, and the Niners dropped the on-one to start the 2022 campaign. How did Trey Lance look? I thought he looked okay. I don't think it was that bad until the monsoon hit in the fourth quarter, but the rain is just an excuse. We're not going to blame the weather here. Defensively, you're awful in the second half. Turnovers were a problem. Penalties were a bigger problem. So the 49ers dropped their first game of the season at Soldier Field. And oh, baby, what a show it's been with Joe Shasky the Butcher. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody at work. If you're on your way to work, drive safely out there in the Bay Area. And prayers to everybody. I didn't know, Shasky, real quick, I didn't know there was an earthquake that happened out there in the Bay Area. So hopefully everybody's okay.
Yeah, I didn't feel it. Didn't even know that.
There was an earthquake yesterday?
Yeah, you totally just... Yeah, well, the earthquake...
I saw something about Hayward or something, the earthquake or something. Maybe I'm wrong, but I saw something about an earthquake. So it's minor one.
Yeah, I didn't see that. So I guess I missed that because I was furious after the 49ers committed the 4th most penalties in the Shanahan era. 12 penalties. Yesterday's story, obviously the monsoon's going to get the television coverage in terms of how it looked. the self-inflicted wounds, the missed opportunities, and the inability to cash in when those opportunities presented themselves for this team on both sides of the ball. Very frustrating. And then the injuries. The Elijah Mitchell injury, Jimmy Ward not playing, George Kittle not playing.
It's huge.
I mean, look, this is going to be an all-year thing, and right now I am not feeling good. I don't care what the weather is. I don't care what the circumstances are. You have to suffocate the Bears. And you allowed this team to hang around, and they outplayed you, outcoached you, and out-physicaled you in the second half. It's not even close.
All right, so I'm seeing on YouTube a little bit of an earthquake out there in the East Bay, so hopefully everybody's okay there. We know about earthquakes, man. We don't need a devastating earthquake. No. Hopefully everybody's okay, and everybody was able to be safe and sleep through it. It starts off, and look, when the rain came, and I'm watching the clouds, and it was nasty. It was really nasty in the morning, Shasky, and I'm thinking to myself, boy, we're going to have a rain game with no George Kittle, who's a rain type of player. He plays in these bad weather games. He's physical. Okay, no Jimmy Ward. How will they start? Well, they get the 3-and-out, and Trey Lance gets the ball, and he throws a 31-yard dart to Brandon Ayuk. And I'm like, whew, they're cooking early. The playbook looks great. Then Deebo Samuel fumbles, and it's like, you know that initial charge you get at the beginning of a football game? It just sucked the life out of a lot of Niner fans. Then you get the Hufanga interception after Hufanga was making play after play in the backfield. Hufanga, we haven't highlighted him enough because it is a loss.
He's been a stud.
Hufanga was amazing yesterday. Amazing. I love what I see from number 29. And look, on that play to the touchdown pass to St. Brown, Hufanga, I get why he was there in the center field and why he didn't commit to St. Brown. Because another guy, I think it was Mooney, could have been Mooney, could have been Pringle. Underneath, he was running wide open to the left. Yeah. So I was just like, damn, all right. He had nowhere to go. To me, that was more on Dre Greenlaw getting sucked with the fake and not paying attention. Dre Greenlaw was awful yesterday. I'm giving him an if I had to grade Dre Greenlaw, he'd get an F for yesterday's game. He was awful yesterday. I expect more from Dre Greenlaw. I expect a lot more from number 57. But the energy just got sucked out after those failed opportunities in the first half. Shasky, again, before I pass it to you, average field position in the first half. Niners 40-yard line, Bears 14-yard line, and you're only up 7-0. Come on, man.
Well, I mean, you look, it's going to come back. Like when you win, the quarterback gets the praise. When you lose, we look at all the things that you didn't do. I think the situational awareness and taking a bad sack, some of the really bad throws behind the line of scrimmage and the short yardage stuff, the interception, those things didn't help him. I saw flashes from the kid, but the kid wasn't the bus driver yesterday, and they needed this guy to do more, and it's unfortunate because all offseason we said he doesn't really have to do a whole lot with this team because they've got a lot of weapons, and yet no one else seemed to really step up yesterday offensively to help burden some of that load. The bigger thing for me is the undisciplined play from Shanahan early on in the year. I want to really quickly rattle through this. 2017 home opener, you lose 23-3, 10 penalties. Okay, 2018, you lose 16-24. I don't know. 15 freaking of 33 for your quarterback with 4 turnovers, and the team commits 8 penalties.
Yeah. Real quick before you stop. Solomon Thomas commits the offsides, which basically sealed the game for Minnesota.
Yes, okay. 2019 week 1, 11 penalties. You end up winning against the Bucs because they turned the ball over 3 times. Week 1 in 2020, you lose, you go 5 penalties, take 3 sacks, and turn the ball over. Week 1 last year, 7 penalties for 79 yards. Do you get the trend I'm going at here? Yesterday, 12. Week 1s in the Shanahan era, they look unbuttoned up. Like that is a trend now, B.
But you know what? It's a trend. That shouldn't be a trend.
I agree.
Not when you have a veteran team like this. I know you have some young players at key positions, but a lot of guys have been here under Shanahan. That's not that's I don't know what the deal is with that. But that basically lost you the game. That lost you the game. The face mask. We keep talking about the 4-play sequence because we talked last night and we both agree. The 4-play sequence that flipped this entire football game. And if anybody ever calls me saying momentum isn't real, I'm hanging up on you and I'm going to call you an idiot because momentum is very real. The 4-play sequence. 3rd and 4, they get the ball to David Montgomery. They run the ball. All right? Niners stuffed them. Bear fan Shasky, I kid you not. They're booing. What is this offense? What the hell? We can't throw it forward. They were irate. And I'm laughing like, oh, this game's over. We're about to roll, get out of here with a win, have a nice steak dinner, and go on with our day. Drake Greenlaw inexplicably grabs a face mask and yanks it. What are you doing?
Well, there's three guys wrapping him up. Fred Warner, Al-Shaair, and Bosa. It looked like they had him stuffed. It was going to be a punt.
It was going to be a punt. Next play, Justin Fields. You know he's always going to throw one up. He's going to throw a couple up early in his career. Shy Gibson. He's got a lot of interceptions.
The very next play.
Drops an interception. Boom. Drops it.
I don't expect him to make that play, but God, you needed it right there.
It hit you right in the numbers.
I know.
Hit you right in the numbers,
That's why he's a DB.
Tukowski Tart told us last week, hey, I dropped the interception, the momentum flipped. Well, 2 plays in a row. All right, so then Hufanga tries to flip the momentum back, and he stuffs Montgomery. I mean, just blows him up. Orders restored. 3rd and long. Bears haven't done anything, and what do you know? Dante Pettis is wide open for a 51-yard touchdown. And Drake Greenlaw again. I don't know if it's on Hufanga or Greenlaw. That's why Brian Baldinger's joining us tomorrow at 7:30 to break that down. Who leaves Pettis wide open? There wasn't a defender within 16 yards of him.
It looked like, again, my novice eyeball.
I don't know.
They showed the replay. It looked like Greenlaw followed the running back as the running back went toward Justin Fields because he was scrambling back left toward the opposite sideline. And they just let him wide open. And Dante Pettis wide open. He walked in.
It looked like some guys were in zone, some guys were in man. I don't know what the hell was going on that play. But I saw him wide open. And I was like, oh, my God. Are you kidding me? And it's 10-7. And all of a sudden, Soldier Field's rocking. They're blaring the beats. Bears fans are chirping. And I'm thinking to myself, this is a nightmare.
It felt like we couldn't stop the run either. After the first couple of drives where Kinlaw looked fantastic and this defensive line looked suffocating, it felt like they got away from stuffing the run. And that really opened things up for the Bears.
No, it really did. Let's go back out to the lines, man. 888-957-9570. We have Jerry Rice joining us in about 18 minutes on the Morning Roast. 18 minutes on the Morning Roast. Jerry Rice, the GOAT, live from L.A. Let's go to Trey and Benicia. It's been on hold for a while. Haven't heard from Trey in a while. Then we'll get to everybody else. Trey, what's happening? Set the tone here for the 8 o'clock hour.
Man, Bronte and Steiny, man, good morning to you guys.
Shasky, come on, man.
Steiny will be talking Jimmy G at 12 o'clock
They'll be talking locker room dynamics at 12 o'clock.
You know what, man?
Sweet.
Apologies to you, man. It's the first call of the year, man, for the season, man.
It's all good.
And, you know, even good brothers make mistakes here.
No doubt. I make them every day.
Let's just call it for what it is. You know, Mother Nature, she took a drink of a pitcher of beer and she relieved herself because that rain yesterday was just terrible. And it's so funny, Bronte, me and my girl, we was debating about this yesterday because she was talking about you got to be prepared. I don't think you could be prepared for nothing like that. And I don't want to get on Trey for that because that weather, and I'll give credit to the Bears. They took advantage of it. They took advantage of the bad weather. And it helped them out because we all know the Niners are a better team than them. We know it. I just think the weather had a big major factor because you can't throw a heavy ball.
But you should still win the game.
You know what, Trey?
I agree. But you should still win the game.
The first 3 quarters, weather wasn't a factor. Okay, the field was a little slick, but it wasn't a factor. Trey was throwing the ball down the field with zip. It wasn't like he was throwing lollipops. He was throwing it with velocity down the field.
The Croft miss, it felt like if he puts a little more air underneath it, it's a touchdown.
But again, he's throwing the Croft.
No, but you got to hit that play.
In my opinion,
but you got to hit that play.
Kittle maybe runs under it, and he does have to hit the play.
You got to hit that.
It's a bad throw.
Guys are open, you got to hit them.
But how many times are we going to see Croft run that route?
But they run it's a Shanahan staple. The bootleg misdirection throwback to the other side of the field is a staple. And you got this guy so that he can hit those big-time plays.
Yeah, no doubt. By the way, Morning Roast only going until 9 o'clock. That was a Friday special. Had a lot of guys out. We're going until 9 o'clock because, boy, that last hour, Shasky, we need more reps for that last hour. We were dying at 9 o'clock hour.
I felt like Elijah Mitchell in the second half. I had a brace on my knee.
It was rough.
Hey, they better hope his ACL is fine because if he's out for an extended period of time and in the interim, like watching how they use Debo in this game, I've been saying, I said this to you before the season even started, I'm going to continue to say it. You got to maximize the $25 million that you gave him a year in guarantees. I don't care if it's lining him up at running back and giving him I formation touches. You just get him the ball however you need to do so. I don't care where he lines up.
This is where Trey Sermon getting cut hurts. This is where JaMycal Hasty getting cut hurts. This is where, you know what? You got to have, like, Mark Willard's going to try this on the changeover.
Is Sermon really going to do anything in that game yesterday?
Probably
I'm asking
not.
out loud.
But this is why, when people hit me with the, you don't need a bell cow running back. Look at how many bell cow running backs have won his Super Bowls, blah, 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 blah. I do need a serviceable running back who can carry the ball 15 to 20 times a game and can be a threat in the passing game. When's the last time the Niners had a threat in the passing game at the running back position?
Raheem Mostert, when he would catch a swing pass and go 80 yards. And then the problem with Raheem is, again, another guy who's not able to carry the load and gets hurt.
So we'll see what's happening with Elijah Mitchell here. Deebo Samuel... No separation of routes. Mr. Jones in Atlanta. Mr. Jones, what's happening? You're on the roast.
God, we are international today. What up?
We are. What's happening? Or nationwide.
You know it. You thought you was going to get you a steak dinner. Wrong. It ain't happening. I told y'all before the season started. Y'all don't. I know it was a monsoon, but everybody played in that monsoon yesterday, right? Okay.
Nobody's making an excuse.
Go ahead, bro.
Nobody's making an excuse. We're not blaming weather. Nobody's blaming weather here.
Cool. Okay, the one guy I said that was going to make the throws, hey, we don't care. And what was funny was the dude that scored a touchdown on us also came from us, and it was like, probably bittersweet because Pettis scored the touchdown. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, look, well, there goes another kick in the tank that, like you said, we let Hasty go. Now we don't have no running backs. It's going to be back on. Week 4, I'm in Atlanta. Y'all know this, right? Y'all owe me up an appearance on the show. So I'm coming up there. When we come to Atlanta, Jimmy will be starting.
Oh, God.
All right, hang on. Bye-bye. Tegan in Fairfield. What's happening, Tegan? What's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah, how you doing there, fellas, man? Good morning.
What up, Tegan?
Yeah, man. So, like every other faithful fan out there, I watched that game and, man, with a dropped jaw. You feel what I'm saying? I had such high hopes coming into the game yesterday, and then it's just like somebody just let all the wind out of my sails. You feel me? Like, defense was on point. I'm glad we got corners now because they were locking up yesterday. Hufunga, man, I'm going to go get his jersey, and I'm going to run around start throwing the tee up, man, because he reminded me of, like, Ronnie Lott / Deshaun Golston stuff. To where
he did.
Man, he was just sitting and pinch nerves yesterday to everybody. Picks.
Yep.
He was in everybody's face, man. Look, defense always come out swinging for the Niners, man. We know that. We've been seeing that since last season. It's the lack of offense. Debo cannot do it all by himself, man. And then we keep getting these, you feel me? I mean, I love our running backs. I love who we choose and stuff like that. But since Mozart, like, we haven't had a healthy back to, like, stay there all season.
They've had a different leading rusher on this team every year of the Shanahan era.
Yeah.
A different leading rusher.
That's alarming to me, Shasky. That's alarming to me.
It's interesting. When it works, everybody praises it. But when you have a game like yesterday where they couldn't find a secondary guy to help offset the load, it's very glaring.
Just think of 2019. We went through Breida, Tevin Coleman, and then Raheem Mostert, who came on late.
Right.
And it was like, hey, all right, Mostert's great. And then the next year, Mostert gets hurt. He injures his ankle. Week 2 against the New York Jets, and he's not the same. And then we know last season, 3 plays in, he's got a torn ACL against Detroit after looking dynamic on those first 2 carries. I don't know what it is with the running back spot in Kyle Shanahan. I want a running back threat in the backfield in the pass game. They don't have a running back threat in the pass game anymore.
Well, they had Juszczyk. They had Juszczyk lined up multiple times in the shotgun as the running back to the left of Trey Lance or the right, and he's supposed to be up there for blocking and obviously helping the protection because they couldn't block up front. But he's not a dynamic enough player in the open field. And he dropped a wide open pass.
We're going to get back to the calls in just a second because I agree with you, Shasky. I agree with you 100%. We're 11 minutes away from Jerry Rice. But why is this? Why do we have to do this?
What?
It's the same thing that happened when Kevin Durant was a Golden State Warriors. Either KD, Steph's team. Oh, Steph's not getting touches. We don't play the old Warriors way. Oh, KD's too ISO. Everybody was divided, right? This Jimmy Trey thing. There's a division with this fan base.
What do you mean?
There's some Niner fans who are happy that they lost because they're not playing number 10. Happy that they lost. The old team that you root for. How come we can't embrace Trey? We embrace Jimmy. I mean, I embrace Jimmy. Why can't we embrace these quarterbacks? The dude who wears a jersey of your favorite team. Nobody likes to embrace these. It's got to be a division. It's got to either be I'm a Trey guy or a Jimmy guy. It was like that with Monte and Steph. Either a Monte guy or a Steph guy. Why do we do this stuff?
No, I don't know why we do it, because we get an emotional attachment to individuals. I think that's one of it. But here's the thing I'll ask you, because I'm seeing it on the text line. You guys are lame. You're being homers. Jimmy G wins this game just on experience. That's from the 510. I mean, if that's the case, then why didn't they beat Colt McCoy and the backup Arizona Cardinals last year at home? Why did they fall to 3-5 last year? Why did they lose in the rain at Baltimore? Why did they lose in the rain at home to Indianapolis? Why did they not score an offensive touchdown against one of the worst teams in the league that would end up getting the number 2 overall pick, the Washington football team, 9-0 in the rain, where Jimmy had multiple turnovers? You can say that flippantly, but the data doesn't back it up. And so I don't understand where some of these Jimmy G homers are coming from. And the reality is, whoever's under center, and I said this last year when I wrapped my arms around Jimmy G and he won that Week 18 game, I just want to win the Super Bowl with the Niners. And right now, if Shanahan says that Trey Lance gives us the best chance, then let's roll with it. And I think he's going to be a better player moving forward for experiences like yesterday. First year, and he has that game in game 1. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And we're already ready to throw him out with the bathwater.
And he played well yesterday. He played well. He played as well as Jimmy played. That was a Jimmy Garoppolo game.
Well, the playbook felt like a Jimmy Garoppolo playbook, and that's where I'm the most frustrated. I'd like to see him boot more and get out on the edges.
You know what? That's a great point. I don't remember seeing too many bootlegs in that game yesterday.
Well, they had the one on the Croft play, which was the design play. They always run that misdirection little tight end wheel where he blocks and then skirts across the line, but not much. The best throws from Trey came when he actually turned his back to the defense on play action and threw it downfield. But when they couldn't establish the run, they got away from that.
Yeah, I don't get the division between the fan base and this quarterback. But you know what? In a way, the front office, everybody involved with the 49ers, we kind of invited this. And we're trusting the culture of the 49ers to get through this. There's no doubt that narrative and that cloud of Jimmy. Trust me, Shasky, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm sitting right behind the 49ers bench, and my eyes, every dead ball was kind of glued to number 10 to see what he was doing. Where is he standing? What is he doing? It's there. It's right in front of your face.
There was a late delay of game that they had where Shanahan's yelling at Trey Lance. At least that's what it looked like through the headset. But I was more mad at Trent Williams. Trent Williams I messed up. He false started. Elijah Mitchell false started. Multiple pre-snap infractions by veterans, not the quarterback.
Right. No doubt. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Dave, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, shout out to the callers. Man, they are on fire today.
No doubt.
You know what I'm
saying?
Doubt. But, hey, I'm going to be quick. I know everybody's going to drink their coffee, they Red Bull, they fired us. I'm going to be quick. I'm going to make 3 quick points. Bear with me. First one, Bonte, you're my dog. But, yeah, I agree. Yeah, you want to keep Jimmy, but I think the bigger issue is not because he's going to get hurt. I think the bigger issue, don't call those plays for Trey. That's point number 1. Point number 2, this is 2 years in a row. The Niners start week 1 with healthy scratches from the 3rd-round pick. That's not good.
No.
What you
and last year, the 2nd-round pick didn't play.
Yeah.
Right. And point number 3, this Kyle Shanahan Atlanta Super Bowl has not left him. I don't know what it is with this guy. He does not adjust in the second half. You saw it in the Super Bowl with the Falcons against the Patriots. You saw it in our Super Bowl against the Chiefs, where he watched the game yesterday.
Can I counter that?
You know what, though, Shasky? He's on point. There is something with Shanahan in these second halves. He gets very conservative, and the playbook becomes very vanilla. And the offense, which is his offense, he's the brainchild of this offense. How are they huddling up with 6-7 minutes left in the 4th quarter, down 9, and they're huddling, and the play clock is running down? All right, Shanahan, I don't know if it's on Shanahan, and I like Shanahan as a coach. I think he's the right guy for the 49ers. But there is something to him in the second halves where teams get back into football games, and he gets ultra-conservative.
But you never reference that when you talk about Raheem Mostert getting 8,000 touches in a row in the second half in the playoffs. We don't reference that when they put away the Minnesota Vikings in the game before that. We don't reference that in Week 18 last year when they adjusted at halftime and came out and dominated the Rams on the road.
They had
but
to.
I'm just saying, like,
they had to.
we cherry pick the losses, and when they lose, it's devastating. But he does have adjustments at the half. Like, to say that he never adjusts is not. That's not realistic.
I didn't say that. I didn't say he never adjusts.
Okay.
But why don't they play a full game? They don't play full 60 minutes.
They're not the only team.
You reference the Rams game. They're down 17-0. How the hell are they down 17-0 in the biggest game of the season?
Because that's sports, and the other team gets paid too.
Oh, come on, man. Stop it.
You're not going to come out and look great.
Dude, Shanahan has been inconsistent at times with this team. He has. You could say 2019, the defense was leading the way. You can.
I mean, Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes, who we both declare as Hall of Famers, sure bow. They came out in the second half against Cincinnati last year in the AFC Championship game and played the worst half of football they've played in 5 years.
But you don't see that often from them.
No,
you don't see that often from them.
I agree with that.
We see it a lot more with Shanahan coach teams. That's all we're saying. It is a little trend here. That's all we're saying. That's all we're saying about Shanahan. Jerry Rice to go coming up. He's going to talk about the game yesterday. Niners lose 19-10 to the Chicago Bears at Soldier Field. If you're on hold, stay on hold. We will get to you before the show is over. We will get to you. And that's what's coming up on the game. Sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
O'Reilly. Improve fuel mileage with Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner at O'Reilly Auto Parts. A clean fuel system can increase your vehicle's performance and gas mileage. Get Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner starting at $9.99 and earn 10 times O Rewards points on your purchase. Get the most out of every gallon. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or shop O'ReillyAuto.com today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Whether you need tech for the office, home, or school, Staples is your total tech solution.
A powerful PC that'll help me deliver the perfect presentation.
Staples has you covered.
Tech support to help get my new laptop up and running.
Staples has you covered with tech solutions, services, and accessories. And now save up to $260 on select PCs. Plus, save 25% on Staples Total Support to protect your new or existing PC. Staples, the working and learning store. Ends 9/17, in-store only, limit 2 while supplies last.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Pizza. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
The gamer, the call maker, the experience chaser. What if you could be everything all at once? Galaxy Z Fold 4 is powered by the Snapdragon processor for world-class performance and lightning-fast speed to turbocharge your multitasking. How about an expansive edge-to-edge screen for immersive gaming, hands-free video calls with flex mode, and multi-window view to use up to 3 apps at the same time? With Galaxy Z Fold 4, do more with ease and make multitasking a breeze. Available now at Samsung.com.
Cooling off this week in Walnut Creek, today's high is 81.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. Whether it's the news, the traffic, the weather, or your COVID-19 vaccinations, it's important to stay up to date.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
If you're on hold, stay on hold. We'll get you after the great one, the GOAT, the greatest of all time, Jerry Rice, who joins us now live from L.A. Jerry is brought to you by BART, celebrating 50 years of service. Get 50% off all published BART fares in September using Clipper. Jerry, good morning. Welcome back to the roast. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill. We got our GOAT fuel on. Hold on, let me crack my GOAT fuel because I need a little bit after yesterday. First of all, Jerry, you're in L.A. What the hell is going on in La La Land right now?
Man, just doing Prime Video, man. Prime Video, and it's like the home for TNF football right now, and I'm looking forward to the watch party. It's going to be in LA. I get a chance to rub elbows with maybe 500 people or more, and it should be an exciting football game. Think about this: Chargers and Chiefs, man. Look what Mahomes, what he did to the Cardinals. Then what he did to the Raiders and stuff like that. But I like him as a quarterback, man.
Yeah, they're good. They're good. So, Shasky, go ahead. Get in here, Joe Shasky. I'm going to sip this GOAT fuel, energy drink, blueberry lemonade I'm sipping on. Blueberry lemonade. I'm in Chicago right now, Jerry. I got to recharge for the monsoon. Shasky's back in San Francisco ready to break everything after the Niners lost yesterday.
I'm drinking the watermelon fruit punch, and it's absolutely delicious, Jerry. Jerry, I saw you do a GOAT fuel video with Steve Young and Trey Lance, and so clearly you and Trey, know each other. How would you evaluate his game yesterday?
Well, I'm sure Trey, he would love to have that interception back, and he missed a couple throws. The one he overthrew the tight end, but I felt like he played okay. I felt like he did enough to win that football game, and you got to look at what happened with the Chicago Bears. I think they sort of like won that game the last 5 minutes. Left in that ball game.
Yeah. Did at any point, because we're seeing a lot of 49er fans, and quarterbacks, oh my God, Joe, Steve, Alex Kaepernick. People were asking for Jimmy Garoppolo and saying that maybe he wins that game. Did that cross your mind?
Hold up, man. This is the first game of the season, guys. Come on.
Thank you.
Come on now. I understand competition. Ain't nothing wrong with competition. And I think Trey, he has the maturity where he's going to deal with this. He knows that this is his team, and it's up to him to lose the quarterback position. So I think he's only going to get better. Look at some of the throws that he made to Brandon Ayuk and some of the other receivers, guys.
Mm-hmm.
So, we need to dial that back just a little bit. Trey, I think also you look at that scenario where it was third down. I think we needed maybe 8 to 10 yards. And, we ran a quarterback draw.
Yeah.
That's a phase of the game that we haven't had. So I know this guy, he got the composure. He's going to get better. He's just getting everybody back on the field. We got to get George Kittle back in the mix and all of that. Then, Trey had that interception. Then Debo had that fumble.
Yep.
You cannot afford to turn the ball over on the road.
No
It's
doubt.
going to end up costing you.
Yeah, you're spot on, Jerry. As we're talking to Jerry Rice on the Morning Roast, you know who he is, the greatest receiver of all time, numerous wide receiving records. He's probably the greatest football player to ever step on an NFL field. And we're also sipping goat fuel right now, the blueberry lemonade. I love this turbocharge that goat fuel's giving me right now, Jerry. But you're right about Trey. I thought he played solid. Talk about momentum, because there's a lot of people, these analytic nerds get on my nerves, Jerry, when they talk about momentum isn't real. Momentum isn't real. But when you see Debo fumble early like that, and then Hufanga gets a pick, and you can't capitalize on that, and the Niners their average field position in that first half was at the 40-yard line in the first half and only had 7 points. Momentum is a fickle thing. It flips. Can you talk about momentum and what a turnover like that from Debo does to a team?
Well, you just got to know the urgency of it, and you got to come back and you got to say, hey, we're gonna punch this in. And I always had this clock in my head, and I sort of knew when I needed to make a play or something like that. It was important, and to keep that momentum going. And I think the players they're gonna have to do the same thing. They're gonna have to know when there's a big urgency to make something happen.
Greatest football player of all time, Jerry Rice, with us here on the Morning Roast. And Jerry, we're just recapping the Bears game yesterday. Jerry, when you see a team commit as many penalties in the way that the 49ers did early on in the year, what do you account that because of?
God, you know what, man? It could be a combination of things. It could be that the players are not paying attention to detail. It could be maybe the coaching, they're not on the players as hard. That was something that we couldn't do back in the day, because if Bill Walsh, if you made mistakes and, there was a lot of penalties and stuff like that, you were going to be on the next Greyhound bus out. So there was a big urgency to practice the right way and don't do anything to hurt your team, to hurt your team with a penalty or something like that could be costly.
Let me ask you, Jerry, Brandon Ayuk, I think he has the talent to be a great wide receiver in this league. He walked off the field yesterday with only 2 targets at 40 yards. What do you attribute that to? Is it the field? Is it the weather? Is it Trey Lance not seeing him? How does Brandon Ayuk walk off a football field with only 2 targets?
Well, guys, look, it's only one football to go around. So
right.
When you got so many weapons like that, it's like, it's like having your own little playground and stuff like that. But it's going to be up to Trey to, make the right decisions. So, there could be so many things to factor into that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they decided to take him away, after he made those big catches and all of that. But everybody got to be involved, and everybody have to be on the same page. And I think Trey has the ability, to get the ball in the hands of his playmakers. But it just got to happen.
Yeah, when you see the playing field the way it was before the game and how the rain was coming down, obviously both teams played in the same settings. But as a former player, what did you think about the playing conditions, and how would that adjust how you or maybe Bill or whoever was calling plays call plays?
Well, I think in a scenario like that, it changes the whole game. plan, because when you see rain like that, you think about running the ball. I mean, if you went into that game and you thought that the ball was going to be in the air the majority of the time, the second the rain, comes down, it changes that. So, with Mitchell, I'm hoping that, he's okay. He was running the ball pretty well yesterday, but, Chicago, they had to play in the same conditions. So you still find a way to win no matter what. You don't let the elements determine if you're gonna win or lose.
How would you assess Deebo Samuel's game yesterday, Jerry?
I think he showed some flashes, but it's one of those things where I was one of those guys too. It's like when you have a fumble like that or something like that, because I can still go back to a playoff game against the Giants where I was off to the races and I fumbled the ball, and I just felt like we never got the momentum back after turning that ball over. You remember plays like that, but you got to let it go, and you got to continue to get better. But you realize that, hey, look, when I have possession of that ball, I got to protect it.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And how do you move forward from a loss like this? Because this is week one.
Get ready. It's man up and get ready for the next battle. The next battle is not going to be easy. So, it's like you just know that, hey, look, we got a chance to win this football game. The next game coming up, we'll be 1-1, and we'll be right back on track again. You can't dwell, about the loss. You just want to correct the mistakes. And you want to have a good practice week. You want to be focused and get ready for the next team.
All right, Jerry. Well, you go have fun in L.A. We don't want to keep you up. We're sipping Gulf Fuel right now to get us through this morning. We're devastated right now. The Niner fans are devastated, but I think they wanted to hear from you. Look, they got to show up because Seattle's coming. It's a divisional game. We know how tough divisional games are. It does not get easier in the NFL.
Jerry?
So what now?
Are you going to be at that game? Because I saw you at your son's game over the weekend. Ronnie Lott were on the sidelines together. I seen Emmitt Smith out there.
Of course I'm going to be at that game.
Home opener, baby. Home opener.
Hey, I got to Lincoln Riley looked good.
What time it is, man?
Yeah. What about USC? They look pretty good over the weekend.
You know what? Yeah, they're 2-0 right now. I think Lincoln Riley. I think the players are bought into what he's throwing out there, and they're playing. They're playing their butts off, and but it's only going to get harder, and they're going to have to stay focused.
Yeah. His son's on the team. That's why I referenced it right there. Jerry's son's playing for USC right now. Right, Thank you, Jerry, for joining us.
Smith's son. You got another one over Emmitt Smith too. By the way,
you did.
Yeah. He's always telling me. My son is always telling me that, hey, Dad, I'm 6'3", I'm bigger, I'm faster, and I hear that all the time.
But he ain't better. Come on, you're the
he ain't no Jerry though. He's not you.
I'm telling you, he's bigger and he's faster, and he's only going to get better. But it's hard keeping these guys' head level.
Jerry,
anything about all of these NILs and all of that stuff it's crazy.
Yeah. Jerry, all you have to do is show him the back of your football card.
Yeah, exactly.
That would humble your son real quick.
Say,
all right,
there's this thing called YouTube. And go look at my highlights.
Go look at my 50-plus yard touchdowns on YouTube. That's about 7 minutes long. All right.
Hey guys, hey, one more thing, guys. Yeah. I'm doing Prime Video, which is important because I did this commercial with Deion Sanders and Barry Sanders.
Oh,
think about this, man. This is crazy because it's like you have to be a member of Prime Video, but you get deals, you get discounts, exclusive experiences, digital entertainment, all of that. And you get this Thursday, I'll be in LA for the Chargers and Chiefs game. And I'm basically going to be there as for the watch party. But these fans get a chance to get up and close. They get a chance to get inside my head, as I watch the football game and stuff like that. So you can go to Amazon.com /Prime, and you get a 30-day trial. And
I like that.
It's the best time to join right now, buddy, okay?
No doubt. And that's a big-time game Thursday night between the Chargers and the Chiefs. The AFC West shootout is on the horizon. Jerry, thanks so much, man. Safe travels back to the Bay Area
Jerry.
when you leave L.A.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me. Okay.
All right, Jerry was brought to you by BART, celebrating 50 years of service. Get 50% off all published BART fares in September using Clipper.
You know, listening to Jerry Rice, you asked him about Debo's performance. He referenced a fumble that he had in a New York Giant playoff game that he believes zapped all the momentum and caused them, obviously there were other factors, caused them to lose. He was very disappointed with the Debo fumble.
No doubt. No doubt. We all were. I'm telling you, Shasky, and momentum is I keep going back to that M word, but a game can change in the first quarter, second
100%.
quarter, third quarter, fourth
100%.
quarter. You get off to a 7-0 lead, the Bears know, oh, man, we got to start passing the ball. Oh, man, they just hit us in the mouth. All of a sudden, Trey's feeling good. All of a sudden, Debo's feeling good. Niner fans, I'm telling you, Shasky, at kickoff, Niner fans were humming inside of Soldier Field. I walked in here to 670 to score in Chicago, right? And the first thing they told me, they was like, man, Niner fans travel deep, man. You guys were making noise. You guys were respectful, but you guys were making noise. And I didn't even talk about Wrigley Field on Saturday with all the Giants fans and Niner fans. You had all the jerseys out there. And when Debo fumbled, it just made me go back to the offseason. And it made me go back to training camp. And everything you said about training camp, not getting separation. And I just said, man, this bet not be about. The Niners need Debo Samuel to be the Debo Samuel of 2021, and that was just a rough start to the football game.
Before the game even started, when they showed the field, all Cam Inman, JD, 95.7 The Game was tweeting it out. I'm like, oh God, the field is way worse than I anticipated. I mean, it looked like a slip and slide. It looked horrific. And then they're saying, oh, they squeegeed a lot of it out. And then like 3 plays in, I'm thinking, Jesus, look, guys can't even get their footing. This is going to be really ugly. And I assumed it to be ugly, but it looked uglier. But when I looked at the inactives and I saw that TDP wasn't suiting up, I'm like, why? This is a run game. What are we doing? Why are we not running right here?
Well, it also made me think, damn, you don't play TDP. Well, man, maybe you could have drafted me a center.
I know.
Maybe you could have got me a guard. And that's the thing. Lincoln Thomason, and I know I went at Kyle Batson about it. He's like, if you franchise Lincoln Thomason, he becomes a top 5 paid offensive lineman. Well, I don't give a damn. What I care about is protect number 5, all right? Protect number 5. And then number 2, the Alex Mack situation. Did they know he was going to retire?
I don't know.
Because that lingered into July, and all of a sudden he's like, yeah, I'm not coming back. Because you don't draft a center. And the interior offensive line,
as bad as center looks right now, I mean, look, it's hard for me to ignore. You took Javon Kinlaw before Justin Jefferson was taken off the board.
Oh, my gosh.
Justin Jefferson looks like the best playmaker in the game right now.
He looks amazing.
I mean, Devontae, I think, is the number 1 wide receiver, but Justin Jefferson's right there with him.
Justin Jefferson looked amazing yesterday.
Amazing. You took Ayuk and Kinlaw, and it's like, maybe you took, Justin Jefferson and took a lineman or something like that. You take Aaron Banks, and he looks terrible. Terrible. Some of their decisions in the draft are as well as who to not pay. It's very frustrating. And the other thing is, when you pay the quarterback rookie salary, you expect to be able to spread the money out to the rest of the roster. Yet it feels like, because of the Jimmy thing lingering as long as it did, even though people say there's no correlation, the Laken Tomlinson move is one that still doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. He should have been a 1-year guy. Franchise tag him. If somebody trades for him, great, you get compensation back. If not, keep him in tow.
And you always talk about loyalty with the 49ers. Laken Tomlinson was a damn good 49er.
He started so many games in a row.
It's one of the most underrated trades they've made.
Yeah,
they traded him, get him from Detroit, a former first-round pick, and he became a very serviceable left guard. So they're going to miss Laken Tomlinson a lot. And we saw it yesterday. And the Chicago Bears didn't even blitz.
No.
That's the worst thing about it. No. They brought 4, dropped 7, and said, we're going to play 7 dudes in coverage, snuff your passing game, and we're going to get to the quarterback with our front 4.
Yeah.
That's a man. I'm looking forward to the schedule, and I'm thinking, boy, this may be a long one for this offensive line. And you can't tell me that, hey, Shanahan can scheme around the offensive line. Well, it didn't work yesterday.
Yeah.
It didn't work yesterday.
And getting back to the quarterback, there were about 3 or 4 throws where I'm like, wow, Jimmy just can't do that. And then there were about 4 or 5 throws underneath that I'm like, Jimmy probably hits those. Like, if I'm just being honest.
That never crossed my mind yesterday, Saskia. I'm not even going to lie to you.
There was a lot of short ones that were pretty ugly.
I'm not going to lie to you. There were some short ones that were ugly. But, I'm looking at Jimmy on the sideline. I'm thinking, Trey's the guy for this team. Trey's the guy. Now let's run the plays and make Trey look explosive. Let's do something here.
Oh my
the
God.
playbook got really vanilla here, so let's go. What happened?
We're going to hit up these text lines, right? We're going to hit up the phone line. My dad texted me, and it's funny. I'm watching that Viking game, and I said, man, who's this Jefferson guy destroying the Green Bay Packers? This is my dad now. And then I check. Oh, no, he's not available on fantasy. He's actually on my fantasy team. Great job, Dad. Way to be tapped in on fantasy football. And he won it all a couple years ago.
Yeah. I tell you how it speaks volumes about your league. It just you just basically expose your league for being fraudulent.
Let's go out to Jay in San Jose.
Yeah. Oh, hold on, real quick before we get to Jay in San Jose. Yeah, I know you want to something quick. I just honestly, I want to do this before we sign off today.
Yeah.
Shout out to everybody out here in Chicago who made the trip to Chicago to watch the Giants and Niners game, because we went to Sluggers after the game. And let me tell you, Shasky, so many people showed so much love to the morning roast. It really humbled me. It flattered me. It got me a bit emotional. Everybody's saying, man, we wake up with you guys. We don't even live in the Bay Area. We have the Odyssey app. We wake up with you. After the game yesterday, I'm running to people in the monsoon. We're walking from Soldier Field. We're getting dumped on. And people are like, hey, Bonte, we'll be tapped into you and Shasky tomorrow at 6 a.m. We cannot wait. So I just want to show the appreciation that I have for everybody out there who listens to us, man. It really was humbling, Shasky. It was flattering.
Right now we've got 500 people watching us live on YouTube. It's been in and out above 500 all day, and I just the support that we get for this station is unbelievable. And
it is.
You can go search out any content. If you missed the Jerry Rice interview, that'll be on YouTube as well, or the Odyssey app. Without you guys, we don't have a station.
No doubt about that. Let's go to Jay in San Jose. Jay, what's happening?
Well, what's going on, fellas? Great show this morning.
Thank you.
Look. I know everybody had a lot of great points. I'll say this about Trey. There was more plays that Trey made, I think, that Jimmy wouldn't be able to make. And at the end of the day, I think that's what you're looking for, right?
Agreed.
If Jimmy was in there, there's scrambles that Trey made on third, second down that Jimmy's getting sacked, and I know that for a fact. So I look at it as Trey made a lot of plays that Jimmy wouldn't have made, and there's the overthrow. I've seen Jimmy make that overthrow plenty of times. And another factor I think that no one's looking at, I'm not saying any excuse for Shanahan, but you've lost 2 offensive assistants in back-to-back years. Mike McDonald's the head coach for a reason.
Yeah.
Prefers the offensive coach.
Hey, they look good in Miami.
Well, and Jay, Baldy's been all over that. He said Mike McDaniel's a big loss for the 49ers. And you just wonder how big of a loss is it?
Yeah.
Baldy's been all over that one. That's a good call.
Absolutely. So, those are facts, right? It's not me making excuses. Those are things that have to be factored in. And Shanahan is going to take a game, maybe 2 games, to have somebody else in his ear to kind of figure out what direction he really wants to go.
Yeah, that's a good call. That's a really good call. Let's go out to Rick in Stockton. Rick, step right up.
Hey. Everybody played in the rain, man. I played in the rain, man. I don't want to hear nothing about the rain.
Nope.
I don't want to hear nothing about Jimmy. Like the last caller said, he would have been sacked at least 6 or 7 times, man. He did his thing. He did. He looked promising. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not mad at Trey. I'm mad at these 5th-round undrafted linebackers that only can tackle, but they can't tackle. They can't cover because they got burnt in coverage, and Hufanga had to, same way like Jimmy Ward did last year in the Green Bay game. He had to look underneath to save these linebackers that can't cover and get beat deep. That's the reason why we lost, because the linebackers can't cover, and they not tackling. I liked it when they were tackling and couldn't cover, but now they can't cover and they can't tackle because they're not talented. They're getting drafted in the 5th and undrafted. I don't like that, man. And I don't know who's there to help Shanahan see what the defenses are trying to do to him. I'm tired of our offense being basically trash. Like, they get the possessions over and over, but they can't make nothing out of the possessions, like y'all said.
No doubt, Rick. Hey, thanks for the call, Rick. Look, Antonio, real quick, 30 seconds in, we got the flex. Antonio, what's happening? End the show, baby. Strong. End the show strong, Antonio.
Man, we freaking lost to that terrible team, man. This felt like the Warriors losing to the Orlando Magic or something, man, because we got Super Bowl aspirations and stuff, man. Lance, that overthrow, that could have been a touchdown, and then he threw 2 picks. Drake, we got off the field, and then, Greenlaw and stupid penalties. It don't make no damn sense, man. I'm just disgusted with this. And, we can say it's one game and all, but at the same time, man, it doesn't matter if Lance is in his second year, third year, whatever. It counts as a loss. It's 0-1. It's not 0 and your quarterback is young. It counts in the loss column, and I hate losses like this because I thought we were going to win by a couple touchdowns.
Yeah, a lot of people
Everyone
did, Antonio.
Me,
a lot of people,
me included.
A lot of people.
I got
did.
a lot of egg on my face. Let's flex.
Dude. Bear fans, maybe the softest fan base in all sports. Those jokers didn't say a word to me for the first 2.5 quarters. The first 2.5 quarters, we're the Bears. We suck. We're not going to be any good. You guys should beat it. It was all la. Can you please sit down, please? And I'm like, no, I'm not sitting down. My team's on the field. Yeah. They're flying around the football, hitting people. I'm fired up. It's week 1. Those jokers started talking a lot of mess as soon as they got little points on the board. They got a first down. Oh, yeah, we finally got a first down. Woohoo. Bear fans, you're soft. I was very disappointed in the monsters of the Midway. Their fan base is soft. So soft. They started talking. Now they got these little smirks like, you guys lost to us. They know they're weak, Shasky. That's what's so frustrating. Bears fans know the Bears are weak.
The flex of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
All right, what a show, man. This one flew by. I was looking forward to this one. I can't wait to be back in the Bay tomorrow, live in studio, as we continue to break this game down. Brian Baldinger tomorrow at 7:30. But don't go anywhere, because 95.7 The Game is going to have full coverage of the 49ers losing their season opener. And Mayday, man. A lot of people freaking out about this one. I wouldn't freak out too much about it. But, man, they got to look in the mirror here. They got to clean up the penalties. Got to tackle. Tackle, folks. Tackle. All right, who we got in here? Change them. Willard's back in the Bay.
We got Willard.
Willard and I are on the same flight to Chicago. Yep. We're on the same flight. Yep. Saw Willard at Wrigley Field. Now, Willard
Who has better seats?
Willard was sitting prime time at Wrigley Field.
Yeah, but
he was right behind the net.
Yeah, but you were 100 level for Soldier Field.
Tickets?
I was 200 level. No, Farhan did not get me tickets. No, he did not.
Hey,
by the way, Farhan, where are my tickets? By the way, where are my tickets?
It's on a garlic fries, nice guys. Or whatever that thing's called.
No, but you were 100 level yesterday for Soldier. Were you under the overhang?
Of course,
yes.
Okay,
yeah,
so you know what? I don't even want to talk to you about the experience yesterday.
Did you go plastic coat?
Plastic coat, and not only for the game, but for the 45-minute walk from Soldier Field back to downtown to the Witt Hotel where we were staying. I'm telling you, I've never seen rain like this in my life, where it was that hard for that long.
Really?
My bag is still filled with wet clothes, and it's been airing out all night.
Was it worse than the 2018 Nick Mullins game at Levi's?
Well, I wasn't there for that.
Okay, because you were there, and I thought that was the worst game I've ever been to.
I do want people.
Remember that one when they beat Russ?
The Colts was bad too.
Colts was horrible.
Yeah, that was bad. But
I stayed home for that one.
I want people to know, just for
how bad was it?
I want you to know one fact. We can and we will talk about all the things that got messed up yesterday. But do understand that whoever led that game at the 12-minute mark, it was over.
It was over.
I don't know if this came through on television.
Oh, yeah. They changed from white stripes to black stripes.
I'm telling you,
Did you see that?
This was so hard and so intense. Thank you, weather.com, for telling me that there might be light rain in the fourth quarter. How about a big middle finger to you? Whoever led, Bonte back me, whoever led at 10 minutes, sucker was a wrap. You could not function. Dude. You could not function. No, if you needed your buddy to get to the bathroom and back, it was a question mark.
And Mark, you're spot on, too, because the walk out of Soldier Field after that loss, you're trying to figure out how to get to the subway, how to get an Uber. It's packed. You're getting dumped on. My pants are completely sucked, and I'm like, we lost to the weak. Our Niners lost to the weak-ass Bears, and you're walking into no man's land out there in Millennial Park. It was nasty. It was really, really nasty.
So let's make sweeping proclamations about the quarterback then moving forward.
Oh, I'm not even I'm not doing that. Trey Lance is the quarterback of this football team. Right. Trey Lance, by halftime, I was thrilled and excited. He had missed Tyler Kroft, and outside of that, I thought he played a really good first half, and the fact that they hadn't taken advantage of opportunities was not on him. You had a red zone fumble, right? You had things that were not necessarily on him.
McClinchy blew the pass protection on the third down after the Hufanga interception.
At halftime, let me tell you something, and Bonta, you backed me on this too. you, the arc of a Bears fan's emotions yesterday was hysterical because it went like this. Everybody knew it was a Bay Area takeover of Chicago.
Yep.
So they were super hosts the whole weekend. Everybody's super, super nice. And then the vibe on the way into the stadium is they're like, so you're going to kick our butts today. Like, yay, week one, but boy, you're going to kick the heck out of us. Yeah. And then they're watching the first half, and it went from nice to drunk and angry. Justin Fields sucks. We're going to shove you at halftime. Get out of my way. I need more beer. And then the minute the Dante Pettis thing happened,
God, Pettis.
It flipped and changed to, this was at least like, we'll get loud and have our moment. It's probably just going to be our moment. And then when they took the lead, then it got angry. Then it got cocky. It got cocky and angry real fast.
We're not going to bury Trey Lance today because I don't think he deserves burying. But Kyle Shanahan right now could write an autobiography. It should be called "How to Blow a 10-Point Lead." Because seriously, I mean, when I think of Kyle Shanahan, I think of 10-point leads just absolutely pissed away. It's multiple opportunities. 10-point lead. 8 minutes left in the third quarter. I think I wrote it down. Yeah. And Trey Lance, it was 7 of 12 for 114, and the Niners were up 10-0. Well, he had played all right, and then it was a monsoon, and then when the Niners needed to throw the ball, it was the worst weather of all time.
Yeah, you're down 9 points. The game, it was over.
The thing for me, and I understood where he was coming from, and I'm very, very conservative. I even texted Kyle Matson. I'm like, 10-0 does feel like 21-0 in this rain.
Oh, man.
They get the stop, but Greenlaw gets the face mask. No, they get the stop. They're going to get the ball back. Very next play, Gibson jumps the route. It looks like he's going to get an interception. He doesn't get that. 2 plays later is the Pettis touchdown. But I go back because I'm like, God, I know they got the field goal on there. The first and second down call from the 6 or whatever it was, the 5-yard line where they ran Jeff Wilson twice. Bonte says they blew a block with Jennings.
Jawan Jennings blew the block there on a second down.
And then Trey Lance drops back. There's nowhere to go. He takes a sack. They kick a field goal.
He cannot take that sack either there.
Can they move him out?
Yeah, but Larry, they're inside the 5-yard line. I don't think a sack kills you. The first and second down play kills you.
The sack on the punt was killed.
But it was a lack of decisiveness there.
Yeah. There was nobody there. There was nobody was there.
I do feel this is one thing I feel, and I'll wonder how this will evolve throughout the season because it's an embarrassing loss. It's a frustrating loss. It's also week one. If you look around the league, I could count on one hand how many teams actually looked quote unquote good yesterday. There was a whole lot of mess, and the Niners were a mess inside of a mess. But here's one thing I do feel, and I know 49ers, you felt it with Jimmy. And the fact that we still feel it with Trey is at least momentarily frustrating, which is that when you're inside the 15-yard line, why does it feel like the 49ers need to get gimmicky in order to get in?
Why were the number one red zone touchdown conversion team last year. Number one.
Which is great, but when you watch Mahomes in the red zone, I know he is, but that's what the 49ers were efforting to do. I'm not saying I'm going to compare this guy to Mahomes yet, but the teams that played well yesterday, Brady and Herbert and Mahomes, and you leave a B-plus quarterback like Jimmy because that's what you're going for, and we're not going to put him up against that yet. But my point is why aren't they just comfortable dropping your quarterback back and looking in the end zone to throw a ball in the end zone?
The other part is those teams,
other teams can do that.
But Mike Evans helps because they didn't do that in New England in 2019.
We got weapons.
Why do you draft Brendan Ayuk? I don't want to hear anything about weapons when we've all said all offseason this is the best weapon Shanahan has had at his disposal. Why do you draft Brendan Ayuk, who's 6'3", 215, and can jump with anybody?
Why
Did we forget him on Sunday Night Football when he jumped over that Philadelphia Eagle? How about throwing him a fade route?
Why does Ayuk finish the game with the same number of targets as Ross Dwelly?
I've been saying the same thing all day, Larry. All day.
And am I the last person who doesn't want? I don't want to see Trey Lance on power runs,
dude.
As he's with no lead blocker. Well, he is your quarterback. I don't care if he's athletic. He's your quarterback. The risk reward makes no sense.
The quarterback sneak I'm okay with. Jimmy did that. Brady does that. But the power runs from 6 yards out on 3rd and 6
with no lead blocker,
and then Croft blows a block and he takes a head on. Then Roquan lands on his shoulder. Yeah, I can't do that. I'm with you.
Well, Larry, Mark, and Shasky, this is why I'm keeping Jimmy Garoppolo around. Because we saw this in Arizona last year when he called all these quarterback runs with Trey. Trey almost got destroyed at the goal line trying to truck Isaiah Simmons and somebody else. This is why I'm keeping Jimmy around, because if you're going to run this type of offense and you're going to have Trey Lance running around, it's just a matter of time before he gets nicked up. It's just a matter of time.
Okay, let's further that question. First of all, and Bonte, like, I get it. There's always context. I try to see the context, but can we have some fun for a second that Bonte Hill in September of 2022 just said, this is why I'm keeping Jimmy around, when for a year and a half you've been trying to get this guy off of the field. So let's hold on. Let's just have a chuckle. Just have a chuckle.
Honest to God, I've gone full spectrum. I've been Team Jimmy. I've been anti-Jimmy. I've been Team Jimmy. It's been polar. Okay. He's a polarizing figure. But listen, dude, this is why you bring him for insurance, because of what Trey Lance went through yesterday running the football, what Kruger's talking about. The 13 carries? How's he your leading rusher? And by the way, the whole bell cow thing, I'm going to get back to that because, Mark, I get what you're saying with the running back value, but outside of Elijah Mitchell, Jeff Wilson Jr. has no more juice. And the fact is, they have no running back who's a threat in the passing game.
Yeah,
but I get a running back who's a threat in the passing game.
I want to see Mason Sunday. I really do. I want to see. I know he was up.
And why did he not play?
No, why wasn't TDP up?
I want to see him start.
That's a great question. So where was TDP? Where was Danny Gray?
Well, Mason,
thank you.
I think what they're thinking is, and this is the same thing, same answer for both questions, is they brought up the guy that also plays on special teams. Mason plays on special teams.
Yep.
It was
Malik Turner.
Malik Turner plays on special teams. That's why. And you're not going deep yesterday. Man, I'm going to keep Danny Gray. What are you going to do?
Well, they did go deep on the Jennings play.
No, I mean deep.
Trey throws the deep
over the top
really well.
Agreed.
Yep.
I think they looked at the weather, and I thought it was kind of like an arrogant play. It was like, you know what, Danny Gray's great. If we're behind, we ain't going to be behind.
We're going to suffocate him.
We're not going to need Danny Gray. But then you got behind, and suddenly you needed Danny Gray. Not that he was going to work.
Yeah, you couldn't move the ball by then.
But the Jeff Wilson Jr. thing's kind of baffled me for. He's fine as a fifth stringer, fourth stringer. They went straight to him, and I was like, oh, they're done. He's not breaking no tackles.
He's got no juice.
I think he's fine in spots. He's always been good at the goal line. He's been a good, guy who can give you a little bit of a push. But, yeah, he's not going to be too dynamic. And, look, they know what we don't know about these rookies, but Mason looked exciting. I'd love to see him at least get some run against Seattle this weekend. But back to Jimmy, because we do have an actual question, and I even have a poll on it that I just put up on my Twitter feed if everybody wants to go vote.
Look at that.
All right, if Dallas calls you today, and they offer a 1.
I'm doing it.
Bonte?
I'm not doing it.
I'm doing it.
I can't believe I'm saying this.
I'm definitely
listen. Listen.
That division.
I would rather have.
That might be the 11th pick overall.
Their season is already. Talk about it. Like the 49ers are not. They're probably going to be in first place by 8 o'clock tonight. The Dallas Cowboys, their season is already on the brink. The other 3 teams all went 1-0, and Cooper Rush is about to take your team through the entire month of September and October. Dak might be back by Thanksgiving. That's your scenario.
Let me get this, Mark. Let me do this. Can I get Zach Martin?
No, they're not.
I'd rather have an offensive lineman than the first-round pick because I still believe the Niners can win now. Can I get a lineman from Dallas?
Probably
can
not
I get a lineman instead of the first-round pick?
Not that one.
I mean, they're starting a guy that's they were going to project for 2 years out at left tackle. Let me ask you guys this one from
Michigan. But Dallas hold on, real quick. On the O-line.
But Dallas is not going to do that. I think Jerry Jones wants to tank. I think he wants to blow out McCarthy, which is a terrible hire from day number 1. And I think he's going to set up everything. He's going to set up everything for Sean Payton to take over that franchise and start to build from there. I don't think Dallas is any good. And Jerry knows it. Jerry's hinted at that in training camp that, I don't know about this team. What was he doing? 1 + 1 = 3?
But you want to tank after week, unless that was the plan before week 1.
It's not tanking.
The NFC South.
They were supposed to be potentially, it's them and the Eagles.
Yeah, the East.
Right?
They realize they're not that good. CeeDee Lamb's now a wide receiver 1. He's not ready for that.
Yeah, but you're
ready for that.
I don't think a good quarterback. I think he is.
Take the 1, right?
You
got to take the 1.
I guess I'm not going to say no to the 1. I'm not going to say no to the 1.
Who was the most disappointing player
But listen, guys, here's where I'm at. How does that help you now? I need help now.
Who?
I need help on the offensive line. Yes, they need help now.
Well, of course, but no one's giving up. No one's giving up offensive linemen right now. The whole league is offensive depreciated.
I'm just saying. It's worth the conversation.
I get that. yesterday, who was the most disappointing 49er?
I mean,
Dre Greenlaw.
Dre Greenlaw. How about Aziz?
Yeah, Aziz with the horrible penalty.
Here's the thing about Greenlaw and Aziz. They made several studly plays against the run, but they both were so undisciplined.
Wrap up.
You cannot detonate on the quarterback when he gives himself up. Aziz had a nightmarish play. Greenlaw had 3. First of all, the first personal foul on the sideline was such a bad
It's
call.
such a ticky-tacky play. He's sliding.
These guys are not, Olympic gymnasts. I mean, my God, you're 250 pounds. You're running full speed on a wet field.
Yes.
He tried to avoid Fields. He jumped around him. I mean, that you cannot throw the flag on that. I mean, the body control that the refs expect out of these 250-pound football players is crazy.
The refs were bad, but the 49ers were worse.
Agreed.
In what they asked the refs to do, right? Like, I'm going to bring the refs into the conversation if you had 7 penalties, and 3 or 4 of them were bad.
They had 12.
Yeah, no, the Niners lack discipline. And it's on Shanahan. It's on Shanahan and it's on D'Amico. I hate to say it because I like both those guys.
But also, like Larry just said, the Dre Greenlaw play on the sideline, the Brendan Ayuk push-off was phantom, the Al-Shire play, what are you going to do?
Yeah, they had 3 pre-snaps.
But they also had I swear to God, I saw the back judge story from the goalpost, a defensive holding caller, Javon
That
Kinlaw,
one was weird.
And on that play,
I was in that end zone. I was in that end zone. I'm like, wait, what? Like
on that play, Kinlaw was double teamed.
Yeah.
So where's the hold at? Like, how does he see Kinlaw holding when he's getting double teamed? I don't know.
There were weird calls, but there were too many of them to all be wrong. Like that, to me, if there's one lead story, I know it's not the one that sells because it doesn't involve Trey Lance and it doesn't involve Kyle Shanahan. I guess maybe by extension it could involve Kyle Shanahan. Is you were sloppy. You were not buttoned up. You have got to be buttoned up in this league. Watch the way Tom Brady plays football on Sunday night. Button it up.
And even they have the other thing with the Bears don't have weapons, but you have to make tackles
in open field.
Yeah.
Ebukam lost contained. Drake Jackson lost contained. They missed. I don't know how many missed tackles, but they missed at least, I would say, 10 tackles.
Greenlaw had 3 in the first half.
Mosley had a couple.
Yep.
I mean, they had too many missed tackles, too many penalties, too sloppy. I guarantee you, the low hanging fruit fan is going to be Trey sucks. Trey sucks. Trey ain't the reason you lost yesterday.
No,
that's true.
But how about this though? Offensive line. I'm telling you, this offensive line could wreck the season.
Of course.
You have average starting field position at the 40-yard line in the first half, and then the Bears basically said, you know what? We don't even have to blitz to get to Trey Lance. We're going to bring 4.
And they lost
really,
the run
you couldn't name, outside of Robert Quinn, you couldn't name a Bears defensive lineman. A casual fan couldn't name a Bears defensive lineman outside of Robert Quinn, but a casual's not going to name them. They basically dropped 7 and said, we'll get to Trey Lance with just 4.
Get used to it. Get used to it because that's the game plan to beat Trey.
Yes.
Is make him be a quarterback, make him be accurate, drop 7, maybe even rush 3 and drop 8, and make him be accurate. And yesterday, he really wasn't accurate.
They don't even have to blitz to get to him, though, Larry. That's a problem.
But that's
a problem.
Yeah, it is. The other thing is that I thought that their defensive line just wasn't as potent as we expected them to be against a rookie offensive line for the Bears. I love Bosa. I'm the first to congratulate him every week. I thought he had a very subpar Bosa game yesterday.
It was an average game.
They had 3 hits on the quarterback.
Not enough.
Against one of the worst lines in football.
Thank you.
And he moves really well. It might be the only thing he does well.
Right.
I'm going to give defensive linemen, especially in slop, like catching Justin Fields is not easy.
I agree.
He is an athletic freak with the way he moves.
He was sacked 36 times last year.
I understand that, but he does have a presence this year that he didn't have last year, just the way he moves around the field.
I'm with you there.
Right?
Like, he looks better.
I'll give the 49ers that, but I'll agree with you guys that the line play, I mean, they were very, very good at stopping the run. Bosa's quote for me after the game was the real one. You keep giving 15-yard penalties to a team that can't move the ball.
Right.
That's huge. Like
on third down,
the whole stadium
3
do
times.
it. You couldn't move the ball.
Yeah,
couldn't get off the field. It was 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. And the only way they were going to stay on the field is if you helped them.
And I think the one thing that no one brings up, they could have had at least one more field goal attempt in the first half, but that crazy towel rule that I didn't even know was a rule, they get pushed back. The Bears do.
Right.
Like, let's not pretend like the Niners defense was suffocating. They had moments.
Not only that, Joe, look at the last touchdown. Khalil Herbert, if the Niners keep him out there, that's a 1-score game still. he waltzed in untouched.
Thank you.
Yep.
From like the 4.
Yes.
Yep, from the 4.
I mean,
on a simple trap play.
The Niner defense, tremendous first half, overpowering.
Yes.
The secondary, to me, the big takeaway in this game is that between Charvarius and Hufanga, and you get Jimmy Ward back, that secondary could be awesome.
Yes.
But the defense let them down. Niners defense no-showed that second half.
I totally agree.
Drake Greenlaw was just, Drake Greenlaw, Al-Shire, I was not impressed with them yesterday.
Even Ward had a hold, a ticky-tacky hold.
That was a terrible call.
That was the only one I got. I got into an argument with a Bears fan on that one. I don't do that. I don't do that. But the big screen is over my left shoulder. I turn around and watch the highlight. I go, what the hell is that? And some Midwesterner goes, it's a hole. That's what it is. I said, no, it's not. Watch football. That is not a hole. It was so ticky-tack.
Locked him up, not the other way around. Locked him up, and they barely were. It was just so bad. And it's an automatic first on a 3rd and 11.
I know. Well, Moose Johnson hit at this early. Moose Johnson brought it up very early in that football game because, boy, referees are calling this one tight.
Yeah.
I guess this is the way it's going to be. Yeah. They're going to call it tight. And the Niners were not. They're on the opposite end, the wrong end of a lot of those calls.
Well, the Bears had no penalties in the second half. None.
Clean football.
That sounds like a Cook County type deal right there.
I've got the 49ers offensive line pass block win rate.
Is this
numbers.
the PFF or whatever?
No. This is just their straight up stat.
What was it?
Their pass block win rate.
McGlinchey's was not good.
Who do you think?
You think?
Of the 5 starters, who do you think had the best game? This is just pass blocking.
I think Brendel.
Spencer Burford.
I'm going to go Brendel.
I'm going to say Burford.
Bonte and Larry, you're right. It is Spencer Burford, who was 96.2%, which was 15th best among all guards. This is across the entire NFL.
And what was Banks?
Banks was 80.8%. That is 55th out of 61. So that is not a good game.
That's not good. And Trent Williams was bad
yesterday. Trent Williams was not great. He was 88.5. That is 36th out of 61 tackles.
See, he's got to be better.
Jake Brendel, 92%. That is 20th out of 30 centers. He was
all right.
20th out of 30 centers.
Where's McGlinchey?
20 out of 30? That's not good.
McGlinchey.
No, but I thought he was like 50s.
84.6 for McGlinchey. That is 41st out of 61 guards. So if you want to look at basically, out of tackles. Yeah. So if you want to basically rank them, your best offensive lineman was Burford. Your next best offensive lineman was probably is kind of a push between Brendel and Trent Williams. And then as far as bad, McGlinchey was bad and Banks was worse.
Well,
and that's just pass blocking.
The rookie Dominic Robinson, he owned McGlinchey on at least 5 or 6 keys.
The edge rusher? Agreed.
The second possession for the Niners offensively, Hufanga gets the interception. Niners are inside the 35-yard line. Of course, Trey Lance misses Croft. 3rd down, McGlinchey in less than a second. Dominic Williams is in the backfield, and he just takes Trey Lance down with one arm. McGlinchey has not improved. He's gotten worse and worse and worse. He's put on weight. He's lost weight. I don't know what's going on with Mike McGlinchey.
I don't think he's healthy. I don't think he's 100% healthy. You watch him in practice.
I agree.
He's laboring. He seems like he's got multiple injuries. He looks like an old, whatever age he is, older. He looks like an older player.
Well, so this is the one thing I was texting Bonte last night. They moved off Trent Brown. Okay, Trent doesn't fit your scheme, whatever. I like Trent Brown. And now we can argue till we're blue in the face whether he's a fit, whatever. They draft this guy 10th overall, and then they move up to go get Banks, obviously, in the draft. He's a 2nd-round pick. It's not looking good. You don't spend draft capital on 2 running backs, Sermon, who's not here in the middle of rounds, and TDP, who doesn't even play yesterday. And I'm looking at that O-line. I'm like, oh, my God. This is how you set your rookie up for failure.
Yeah. I mean, back in the day, they had McKittrick. They didn't even have to invest high picks in O-linemen. Now they are, and they're swinging and missing. How about Garnett?
I mean, Garnett was a huge whiff, and I liked him.
That was terrible.
I liked him coming out of Stanford.
I remember when that pick happened. Larry, I think I did the post-draft show with Ryan Covey back in the day after you guys, and I was like, I can't believe they took Joshua Garnett. This is a terrible pick.
But they had
he was out of the league in like 2 years.
But Stanford had, to defend him, DeCastro was a baller, so they had guys coming out of the Stanford program.
That's one guy. There's a lot of Stanford guys who whiffed in the league.
John Martin.
There's a lot of Stafford guys who didn't pan out.
Another high pick.
Yeah, Quinn Harris.
There's a lot of Stafford guys who didn't pan out in the league.
I made the comparison a couple months ago when we were talking a lot of Giants baseball and the bullpen.
Wilmer Flores?
Well, how about
deal?
that? But
that's a good move.
The bullpen in baseball and an offensive line in football are very, very similar in the way we approach them.
I like the
They are season ruiners if they're not buttoned up, but we don't want to think about them and talk about them, and we don't really know who's there. Like, whatever, just don't be the story.
Agreed.
But you are the heartbeat. You're the under the covers heartbeat of a team. And in this moment, it's week 1, but I'm scratching my head on both of these teams for what feels like not addressing what were middle of the road groups. That's how for me. That's the takeaway of the Giants season.
Bye, Dom Leone.
Right? I mean, now you're releasing people.
That guy. He's gone, B.
That was your 8th inning guy 2 months ago.
It was a gas can this year.
I barely paid attention to Wrigley Field. I paid attention to like 3 innings at Wrigley Field.
On your walk out of Soldier Field, what percentage would you have given that Giants game of even happening last night?
I know.
How did that happen? I mean,
you didn't watch Longoria strike out like me?
I was on a plane, but I mean,
commercial in between the
How did the Giants play baseball last night?
Unbelievable.
I don't know.
I can't even speak to you about this rain. I cannot.
The rain was.
I cannot explain to you what Chicago was like yesterday, and to think that they played a baseball game 3 hours later, bananas. Absolutely bananas.
I was blown away at the giant turnout at both the Milwaukee and Cubs games. I know a lot of people made the excuse to go for the Niners, but hey, the Giants got some runoff there.
Wrigley was fun Saturday.
Yeah, Wrigley was fun.
Wrigley was all lit up.
Dude, it was my first time there. It was a party there.
Wrigley
It was an enjoy Bart hits the home run. I'm like, all right, here we go.
3/4 of the way up.
Yeah.
Man,
is Joey Bart maybe good enough to not hit 9th?
Dude. Thank you. I mean, if I watch Yastrzemski bat third, I'm going to shoot myself.
No,
it's
they
the worst.
moved him up to 7th yesterday,
should we start calling Yaz Kapler? I mean, what's going on?
Yaz is about to get an extension too. I mean, Joey Bart batted 7th yesterday, so we're making progress here, folks.
If Yaz gets an extension, I mean, that's just so wrong on so many levels.
We had so much. Wrigley Field, my buddies and I, we had a home run pool.
Oh.
So, you got to put like a Giants-Cubs game in September where everybody's in 3rd and 4th place. It's like, let's have some fun. So we did a draft.
Oh, okay.
And we did a home run pool. Like, everybody throw 20 in.
I like this.
And who's going to hit? Now, the first 4 names that go off the board, nobody homers. One of my buddies is late to the game. I had the 5th pick out of 6 guys or whatever it was, 6th pick out of 7 guys. So 5 guys are already gone.
Mark and I had a wager, by the way, that was very similar to this.
Yeah, but this is just for one game, right? So I get the last pick of the people who are present, and essentially the only 2. I'm not going to take Luis Gonzalez and
he's got 4 homers this year.
Right, it was either do I take VR or do I take Bart?
Ooh, he's on fire.
And it was VR or Bart. Those were my choices.
No Padlo, no Papierski?
No Papierski. I ate one of those after the game, delicious. But anyway, I went with VR. And then Bart,
that's a good call.
Bart was left for the guy that had no choice.
And he didn't take him.
No, it was just like, you get Bart.
Oh, okay.
Like we texted him. It's like, you want Bart or Luis Gonzalez? He's like, I'll take Bart.
Right.
He gets to the seat like about 5 minutes before Bart almost hits the scoreboard. But then in the 8th inning, it's like, you win the pool unless VR homers right here. And the young man did. I mean, we were having such a blast with this. So those 2 guys, I mean, they're bright spots now.
Did anybody watch 1 inning of last night's Giants game?
Absolutely not.
I did.
No,
when it went to commercial,
I admire you.
Yeah, it went to commercial, and I'm lying in bed. My wife goes, "Turn the TV off." I go, "I'm going to see what the Giants are doing just in time to watch Longo strike out."
Why?
I have to admit,
I didn't watch one pitch.
I'm addicted.
I woke up on the plane and sent 2 texts to my girl. I said, "Did Tampa finish off Dallas?" She goes, "Yep." I go, "Oh, by the way, did the Giants win?" She's like, "Yep, 4-2." I'm like, "Okay, that's fine."
Of course they won. Now that they're done.
Exactly.
The Giants won the weekend in Chicago. Good job, guys.
It's like garbage time. It's like somebody on the Kings bench going for 20 in the 4th.
Bucks went to commercial. I've started rewatching the Bears-Niners. So I would just pause the game, go to Bucks-Cowboys, pause the game, watch the Niners-Bears. So,
hey, Bonte, I've been meaning to ask you this question. You cut that video last night. There was those 2 guys in orange. What did they say at the end of that video? Because those guys were walking away, and I thought they were either like knew you or said something. Because it sounded like it was probably funny.
No, they were Bears fans, and they were like, hey, what's going on here? There's a few Bear fans out there. They were looking at me like, who is the psychopath cutting a WWE promo in the rain at Soldier Field? And so I think they said something like, hey, man, go Bears or something like that. They were friendly. No, I don't remember. I was at that point, I was steamed, and I was walking out of there with the nail.
Did you see the video? So his girl Anna posted the video of him furious at the end of that game. That, to me, was the best video. And before we get out of here, this segment brought to you by Innova International Inc.
We were supposed to do that going out to break, Shasky. All right, but
it's good. Now you don't have to.
Good job.
They got their money's worth. They really got their money's worth.
Thank you. But no, Kruger, the worst part was the Niners with 6 minutes left, down 9, and they're huddling up, and I'm watching the play clock go from 9 to 7, and I'm jumping up in my seat like, come on, let's go.
Bonte, but you know, 10-minute mark.
Still.
Whoever led, it was over. I'm telling you, there was no moving the ball. I would have loved for them to get a touchdown, get the onside kick, and have Robbie Gould try to win that game 20-19. The ball would have gone 4 yards. It was a total pool. They were playing in a swimming pool.
They could not have come back if the Bears had left the field.
I mean,
that's how sloppy it was right
there.
Dude,
they got sloppy.
Juszczyk dropped the pass. It looked like he just handed it to him.
And he just dropped it.
Tonight, I need this to happen. Dear God, please, Russell Wilson, beat the Seahawks. I need this in my life. Please, Jesus.
You know what? I lost the survivor pool going with the Titans against the G-Men.
Yeah. Did you really take that? Touch that game.
Survivor pool.
Shout out to those of us who took the Ravens.
How do you not take the Ravens? How do you take the Titans with no wide receivers?
Niners pickers, Titans pickers, Colts
they were
pickers.
Big too.
Lost.
Saquon Barkley looked good.
Yeah, he did. Great.
He did.
How about the 2-point conversion?
Hey, and you remember, so go back to our conversation last week. We're having fun about, pick the 4 teams that are going to make the playoffs who didn't last year.
Right.
And who's out. Like, how much have your perceptions changed after one day of football?
Well, Aaron Rodgers is going to retire this week.
One day of football.
Today is the number one. This should be the overreaction day of the sports calendar.
The NFC West.
Monday.
NFC West supposed to be a great division. Does not have a win yet.
Right.
NFC East, which is supposed to be an awful division, went 3-1, and the only team that lost played the greatest of all time and had their quarterback break a thumb.
Yeah.
I mean, the New York Giants win a football game.
Danny Dimes look good.
There's already been a tie. The Patriots have a
TJ Watt out for the year.
Trubisky has fans, though. Mitch Trubisky, the return of Trubisky.
Super Bowl hangover on point, 4 picks, like everything. The Vikings, Justin Jefferson's the greatest receiver that's ever happened.
Devontae is. Justin's right there. Devontae is unguardable.
How did Green Bay trade him?
I'll take Jefferson right now. Jefferson.
I know, but Devontae is unguardable.
Yeah, he is a show.
I don't get why Green Bay didn't have Jair Alexander shadow him all game. You have Jair Alexander for a reason. He's a shutdown corner.
Justin Jefferson.
Have him shadow Justin Jefferson.
But Minnesota out-hit them all game.
Yeah.
They did. All right, that's it for us. Willard and Kruger coming up, brought to you by the San Diego Tourism Authority. A lot of fun today. When you're happy and you know it in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org.
Have a good flight, buddy.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
It was a brutal loss for the Niners.
I'm disappointed about some of the silly mistakes we did to ourselves.
Deebo Samuel lines up in the backfield for the first shot. Gets tracked down. The ball comes out.
I made too many mistakes. Just too many mistakes. A lot of stuff to clean up for sure for me.
On 3rd and 5, landscapes intercepted by Eddie Joe.
We're reacting to Week 1 on the Bay Area sports station, 95.7 The Game.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
Live entertainment is back at Cache Creek Casino Resort. In September, catch one of music's legendary groups, the Beach Boys, performing live and in concert at our beautiful state-of-the-art event space. Now is your time to see and hear your favorite performers. Get tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags and stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls, now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart and get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Ever since I got the new Galaxy Z Flip 4, I've been learning all these new tricks with my dog Finn. Like how to take the best selfies at the park. I just set my phone down, put it in flex mode, and capture hands-free pics from multiple angles. Aww. Or how to capture our training sessions for his followers. I simply wave my hand to start recording video. Good boy! Plus, the Z Flip 4 is compact and fits perfectly in my pocket.
Wow. Visit Samsung.com today to get the new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're speaking another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
You know what a booster shot can be like? Charging a cell phone. Just like a cell phone charger helps restore your battery, a booster is given after a primary series vaccination to enhance or restore protection against COVID-19, which wanes over time. Boosters are recommended for people 5 years and older. Schedule a booster appointment as soon as eligible. You can even make the appointment on your phone, as long as it's charged. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated, like how they require minimums or force you to use your rewards before reaching some arbitrary expiration date. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount, at any time. So you'll never have to jump through hoops. Unless you're like a trapezist, then by all means, go right ahead. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7 The Game.
All right, so my vibe today is kind of going to be like it was at the end of the game yesterday. I think I did get some Bears fans back on my side because I was a bitter end guy. I was sitting up there with 5 friends, and they're like, when the 49ers, when it went over on downs and it was, 3.5 minutes to go, 19-10, they're like, all right, we're out. And they all looked at me, and they're like, we're out. And I'm like, well, then text me later and tell me where you are. I am not leaving this football game And when it went final and Justin Fields went sliding into the end zone and all that, I just turned around and looked at all the Bears fans that I had been trash talking for the last 3 hours, and I just applauded. I said, okay, all right, you got that one. Game on. It's week one. This was a hot mess from a bunch of different directions. There's no doubt about it, but we're going to talk it out. It's week one. 7 hours from now, they're probably going to be tied for first place. So the year's not over yet. Okay?
Go Broncos.
Right?
Go Broncos.
So, but we got a lot to do, and here's our guest list on the show today. You. That's our guest list, okay?
That's the only guest we need today.
Larry Krueger is in for Dibs, and I'm excited to talk 49er football with the man who last spoke on this station, leading into what was supposed to be a wonderful day of 1-0 football. What'd you think? What'd you think?
Well, okay. Let's prioritize the takeaways as far as we know we're going to talk a ton about Trey, but put that aside for just a second. My biggest takeaway from the weekend is Talanoa Hufanga is a star. He's a star-strong safety.
Look great.
I don't know if he's an all-pro player, but he's a Pro Bowler. His instincts, he's playing fast. And if you go out to practice, you see him out there. He leads all the drills. He's talking to D'Amico. Every time this team reconvenes, whether mini camp to training camp to the preseason, now we're in the regular season, this guy takes it up another level. And I thought my number one takeaway was that he is a flat-out star. And the addition of Hufanga at strong safety, once you get Jimmy Ward back, and now you got Mosley, you got that kid Womack, and you've added Charvarius Ward, and I said it a week ago, I'll stay with it. I really think the Niners' strength may pivot this year from up front to their strength maybe on the back end. I think their secondary has potential to be awesome.
I think Hufanga, who had been famous up to this moment simply for having a drop on 95.7 the game that we use a lot. I have a feeling we're going to use that a lot more now this year. Dude looks like Polamalu out there.
He sees it.
Like I say that because he's got the same poof of hair coming out the back of the helmet.
Yeah.
And
forget what his 40 time is.
Brother,
the guy plays fast.
I had an end zone seat for this game. So to watch him, like when the Bears were moving in that direction, which first quarter, whatnot, like first quarter, third quarter, when they were moving in that direction, I had this great view of what he was seeing and what he was doing. My gosh.
He sees it.
He looks fantastic.
Yeah, he diagnoses pre-snap like a 10-year vet.
The whole defense in the first half.
He was the player of the year in the Pac-12 the entire conference, and he went in the 5th round because he ran a slow 40.
The whole game, I mean, the whole team, they made a fool out of me because in the stands, when they went up 10-0, all right, second half, I just started yelling. I'm like, that feels pretty insurmountable to me.
Oh, it did.
It feels pretty insurmountable. And the Bears fans were on, they had nothing to say.
Right.
They had nothing to say.
They had 26 yards in the first half.
And then it all goes sideways. So I'm with you. Hufanga was fantastic. I think the defense that was so good in the first half, I can only chalk this up to just maybe being maybe overly hyped for game one with the way that they then had it fall apart. Like they were the dominant group. They were the best group on the field yesterday, no doubt. And then mistakes that do come from being overly excited, the penalties and the broken plays. 2 huge broken plays and then lack of discipline penalties. And so for me, we'll get to Trey. We'll get to what happened in Big D. We've got all of that. But I'm totally with you. And for me, the first thing that I would say, if I walked into the 49er locker room after that game, y'all got to clean it up. You need to clean it up. This isn't about one player. This is not about one game. And this is not about one play or misplay. This is about an overall approach to the game that was just like the field, not clean. You have to play disciplined, buttoned-up football. Watch Tom Brady play football on Sunday night. Watch the way he handles a game. It's clean.
Yeah.
It's not always perfect, but it's buttoned up. It's got an approach. It's got a strategy. It has a system, and it is executed with calmness and just a knowing on the field. The 49ers lost it. They totally lost their discipline.
Stupid penalties. I mean, you can't
do that.
Not only do they have 12, but they had some really stupid penalties. When the quarterback's giving himself up, you can't go helmet to helmet. Aziz Al-Shaair. Dre Greenlaw had 2 personal fouls. You got to be better than that. You can fly around and make plays, but you got to fly around and make plays and be smart. And to me, too many penalties, too many missed tackles. I mean, the Bears are not special offensively, but guess what? You got to break down in space well against Justin Fields. You can't come flying at him like Samson Ebukam did, like Drake Jackson did. You got to play contain. You got to break down. You got to bring those guys to the ground. They didn't tackle well. They had dumb penalties. Debo had a turnover, a fumble in the red zone. And then there were other things. McGlinchey had missed a block on a key sack on a key third down in the first quarter. Ebukam and Jackson lost contain on the quarterback. Losing Mitchell at the end of the first half. Who knew that was going to be such a huge, impactful moment in the game? But Jeff Wilson struggled. Gibson dropped a pick. Womack dropped what could have been a pick 6 at the beginning of the game. There was a communication breakdown on the touchdown to St. Brown. There was 2 busted plays that both resulted in touchdowns from the Niner defense. So the Niner defense has a ton of talent. They're really, really good on all 3 levels. But man, this was not their game.
No, it fell apart. It fell apart in a way that it can't, which is a double-digit lead and weather, and a young quarterback on the other side as well. Like that should be when you feast, not where they look more buttoned up than you.
Yeah.
And that's what bothered me so much. Like everything was all just about not being buttoned up. So, again, you're the guest. 888-957-9570. We will take your calls. We will look at your texts coming in on the Comcast Business text line, same number. YouTube and Twitch, good morning to you. Thank you for being with us. I love the numbers I'm seeing there. People are ready to go today.
We're blowing up on YouTube, as the kids say.
This is more than double our normal audience, and so welcome. You should get over to YouTube. I say it every time. You have no clue how handsome Larry is. You should see it and comment here. And definitely during the breaks, I'll get back and forth with all of you on YouTube and Twitch and whatnot. So thank you for being here. And we will also get to Trey Lance. And then any thoughts about Jimmy Garoppolo as well? I was at the game yesterday. I have some thoughts to share just about being in the building, which are both about the game and beyond, because there was some interesting stuff I want to share about Soldier Field and just, again, the weather and the way that all played out. But here's what I would say about what everyone wants to talk about today, because this is what the 49ers have set up. That's the thing that we talked about for the last 2 weeks, which is no matter what happens in the football game, the world is going to react to this through the lens of Trey Lance, whether he is the main reason or not. This whole idea of, well, it wasn't about Trey. You're right. It wasn't about Trey. Then again, it's always going to be about Trey, because that's the position, and that's what the 49ers have set up by having Jimmy Garoppolo on the roster. I can tell you, when I first went to the restroom at halftime, I was thrilled. I was thrilled with what I saw.
You were thrilled to be in the restroom?
First of all, I was thrilled to finally get to the restroom.
Here's a line that you never use at the urinal. Nice watch. Okay.
By the way, you know what Soldier Field has that I've never seen anywhere else except for one place on earth?
A trough?
They got the troughs.
Oh, yeah.
They got the candlestick troughs. I'm like, oh, my gosh, they've got the troughs. I literally, though, here's the thing. We're better at it than they are. There was a Bears fan next to me.
Missing the trough?
He didn't miss the trough.
Rebounding?
He choked. He choked on the open trough. He looked at it. He stood there for 28 seconds, and he's like, I can't do it. And he recoiled and left. He was like, it's just too...
He's having an inconsistent stream, maybe?
It's too vulnerable. You're right there for the whole world to see.
He had performance anxiety.
Yes. Choked
SOFT.
and left. So take that. Don't give me this Midwest hardcore weather football. Bears fan choked on the open trough, and I looked at him as he left, and I did the no look into the trough.
Oh, look at you.
And I said, you take that stuff back outside to Soldier Field.
You should have said, you know what? I bet you late in the year the trough freezes over.
Oh, my gosh. It was the funniest moment of the weekend for sure. But anyway, I digress.
We're not going to continue on the trough.
Well, I mean,
again,
again,
there's a lot more to get to.
For all of you candlestickers, it's no big deal. You do it, you go back to your seat and watch the second half.
It's a disgusting thing.
I mean, it's really weird. It's gross. But anyway, so they got that at Soldier Field. There's some other things going on at Soldier Field I need to tell you about, but I was thrilled at halftime with what I saw from Trey. He missed Tyler Kroft. I expect some missed throws, quite frankly, from almost every quarterback in every game. He also hit a lot of downfield throws. There were some beautiful downfield throws. I thought he looked relaxed in the first half. I thought he looked calm.
When things were dry, relatively dry.
Yes.
He looked okay.
And then in the second half, for a variety of reasons, some on him, some not, it all went sideways. The interception was a bad rookie mistake.
He was baited by, if you missed it, he was baited by Eddie Jackson, who kind of snuck underneath and then read his eyes, broke on the ball, and that's what Eddie does. That's why he's been so good in this league for a long time.
Here's what no one wants to hear today, but I'm going to say it because it is what my heart feels. I am not going to make a full, obviously we make some evaluation every time they play. I am not making a full evaluation on this player and this offense until they play a dry game. And they will. This Sunday, they will host the Seattle Seahawks. And
it did feel like the one-off. It was a torrential downpour.
I know the response to that is, well, Justin played in it as well. Justin didn't play a great football game.
Played horrible.
He played a horrible game. He hit 2 broken plays. Give him credit for that, okay? But if you ask me which quarterback I would want coming out of that game, there's no doubt it's Trey Lance. And we will get more in terms of who he is when we see him play another football game. And by the way, that was probably always going to be the reaction after 1 week of one game of Trey Lance as your QB1.
I mean, nobody wants to show patience, but you're going to have to show patience. But my first inclination watching it was, man, he missed a ton of throws, and he didn't make that many. And then when I watched it again, I thought, you know what? It was really more like almost like a 1-to-1 ratio. I thought he made, let's say, 8 to 10 great throws, and I counted about 8 to 10 throws that were not good. But he did see it, and when the whole thing was crumbling around him and they needed to come from behind, he was still playing with poise. He wasn't losing his control. I mean, he's got a long ways to go as far as accuracy. But I think we also, to me, the big takeaway on Trey is we got a glimpse into how teams are going to defend Trey Lance.
That's a great point.
They're not going to blitz him and try to speed. You have a choice when you have a young quarterback. Send extra guys at him, make him make quick decisions, or drop guys into coverage and make him be accurate. They're going to do the latter. They're going to drop 7. They're going to drop 8. They're not going to blitz him at all. They're not going to give him predefined reads. They're going to say, you know what? We don't really think you can be accurate from the pocket, Trey Lance. So we're going to drop 7 or 8 into the pattern and see if you can avoid the defenders for 4 quarters. And that's how the teams are going to defend him, especially after he missed some throws yesterday.
No doubt. And by the way, I think this was another thing I sort of took, especially from being at the game and therefore being able to see the entire all 22, every play. We forget that when Debo started becoming a Debo left, Debo right, fight running back, a hybrid player last year, the league wasn't ready for that. The league didn't know that was about to happen. The league knows now that that's about to happen. They know that when the 49ers get to the 17-yard line, they're like, here we go. And yes, there are times where it's unstoppable because they have a very good run scheme. They've got good running blockers. And
he trucked Eddie Jackson.
He's fantastic in the open field. So I'm not saying don't use it. However, for the 49ers to have a successful year, they are going to need to have other offensive pitches in the red zone than just that.
Yeah, well, they didn't have Kittle. They didn't have Danny Gray. They didn't have Mitchell. They didn't use Ayuk. So, I mean, it really looked like they were, like, I heard Bonte and Shasky talking about how they have limited weapons. They actually have a ton of weapons. They just didn't have them at their disposal for the most part yesterday.
Yeah, to a degree. So let's hear from you. 888-957-9570. Larry Krueger is in for Dibs, and we're taking your calls all day on this what word would you use? I know Bonte.
Blame it on somebody Monday.
I know Bonte went. This was an interesting statement. Can I speak to this for just a second before we take our first call? Because I watched
Kyle right now.
I watched this video from Soldier Field too. All bougie under the overhang Bonte. I mean, I've never been so dripping wet in my entire life. It was intense. So there's Bonte under the overhang,
right?
And he gives, this was disastrous for everybody associated with 49er football, including the fans, and it is the worst loss in the Kyle Shanahan era.
It might have been a little hyperbole, is what you're suggesting.
I wouldn't go that far. It was not good. It was good.
It was a man with his heart's in the right place who was venting.
It was wildly disappointing. Okay, we all went out there, right? Like it was.
Oh, you were expecting a sunny day. You were expecting great weather.
I was expecting a W.
You know, you're thinking as you're booking the tickets, man, maybe the Giants will lose on Saturday and it won't be. But the Niners will rout and it'll be great weather. It'll be party. We'll be drinking beers.
It's so funny because yes, Wrigley was exactly what I wanted Soldier to feel: bright, sunshiny.
Right.
Like get some sun. Whatever happens,
watch your team win.
Just kind of cruise through this one. And that's what I thought Sunday would be. Unfortunately, that's what Saturday was, and that's just a little bit less dramatic.
Right.
Little 5-2 victory on a Saturday afternoon at Wrigley. Not quite as dramatic as what we're hoping Sunday to be. But no, this is not, it's not disastrous for anyone who's ever put on red and gold. It's not the worst loss in the Shanahan era because it's week one. It is a very bad loss. It is something that could hurt them later in the year. There's no doubt.
But they're going to have to live with some of these early on.
Yes.
This is part of, hey, you know what? It's going to take a little time for Trey. This is the little time right here. These are the hard days, right, for Trey. This is what, when you took on a young quarterback who was raw, you knew there was going to be some rough moments. This is that rough moment.
Bobby in San Leandro, speak. Here we go. You're first up today, right here with Willard and Larry Krueger. You're on 95.7 The Game. What are you doing, Bobby?
I'm right now kicking back in my car. I'm at home. I just got off work this morning in the city. I watched the game, the whole game yesterday. I sacrificed my sleep, watched the whole game, and it looked like we might walk away with a victory because we was up by 10. We had great field position on the field. We was 45, 50 yards. We just couldn't capitalize on the situation. The biggest disappointment I have is when we, at the second or third yard, about to score, we do 3 running plays. One we just do one and do a play action and probably hit a tight end or a receiver or running back rolling out. Why go with 3 running plays? And we got stopped 3 times.
Yeah, I thought the play calling was a little conservative as well. I
agree.
The one that
thanks, Bobby.
Yeah, we appreciate the phone call. The one that bothered me was, okay, so Pettis scores the touchdown, right?
Yep.
It's
Broken play.
It's 10-7. Then the Niners get the ball back. Trey winds up holding the ball a little bit too long on a screen pass, and then the Niners get the illegal guy downfield on Brendel. So now it's 3rd and 9. On 3rd and 9, he gets hit. He runs for 8 yards, and Roquan Smith blows him up. So they're sitting at 4th and 1 on their own 41. Go for it, Shanahan. That's where you go for it. I didn't like the idea to punt right there. You know, Trey... You've already used Trey. I think you've kind of shown that you can use Trey in short yardage as a bulldozer, and he's going to be really good at that. So you're 4th and 1 from the 41 with 1:43 left in the third quarter, and the Bears have just kind of grabbed a little momentum with the Pettis touchdown, and you can hear through the TV, you probably heard it there in the stadium, the crowd's getting a little bit more energetic.
That lit everybody up.
Yeah, a little bit more rumble coming from the crowd. The momentum had shifted after that Pettis touchdown. He needed to go for it there. Instead, They punt. They punt on 4th and 1, and they put them on the Bears in their own 15. But so what? There's the momentum was still on their side. You need to grab that momentum back. To me, that was the spot to go for it, and he didn't.
Conceptually,
so at times I think Shanny gets a little conservative.
Conceptually, I get what you're saying. I think going forward on 4th down in your own territory.
The 41, though.
I know, but you have the lead, and there was zero reason at that moment, zero reason to think that if you put the Bears in their own territory at the 15, they will do anything ever.
Right.
Bury
them against your defense, but your defense let you down.
The Pettis touchdown, the reason it got the crowd going, I'll be honest with you, it got the crowd going because
they thought they were dead.
The whole stadium at that moment thought this was a definite shutout.
Right.
I did too. There was no chance they were scoring a touchdown in this game. I saw Action Network running a promotion before the game yesterday. Put $10 in our network, and you'll get $200 back if the Bears score a touchdown today.
Wow.
That was a promotion being run, okay?
The highlight of Dante Pettis' football life.
It was.
Oh, my God. I mean, unbelievable.
Against the team that gave up on him for sure.
I mean, to me, though, that was where the momentum had shifted a little bit to the Bears. And if the Niners go for it there and they can, pound out a long drive and take a 10-7 game and make it maybe 17-7, I think the game would have ended differently. Instead, they kick it back to the Bears. And the Bears just kept building on that momentum.
Just getting started. Your phone calls will continue throughout the show. Your text, your comments on YouTube and Twitch, 888-957-9570. What did you think of Trey? And yes, in the 10 o'clock hour, we will give you the Jimmy question of the day. It is not, should he start against Seattle? But I do have one that I do think matters this morning, and we'll get to that. Coming up next, Larry Krueger in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Pizza. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this, they can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Imagine a world with endless possibilities. I'm talking endless saving and endless hot showers. Yeah, you heard me right. Endless hot showers. With Navien, that dream is now a reality. Navien tankless water heaters deliver a continuous flow of hot water for as long as you need it. No waiting for a tank to reheat more water, wasting time and energy. The compact design saves you space and money in comparison to traditional tank water heaters. It's time to make the switch and make your hot water dreams come true. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
At BMW of Fairfield, our guests work with one client advisor through the entire transaction. No handoffs to multiple car salesmen. No waiting for a finance manager to take you to a back room. Client advisors at BMW of Fairfield are thoroughly trained in every aspect of the process, so they can lead you efficiently and effectively through the purchase from start to finish. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
So 3rd down and long. A twist up front, able to collapse the pocket. Fields keeps it alive as a wide open Pettis. And now Pettis down the sideline and in. Improvisation and a touchdown from 51.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Now Larry's in for Dibs. Joe Davis on Fox with that call. You can hear the crowd. It's not even just a loud crowd. It's kind of like, and then it's like, oh, wait, we see Dante, right? Because when you're at the game, you're like, home, because he had an entire half of the football field to himself.
It was a busted play, man.
Justin throws it up, and you can hear the crowd go up again. And then when Dante doesn't just catch it, but he gets all the way to the paint, like that place got flipped on its ear, and it changed the entire tenor, obviously, of the whole thing. Let me read this to you. I want you to react to this.
Okay. What do you got?
Okay, Larry's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs. Glad you're with us. Call us. Come on, we're taking your calls today. We'll go back to the phones here in just a second. 888-957-9570. This is from Bears cornerback Jalen Johnson after the game. He was asked about Trey Lance. I think this goes to what you just said about how teams are going to defend him. Listen to this quote. Quote, what do you think he did? He ain't do bleep. We made him play quarterback. We know he hurt us in the run game with his feet, and everybody knows at some point he's going to run and make a play. But I feel like we had to really make him play quarterback. Like I said, he's still a young guy, and I think he'll end up being a good player for them. But it's early. He's got to go through it. I feel like we did exactly what I said we would, make him prove himself as a quarterback. There's a piece of me as a 49er fan that likes this because I'm told this is why you went out and got him. You got him because he can do all the quarterback things and then a bunch of the other stuff, the X factor. This is a man who converted on 3rd and 13 with his legs yesterday. So bringing that dynamic into play is
another
huge.
terrible play call, by the way. Design quarterback run on 3rd and 13.
Well, I mean, it worked.
It worked, but I hated that call.
Yeah, I mean, they're deep in their own zone.
Very conservative call.
Right, yeah. And that's the push-pull I feel like we're going to get for the first half of the season, which is to win, you're going to need Trey to be a baller. You're going to need him to be an actual quarterback who can do things from the pocket. But is your play calling so conservative that you're not going to even allow him to go, as he says right here, go through it. Go through the progressions, learn and whatnot. I know you don't want to lose the season as you try to grow this kid, but that's what everyone's going to do. Like, can you play a multifaceted quarterback position? If you can, hell, with this roster, they're going to beat everybody.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he can.
There's two primary questions with Trey Lance, and I think we got the answer to one yesterday. The two questions are, is he going to bail out of the pocket after the first read? One read and then run. He didn't do that yesterday. He stayed in the pocket. He kept his eyes downfield. He went through his progression. So he didn't do that. He wasn't just taking off and running like some super crude, raw quarterback at the first sign of trouble. The other question is, how precise can Trey be with the ball placement? Can he put it where he wants to put it? And that's still very much a work in progress. And we saw him make, I would say, 7 or 8 just really beautiful throws.
Really good throws,
and then he made, I would say, is that at least that many, maybe even a few more, where the ball placement was off. Little high, little low, held it a little too long, didn't see it, slow to process it. There were times where his ball placement was off, and there was times where he was on. That's the part he's going to have to improve over time.
And that, by the way, is where I am going to bring in the elements. Like any fourth quarter.
You're right. It got worse in the fourth quarter.
Any fourth quarter pass, forget it.
Yeah.
Forget it. And
you could almost turn off the game in the fourth quarter. Stop really evaluating it because it was a monsoon. It was that way.
If you're watching on TV and you don't understand, this wasn't rain. This was not rain like we experience in California.
This is animals lining up in twos.
This was intense. Waterfalls in the stadium. Buckets up to, everybody's shoes are filled with water.
Standing water all over that Bermuda grass.
I'm telling you, it was, and it never let up.
No.
It didn't let up until an hour and a half after the game was over. So, but we can assess everything that happened passing-wise in the first 3 quarters. And I thought, like you said, I give him I don't know, a C. He was mostly there downfield. He missed Croft. He owned up to that right away in the post-game conference. Yeah, he missed some. He absolutely missed some.
But
George,
he didn't play scared.
No, I didn't think he played scared.
No.
At all. George in Los Altos on with Willard and Kruger. Hey, what's going on? What are you doing?
Trying to figure out how you lose a game by 2 scores when you hold the other team to 204 total yards.
2 busted plays and a lot of mistakes.
It's a good trick.
Yeah, I guess it's possible. I'm not going to put too much into what happened yesterday until I see what they do against Seattle. They shot themselves in the foot and they donated a game. I'm just hoping that they'll come back and really hit Seattle hard next week, and this is an aberration. The one thing about Trey is we knew he had some growing pains, but the one thing I always felt comfortable is because of the strength of our defense. You know, we're gonna be in a lot of games that we may not have been in to give Trey a chance to get it all figured out. So we can't do what we did yesterday. 12 penalties, 99 yards. I mean, that's just shooting yourselves in the foot. So I'm
got to play with more poise. Got to play with more poise.
Yeah, let's see what they do next Sunday against the Seahawks, you guys.
Well, okay, so George, I'm going to say what you just said, but with a whole hell of a lot more intensity. I think that's a good call, but let's see what they do next Sunday. Watch this. Let's see what they do next Sunday. Because, in a way, I'm glad Dibs isn't here for this comment that I'm about to make.
Are you betting on women's sports that we in another continent?
No, I'm not going to bring up tennis. It was a great weekend in tennis, but I'm not bringing it up.
Carlos Alcaraz.
People got into it. People got into the U.S. Open. There's some characters out there. But anyway, I'm glad Dibs is still working with his baby and bonding and not here for this comment. Oh, damn, you better be absolutely sure this is a must-win. If this season is going anywhere, with your dry game and your Geno Smith, you win on Sunday. Have no doubts what's happening after that. A trip to Denver, and then the Rams, and then the two-step trip to Carolina and Atlanta with Kansas City looming on October 23rd. This is not going to get any easier. There are real teams coming, and this was not one yesterday. They have no talent. They have no talent at their skill positions. I mean, that's overstating it a little bit, but this is not a team roster-wise that can stay on the field with the 49ers, and they beat them by 9. So that stinks, and it's embarrassing. You cannot do it again at home on a dry field against Seattle.
No.
The 49ers have got to win this weekend.
And not only that, I'll say it, I really think they have to go with TDP. I said it all summer, and now I'm already one game in. I'm going to disagree with myself, but I said they got a bunch of starting running backs. Jeff Wilson doesn't look like a starting running back. Jordan Mason, I think, has got some nice potential.
I want to see Mason. I want to see him this weekend.
I wanted to see Mason on the short yardage yesterday because he was up. Why not? But they didn't use him. But I'd like to see TDP next week against Seattle. I'd like to see him, Ty Davis-Price. I'd like to see more of him. He's got speed. He's got size. You're not going to have Mitchell. So he took a hit on his right knee. I think he's probably out for maybe a month.
The pro football docs all over, that's a big thing now on social media and all of them and watching because there's a really good camera shot. You can go find it on social media if you want. It's a really good slow-mo.
He took a helmet to his right knee and it kind of bent in a little bit.
Real good slow-mo shot, and every doctor says this is a multi-week injury. So I agree. I do not think we're going to see Eli Mitchell in September.
Yeah, give me TDP. Give me Ty Davis-Price. A full dose of him next week. I'd rather have him than Wilson based on what I saw in the preseason and based on what I saw yesterday.
Give me whichever one's going to work. I don't
maybe
actually,
both, but I want more TDP.
I'm super intrigued by Jordan Mason. If TDP wants to go run for 90 yards, great. You do your thing. But yeah, I would love to see either of those rookies get some run this weekend against Seattle. Even if Jeff Wilson, and I'm sure he will, is going to have a role. But it does not need to be this like bell cow lead back thing that it was in the second half of this football game. I didn't really understand Mason not at least getting a couple carries just to see what that was going to look like in the game yesterday. So we'll see. I'm sure they'll have their plan. Paul in San Jose next up. Hey, Paul, you're on with Willard and Larry. What's going on and what are you doing?
So first on the 49ers loss, the Bears are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
but are the 49ers who we thought they were is the question, Paul.
Yeah. But secondly, I think more importantly, did you guys see the state of the NFC yesterday? I know it's only week 1, but my God, Packers, who's Aaron Rodgers throwing to? The Cowboys, done. The Rams, come on, they got smacked. I know it was a bad loss. It was inexcusable, but I'm not too worried because who are we competing against?
Yeah, no, that's a great call. Tampa, Brady's looking older. I thought Brady looked really old last night.
Did you? I mean, Tampa.
I have him on my fantasy team. He looked pretty good.
Oh,
but
now I see why you're mad. Tampa, like they only give up 3 points. Like, this is a very good road Sunday night win for them.
But Tampa's O-line is already banged up, and I don't know. I mean, Leonard Fournette, I don't know.
Leonard Fournette ran for like $150.
I know it was a great game for Leonard Fournette, but I'm just saying, I think Tampa
is
not as
take.
good.
This is a fantasy take.
No, I'm rooting for Tom Brady, but to me he looks older.
That's a great opener for them. I think Philadelphia had a nice opener. I know people
barely beat Detroit.
Detroit got a backdoor cover. Philadelphia won that game, and I don't think Detroit is that bad. I do think offensively they will make noise this year. So
Arizona didn't look that great at home.
49ers know something about going to Detroit and giving up a backdoor cover, don't they? I mean, they did that just last year. So Philadelphia looked fine. But the overall point, you guys are absolutely right. I mean, maybe Minnesota is a thing this year. Maybe it's just another week one stinker like the Packers had last year. But up and down the NFC, first of all, you had a total of 7 wins in the NFC total. And who impressed you? The Saints got one of them. The Bears was one of them. And then you go to the NFC East where the Giants, that's kind of a...
Brian Dable can dance.
Yeah,
Did you see that
kind
in the
of
locker room?
a quirky way to win. And
They got lucky.
They had a missed field goal. They gave up the drive to Ryan Tannehill, and the Tennessee kicker just missed it. And then you get Washington that needed a late touchdown to beat Jacksonville. Like, yes, across the board.
At home.
Is it going to be hard to be one of the top 7 in the NFC? With this roster, the answer is it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be.
No. The 49ers are well positioned to go to the Super Bowl this year. They are well positioned. I mean, the conference is there for the plucking. It absolutely is.
Totally. I mean, and then think about the teams that you thought would look okay that had really awful stuff happen week one. The 49ers are one of them, but so are the Rams, so are the Packers, and so are the Cowboys and the Cardinals. These are supposed to be among the 7 teams that go to the playoffs.
Right. These are all playoff teams.
All 5 of them had, on varying levels, disastrous openers, and it actually would put a couple of teams ahead of the 49ers in terms of how big the disaster was. The Cowboys, obviously, of any team in the NFL, had the worst week one you could have. And the Cardinals were food for Patrick Mahomes. Food.
Patrick Mahomes did whatever he wanted. I thought Patrick Mahomes was going to backslide this year. Based on yesterday, not so much.
I mean, Tyreek Hill did fine, and so did the Dolphins.
Yeah, Dolphins look good.
But the idea of the Chiefs looking woefully different because of Tyreek is 0-1. That take is not over yet, but that take is 0-1 for sure.
You win some, you lose some.
Yeah, exactly right. So, I mean, Chris Collinsworth, I'm told, made a point on the broadcast that I didn't hear because I was on a plane.
Sounded horrible, by the way.
Right, I heard his voice was really messed up, right? Well, shout out to people who don't have their full voice today. But anyway.
They kept saying, by the way, he feels great.
So do I.
It's like, he sounds like ass, but he feels great.
Sorry, I was on a late night flight, and I was yelling at Bears fans for a good portion of the day yesterday, but,
it's almost like you have to say that, though. It's like you can't say I'm not feeling good. People say, tell him to go home.
Well,
you got to say, I sound like ass, but I feel phenomenal.
Well, that's a COVID thing. That's a COVID thing, because if your voice is weird, and it happened in a game, what was the game last year? And I forget the announcer, Spadone, maybe you remember. Who was it who sounded really bad? And everyone's
Jeff Van Gundy.
Thank you. And they're like, oh, my God, he's got COVID.
Right.
He's got COVID. And they're like, no, I feel great.
I've never felt better.
And the next day, they're like, Van Gundy's out for a week and a half. He's got COVID. It's like, oh, my God, you're sitting there spitting in that microphone for an hour and a half. Everybody knew. But anyway, he made a point, and I don't know if you want to call it the shorter preseason or whatever, but he's like, the way, it's not so much that you need more than 3 preseason games, but the way the NFL is approaching these preseason games, where your starting players are playing in very, very few snaps in all of these 3 games, and just the way it's being approached, he goes, look up and down the league. Who looks good?
Well, but forget who looks good.
He just no one's ready.
Who looked in proper condition in the fourth quarter? I mean, these teams had 3 preseason games and then a 17-day break before the season.
I don't know how many teams I can look at and say, "Oh, you looked good." Buffalo
looked good.
I'm gonna hesitate. I didn't really
Kansas
see
City.
much of this. Kansas City for sure. Chargers. I'm gonna give the Chargers. I thought they looked good. Baltimore, or was that just the Jets?
No, that was the Jets.
Okay,
that was the Jets.
Right. I thought that you could make the case that Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota looked good.
Is one of those teams, and even though you didn't like it because of your fantasy team, I'm gonna give it to Tampa. I think that's a good. You win by 16 on the road on Sunday Night Football. I'm gonna give you a nod.
Okay.
But outside of that, who looked ready to go?
No, I mean, and I think here's what it comes down to. What would you trade? Would you rather be rusty in week 1, but have your full contingency of players there, or full contingent of players, I should say, or would you rather have lose 2 or 3 guys, but you're looking like you're in midseason form? I think most teams look at the Rams and they say, you know what, it's a copycat league. It was good enough for the Rams last year. They won the Super Bowl. Heck, we'll do it this year and see if it works.
Now, this is a fair point, though, on the 49ers. The point you're making right now, I think, transitions to the 49ers as well. You say it's a copycat league. It's also a league full of coaches who never go home. They stare at film all day. And the league, what was working for the 49ers last year, what ran them through the playoffs, they're going to be ready for this. They're going to be ready for this. Remember when Kaepernick and the read option were going to kill the league, and then everyone came back the next year and they're like, oh, I guess we're ready for it. Debo right, Debo left is not going to win you anything this year. It's going to get you some first downs. It's going to get you some touchdowns.
He trucked Eddie Jackson,
yeah, it's
man.
like he's going to truck people. He's a really good football player. The 49ers are going to need a different pitch on offense in big moments if they want to win a lot of games this year. That's what I believe. There's going to need to be more Ayuk. There's going to need to be more traditional drop back, throw the ball, and get first downs like Josh Allen and Mahomes and Tom Brady does. There's going to need to be more of that.
Well, you didn't have Kittle. You didn't play. You had Danny Gray, but you sat him. So you lost your vertical threat. You didn't have your continuity piece, and then you lose your number 1 back. So they really were down 3 big-time weapons. And then for whatever reason, I don't know what's going on with Ayuk, but why is Ayuk only getting 2 targets? It'd be one thing if he made 2 catches, but they targeted him 6 times and Trey just didn't connect. They only threw him 2 passes.
Trey Lance, looking at these 2 guys, we talk about the weaponry, and as you mentioned, Kittle is out. Debo does what he does, and I know he had 1,400 yards receiving last year. By the way, spoiler alert, he's not going to have that this year. I would predict that. I already predicted that. In terms of traditional wide receiver play, Ayuk is your best. That's your best, separation guy, I believe.
Jennings might be their most dependable guy.
Yeah, Debo, I think, can have a great year, but if you're talking about, we're looking 17 yards down the field, over the middle, on the sideline, whatever, I think Ayuk, for the 49ers to do well this year, I'm with you totally. He needs to have a big year. They need to get him the ball.
He's got to be featured. It's got to be a featured player. Yeah.
Especially with Kittle out. Tony in San Francisco, you're on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Tony, what are you doing?
What are you doing? Well,
what are you doing?
I'm back home. I finally, Mark, I saw you on the plane last night. So good catching up.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Tony, what's up? Thanks for saying hi. That was a nice walk to the baggage claim.
It was. I got my voice back, but I kind of want to talk about the rhythm of preseason and how that kind of trickles in, right? We're talking about McVay, how this is a copycat league, and I think it definitely trickled in there. So by no means is the season over, but it was a tough start. Yeah, you'd be ahead of things if you won week 1, but really that monsoon really took things for a loop. But I think what killed us was the 12 penalties for 99 yards.
Yes.
And you just can't overcome that with a young quarterback. And look, this is the big thing that needs to happen moving forward. We need one of these big games. We play the Broncos. We play the Chiefs. We play the Chargers. We play the Buccaneers. We've got to get 3 out of 4 of those. You're going to have, the Dubs throw a stinker against Orlando, but they'll beat Miami on a rest day when we rested most of our stars. But, at the end of the day, we're okay. RELAX, relax. And I'll leave you guys with my pet peeve. last night on the plane, everybody's just kind of getting up before the bridge is even connected. Where are you going? Like, what are you doing?
Oh, good one, Tony, because Tony was in my row.
What happened? I'm missing this.
Okay, I'm glad you brought this up because this is a little, I hate complaining about this stuff. Right?
Travel complaints?
I don't want to,
it's Monday. We'll take travel complaints.
All dealing with crap. It's like getting mad at somebody on the Bay Bridge or whatever. It's like, come on, whatever. I don't want to complain about this, right? I feel very privileged to have even been able to go on this trip. It was incredible, all right? But when the plane stops,
right?
This is very simple. You do not move until everyone in front of you is gone. There's no jump in the line.
Right. Nobody's time's more valuable than anybody else's time.
This woman was very stressed.
Oh yeah, the queen to be was on the flight.
It's midnight. Where you going, lady?
Yeah.
Everything's closed. Whatever it is you need to deal with, they're going to be there 30 seconds more later. So what happened was the plane comes to a stop, and the bridge thing that attaches to the plane had some sort of malfunction. And so we needed to wait about 7 minutes. And everyone's tired, and the Niners lost, and so everyone's ticked, right? And Tony and I are in this row, and this woman gets up out of her row 2 rows back, and she comes and stands in our kitchen. I mean, her arm is 2 inches from my nose. And I gave her a look at one point, and she recoiled her arm because I'm like, it's not just the.
You gave her the stank eye.
Like, you're in my space, but also where are you going? What are you doing? This is my space. Like, when it gets to my turn, I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna go because you're 2 rows behind me. Nope, not this woman. She's like, no, I'm gonna go in front of you and I'm gonna beat you out of the plane. And you know what she did? Because
Did she have an infant?
No, she had a husband who waited. Because I looked at him and I'm like, buddy, if she goes, you are staying because she's going to wait for you in the airport.
That's where, that's where you stand up.
We're not doing this.
That's where you stand up and you look at the husband and you say, you're a lucky individual. You're a lucky individual.
Because your wife's a runner? Why? Where are you going?
Hey, so maybe she'll take off and you'll never see her again.
I mean, seriously. She had a piece of paper in her hand and she wanted to show it to a gate agent. And I'm the type that's like, look, just go. This matters to you and it doesn't matter to me, but just know that you stink.
Right.
You do. You stink. Everybody here is in the same scenario and you stink.
That's where you sit there and you say, you know what? If it was legal for me to tase you, I would.
I'm like, come on. So thank you.
I'd love to see you.
I'm so glad Tony brought it up. Don't taste me, bro. I'm so glad that Tony brought this up because I wasn't going to bring it up. But I was like, I'm already annoyed. I'm still drying off from what happened to me 6 hours ago.
Yeah.
The Niners lost. This was a long flight. I'm groggy. And now you're in my lap. Like, what are you doing?
I mean, this happened to me the other day downtown. I opened the door for a woman. She just waltzes right in. And like I'm the doorman. I mean, she doesn't say Jack. She doesn't smile. She doesn't
give me a nod. Give me a nod.
What, you think I'm going to offer you a mint in the bathroom and buff your shoes?
I mean, actually, when you fall asleep on a plane, I'd love a mint. If somebody, you can jump me if you offer me a mint. That's fine.
Would you like a mint?
Yeah, I'm going
to cut through here.
Love a mint. We're in close space. My breath probably stinks. I've been sleeping for 2.5 hours.
Right.
Anyway, all right. Back to the phones coming up next. 888-957-9570. I do have a what are you doing for Soldier Field. This was my first Soldier. Have you ever been to Soldier Field?
Yes, I have. Been there multiple times.
I want to connect with you on that, but we'll take more of your calls. And
oldest and smallest venue in the league, by the way.
Larry?
Yes?
It's time to introduce today's Jimmy question. And that question is not, should he start against Seattle? I have a Jimmy question for you.
I love talking Jimmy.
We've got a poll up on my Twitter feed, and we would love to hear your answer to the Jimmy question. And that's next on 95.7 The Game.
Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Is paid training, excellent medical and dental benefits, and a pension important to you? Then apply to become a VTA bus operator, providing VTA customers with a great transit experience. Visit VTA.org/point-A and apply.
Greatest football player of all time, Jerry Rice, with us here on the Morning Roast. Clearly, you and Trey know each other. How would you evaluate his game yesterday?
Well, I'm sure Trey, he would love to have that interception back, as he missed a couple throws, But I felt like he played okay. I feel like he did enough to win that football game.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95. 95.7 The Game.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
How's your mental health? I'm listening with Michael Phelps.
You know, I think for me in 2014, when I found myself in that dark place where I didn't want to be alive in those 4 days when I was in my room by myself, after sitting there and thinking about everything, I wanted to find a different way. I wanted to find a different answer. I was sick and tired of feeling how I felt, and that's why I started to seek help, and that's when I checked myself into a treatment center.
More at imlistening.org. Talk saves lives.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Live on DAZN pay-per-view, September 17th, Part 3. Canelo versus Triple G. To take the trilogy, Bad Blood, a score to settle, controversy, brutality, pure hostility. For victory, for history, for the trilogy. Canelo Alvarez versus Gennady Golovkin. September 17th, live on DAZN pay-per-view. Visit DAZN.com.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save over $700 on average, and those savings add up. Imagine what you could buy in the future.
Remember how 15 years ago I switched to Progressive? Well, I used all those savings to buy that golf club that swings for you. But now everyone who plays golf is really good because, you know, the club swings for you in the future, which is now.
So switch to Progressive and save big, because those savings can add up in the future. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. National annual average insurance savings by new customers surveyed who saved with Progressive in 2020. Potential savings will vary.
Hey, I'm Andy. And every morning I wake up thinking about shaving. When I started Harry's almost a decade ago, the shaving industry was a mess. Flashy, overpriced razors as far as the eye could see. I just wanted a great shave at a fair price. Too much to ask? I didn't think so, and that's why I started Harry's. 10 years and 20 million Harry's customers later, we're still obsessed with giving you a quality shave experience. Sharper blades, a better lubricating strip, and making our handle grippy in all the right places. All upgrades based on your feedback. And it all comes at a great price. Seriously, as low as $2 per cartridge. These days, my mornings are a little bit different. Morning, girls. But I still wake up thinking about shaving. Our starter set has everything you need for a close, comfortable shave. 5-blade German-engineered razor, weighted handle, and shave gel. Get yours now for just $3 with free shipping, backed by our quality guarantee. Just go to harrys.com now and enter code FRIEND at checkout. That's harrys.com, code FRIEND.
The Dave Matthews Band is coming to Shoreline on September 17th. For more info and tickets, visit 957thegame.com/events.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Jimmy question in a moment. Larry's in for Dibs. All brought to you by the Valley Transportation Authority. Say hello to Larry. And the best place to do that, by the way, is on YouTube because you can see him.
Hello, everybody.
Yep. He's wearing a T-shirt that is promoting himself.
There you go.
About that? Yeah.
Krug Show,
like I said,
Krug Show channel. Check it out.
Yeah, there's a
It's
lot
the
of
flex moment of the day.
Yeah, there's a lot of narcissism in our industry. There's nothing like wearing a T-shirt of yourself. Look, everybody! It's me.
What if I had a big picture?
I think you should on the back.
A big picture?
Yeah, you're just gonna get. I mean, you get a beautiful face. You should just put it right on the back of your shirt, and so that way, when people can't see your front, they can still see your front. That's what you should do.
I'll let you know how that goes.
Please do keep me up to date. All right, so lots still to get into. The offensive line woes. You'd be surprised who their best offensive lineman was yesterday. I think as we move forward without Eli Mitchell for a little while, there needs to be a running back conversation, not just in terms of who's going to play, but the way that the 49ers have approached that position the last 2 years to use early draft picks on running backs, that one is now an Eagle and the other one's deactivated, I think is a very fair even if you don't want to call it criticism because it's week one and I don't know why TDP was down or, gosh, he could come out and be great. He could pop next week. I don't know how that's going to go. So we're not calling people a bust after one football game in their career.
TDP is not a bust. I'll tell you that.
Well, we just can't even go there yet. But there's an approach there that I think is confusing to people, and that's fair. Like,
you're so good at taking undrafted backs. Why are you wasting day 2 picks on backs?
Right. And then you're like, oh, I forgot. We don't have any really good offensive linemen. Like maybe we should have done that or something with that draft capital.
Yeah,
so
good call.
That's a very fair question. But what about this? All right. So phone rings. One ringy dingy.
Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling.
Two ringy dingy. Hi, John. It's Jera. Hi, my name's Jared Jones.
How about them Cowboys? Yeah! I just watched high school football at the Star.
It did look like high school football, doesn't it? I need a quarterback. Wondered if y'all have any that you might be able to spare.
I was fixing to get me a quarterback. I was fixing to get me one.
I finna get me a quarterback. All right, so there's all kinds of ifs and buts and questions. So, do the Dallas Cowboys offer a 1? That seems pretty expensive. Do they offer a 2? You have to offer at least a 2. The 49ers will get a 3 just by waiting this out, letting Jimmy go as a free agent, right? So, if they were to offer a 1 or a 2.
They're not going to offer a 1, so it's really more about the 2.
Well, their season is completely on the brink already. We watched their backup for a short period of time. He's terrible. If you do hand the reins over to Cooper Rush, your season lasted 3 hours.
Right.
It's over.
And you have a very expensive stadium, kind of like what Joe Lacob has with the Warriors. Dallas has the NFL equivalent.
You're the Dallas freaking Cowboys.
Yeah.
You're not going to just give up on a season a week. And look at your division is not scary at all.
No. And your fans are expecting you to be a playoff team.
Exactly. Okay.
Including Guru. in the other room.
They already know exactly what happens when Dak gets hurt. We watched it a couple of years ago. It doesn't go anywhere good. So, Dallas calls. Now, you're the 49ers. You know what you know. First of all, Jimmy would have to say yes. Got a no trade clause. Okay? But you're the 49ers. You've now watched Trey Lance play one game even though it was in a sideways monsoon. What do you say? Do you hang up the phone or is Garoppolo on his way to Texas?
I'm listening. I'm absolutely listening. And based on what I saw yesterday, I'm really listening because I think Trey can handle it. It's not going to get a whole lot worse. I know there are better teams than the Bears, but, dealing with your first start and the conditions and, the expectations and everything, I thought he looked really, really solid. So I like what I saw from Trey. I think he's going down the right path. I think they got the right guy. And so that would make me, like, if he had looked like Gio Carmazzi, if he had some flaw that showed itself yesterday where, like, wow, that motion is not an NFL motion, I wouldn't be saying this. But I don't think I think he is an NFL starting quarterback, and I think he'll get there. It's tough, though, Mark, because the Niners want to win this year, too. And they do not want this year solely to be a referendum on Trey Lance. Right. And that's why Jimmy's back. That's one of the reasons Jimmy's back. The other one was that Schefter reported over the weekend, Sunday morning, that unbeknownst to the Niners, the Rams had been kicking the tires on Jimmy Garoppolo. And so we'd kind of floated that out when Jimmy was restructured, that they didn't want that intel winding up in L.A.
Yeah, and not just intel. You don't want the Rams to be good. If Stafford's got a problem, then deal with it, L.A. We're not going to help you.
Right.
So, yeah, maybe that was part of the conversation. What about this on YouTube?
I would definitely move him to Dallas, but I definitely want at least a second-round pick.
No, you have to, because, again, you're going to get a third just for waiting this thing out. So I would, as a comp pick next year. So I would definitely, like a 2 is where the conversation starts if it were to happen. And my answer is I'd totally do it. I would absolutely do it. We're not here for a hedge. Like, Trey's your guy. And here's the thing about Trey yesterday that I think is important, because I'll just spotlight, there's a lot of this, but Drew Don't Care is one of our very good YouTube watchers. And when you said you really liked what you saw from Trey yesterday, he just wrote, "What game did Larry watch?" I think I can answer this for you, but you back it up. To me, what you saw was not about yesterday's game. It was a projection. And that's all we can really do when we are talking about what players are going to become. I, too, share your projection, which is that what I saw by halftime, I'm excited. They had had a fumble in the red zone. Yes, he had missed Tyler Kroft for what could have been a touchdown, right? That happens. And again, I wasn't going into this game expecting a completed product and something that looks perfect. What I was expecting is somebody who you can win football games with. I still believe that at this point. I don't think he had a great game yesterday. I think the 49ers really, really just blew an opportunity. There's no question. Bad game. And Trey did not play well. But the little things I watched him do made me think this guy can be a very good quarterback in this league. And with all things considered, that means he's your guy going forward. So I'm not thinking about Jimmy Garoppolo at some point being the quarterback of this football team. And if I'm not thinking that, and you offer me a 2, yeah. That sounds good to me, especially with the way you looked yesterday. Probably be a pretty good 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and this, you're not going to abandon the plan. I mean, come on. I mean, there's nothing that, to me, I haven't seen any indications from Trey that it's worthy of abandoning the plan. He made some great throws. He missed some throws. He had the fourth quarter interception to Eddie Jackson. That was his worst throw, easily.
No doubt.
But he overthrew Tyler Kroft on the touchdown, threw behind Juwan Jennings on a 3rd and 8, missed the second quarter screen pass to Debo, threw the ball a little too low on a 3rd down play in the second quarter, missed Debo on another pass in the 3rd quarter. I mean, he missed some balls. He held the ball too long in the 3rd quarter on the screen pass. It resulted in a penalty for Brendel. He did rookie type things and was inaccurate at times, but he also did a lot of good things. And he made some incredible throws, and I saw a lot there. And you're right, it is a little bit of a projection, but it's also about expectation. Like, what did you expect from somebody who didn't hardly play in college and is just starting to his NFL career. I mean, it's all about expectations. My expectations were lower than probably the texters.
I still expect them to win 10 games, or else then I think there's a much bigger conversation to have. And there's a story to the season.
He didn't stare down the rush. He wasn't afraid.
Yeah, like
you know what I mean?
What I saw, and this is why I still, what I would have loved that we're not going to get. Maybe this is a good middle ground for the weather conversation, because the weather conversation is triggering people. Because they're like, Justin Fields played in the weather. Yeah, I understand that. And he didn't have to throw the ball when the monsoon started in the fourth quarter.
Right,
okay?
He was handing it to Khalil Herbert.
I would have loved to see what Trey can do when they got punched in the mouth and he needed to go get a score. I want to see what he can do. And I don't believe that we got a good reflection of what he can do, because it started going sideways and there was water up to their ankles. You're watching Kyle Juszczyk and Deebo Samuel drop balls where they're 4 feet away from Trey. I mean, there was no moving the ball once we got to the 12-minute mark, period. And so it wasn't good. There were a lot of things that led to them being down that need to be addressed, penalties being the first. But I would have loved to see, what does Trey do? Okay, the Bears rallied back. They punched you in the face. They took the lead. What do you do? I don't think we got an accurate portrayal of that because of the weather.
Yeah. No, Trent Williams said it in the postgame. When the 49ers had to pass, the conditions were so bad that they couldn't. Where the Rams, came out running the ball, or came out throwing the ball a little bit more, but then at the end of the game, they're running it. They're handing it to Khalil Herbert. They're trying to just pound away the clock and run the ball. So the weather situation worked out perfectly for the Rams, and unfortunately for the Niners, it did not work out. But there was a lot of good from Trey's performance yesterday that I think a lot of people maybe it just eluded them, or they didn't study it that much, or they just don't care. But yeah, his inaccuracies are going to get better over time.
And I thought they weren't as bad as maybe I was expecting them to be. Like, his downfield throws outside of Croft were good. They were good.
Made a really nice throw to Juwan Jennings.
Yeah, they were good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jose in Oakland. Hey, Jose, what's going on? You're on with Willard and Kruger. What are you doing, Jose?
I'm working. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, us too.
Okay, let me step out of the office so I don't get in trouble. Okay, my take on yesterday's game, it's just every defensive coordinator, the first thing they do, they try to figure out what your weakness is. Okay, and I know we're all, in love with Trey Lance's ability for the long pass. It's kind of like, when we fall in love with the guy that can hit the home run. The guy can be hitting 155, but if he hits a nice home run, we want him to be in the team. Right now, they figured out that Trey Lance cannot throw the short pass, okay, which is something that was the bread and butter for the team last year, and hence the yards after the catch. I think we're going to be missing that for the first 7 games. I'm hoping that is the case. But if Trey Lance does not make any progress on that aspect, then we're going to be stuck on the reverse of Jimmy Garoppolo. Okay, they knew he couldn't throw the long ball, so they just stacked, 8 people, trying to stop the run. If they know that Trey Lance cannot throw the short pass, then they're all just going to be sitting all the way in the back because he knows that he cannot throw the short pass.
Yeah, Jose, I don't know if thanks, Jose. I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet with, and this is sort of just a week 1 thing for me. This goes for everybody, okay? So you can not like this about this sort of opinion, but I'm not doing this in week 1, okay? There are no blanket statements after week 1. The Rams season is not over, okay? There's one blanket statement. The Cowboys are host. That's it. Outside of that, I'm not here to tell you that the Packers stink. I'm not here to tell you that the Rams season is over. I'm not here to tell you that the Chiefs have won the Super Bowl. And I'm not going to say Trey Lance is completely unable to throw a short pass. I'm not going to do that, especially because I was in the building and I know what that weather actually felt and looked like. It's very, very difficult to throw the ball at certain points of that game with you could see it from both players and from the receivers who were dropping things right and left. I mean, he was throwing a medicine ball out there. And so is it going to slip out of your hands sometimes? Yeah. You can call it excuses if you want. It's just life as a human being. You can't move the ball in that stuff when it started going sideways in the fourth quarter. So, look, everything needs corroboration. We got to do it again next week. And look, if the 49ers are 0-2, I'm going to sound an alarm. But I'm not there yet.
Yeah, and I'm not there yet either with the he can't throw a short pass. We saw him hit Debo on a hitch yesterday in the flat. He doesn't throw the short stuff, the layup passes that other quarterbacks make routinely. He doesn't throw that as consistently, but you got to give it time. You got to give it a little bit more time. But what he does do is the guy gives you he looks like a smart quarterback. He looks like a quarterback who the moment's not too big for him, and he throws a pretty deep ball. We didn't see it yesterday because of the conditions, but I think we're going to. I think you're going to see Danny Gray active, and I think Gray is going to be a major part of this offense.
Yeah, I hope so. When he was declared inactive, it felt like it was coincided with the over-under in the game just careening down.
Right.
We were walking to the game, and I'm telling you, this is all we were talking about the whole time. I'll let you know right now, I totally bet the under. I had bet the under. It was at 40.5. We went for a walk, and it had changed to 38. Okay? That's how bad the report was. And then the rain that we got during the game was worse than what the reports were. I'm telling you, it was intense. This was intense weather-wise, what happened in this game. So just know that.
By the end of the game, you couldn't even see it.
No, you couldn't
even see the game. There was so much water on the screen, water on the cameras.
Bathing in waterfalls that are coming down from the upper deck. Just bathing, in celebration because their team had won. But so it's not an excuse. I'm just letting you know what it was like to be there. Okay, I know what it looks like on TV. It was worse.
Yeah.
It was worse than that. BPA, what's going on, Brian in Palo Alto? You're on with Willard and Kruger. What are you doing, BPA?
Not much. Just listening to you guys wax, poetic about the great Trey Lance. I think
no one said that, Brian.
It certainly wasn't all. There were definitely multiple factors as to why they lost the game, but he didn't play well.
No,
he didn't look like he had happy feet in the pocket even when he had time throughout the entire second half. The other quarterback was able to play just fine in the rain.
No, he didn't, Brian. No, that's my point. No, he didn't.
He had terrible numbers.
No, yeah. In fact, if you want to go deep into numbers, Brian, and I don't know if this matters to you or not, and it's up to each listener and fan if this matters to you, but Pro Football Focus does grades on every player on the field. The lowest graded Bear yesterday, his name was Justin Fields. He was not good. He hit 2 broken plays. Give him credit for doing it. He moves very well. He's athletic. We knew that. But to say Justin Fields handled the weather and Trey didn't is just factually incorrect.
Just say, can I finish?
Brian,
please do.
You can, and I'm allowed to interject because it's my radio show. But go ahead.
Thank you so much for that sort of beat writer-esque overview there,
Brian. Brian,
it was pretty.
You're treading.
Pretty clear. Anyone that wants to say that Justin Fields didn't outplay Trey Lance in the second half, is either blind or has a Forrest Gump type intellect, right?
And who outplayed who in the first half? Who outplayed who in the first half, Brian?
I'll give Trey.
Okay.
Great job, Trey.
So go ahead. So give them one half each.
Yeah, great. So, anyways, what I wanted to say was he's not the only reason that they lost the game. But he's one of the reasons they lost the game. He needs to play a lot better this week, and they need to win, or he's going to get benched. They're 0-2 after playing 2 of the worst teams in the NFL. Is he going to get a week 3? I don't know. But, he didn't look great.
He didn't look great.
But where would you rank?
He's also not getting benched.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah, they're not benching.
Thanks, Brian.
But where would you rank Lance as far as the order of the reasons they lost the game? To me,
it's way down the list.
The penalties are first and foremost.
Agreed.
The missed tackles would be second on that list. Turning the ball over in the red zone was a horrendous thing. Trey played a pretty clean football game. He missed some as far as accuracy, but that pick came late. I mean, it wasn't like
they were already losing.
They were already losing. And the conditions were already incredibly sloppy at that point. So it wasn't like this guy was making mistakes early on. He missed Croft. So he missed Croft on where there was 2 defenders there, and he let him too much. And his ball placement wasn't ideal, but he also made 6, 7, 8 tremendous throws that were a variety of throws as well. And the moment didn't look too big. And this is a guy Fields played all of last year. He played.
Good point.
Lance did not play. So you get one guy who's a second-year quarterback. The other guy's the equivalent of a rookie quarterback. So to me, you got to judge it that way. You can't just ignore that little factoid as you're watching the two of them out there.
I want to be very clear here. Nobody at this radio station, nobody who I've talked to said that Trey Lance played a great game. Nobody said that because he didn't. But he is not the reason they lost this game, and he is not in danger of being benched, not this week and not next week. I'll agree, Brian, with two things he said. He's got to play better next week, and the 49ers have to win. But his second half of that point, which was, or he's going to get benched, is wrong. He is not getting benched next week unless he gets hurt. That's the only way he's now playing week 3. That's my opinion.
There were a lot of reasons they lost this game. He was one of them, but I wouldn't say he was at the top of that list.
No, he's not. He's not in the top 4. That's for sure. Penalties is clearly the first, and if you want to hang that around Kyle, you can, because he's the leader. Like, this was a team that did not play clean. They did not play smart, and you can't do that when you're playing a worse team and you have a double-digit lead. All you got to do, all that defense had to do was just dot I's and cross T's. They didn't even need to play great. They just needed to not play stupid, and they kept making stupid plays. It was 2 total defensive breakdown touchdowns and continued 15-yard penalties, some of which came on third down.
Yeah.
There's your ball game.
2 busted plays that both resulted in touchdowns, a ton of penalties, a ton of drops, and just a lack of poise overall on defense. That's number one. I expected Trey Lance. And then also, I expected Trey Lance to struggle a little bit because he is so young. But also, where's your run game? I mean, you lost Elijah Mitchell. You averaged 4.8 a carry. It looks good on paper, but Jeff Wilson was disappointing.
I agree. I really am curious to see the order of things running back-wise this weekend. Who's active? Who's inactive? You'd expect TDP and Jordan Mason to both be active, considering now that Eli Mitchell will not be. And who, even if Jeff Wilson is your starter, who's spelling him? I do think that's going to be a very, very big, interesting piece. And then it does also open up a conversation that is a bigger one. Back-to-back years, Trey Sermon and TDP. You're going to use major draft capital on both these guys, and then do what with that? If it does turn into a cut year 2 like Sermon, and TDP not even getting on the field, I mean, that's confusing to me. It's confusing that you were that excited about those players to use that draft capital, and then you can't even put them on the field.
Yeah. I mean, take away Debo and Bosa in the 1 year they took both those guys in, the top of the draft. The Niners have had a really, during this regime, and I like Lynch and I like Shanahan, but their top picks they've missed way more than they've hit.
Right.
The only thing
the late picks have saved it.
Yeah, I mean, George Kittle, DJ Jones, all these undrafted guys, that's saved their draft, but they've swung and missed at the top of the draft half dozen times in 3 or 4 years?
A lot of people want to weigh in, and we stick with you. You remember our guest list today is you. It's Robin and Joe and the Mad Hatter and Skills and Andrew, and we're coming to all of you. Coming up next, it's brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. Larry is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com. The Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
It was a brutal loss for the Niners.
I'm disappointed about some of the silly mistakes we did to ourselves.
Deebo Samuel lines up in the backfield for the first shot. He gets tracked down. The ball comes out.
I made too many mistakes. Just too many mistakes. I just have to clean up for sure for me.
On 3rd and 5, Lance gets intercepted by Eddie Joe.
We're reacting to Week 1 on the Bay Area sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV?
That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
As you know, sports teams plan well ahead of the next season. If you're thinking of remodeling your home, consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your next project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Door's wide variety of accessories at convenient showrooms across the Bay Area or goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Fantasy football leagues are won on the waiver wire, and with trades, and with savvy starter sit decisions. The Fantasy Football Today podcast will help you along the way with the best advice on how to manage your team and dominate your league. With 8 episodes per week, Fantasy Football Today is the only resource you'll need. Start sit, grade the trade, fantasy cops to settle your league disputes, and so much more. Check out Fantasy Football Today, anywhere podcasts are found.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
You can't get much for $5 these days, unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT, plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink, all for just $5. That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Bart is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off of your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off of those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep. We have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Are you tired of being tracked online? There's a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
49ers have been good on third down today. 6 out of 12. On 3rd and 5, Lance gets intercepted by Eddie Jackson. Eddie Jackson back inside the 25. One of the great playmakers in the sport. His first few years in the league. Invisible the last couple years. Puts his stamp on this one.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
PFF's highest graded quarterbacks in week 1. Here's the top 10.
What do you got?
In a shock, neither Trey Lance nor Justin Fields made the list. You want to take a shot at the top 10? Mahomes, number 8. Believe it or not. Yeah, number 8, Patrick Mahomes. Thank you for the game show music, Joe Spadone.
Herbert.
Number 4.
Wentz?
No, sorry, not on the list. Carson Wentz, not on the list. Remember, he had 2 picks also.
Okay.
He had 2 picks.
Josh Allen.
Number 1.
Yeah.
Number 1.
Cousins.
Number 2.
You like that?
I do like that. There are a couple surprises on here. I will give you that clue. There are a couple that you're like, wait, what?
Trubisky?
No, not on the list. That's your second strike. You have one more, or the Willard family is looking to steal.
Jacoby Brissett.
I'm sorry. Let's see.
Bad answer.
Even though I've already seen the list, I would have guessed Lamar Jackson.
I didn't watch any of that.
Lamar Jackson was number 6, actually tied at number 6 with Jalen Hurts. Here's the list in order: Josh Allen, Kirk Cousins, number 3, Ryan Tannehill, in a losing effort where they only scored 20 points. So that's where sometimes
they have no receivers right now. They miss A.J. Brown badly.
Totally. And the Eagles did not. They loved having A.J. Brown.
A.J. Brown was great.
You know who did not love A.J. Brown was Devontae Smith, who was like, I know. See, Spadone, do you have him on your team? Like, it was like.
But don't forget about me. I won the Heisman.
You're over here now, Devontae. So Tannehill was number 3. Herbert, number 4. Jameis Winston was number 5. Lamar Jackson, number 6, along with Jalen Hurts. Mahomes, 8. Tom Brady, 9. And Stanford's own Davis Mills brings up the number 10 slot.
How about the Texans?
With a plucky little tie?
But if you had him on the Survivor pool, loser.
And you know what's so funny? So funny. The guy
a lot of people had the Colts
I know.
on the Survivor
The guy
pool.
who runs my Survivor pool just put a note in this year's email. And he goes, I want to make sure you all see I'm defining this rule this year. A Survivor pool does not mean they didn't lose. A Survivor pool means they won. A tie means you lose. He just wrote that 5 days ago. And then a bunch of people picked the Colts, and you lose.
Tie.
So I got to go look and see how I did, because I had the Ravens. I'm thinking a lot of people have the Niners. I'm thinking a lot of people have the Titans. I'm thinking a lot of people have the Colts.
Yes.
What else yesterday? Were there any other big surprises that people, we got to see what, I think some people have Denver. We'll see what happens with them tonight. Did some people maybe have Cincinnati as a touchdown favorite? For sure, I would think some did. They lost.
RELAX. Relax.
No, I'm not going to relax. I think I've already won my Survivor pool. Only because, I think about 22% of the people had Baltimore. So everyone there is moving on. But who else would you have picked that won? I guess would be the better way to ask it. Outside of Baltimore, all other Survivor possibilities, Lost.
I thought Titans at home was a lock. And then watching the first half, I was convinced it was a lock.
And then even when they're lining up for a game-winning field goal, you're like, okay,
exactly.
they survived.
Go Chargers, go.
No Raider fan, no one picked the Chargers.
But, the end of, did you see the end of the Titans-Giants at all?
I was following it. I was following it at the airport.
The Titans have the ball. They're trying to set up the field goal, and they're 47 yards out. I'm thinking, get a little closer. And
they went backwards, right?
Instead, they went backwards just to move it to the far left hash, which just looked wrong when the kicker lined it up. Obviously, the kicker prefers the far left hash.
That's from the kicker.
So
that's on him.
Wow. I mean, he missed it far right.
Did he?
Or far left, I should say.
All I saw was that he missed it. I didn't see...
It's bad. It was bad.
All right. 888-957-9570. That's Kruger. He is in for Dibs, of course. And we're hanging out on a 49er Monday. And it's a big one. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. The 49ers had a terrible opener. And they missed a huge opportunity. I do think that tonight they'll probably be in first place. So there's that if you want a silver lining. And I also think that it's very hard. Look, we can evaluate, but we can't over-evaluate. That's my takeaway from all of this. The number one thing that the 49ers did wrong was they were not buttoned up. They were not clean. They had penalties. They allowed broken plays. Then they allowed the momentum to get out of hand. Trey didn't handle it well when they were only down by 3 because he gives them a turnover that puts them up by 2 scores as the team goes down the field. And that's what you couldn't do in that point. So, yes, Trey gets some of the blame. It was not a great game for him. I thought he did enough good stuff in the first half. They have a red zone turnover. All of these things add up to a huge blunder and a big missed opportunity. But you damn well better believe I'm also going to walk out of here today going, it's week 1. It's week 1.
It's year 1 for your super raw quarterback. I mean, my goodness. There's a lot of people. Here's one on the text line. It looks like 925. So I tried listening to every show today. I haven't made it past 10 minutes. Treat Lance like we treated Jimmy. Lance sucked and missed a ton of underneath throws. You're not going to grade them the same. I don't look at them the same. Well, Jimmy is a veteran quarterback who's made the same mistakes over and over and over again. Trey Lance, if he makes the same mistakes over and over and over again going forward, he'll get the same treatment. But it's the same way. You don't treat your 6-year-old the same way you treat your 16-year-old. Especially if your 16-year-old keeps doing the same thing that you told him not to do over and over again, and your 6-year-old is making these mistakes for the first time. And there's a lot of Jimmy people out there who are like, you see, you got to give it you got to criticize Trey the way you criticize Jimmy. In time, people will.
Correct.
But if you hold Trey to the same standards in year 1 as you're holding Garoppolo after he's been in the league for years and been in your system for years, to me, that's not necessarily a fair way to evaluate.
I think that's a great point, number 1. And then number 2, understand where this goes sometimes. And I know that this is not most individuals, but there are some of you out there. And I want you to know how exhausting you are. We have been doing this now for 4 years with Jimmy and for a year and a half with Trey on the roster. You cannot slam Jimmy every time he throws a pick and then show up today and tell us you want him back. You're so disingenuous. You can't do this to human beings and a football team. You have got to go with it. And that's why we're not talking about benching Trey anytime soon.
And if anybody is today, they probably don't have a lot of credibility.
I mean, come on, you guys, we can't do this. There is a process here, and you've got to commit to something, or else you're just wishy-washy. My criticism of Kyle Shanahan would and will come if that's what he does. We're going to give up 3 first rounds of capital. We're going to get this guy. We're going to try to trade Jimmy. We're going to give him the keys. And then 7 days later, we're going to discuss, come on. Do you realize how ridiculous that would be? You want to lose a locker room, you start doing that junk. That's how you lose human beings' respect.
Right. Start jacking guys back and forth. This guy's the starter, that guy's the starter. You made the decision. You got to go with it. And you got to give it a reasonable amount of time. So what is a reasonable amount of time? Well, it's based on how young the quarterback is and how he's playing. And based on how young this quarterback is and based on what I've seen, I'd say you got to give this guy at least half the season of put him out there and evaluate him. And, yeah, if you lose some games along the way, guess what? Just the way it is. You're going to lose games with a young quarterback at the beginning of his career. Alex Smith became one of the most cerebral, smart quarterbacks in time. But go back and look at Alex year one in 2005 and 6 and 7. He struggled. It's a process. I mean, it's just there we can, and it's not about you're all about Trey. No, it's just about it's about just basic fairness.
It's where we are. It's where this team is right now, and it's going to be sink or swim, and absolutely they will get hammered if this goes sideways and Trey doesn't turn into a good player. They will, but today's not that day.
No,
we're not there yet. Joe in San Jose. Hey, Joe, what's going on? You're on with Willard and Kruger. What are you doing?
What's going on, gentlemen?
What's up?
What's up? Listen to these yo-yos, man. Hey, let me tell you, I don't like this. I don't despise the 49ers. I mean, I don't follow them. I mean, that's not my squad. But this kid went out there in a swamp. You see Nick Bosa walk out there to warm up, sees the rain, turns around and goes back to the locker room.
I saw that.
See, what I'm saying is that you could take any two Hall of Fame quarterbacks and put them in that typhoon they played with yesterday, and what result are you going to get? I mean, this kid you're throwing in wind and rain. Come on, you got to cut him a break. No one's jumping on Debo. Debo got paid and he's fumbling.
Yeah, there are a lot of players who, if I was going to make a list of players who I thought struggled in big spots yesterday. Look, I know Debo had a lot of good plays. He had a lot of bad ones, too. He fumbled in the red zone. He dropped another pass. I thought Dre Greenlaw was at the top of the list of people who struggled yesterday. Not a good game for him at all. There's a bunch of players who had real struggle moments, and Trey is one of them. He's not my top four. I'm looking at Dre Greenlaw. I'm looking at Mike McGlinchey.
Azeez Al-Shaair.
Al-Shaair, absolutely. You're looking at people who made big mistakes in big moments, and somewhere in the top 7, I'll probably get to Trey because he threw that pick, and it felt like he was forcing it, like they were in a desperate situation, and they weren't yet. They're only down by 3 with plenty of time, and I know that that's when the weather started, but there was no need to force it at that spot in the field because now you put yourself in a 2-score hole, and now the game's really over.
And what was the mistake there? He stared it down, right? He's trying to squeeze in a safe, low pass to Juwan Jennings on an in-cutting route, and he tried to throw it low, but he stared it down, and Eddie Jackson, who's been playing in this league a long time, baited him, kind of hit inside behind the lineman, read his eyes, broke on the ball perfectly, and made the pick. I mean, but once again, who are the most cerebral quarterbacks we've seen in our lifetime? I think of Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning in year one, guys, 3-13 record. He completed 56% of his passes. He threw 28 interceptions. He eventually became a Hall of Famer. So guess what? It's a process. And if you go down the rookie quarterback road, be ready to go through that process. And if you're not, just admit you're not. But the 49ers have stated that they feel like they know what Jimmy's ceiling is, and they want to go beyond that. And so they want to get a quarterback who they think is a higher upside. But it doesn't mean in day one he's going to be an upgrade. And people just need to show some, patience. And I know it's hard because we want it now, and we just expect that the 49ers are in their championship window. Lance has got to play. He's got to play well. He's got to play well now. Well, you can say that, but it doesn't mean it's going to happen.
I am always excited whenever we get to an emotional situation, and Robin has called, which we have that right now. But breaking news first. Let's go. Here we are.
95.7 The Game breaking news. Brought to you by the Beat the Streak podcast. Get an inside edge on how to win the $5.6 million prize every day this baseball season. Listen on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, the news from Ian Rappaport is on Eli Mitchell, and it is not good. It's not that this has turned into a season ender by any stretch, but this is sounding like a very lengthy injury for Eli Mitchell. Quickly ruled out yesterday with his knee injury. Is expected to miss some time. MRI this morning. It will determine the full extent. But here's the quote. Mitchell is looking at a few weeks or more on the sidelines, and that's at a minimum. So we're looking at September is definitely gone. It sounds like October is in doubt, and who knows where that number goes from here.
Yeah, and if you saw the play, he planted his right leg. As he planted the leg on the turf, that he took a hit on his right knee on the outside from a helmet, and the knee kind of gave way a little bit inside. You know, it's supposed to bend forward and backwards, not forward, but backwards. It kind of bent a little bit inside, so you wonder about ligament damage and that kind of thing. So when I saw it, I thought, oh, that looks like a 6 to 8 week thing. Like maybe, month and a half, maybe 2 months. He's a late in the year kind of a return guy. Based on what I saw, we'll see what the MRI says.
Yeah, I will say this. You had a week one so full of optimism. I mean, we had sort of received the Jimmy Ward situation, dealt with that for a few weeks. We knew that was going to be a while. Now we know it's going to be at least 4, maybe more. But I remember thinking at the start of week one, okay, it's Jimmy Ward, but this team is rocking and rolling pretty much at relative health, going up against an inferior opponent. This is going to be a good start to the year. And within the next few days, you've got a Kittle injury, you've got a loss, and you've got an Eli Mitchell for a month or more. And that's tough. That's tough. This has been a really bad week.
Well,
for
not only
the
that,
49ers.
We mentioned this on the pregame with Lowe on Sunday. I mean, the 49ers last year had the third most injuries of any team in the NFL. They were the third most injured team. The year before that, they were the most injured team in like 25 years. And they've been like one among the most injured teams for the last, really, this almost entire Shanahan regime. So is there a reason for it? Is there anything that we can point to? I don't know. People smarter than I would have to make that evaluation. But what's undeniable is that the Niners under Shanahan have been consistently among the most injured teams in pro football.
I'm not blaming a coach for a helmet on the knee. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Is it based on their Thursday practice habits? Is it based on their approach to preseason? I have no idea.
I have a hard time.
They tried to change out the whole staff.
I know,
and that didn't obviously work.
It's football. And it's actually one thing I was, doing a fantasy draft over the weekend. I was like, one of the reasons I feel like, thank you, I feel like running backs are starting to fall out of favor a little bit in early rounds for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Is because we've learned what happens. Half of them are going to get hurt. They're at least going to miss 3 or 4 games, and you know that the waiver wire at some point during the year is going to be filled with dudes you've never heard of who are going to end up having a major imprint on the season at that position. It's another reason why I'm with Shanahan that I would never pay one of these guys. Why? Like, it's turn and burn. You need multiple to get through a year. The bell cow thing doesn't work. All of you who drafted McCaffrey over the last 2 years know.
Yeah.
Like, it's impossible at that position. And it's why Debo held out. Is you're going to put me back there? Like, yeah, I'm probably going to get hurt because that's what happens at that position.
Yeah. And by the way, they kept using Debo as a running back, and I think you'll probably even see more from him now as a running back. But they paid him. See, that was the difference.
No,
now
he's all set. Yeah. Exactly. Okay, Robin, your time, your turn. Robin, what are you doing? Thanks for calling.
So my dog is back with me. That's a whole nother story.
Oh, good.
My time up with that. Oh my God! They said he was showing signs of aggression. I don't know. So I'm going to get him some training. But I do want to say this real quick. Is it Kruger?
Yes.
I hear you about the 16-year-old and 6-year-old, but as being the oldest child and held to that standard until I smacked the snot out of that 6-year-old who was always constantly getting away with annoying me. It was the day he learned. I hate that. I hate holding the older person. My grandmama used to say, when you know better, you ought to do better. and you're always expected as the oldest to know better. But there are times when that younger person needs to be held, to a standard too. And so since nobody would do it for me, I smacked the hell out my sister. She never messed with me again. So
let's roll down to the birthing center at Children's Hospital and just start heckling the newborns. You're never going to amount to jack. You haven't done anything. What have you actually done?
Gets away with murder. The second thing I do want to say is this: is that I hate the Jimmy and the back and forth one. I don't want to get on Jimmy G or Trey Lance because you're right. They all.
Whoop.
Oh.
Whoop.
We lose her?
Oh, down goes Robin. Okay.
I don't even know. We didn't have quite enough to know where she was going.
Talking about smacking 6-year-olds. I'm glad she said her sister. I was like, oh my gosh. Whoa, no.
Yeah.
PSA, don't smack the 6-year-old.
Yeah.
Don't smack the 16-year-old either.
Yeah.
Stop smacking each other. What are you doing?
Let's just not smack.
Yeah. But Robin, do feel free to call back. Mad Hatter, San Francisco, next up, on with Willard and Larry. Hey, Mad Hatter, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
What's up?
Hello, Willard.
Hello,
Hey.
Mad Hatter.
Yeah, Kruger, what's up, man?
What's up, Mad Hatter?
Jason, how you doing, man? Hey,
Doing good.
It seems like first and second down, they run the ball. Third down, he throws the ball. Very predictable.
Very predictable so far. Yep.
I felt like the coach still doesn't know what Trey Lance can do well. He didn't play him enough in the preseason to know. All three of us know that he threw that great pass against Green Bay well. He throws a good deep ball. So what's the first thing Shanahan does? He inactivates Gray. It's like, this kid is making his first start in bad situation with the weather. Why take away one of the things that he does really well? Why not give the kid some confidence?
Well,
it seems like the coach might not know exactly yet what he does and doesn't do well because he's distracted by Jimmy, distracted by Purdy. It's just, I don't know. It just seems very predictable, very vanilla. I hope this next week we see Mason and Davis Price, and I hope we see some downhill running. I hope we see Gray active. I hope we see some deep balls. I hope we see the coach throw on first and second down instead of just run, pass.
Yeah, Hatter, I think the play calling conversation and points are good. However, I think sometimes when a game doesn't go well is when some of us then circle back and go, here's what they did wrong. Look, Danny Gray is 22 years old, and it's in a driving monsoon. He's never played a football game in his life, and a lot of people are pointing to that as like something that they did wrong yesterday. I understand you're excited to see him. I understand that the deep ball is not something we've felt very connected with over the last 4 years, and we're hopeful that we will get it, and I know what happened in the preseason. But I lost zero sleep over the fact that Danny Gray was inactive in a monsoon in Chicago. Like, there was no way that was going to become a thing. If Danny Gray had been on the field yesterday, he would have gone no catches for no yards on one target. That's what would have happened. That was not, I totally got, as I was walking in the game and I got that news and had a poncho on, I knew exactly why Danny Gray had been deactivated. That made total sense.
Yeah, and this is not a Shanahan move. This is a move that many coaches around the NFL do with rookies. You know what? Yeah, they made the team, but you know what? He's going to be inactive. He's going to watch for a couple weeks. So, who knows? I'll say this. I think it was the 49ers thinking that they were going to be leading this game and that they wanted that extra whatever, offensive lineman or back or whatever it is.
And they were right.
And that they were right. And that with the rain, they wouldn't be going up top. But I will say this. Trey throws the deep ball beautifully, and Gray can get deep at will, and they need to be more dynamic offensively anyway. I think they understand that. So I'd like to see Danny Gray activated more times than not this year, and I'd like to see them take those shots down the field because guess what? In my mind, they're going to connect. And then you're going to look at this team differently when Trey's going up top and connecting with Danny Gray once again.
Santa Clara weather coming up this Sunday. Let's see the daily forecast. As of right now, we're looking at, something in the neighborhood of about 71 degrees with a low of 53 and bright sunshine. All right. Now Danny Gray can
Now
be
it's
active.
Danny Gray time.
Now we're ready to go. All right, more of your phone calls coming up next. It's Mark Willard, Larry Krueger, 95.7 The Game.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Dodgers were the first team to clinch a playoff spot in Major League Baseball. LA will be in Arizona facing rookie pitcher Nelson, who is making just his second Major League start, but carried an ERA over 5 at AAA this season. The Dodgers bats have been getting it done lately, scoring at least 6 runs in 6 of their last 8 games. A rookie pitcher, red-hot bats, and the best team in baseball. It all adds up to taking the over as the BetQL 5-star play of the day between LA and Arizona.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about
That's better. NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, sore throat, stuffy head, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
The Dave Matthews Band is coming to Shoreline on September 17th. For more info and tickets, visit 957thegame.com/events.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, y'all, we're going to keep it going. And Steiny and Goo at full strength. And after a Dak injury, I mean...
Seriously, that's going to be good.
A Niner loss and a Dak injury just feels like a Goo day to me. It just does.
I think Goo... Here, I got a prediction on their show. I'm thinking Goo's going to bring some energy.
On a Monday? After a 49er loss and a Dak injury?
I think he might bring some energy to the show today.
Rebuilt my ass. Goo has been listed at a minus 52 and a hook favorite over Steiny today when it comes to energy. Yeah, absolutely. That's Did you see Michigan? Michigan was like a 52-point favorite over Hawaii. And I was looking at this, but I'm like, oh my gosh. They're basically just saying Hawaii's not going to score.
Right.
And Hawaii snuck in 10 points at the end of the game and got the cover. Let it go. I think it was 56-10 or something like that.
I had a good day Saturday betting college ball.
Did you?
I bet SC over Stanford.
That one was, yep.
Okay, that one.
SC looks good.
I bet Mississippi State over Arizona.
Okay.
Take the SEC. I love the SEC schools out of conference.
Sure.
And they thoroughly outclassed Arizona in Tucson. And then I lost on Iowa's got. You think the Niners struggled offensively? Iowa's offense is just. It's the worst thing I've ever seen. It's like I'm surprised they don't wear leather helmets.
The best part of Iowa's season is that after their first win, the local paper, the headline was victory, but they left the O out. I'm like, perfect. Well done.
Seriously, Iowa's offense is horrible. Horrible. Petrus is like, what? They were booing him loudly in Iowa City there.
All right. I know you love this too. We're going to play a little Trey for you, and then we'll get back to the lines. Listen to Trey handle yesterday. Podium game is already on point.
Let's hear it.
Man, I made too many mistakes. Defense kept us in the game. Had a big miss to Tyler Croft in the end zone. Tried to throw a perfect ball. Just put it right on him, man. He was wide open. Turned the ball over. Took a sack. That knocked us out of field goal range that I shouldn't have. Missed Debo on the third down. Missed another third down to Juwan. Just too many mistakes. A lot of stuff to clean up for sure for me. But, man, excited. Still got my head up. Excited to get ready to go next week.
Now, you love that. Why'd you think that was important?
Well, accountability is everything. Own your mistakes. Don't dodge the press conference or, start talking about I hate people start talking about we when it's them. It's like you lose and it's like, well, we did this and we did that. There's no ambiguity about what he's saying there. He's like, I screwed up. I missed this. And he had a bunch of screw-ups and he had a bunch of mistakes, and that's to be expected. But he owns it. He owns it. Now, one thing that he absolutely has to improve on, and he has to hit the ground running this week and change it, is he targeted Debo, Mark, 8 times. They only hooked up twice for 14 yards. Debo's got to be a big player in this offense. He's arguably your most dynamic offensive player. You have to get on the practice field, get those reps, stay after practice, work those reps after practice. You, Trey and Debo have to get more on the same page, and Debo can't just be a runner. He has to be a receiver in this offense, and they just need more reps.
I agree, but I also think somewhat like wonky, circumstantial. There were a couple of those misses were just like Debo's 5 yards away, and Trey threw it into the ground. One of them slipped out of his hands.
Yep.
And then late in the game, as they're trying to come back, and this is what I knew, I'm like, you can't move the ball right now.
You're so wet.
He hit Debo over the middle on a cross, and Debo dropped it. It was a tough catch, which you're just not going to make in that weather, but it was a great throw.
Yeah.
Like he hit him right between the 1 and the 9, and he didn't hold on to it. And so, some of it is, I agree with you, there's some rhythm and connectivity that they need, and some of it was just, yesterday. Kobe in Vegas with Willard and Kruger on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Kobe, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas? What's going on?
What's going on?
Hey, man, we're gonna take this. I'm gonna say I'm being. I don't even know how I want to say this. I don't know if I want to say we're being y'all are being optimistic, but we all know we can't lose next week.
Agreed.
Period.
Agreed.
We can't lose next week, right? Okay, and it's like we're gonna have to ride the Debo train again. The same little offense that we ran with Debo last year. We're gonna have to run that again. Because, like, as we know, we keep all these running backs, but none of them stay healthy. We can't go get Matt Breida back. At least he was productive. Like, a lot of...
They may. Who knows? They may go knocking on his door. Where did he get cut at the final 53 cut down?
Breida?
I think Breida got lopped off at the cut down. I have to go look at that.
Matt Breida, I still have him on the New York Giants right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Matt Breida's on. I think he's on the roster.
Well, after Saquon, the way Saquon looked, he might be available.
And in fact, no. He got 5 carries yesterday for the Giants. Matt Breida.
So he's there.
So he's locked up.
Yeah, they might keep him there. But let me ask you this, though, right, fellas? Because you were saying something earlier, I don't know which one of y'all, but you were like Peyton Manning, and you were like,
that was me.
Manning came in. Okay. You know where Peyton Manning played football at, right? He was like a 4-year starter.
Right, in the SEC for the Vols.
Trey, that ain't going to work. That wasn't a good comparison. We have to go to somebody like that came from, what's a school comparison to North Dakota State? You can't go to...
Well, how about if we go to North Dakota State, who 3 quarterbacks in a row have gone to the NFL, and one of them was, was he number 1 or number 2? Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz was a number 2 overall pick.
Carson Wentz?
Yeah, and I mean, look, you can say what you want about Carson, but in year 2, he was on his way to being the MVP of the league when he got hurt.
True. And then, it goes down the toilet bowl. I like Heineke over him.
Well, he was good yesterday. Put 4 touchdown passes yesterday.
4 touchdown passes. Okay, listen. Well, hopefully, maybe I don't care about them. I want the Niners to keep winning. That's all I'm gonna preach on, right? I know, and I'm hate to bring him. I'm not even gonna hate to bring him up, but with 10, we win. You feel me? And check the numbers real quick before y'all hang up on me. Look at Mike Shanahan's record without Jimmy. He has a single. I think he's 8-49, right?
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan, not Mike Shanahan. But yeah, you're right. His record without Jimmy, Colby, thank you. His record without Jimmy is terrible.
Wentz in year 1 they went 7-9. He had 16 touchdowns, 14 picks. That second year, 33 touchdowns, 7 picks. I think the Peyton Manning comparison is a great comparison. Why? Because Peyton Manning had a lot more experience coming out of the SEC playing for the Vols than what Trey does, and he still wound up completing 56% his rookie year, 28 touchdowns, but 26 touchdowns, but 28 interceptions, and they went 3-13. Now, this Niner team is better than that 98 Colts team that he was on, but my point is the same, which is this is a quarterback in Peyton that had a lot more experience, and he stepped into the league, and when he had to play right away, he fell on his face. But they didn't cut him or throw him away or say he couldn't do it. They just gave him more opportunities, and a year later, he was a much better player.
I will say, though, that I don't think we get to give Trey what we do some of these other guys who actually played as rookies. Like, I know he didn't play a whole lot last year, but that matters. Like a full year in the system and 2.5 games under your belt, we should not look at Trey as a rookie. We need to look at him as a first-year starter, and that is still a thing, and there will be growing pains, but they should not be as significant as they would have been had you thrown him in as a starter last year. That's my opinion.
No, I think you're right. I think if you had thrown him in as a starter last year, the rawness that you saw yesterday, you would have been exacerbated.
Totally.
You would have seen a far more rough, crude player than what we even are looking at right now.
More of your phone calls coming up next. The changeover is coming up next. Oh, here comes Goo. Steiny back in the building. We are ready to go. It's Willard and Dibs with Larry in for Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
greatest football player of all time, Jerry Rice, with us here on the Morning Roast. Clearly, you and Trey know each other. How would you evaluate his game yesterday?
Well, I'm sure Trey, he would love to have that interception back, as he missed a couple throws, But I felt like he played okay. I felt like he did enough to win that football game.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 77451.
Your most valuable asset is your time. So why should buying a car eat up your whole day? At BMW of Fairfield, we value your time as much as you do. So once you've decided on your next car and how you want to buy it, we'll have you behind the wheel of your ultimate driving machine and on your way home within 1 hour. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and others have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, if not the same day. Be sure to download the Golden State app, which provides access to hundreds of resources. Find it at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Get your free case review. Call True Law at 877-560-8555, 877-560-8555, or visit sickvets.com. That's sickvets.com.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE, SIPC.
Imagine buying a pair of sneakers and getting a soothing, gentle foot massage like you'd get during a relaxing pedicure just by walking. You might think this sounds too good to be true, but we think it sounds like Skechers' new Massage Fit sneakers. Because Skechers, the comfort technology company, has designed a unique innovation that makes it feel like you're pampering your feet with a gentle massage in every step. The secret is Skechers' new patented wave technology on the sole that gently massages your feet while you're walking around. It feels amazing and is so gentle you can wear them all day just like your other favorite Skechers sneakers. And not only will you be getting the massage, you'll also be getting Skechers' other famous comfort features, like a special luxury insole that offers extra support for 24/7 comfort. Plus, they come in a variety of fashionable styles, including lace-up and slip-ons, and they're machine washable for easy care. Get a bonus massage in every step with Skechers' new Massage Fit. Find them for men and women at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Still a bit warm in the North Bay this week. In Mill Valley, high of 81.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. Whether it's the news, the traffic, the weather, or your COVID-19 vaccinations, it's important to stay up to date.
'49ers on the move, opening drive. First down at the 16. Deebo Samuel lines up in the backfield for the first time. And gets chopped down. The ball comes out. The Bears are on top of it. Chicago with the first takeaway of 2022.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And Larry's in for Dibs. And that was a moment. You're probably feeling it at home too, but just kind of the vibe of the fans being inside Soldier Field, which, by the way, highly disappointing.
What? What about it?
Highly disappointing. Get to that in a second. But when Deebo fumbles, you're like, it just felt like we're delaying the inevitable. It's like, okay, all right, got you this time. 3 Bears plays, get the ball back, go do it again. Like, the confidence of that first half, I'm not going to forget that, because I think it's important in projecting what's going to go on going forward. The 49ers penalties and their sloppy play and some of their poor decisions worked their way to an upset loss. But you could see in the first half, from the roster standpoint, the athleticism, the names on the back of the jerseys, you could see who was the better team by far. They just went out and messed it all up.
You let a team hang around long enough.
Yep.
The old saying, eventually they're going to beat you. And that's what it felt like. The 49ers should have been up. The one that was really another boneheaded decision was when he took the sack in field goal territory. Yep. That took points off the board. So, that right there was a costly mistake for sure. And Trey, I hope people don't look at me at least defending Trey and think, oh, you're some homer for Trey. No, my sense of fairness says that if somebody's in their first NFL game, you judge that differently, especially on the road in those conditions. You judge that differently than you would a guy who's been in the league 5 years.
Fourth NFL game, but yes, fourth NFL game.
Yeah, but as far as this is his first year as a starter.
Yes.
He was so raw last year. They challenged themselves. They could have taken a more experienced prospect. They took an incredibly raw player with tons of upside. It was always going to be the long-range play. So for people who are showing no patience at the start, it's like you didn't read the memo. It's like you took the most talented guy who had the most growth coming. And now it's about coaching him up and getting him right. And that's on Shanahan and the coaching staff and Greasy. And it's not going to be overnight. But I think I've seen enough already to say, you know what? They got the right person. The way he handled the failure, the way he's improved in camp, the way he's won over the veterans in the room. Now it's about coaching him up. It's going to take a little time. It's not necessarily going to be overnight, but I think he's going to get there.
I'm still optimistic, and I was excited at halftime. That's why. I was excited at halftime, and then things got really weird and unfortunate. And yes, the 49ers are to blame for a lot of it. God gets the blame for some of the others, because when you fell behind, it was an absolute monsoon and you couldn't move the ball. And that's part of why being there, just real quick, being there helped me understand why they are moving on from Soldier Field. Like, as a football fan, I'm like, wait a minute. Frozen tundra of Soldier. Like, what are you doing?
They've played there since 1925.
Now you're going to give me a dome? What the hell are you doing, Bears? And then I went to a game there, and I went, oh, now I get it. And actually, I heard that.
It wasn't even bad. You sit there in December when the wind's coming off of Lake Michigan. And you got glove warmers in your boots.
This would have been snow a couple months from now, which it wasn't.
It was a
obviously
fairly mild weather day.
No, it was warm. 70 degrees.
Yeah.
It was like we could do this in a short sleeve shirt.
What didn't you like about it?
So I even talked to a lot of Bears fans, and they're like, "So this is why we kind of want out of here." Similar, I guess, in some ways to Levi's, without the transportation options, like there's no way to get there. We walked all the way back to downtown, 45-minute walk in a driving rainstorm, and your options for getting in and out of there are really, there isn't anything other than that. And there's also not great surrounding kind of that, the bars and restaurants thing. There
isn't, it's on the lakefront.
Isn't that either?
The convention center's nearby, but it's not a...
maybe even worse was this experience.
There's no village or anything around it.
Here's what I want all stadiums to get rid of. Okay, halftime. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I know that's going to take a little while. Now I'm going to get in line. It's 25 people deep. I want a hot dog. 25 people deep. I stand there for about 8 minutes. I don't move. I did not move 1 inch in those 12 minutes. And then I'm like, so I can either just go hungry or I can miss the third quarter. I'm not missing the third quarter of a football game.
Right.
So I go back to my seat and I go, you know what? We'll find a timeout here and I'll run back out there. It's right outside the seats. And I'll go get a hot dog. Start the fourth quarter. Beer sales are off. Okay. Now the lines are really short. So run right up there. I'm the second one in line. Nice lady looks at me and goes, what can I get you? I said, give me a cheeseburger, hot dog, let's go. And she goes, oh, no. We're out of food.
No.
You're out of...
It's a football game.
I go, why is your door even open? You're not allowed to sell beer.
What was she selling?
I have no clue. Like maybe if I wanted a Diet Coke.
Oh, great.
I'm like, no beer, no food. What are you doing? What are you doing here? Close your door. Like... I don't know. Yeah. Don't be surprised that 40,000 people show up when 40,000 people are supposed to show up. Like, I don't know. The whole process.
Felt like an A's game.
It just, with people. But anyway, it's just the whole process of the fan experience there. And I'm telling you, this is what Bears fans were saying.
I'll tell you what I don't like about their corridors.
It wasn't great. It wasn't great.
That the lines are so long that you can't walk through the corridors.
Yes, it's gridlocked.
Yeah, it's gridlocked.
Total
so you have
gridlocked.
to walk around the lines, and it's just...
And that's when it was halftime and everyone thought Justin Fields was the worst draft pick ever, because they did, like that sort of gridlock led to a lot of pushing and shoving, because everybody was drunk and mad.
Right.
And I'm like, I'm just trying to go to the bathroom. There's a trough over there, and it's calling me because I grew up going to Candlestick, so I got to go use it. So anyway, I did. All right, Steiny and Guru are going to get in here in just a second. Let's go to, what is it? Drop of the Hat Matt has called in. Hello, Drop of the Hat Matt. What are you doing?
Oh, yeah. Hello. What I'm doing, man, I called in Friday with Guru, and I told him, man, this is a lock pick of the year. Bears going to win this game. Is going to be under. Look, this is going to happen the whole year. Everybody want to jump on the Trey Lance train. That dude has no experience. And when you play against other teams, I don't care if they're Chicago Bears. They're going to have a great game plan against this dude. They shut down a run. He can't throw the short passes, right? And then they won't let him throw the deep passes. Right? The whole season's going to be a waste. You got great play. You got a Super Bowl roster. If the fans are getting so mad about losing, just imagine what the players are feeling right now. I see Jimmy G back in his lineup after 4 games.
No. Yeah, Drop of the Hat, Matt. I thank you for the call, and I buy absolutely none of it. That's just my honest take. I buy none of it. If you think you called this Bears game, I'm calling foul because, first of all, I heard that from nobody. And second of all, if you dive into every metric of this football game and you pick the Bears, you were wrong. Go to any metric, and the final score doesn't make sense. But that's what turnovers and broken plays will do. The 49ers statistically dominated every portion of this football game. And they coughed it up, and you can blame them for that. But don't tell me you predicted it and you were right. You weren't. You were wrong.
And I'll say this. The players are not on the verge of, going to Shanahan and demanding Trey Lance. I mean, I was just in that locker room for 2 whole days last week. I didn't get any sense of that at all. I get the sense that they are firmly behind Trey and they understand the situation, and that there's been a ton of dialogue between Shanahan and Lynch and the players about what their situation is and how they're going forward. But Trey has won over the guys in the room. There's no doubt in my mind.
Speaking of teammates and how they all sort of welcome each other in, let's welcome in a couple of ours, and let's do it in two very, very different ways. First of all, Steiny, welcome back. It is wonderful to see you. What a
Thank you
good,
very much.
yeah, what a good day to return. You got a collar, you're tucked in.
Haircut.
You are what the 49ers were not, and that is buttoned up.
Buttoned up.
Okay, so good to see you.
Great to see both you guys.
Very professional looking.
And then my fantasy beatdown brother Guru.
I already told the guys.
Let's welcome him in right here.
I didn't know you were this guy, though. Look at him reveling in it.
You know
I got
what?
a text last night.
Did he beat you? Did he beat you?
He's
It's actually not over.
But it's
not over. There's a lot of players
referred
left.
to me, how you doing, champ?
Willard is a dirty fantasy player.
He's
He's a dirty fantasy player.
I always let the other haymaker get thrown first. I will not come down your
You're
road
right. Okay.
if you don't come down mine first.
I did strike
and
first.
When Josh Allen had Thursday night, Guru came in
Steiny.
here.
Feeling gay.
He was peacocking around this room, and so I had to clap back.
Yeah,
But didn't you start it at Soldier Field against the Bear fans?
What do you mean?
You said you
it.
turned around to the Bear fans at 10-0 or something.
Oh, I didn't turn around. I didn't look at him.
Okay.
I didn't look at him.
So
but there was two things.
Did you take the first shot at Bears fans yesterday?
And when it came back to me, I took it. I accepted it. I didn't leave early. I waited in that rain. There were two things I did. I don't ever look at it because I'm not trying to not make friends in the area. Like, it's all tongue in cheek. But there were two things I kept yelling. First of all, every 3 and out, I would stand up and yell at the Bears offense, "Get off the field!
Oh, whoa.
You don't belong on this field. Get off this field!" And the other thing is when they went up 10-0, I just started yelling, "It feels pretty insurmountable in this building." You
jinxed it.
You could say that if you want. You can say that if you want.
But you didn't jinx it, Larry. I told Steiny all month. Last month we were doing shows. You were like Danny Gray, Davis Price. They didn't even suit up.
I know.
And this is not the NBA to where, it's just a matchup problem. We'll put 5 in. No, what? I go back to Trey Sermon, who now you need. Yesterday was just foul. I had -6.5 Niners heavy. But, dude, we got we need to put some rats on the table. That was on Kyle because Shanahan, Larry, the team was not ready to play.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
They just were not.
They missed 12. They missed a ton of tackles, but they had 12 penalties, and not only that, just undisciplined play. I mean, I can blame Aziz and I can blame Greenlaw, but I'm holding Kyle accountable and I'm holding D'Amico accountable because you're the coach. You got to set the tone. You've got to basically enforce those things or emphasize those things in practice. And they flew around and made plays. But you got to play smart, and they didn't play smart.
No, that's fair. That's where
that's my name.
Yeah. That is completely fair. Like when I'm pointing to things from yesterday, it's not about Trey Lance first. Yeah. It's somewhere down the road. But to me, and look, I was with a lot of you. I know you don't like a lot of the calls that came. But if it's 12 of them, they weren't all wrong. Okay. It's too many. You were undisciplined. You made poor decisions. It's too many penalties. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the Odyssey app. Steiny, get on in here, and then we have a special caller on the line.
Oh, okay. So this is where my journalism background comes in.
Wow.
Trey Lance was a piece of that game.
Right.
But I'm thinking, as a journalist, how do you look at that game? Well, you want to make it as big as possible. So if you look at it that way, you say the Trey Lance era has gotten off with a thud.
Sure.
Like that would be the biggest
fair.
piece. Now, it'll be a thud for 6 days. That's the beauty of football. Like that's the great part. But no, Trey Lance was just a part of that game yesterday. So I totally agree with you. But then again, this is the Trey Lance era. To me, you have 3 levels. You have Trey Lance, because it's his era. You have the team.
Yep.
And this is not in the right order. And then you have Trey Jimmy specific. The big story yesterday, nobody gave the Bears a chance to win that game. going into it.
Especially
not a soul.
Like the idea the 49ers are going to lose.
Chance in the third quarter.
Like
Did you predict it, by the way?
No.
The text line says that Steiny had predicted this on Friday.
Absolutely not.
No?
Steiny wasn't even here on Friday.
It was you and me.
Because Matt did predict it Friday. And I laughed
Maybe
at him, but he was spot on.
I did not predict the Bears were going to win the game.
Okay, all right.
Nobody did, Larry. No walking
You know
human.
by now.
No human picked the Bears.
So this is like, hey, everybody looked at the first 4 games and when they got the Broncos and then the Rams 3-4.
Yeah.
They're going to be 2-2 at least.
They got a W.
Exactly.
Yep.
I couldn't believe we cannot. I said this, Willard, and I'm never going to do it. And I told Steiny in the green room, I'm done playing schedule game. That loss to the Bears with the Niners, they could go 16-1, Larry. I'll never play schedule game. Like,
Nobody
I got to see them beat Seattle now. I got to see them beat the Seahawks.
Here's the thing. I watch college football all day Saturday.
So did I.
What it takes for an underdog a big underdog to beat a major favorite in college is like 10 times what it takes to do it in the NFL. In the NFL, you get a turnover or two, a special teams player, this or that. It's 10 total possessions. You cough up with this or that. Boom, ball game. In college, you need like 9 breaks to go your way for Stanford to upset SC because there's 20 possessions.
I just told Larry this because I just logged on to my Survivor pool. More than half of it.
14 are out mine.
I'm out. I took Tennessee.
More than half the pool
I
was
changed
eliminated.
mine from Niners to Denver.
Oh,
I'm feeling good.
So, but you might not feel good in a few hours.
I hadn't thought about
I
that.
had Baltimore. I feel good.
Right.
But more than half. This tells you, like all of the touchdown favorites.
Yeah.
But probably no one picked Green Bay. Indy. Okay. The 49ers. The Titans. The Bengals. All of them lost. So this is part of the NFL. Okay, I told you we have a special caller, and I do believe that he is on the line, and I do believe that Guru, you should probably welcome him in with a Gaga Goo Goo. I think that's probably
Dibs.
Boys, what's going on, fellas? What is going on in the world? My goodness, what's happened out
You're going to live a long time. In the green room, I have proof that 4 minutes ago, before we came in, I said, Steiny, you talked to Dibs? I'm going to call him tonight. And then he calls the show.
He called you.
Yeah, I can't stay away. I mean, watching that yesterday, my girl Mila slept through the whole thing. She woke up for a little bit and cried, and I said, don't cry. They're going to come back. And then the Bears found a way to get it done. So many people to blame, but I think, Larry, you and Mark are spot on with where you're assigning the blame, but I think you're going too easy on Shanahan. Who's watching the radar? Who's watching the Doppler, Mark? You could see that the rain was coming, yet he continued to baby the offense and run the ball.
It's a good
and
call.
You're right. 10 minutes to go. You can't be behind in that game. So go for the jugular, Kyle. They got up 10-0, and he took the foot off the gas pedal, and he never went and took that game away from Chicago. I said it in the offseason. This was going to be a Kyle year. It's not about Trey Lance. You have an inexperienced quarterback who looked shaky on the road in a deluge. Yes, he's going to get better. And no, they're not going to pull him out. Kyle Shanahan, what are you doing?
Yeah, 9:45. Dibs, I agree.
But you know what I got?
4th and 1, he didn't go for it.
Right,
Why?
Because in the moment, I'll tell you guys, I understood it.
Yeah,
because you guys are saying
is what it's all about.
You
right
guys
here.
are saying that when you're up 10-0, go for the jugular. No, when you're up 10-0. You reverse that. You don't go for the jugular because the jugular was, I'm going to bet the Bears can't go on a drive.
It wasn't 10-0, though. It was 10-7.
Well, no, right. 10-7. That one was 10-7, right. Yeah. But the point being, the whole game, at that point, before it gets to 10-7, I'm thinking, this team's not scoring.
At all.
So why would I get aggressive
I agree.
and bring turnovers into play on a rainy day when I've got a double-digit lead and the other team can't move the ball? And the only reason that they could move the ball is because your stupid penalties kept their drives alive. I think his gamble was right. It just blew up in his face because his team played undisciplined. You can blame him for that if you want.
He has to take that blame.
To me, that's the thing.
There's 2 other parts of this. One thing that no one's talking about is his butchering of the preseason. What did we see from this defense? The first quarter, they came out hair on fire. They were dominant. As the game wore on, they got tired because they didn't play preseason. Rest versus rust was on display. That defense was completely gassed by the second half. Nick Bosa was an unbelievable force through about 22 minutes of that game, and then he went away. They all went away because they didn't play in the preseason. Brandon Ayuk had a big play early, and that was it. He was the guy they were supposed to have all this chemistry with. He only got 2 catches on the game. Shame on you, Kyle Shanahan. And Mark quietly, shame on you for defending him.
No.
Dibs,
I can't wait.
Another 10-point lead, Larry.
Dibs, the countdown is 7 days till you and I fight about this. Because brother, I love you. That's a weak point because everyone played the preseason like that. And how are you going to blame conditioning on preseason games? Like these guys, you're in the gym, you're working out every day. Like there's no reason for that, and preseason games has never been that. No one's played 4 quarters of a preseason game ever. A starter has never done that. So why would they do that now? We don't want to.
Your offense can sustain drives either. That's why they kept going back out there.
You got to get these guys out there, and you got to get them fresh. And as far as the penalties go, I don't know how many you want to look at as, quote, bad calls, but here's an idea, D'Amico. Teach your guys when the QB slides, you don't dive on them.
Yeah, I want to go to the 4th and 1 with a minute and a half left in the third on your own 41 and him punting.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
This is Lance's best play with the quarterback sneak.
I'm with you.
You don't want to go for it there.
What you decide there. At that moment, we all have to be smart enough to know, I could see it both ways.
Totally.
Now, as a fan, he made the wrong decision. But the bottom line is, it wasn't cut and dried, but that's what these guys are measured on. Like I told you, you're not wrong.
But here's the thing on that, Steiny, is that it was 10-0. If I agree with Mark that it felt like that was a bigger lead.
You're going to talk about momentum?
But then it was 10-7.
Yes.
And now you've got Trey Lance in 4th and 1 on the 41 on a messy field. You could hear through the TV. You could hear the crowd starting to get more and more
times and got yards.
Larry,
I would have gone for it there.
Larry,
I said
Chicago holds there. Now what's the momentum like?
It's a short field, granted, but you're still talking about
Justin Fields in that offense.
Are you going to allow? Are you going to try to take back the momentum right there or not? And in my opinion, I thought that's where I would have wanted to take
with
it.
you, Larry.
But the momentum was their defense.
You say Justin Fields in that offense. That's precisely why I'm putting them on their own 15.
Okay.
There was no way
you did that, and how'd it play out, Mark?
Well, because penalties. Yeah. There was no way. Let me tell you, in the building, there was no way that team was going on an 85-yard drive ever. They could still be playing today. Never, not once, never.
I don't disagree with that.
Unless you gave it to them.
And you did.
And you did.
What did Herm Edwards say, guys? It's a great
play to win the game.
You play to win the game.
That is playing to win the game.
I agree.
Kyle Shanahan plays to not lose too often. He turtles up. I'm going to start calling him Yertle the Turtle. He doesn't take shots. He just runs. And by the way, one more thing on Kyle Shanahan before I go change my 33rd diaper of the day. By the way, your boy's swallow game is on point. I don't want to dwell on that. Kyle Shanahan is going to kill Trey Lance. It was good that they saved Jimmy Garoppolo. Trey Lance will not make it to the bye.
Not if they keep running him.
This poor guy is like a crash test dummy.
What was going on? He's on fire with that.
I agree with this take, except for I have a question about it that's directed not at you, Dibs, but for them. I want to know because I have no problem with Trey moving around the field.
Designed runs.
Dude, you got to slide.
Okay.
He said it himself that it is not in his DNA.
Roquan Smith could have put him out for 8 weeks with a broken clavicle.
My man, there is one way to ruin a football season right out of the gate, and Guru, you know exactly how because it just happened to your team last night.
Wow.
Okay? You absolutely cannot let this guy get hit this way.
And they were.
Kyle Shanahan knows it better than anyone. Just call RG3 and ask him how his career went.
Maybe they don't care.
Can I ask you? I can tell you for this right now. The rat on the table was How was Trey going to perform? This was an opportunity, Dibs, before you get to the diaper. And that offense looked just like, if not worse, than with Jimmy. It didn't look any more dynamic. And we talk about, Larry, this running back room, and Deebo Samuel is one carry away from having the most carries in the game. So he's on no pitch count. But to me, that sends a message like you're trying to hide something. And every time Trey completed the pass, you know what he didn't get? Another chance to complete another one back to back. It was like he was trying to hide him. Let him get hot. And that didn't happen. And 2 receptions for IU. Oh, he's his favorite target. 2 receptions for Deebo. That's on the quarterback. And then when you miss Croft, you don't get that opportunity back sometimes in a game. He was wide open. Trey, you got to hit that.
Well, there's no question, but
you got to hit that pass.
Yeah, I mean, you got to hit any pass. I mean, you got to hit all your passes, right? But I mean, this quarterback is the accuracy is a little spotty,
okay.
And so you're gonna have to live with that at the beginning.
No doubt.
That's part of the development.
Here's a big issue with the fans and being in disagreement. Are we measuring Trey Lance as a guy who started his 3rd football game yesterday, or are we looking at Trey Lance and comparing him to Jimmy Garoppolo? Because
I'm trying to do both, Steiny.
Well, it's going to be hard.
Well, that's what the team set up.
How was?
But they lost to the Bears, Steiny.
Dibs, how was Trey Lance yesterday? He was fine. He was okay.
I'm not blaming him.
Good, bad, just like he expected.
But it wasn't better,
But here's the question, though. Everybody assumes that Garoppolo would be better.
I don't. I do not. I do not.
I mean, I think
they
Garoppolo
would have won that game,
Larry.
Larry.
First of all, is Garoppolo going to move better behind this line than Trey? No. Is Garoppolo going to avoid the rush better than Trey? No. Does Garoppolo have a deep arm to make those plays down the field that this team hasn't made in recent years? No. So, I mean, what are we really talking about at the end of the day? Shanahan knows more football than us. He made his professional evaluation that Trey is an upgrade from Garoppolo. I think we owe it to him and to the fan base to find out if he's right.
But when you call a play,
Larry, I'm with you. I'm gonna leave you with this because duty, and I do mean duty. Definitely, that's a solid 4. I'm gonna give myself a 2 and then another 2 because that's how we do it over here. But my daughter Mila is 2 weeks old today. I'm babying her. She's a baby. Trey Lance is not a baby. If you make him QB1, let him be QB1. And, Mark, until the deluge really came, it was a little wet.
Yeah.
The field was a little sloppy.
Oh, gosh.
Throw the pill.
Yeah.
Go for the win. I'll see you guys on Monday.
Yeah, Dibs.
Here's the one thing though. You can't keep running Trey Lance like he's Larry Zonka. Like he's some power.
That was mind-boggling, man.
I mean, seriously, risk reward. I don't care if he's mobile. He's still your quarterback.
Look,
you don't want to lose your quarterback on a 3-yard gain.
Sun
up the
comes
middle.
up and a Niner running back hurt.
I just want to. There's that. I just want to say this though, because Dibs said it there on the way out the door. I know this is the stuff that we do when we're frustrated as fans. Right. Oh, it's a little wet out there. Okay, look at me. This was not a little wet.
Oh, you were there.
My suitcase. I got home. I put one hat, the hat that I was wearing, I put it in the suitcase. And when I got home, the whole suitcase was drenched. It was not a little wet. I'll say my statement again for the new crowd and those in the back. Whoever led that game with 12 minutes to go, it was over. Yeah. Don't make it, you guys are weak and wimpy. No. Human beings were not going to move a football in the fourth quarter of that game, period. Take it from somebody who sat there until the clock hit 0.
But how did Chicago come back?
Interesting.
Because that was before the downpour.
Interesting. The San Francisco 49ers fans are talking about the weather. It's pouring rain. It's a monsoon. Wouldn't that favor a dominant defense and a running offense?
Thank you.
The Niner defense was dominant.
It was dominant
until Azeez Al-Shaair and Drake Greenlaw lost their mind and started committing horrendous penalties and showing no poise or discipline.
So that's why they lost the game.
I told Steiny this, and I mean this. You tell me what you think. They got broken when Pettis caught that touchdown. They were broken, and then they gave up another touchdown. The Niners, they were broke mentally, man. And then they let him go down there. We're talking about and I agree with you, Larry, how great Hufanga looks. Where was he on that touchdown pass after the blown coverage with Pettis? I'm not blaming him, but if we're going to talk and throw around great, Chicago shouldn't have. You got to finish that, and they didn't.
Yep.
Dante Pettis, how good he feeling right now?
Oh, that was probably
my gosh.
That was a fun dance for him.
Okay.
In the end zone.
Get him back. Oh no.
Yeah, let's not do that. But we will get Guru and Steiny in here. I can't wait to listen. Larry, we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
All right, here we go.
He brings them.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh man,
He's back.
hey, did they play football yesterday?
Chicago did.
Man, here's what I'm thinking, Goo, because we're already into it, and everybody knows what we're talking about. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson. 49ers lose their season opener at Chicago 19-10. To me, there's like 3 levels. You know how there are 3 levels to NFL defenses?
Yeah.
To me, there's 3 levels to this show. Whatever the topic or conversation is, it's probably going to come under 3 categories. It's either going to be about Trey Lance's debut as a quarterback of the 49ers, because let's face it, it's the Trey Lance era. It started yesterday.
It did.
It's the first sliver of information. It will not dictate anybody's career for the long term, but we have something now. The 49ers as a team, that's the most important thing. They just went into Chicago and lost. Third, then, is specifically as it might relate to Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo. So those are the 3 things that I thought of. So a thud.
Okay.
Trey Lance era starts with a thud.
Right.
But the 49ers had absolutely no right winning that game.
And
none.
Okay, and we are talking about this. It's good to have you back. The same 49ers, Steiny, that people had predicted to go to the Super Bowl. It was predicated on the defense. I'm not going to look at you and tell you I'm blaming Trey Lance. My blame is at the doorstep of Kyle Shanahan. And if you want to put this down as another 10-point collapse in the second half, to me, this qualifies. And I just don't get why we were seeing Debo in harm's way as much. Why we were seeing Trey, what Larry was talking about, why he was running the ball so damn much, and it seemed like by design. I am shocked that the defense dominated the Bears like they did. They had field position going their way all the first half. Steiny, they should have had 21 to 24 points. They didn't, but to collapse in the manner that they did on this Monday, I am shocked. And what I will not ever do for you, my friend, is play the schedule game again with the 2022 San Francisco 49ers, because for months we talked and laughed and threw eggs at the Bears and how dysfunctional they were, and to go out there with Bonte, Willard, 49er Frankie at the game, John Dickinson, and to go out there and do that and Pettis, the dude that you said was not good enough for your team to be wide open and do that. What was the dancing? You should be embarrassed, Kyle. And the penalties, to me, was your team was not mentally ready.
Penalties,
I feel better,
are mostly associated with coaching. I mean, that's the bottom line.
Go ahead.
Whether how much of it is true or not, the bottom line is, when a team has a lot of penalties, it's a reflection of the coaching. So that's Kyle Shanahan.
The rules.
Kyle Shanahan. That part is on him. So my point is, if you're saying that Trey Lance was about what we expected, I'm kind of with you. But what lost the game? Well, turnovers and the penalties. Well, I mean,
and the fact that you didn't score more points. Let's not take the offense off the hook.
No. I'm not taking the offense off the hook, but I'm also acknowledging that this supposed great defense, with conditions wholly in their favor, what they allow 3 touchdowns in the last 20 minutes?
Oh, man.
3 touchdowns the last 20 minutes. In a rain-soaked field. A couple broken plays. You know what? The NFL is broken plays half the time.
And was Lance's interception because of the weather? No. Well, he didn't see him.
First of all.
He jumped it.
You know what the NFL, so much of the NFL is about touchdown passes and explosive plays. You get a couple of those, you win most of the games. 49ers don't.
But I thought it was going to be different, you know Steiny.
They're not really explosive. They've never been explosive under Garoppolo. They certainly weren't explosive yesterday. So don't give me the
we saw one to Ayuk. He hit Jennings for a long one. Like I said, Steiny, he didn't get back-to-back opportunities to do it with his arm and his eyes. I just didn't understand. Like the play calling, that's why I'm saying I'm blaming Kyle, Steiny.
I didn't
understand it.
I don't blame anybody because
they're 0-1.
I don't know how good they are. I don't know how great they can be. And this was a game. It's the first game of the year. You know what I was thinking about? Think about this. I know basketball's different.
It's coming up.
And I'll say anybody remember this game, and people will be like, yeah, they kind of do. But the point is, it doesn't matter. Remember Kevin Durant's first game? They got beat
as
a Warrior.
They
lost by 35 to the Spurs. Kevin Durant's first game. Warriors lost by 35. Again, I know that basketball's different, but
the Bears were the worst team, arguably, some had said, in the league, Steiny. Right. I'm not telling you the Niners aren't going to get to their ultimate goal, but let's put some rats on the table. Was Trey Lance better than Jimmy Garoppolo yesterday? And did Trey Lance instill any more confidence than you before seeing this game? To me, I'm more worried.
Well,
I'm not blaming them. I'm more worried about 5.
See, I do think one of the big things that has to be established, and it really can't be established, is how are you assessing Trey Lance? I mean, essentially, if you're assessing him as a third-game quarterback, well, you're saying, you know what? We got to expect that out of him. By the same token, if Jimmy Garoppolo throws the same interception that Trey Lance throws yesterday,
which he has,
he's getting run out of town again. My point is this. Don't say Trey Lance, yes, Trey Lance could be solid, but stop telling me that he was okay yesterday when you know damn well if Garoppolo played the same way, you'd all be laughing at him.
But, okay.
That's the bottom line.
Can I come to his defense, and you may not agree, but we've seen the Garoppolo movie over and over and over. This is a young kid, and again, I'm not saying he was the sole reason they lost. Justin Fields, who was a clown show, Steiny, and people were just disrespecting left and right, he outplayed Trey Lance. Okay, so we'll leave that there. But Trey did not instill any more confidence in me that this is going to be a different and more dynamic offense. And again, I know quarterbacks miss passes all the time, but the one to Croft, you got to make that, Steiny.
We're saying the same thing about Garoppolo for the last 2 years. Got to make that one. So all I'm saying is, of course, it's...
How shocked are you, partner? Give me that.
I'm not that shocked.
Are you really not shocked?
No.
There's not a soul that predicted the Bears could go up to win this game.
But it's the NFL. Did you look at the scores yesterday? I'm at a sports bar yesterday watching all the games.
Go ahead.
And at one point, I'm walking through and I'm looking at every different game, and I'm like, wow, that game's close. That game's close. That game's close. Look at that score. So it's week 1. There's a very good chance that the Bears will end up being lousy, and the 49ers will be pretty good. And we'll look at the game like we looked at the game last year when the 49ers lost to a pretty lousy team early in the year that I can't
tell
remember.
Me, Steiny, why the running back position or the running backs were supposed to be a position of strength, and we saw the injury to Mitchell. Another injury to a 49er running back, but Deebo Samuel has 8 carries, 1 less than Jeff Wilson Jr. by design. What signal is Kyle telling us to what about the stars or the studs in the running back room?
888-957-9570 is the number. It's just one game.
Oh, why are you doing that?
We got Daryl the Guru Johnson.
I'm just telling you what I saw and didn't see.
And I'll be the voice of calm. It's just one game. but I do have a lot of questions, and I'm going to want 49er fans to help me with the answers. 888-957-9570. Trey Lance, 1 and 2 as a starter.
Welcome to the first Monster Monday of the season.
We'd obviously like to get a win, but it's just annoying to give a game away like that.
We're reacting to the Niners' loss in Chicago all day long.
No! Just frustrated with myself a little bit. Just feel like I'm a lot better than that.
On the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
At Left Coast Buyers, we buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personal doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event, September 23rd through September 25th, for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any maker model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
How do you make the most of your land? Shaw does it behind the wheel of a John Deere 1025R compact tractor. And he can do just about anything because
I make the earth take the shape that I want it to take.
But the Hubbards use their 1025R because
we really are trying to create this homestead.
There are millions of ways to make the most of your land. How will you make the most of yours? Nothing runs like a Deere. Get a 1-Series tractor for just $124 per month at your John Deere dealer today. For additional cost information, please call toll-free 855-633-2315.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant cash offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. You know me, I'm Matt Steinmetz, the voice of reason.
Who was also in England when the Queen passed.
Yeah.
We'll wait till Wednesday. You can tell us about
Wednesday
that.
We'll do all that
people
stuff.
upset right now. And I need you to walk me through my feelings.
All right.
Yeah, because I ain't blaming.
Listen,
Kyle's the guy.
Here's what the VOR says. The voice of reason. Look, terrible start to the Trey Lance era. You almost couldn't have scripted it worse unless he threw a pick six in the first
Not
quarter.
early on.
But the bottom line is it's one game. They didn't look good. And it was kind of an outlier, I think, with the rain. But this is why I love football.
All right. Let's
and
get
you know
this
what?
smile.
I'm coming clean right now. I like watching football more than basketball.
You know what? I think
give
it was
me
JD.
Give me an NFL game over an NBA game.
Remember I said they're all like my kids, and who do you like the best? You can't say one.
Because the bottom line,
kind of like,
bottom line is we now have a game. But we're going to talk about this all week. Yeah. You're going to get to say this team's got some problems, if that's where you want to go.
I want to give you before
or
you
you're
go
going
to
to
the calls.
or you're going to be the other side and say,
No, I'm gonna be fair.
Stop it. Okay. Stop it. Stop overreacting. It's one game.
Let me get this off my chest before you get to the packed phone lines. Trey Lance, the observation, has a baseball windup. When the pocket gets dirty, I can see it, that he wants to throw the ball, but that long delivery takes a while, Steiny, and you can't get it off, which in turns make him sit there like a sitting duck where they're going to sack him or he takes off and run. So that's something that's bothering me, that's really starting to bother me now that, he ain't upright with the ball up and can get rid of it. And I think we saw some of that when the pockets start collapsing on him yesterday. Now, I'm not blaming him. I'm blaming his head coach on everything I saw yesterday. But for you to go to Chicago to play the sorry-ass Bears and their defense, and Ayuk only have 2 receptions and Debo only 2 in the air, I don't care if it was thunderstorm. It's Donnie. I'm going John Dickinson, who we'll talk to today at 2. That's a problem.
It's a problem after week 1. And again, that's the beauty of football. It just is. It absolutely is. And you know what? What if Guru 8 weeks from now, because we all should know game 1 can be outliers. What if 8 weeks from now the Niners are 3-5 again and the Bears are 5-3? Well, then maybe we say, you know what?
This has nothing to do with
yes,
the
it
Bears.
does. Yes,
Why?
it does. Because then we were wrong. Or let's say the Bears end up 10-7 and the Niners end up 7-10. I don't care how it happens, but let's assume not a big injury. Then I consider that we were wrong, not the 49ers underachieved. Who the hell are we? Why did we think, if they go 7-10, that's who they are.
But it doesn't make the loss any more acceptable.
Well, let me tell you something. If the 49ers lose 10 games, we'll forget about this one.
No, that you're right.
This won't be the biggest loss of the season if they go 7-10. It'll be just one year
was right, Steiny. They did get tired, but they kept getting put out there because the offense, to me, couldn't do nothing. And it caught up with you, man. And I know I'm fixated on one pass to Croft, but Steiny, that's a touchdown. Kyle's looking at that like if you deliver that, we got 7 or damn near in the red. And then they got the ball in the red zone and couldn't score. That's the same old thing we've been seeing with Jimmy. And I know it's his first start. It's not all on him. And can you know what? Grab the call, Steiny, because Kittle wasn't even available. Where did that come from?
You know why? Nobody thought they'd need Kittle in this game. Nobody thought they'd need Kittle in this game.
Oh, man.
Maybe that's – we'll see if he plays next week. But here's the other thing. Like, if you're a Trey guy, not a Jimmy guy, at least admit that if Jimmy Garoppolo had that kind of game, you'd be killing him. You'd be killing him. 13 for 28, no touchdowns and interception.
I got my hand up.
Now, the beauty of this season.
You got to look at that list. I think your name's on there.
The beauty of this season is going to be the guys who like Trey Lance are going to say he's only quarterbacked 3 games. The guys who like Jimmy Garoppolo are going to say he's not as good as Jimmy Garoppolo. That's just the way this is going to go. Ask me what I feel like. I have no idea. So I don't know what the list is, but get me off
What
it.
about the team concept?
I don't make predictions about this kind of stuff, about a rookie quarterback. Come on, man. I'm just saying.
What did we talk about all off season?
What?
It was Trey, it was Jimmy. But I told you, your partner, I said, Steiny, I can see the forest for the trees. It's about the team's success.
No doubt.
They lost to the Bears.
Right.
That's not all on Trey.
No.
But I am Team Trey. People don't think I am. I'm Team Trey to the point to where I can tell you this, and I'm a realist. Did he instill any confidence in you yesterday? It was one game, but in that one game, did anybody walking around here can say, and I'm telling you what they're saying, nationally, Steiny, they're writing articles that the kid ain't ready, that they see red flags. I'm not going there, but that didn't instill any confidence yesterday.
I'm trying to think of all the quarterbacks that have come through the NFL in their 3rd game. How many of them instilled the confidence that you want and expect out of Trey Lance? I don't know.
Give me something to hold on to.
No.
I didn't say.
It's not my job.
No, I'm talking about Trey.
What? He's definitely.
That interception. Oh.
Yeah.
That was a Jimmy interception.
Here's the Trey Lance, the play where it was, 3rd and 8 or 6.
He showed his legs a little bit.
To me, he was a little bit inaccurate. Well, we thought that might be who he is.
Okay.
All right. He got some yardage through the ground.
15.
That's who we thought he might get. So to me, Trey Lance was who we expected him to be. Period.
If this is
reasonable people.
Steiny, if that's what it's going to be, then they didn't upgrade in the quarterback department. And the fact that you lost to the Bears, be on alert, you can lose to anybody. That's what I'm telling you, if that's what he's going to be.
No doubt.
Okay.
Absolutely. Although, if he had a Garoppolo game, people are saying, boy, if he would, you think they would have won with Jimmy Garoppolo?
And I know it was last year. He went there and he had a good game to win.
Well, you know what? To me, it's kind of not worth going there at this point because we can talk about that down the line. But I will say this, the interception that Trey Lance threw with 3:03 left in the 4th quarter, that to me, that is getting overlooked. I don't, you want to say he's a young quarterback, this, that, the other thing? You can't get picked off there. You cannot.
But the dude, what did you see?
And here's the other thing. There's only 3 minutes to go. Yeah, you're damn right. That's why you can't get picked off.
13
You've got to go punt that ball, hold, and try to get a field goal to tie it up. But you know what? He's a young quarterback. Don't expect him to
throw. And for the people coming at me, Steiny, I haven't definitively made up that was one game. I'm just telling you on the one game, it was average, below average at best.
Of course.
So there's nobody that can text or call and say anybody that's talking like myself is not being fair. I'm calling a spade for 1 week.
Yeah, I think what people who disagree with you will say is where you gotta chill out is you've got to look at this guy. That was his third game.
Are you saying my expectations are too high?
I think everybody's well, not everybody's, but yes, I think a lot of people's expectations are too high.
So how do you have the team's expectation? Maybe they can get to the Super Bowl and then
for one game he did not look better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
All right.
Let's see what happens next week.
That's where I'm at.
Jonathan in San Francisco, get us started.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. You know, I saw game one. It's just game one. I mean, it's a long season, but dumb penalty. So on defense, so that means they don't have a leader like a Willis type leader that will check everybody out. Like, man, we can't be doing that kind of dumb play because it's going to cost us. And dumb play calling on offense. I mean, Debo was running too much, and from what I heard from the preseason, we got all these running backs. Like, why is Debo running too much? Why is Trey Lance running too much? What kind of game plan are we have on this day? I had a bad feeling from the get-go. Like, what are they trying to do? And then for them to start a quarterback who's this raw, I mean, regular plays isn't regular. And that's what drives me nuts, guys. I mean, how do you decide that we're going to start this guy and we got this roster made ready to go after a Super Bowl or at least make a run at it?
Well, all right. Hey, Jonathan, thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
See, now that he wanted to get into, they shouldn't have gone to Trey Lance yet. Jimmy Garoppolo should be started.
He said he was raw.
Now, my mind, okay. We all know that's what happened. It's not time to talk about that yet.
Okay.
It's not time to talk about that yet. Although I will say this.
I didn't
Let me tell you what. I'm going to tell you what. This is a media aspect. This is a media aspect.
It's
the San Francisco 49ers are playing in New York, New England, Chicago,
Philly,
Dallas.
Go ahead, where you at?
Somebody either after the game yesterday or today must ask Kyle Shanahan at any point yesterday, Kyle, did you think about going to Jimmy Garoppolo? And can we assume Trey Lance will be the starting quarterback week 2?
Damn.
And you know why you have to ask that question? Because no matter what Kyle Shanahan says, it will be the established response after one game. Because you know what he's going to say? You're an idiot. Yeah, of course not. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Right.
Okay, that's fine. But you have to get that on the record.
I'm not mad at that.
Because if they go to Jimmy Garoppolo in week 3 or 4 after they're 0-3, then you were right to ask that question. And you know what? And the reason
camera was all on Jimmy yesterday.
Here's the other thing. When Brady got pulled from that game years back, a New England guy said, is Tom Brady going to start next week?
Oh, I remember that. All right.
If for no other reason, maybe you kind of have to ask that question.
I just can't believe the team lost the game. And another 10-point lead squandered. And I know Willard talked about, hey, Goo, when they had to throw, but that was after the fact. Fields completed 2 touchdown passes on your defense while it was still a wet field. And Dibs is right. If they got tired or fatigued because of how you handle preseason, I'll call that a stretch. It might be something there, but you can look all around the NFL like you talked about yesterday, Steiny, at the sports bar, to where a lot of ball looked like preseason. We're in San Francisco, man. We're talking about the Niners. A 7-point favorite. Some people's picked to win the Super Bowl. The O-line was trash. What about this running back room? And what about Mitchell? Kinlaw going in the tent early in the game. All this stuff is still the same.
Well, but Goo, it's one. You got to acknowledge one game. Come on.
Okay,
it's not. You can't.
Hurt in game 4 or 5.
Right, but you can't say everything is still the same after one game.
That doesn't make it all bad.
But you got to say something like
what?
I'm seeing the same thing as. But
the sun came up and a Niner running back got hurt.
But they were 10-7 last year and went to the NFC Championship.
You're talking about the record. I'm talking about injuries. Kinlaw hobbled off the field.
You know what? Can somebody get me an NFL injury report? Because I guarantee you other teams had guys go out every bit like... Oh, you know what? Here's what I can't stand.
So you're not concerned about
Here's
Mitchell?
what I can't
Reportedly
stand.
going to miss a couple weeks?
Here's what I can't... No, Mitchell's different. Mitchell's legit. I can't stand... Javon Kinlaw, he stinks. He's a bust. He's a joke. Oh, boy, we just lost Javon Kinlaw. Boy, these injuries are stacking up again.
You're rooting for guys like that. That's
you can't say a guy
I didn't call him
and
a
then
bust.
say, boy.
It's overreaction Monday, Steiny. I'm not calling him a bust.
Not for me. I'm the VOR. I'm the voice of reason.
So am I.
No, you're not.
I'm telling you what I saw.
You're the voice of emotion.
Give Trey Lance a letter grade yesterday, Steiny. Please, don't run from it. With the red pen, tell us all what letter grade you would give Trey.
C-.
I give him D+.
So why are you yelling at me?
No, I was asking.
Derek's in San Mateo. What's up, D?
Hello, gentlemen. I am so happy. This is great talk radio. It sucks that we have to be talking about a loss, though. And here's my thing about Trey. And sorry, Steiny, I got to agree. He's not ready. He is not ready. After however many games he played last year, I said he's not ready. You look around the league, you see Trevor Lawrence, you see Mac Jones, Justin Fields yesterday. These guys aren't ready, right? But guess what? They don't have a choice. They don't have a Super Bowl caliber quarterback sitting. Like, why are we getting Trey Lance out there so fast? Like, there's no rush. I'm not an X's and O's guy. I'm not Kyle Shanahan. Put Jimmy G out there on a short leash, and when he needs to, pull him back and then put Trey in. Let these guys learn. And one more thing. I don't know why people are crapping on Jimmy G for going to the Super Bowl. No one craps on Jimmy Kelly for going to the Super Bowl and losing a bunch of times. Where's his legacy? Jimmy G is our guy, and yes, I will give Trey his props, but he's not ready. When he's ready, I will give him his props. We have a Super Bowl quarterback sitting on the bench. Thank you. I love you guys.
Yes, sir. Wow. Thank you. Jim Kelly he's in a different tier than Jimmy
Machine
Garoppolo.
Gun Kelly. Yep.
Jim Kelly he's a Hall of Famer, obviously. Here's where I'll tell you, I'm getting sensitive in my old age. The caller said, I have to agree with Steiny. Trey Lance isn't ready. I didn't say he's not ready. I'm just saying, look at the history of the NFL and quarterbacks. He's quarterbacking his third game. Okay. His third game. Right. What we saw yesterday is what we should expect from him. If you don't like it, I'm sorry.
Listen,
but that's partner, the way NFL history has dictated things will go.
But no, the history has been the quarterbacks that go to their teams like Troy, Peyton Manning, and Elway. They didn't have a Super Bowl ready team that just went to the NFC Championship game. I do feel a little bad for.
Then man up and say, we must go to Garoppolo now.
No,
somebody can't have it both ways, Goo. I'm sorry, you can't.
But what both ways am I trying to have it? Kyle's doing it. He kept Jimmy in town.
If you're saying you're Super Bowl ready, but the kid ain't ready, well, then you got to play Garoppolo. So what are you saying?
No. I'm telling you, I bought the ticket, and the price of admission was, Kyle, you told me the kid would not slow you down, and he would be better, and the offense would be better, just as better or better without Jimmy Garoppolo. That wasn't what I saw yesterday, and it wasn't all his. Somebody said, Goo, give the team a grade. I give the team a F. I gave Trey a D-. The team was an F, coaching included. My point to you is when you cite those other quarterbacks, this ain't like normal history. This team has expectations.
Okay, so fine. Right. You're Kyle Shanahan.
Right.
What are you doing?
I'm not going to overreact. I made my decision. We got a game in Seattle. It won't be in the mud. But for the people that want to put their head under the pillows and say the weather had something to do with him missing Croft wide open, or Debo and Ayuk with 2 receptions, Pettis got a touchdown with no problem.
Well,
what?
I mean, I don't want to say the obvious. It's broken play. But the bottom line is broken plays can win you games or lose you games.
It is one game. I'm not saying Trey's not going to be it. I'm just telling you, Steiny, I didn't see.
What didn't you see?
A quarterback better than number 10. I think they win that game with Garoppolo yesterday. Up 10-0 in the third quarter with 8 minutes left. I think they bring that game home.
Do you expect to see a better quarterback than Garoppolo every single week? Each individual week?
That would be unrealistic.
Thank you.
So this is his Jimmy game then, on a bad day. Come in here, he lights up Seattle. Jimmy on a good day.
Lorenzo Neal, by the way, in 10 minutes. He joins
can't wait to hear him.
Every Monday at 1 o'clock. And we got Low on Mondays, which I love. He'll be fired up. Hey, by the way, real quick, I didn't see the advanced stats. How did Juszczyk do yesterday? How'd that big fullback who's so important do? Let me tell you something.
There was a screen pass.
It's one of those. It's one of those things where I know. Wow. You know what? I know I'll lose the Juszczyk argument.
Right.
I know it.
And the Kittle.
Over the long term, I'll lose that argument. That's why on weeks I win it, I have. Yeah, Kittle. You mean the injury prone? How can you be the best tight end in football when you're hurt all the time?
For you, but,
all right, I'm done messing around now. I'm just kidding around. Let's go to Eric. Eric's in Las Vegas.
Vegas.
What's up, E?
Hey guys, good afternoon. I'm just gonna go straight to the point here. 2 reasons why we lost was because Mitchell 7 yards of carry after he got hurt. Wilson 2 yards of carry. And number two, the most important reason why we don't have 2 more trophies in our case is the defense is just not clutch.
You know what?
Can't hold leads.
Eric, I'm gonna go ahead. Go ahead. Finish up if you want.
Well, we live and die off our defense. I mean, if you see the Lynch-Shanahan record, they always go for defense first in the first round. They're trying to build a defensive team, but they can't hold the leads.
Thank you, Eric. Very, very. If we're gonna make,
come on.
I don't want to say small. What do you mean? Come on now.
It was. They had no points at halftime.
Right,
and then the offense did nothing. Do you understand 3 and outs where you got to keep going out there? They got tired.
What part of clutch don't you understand? He said clutch. Our defense is not clutch. That means when the chips are down, that big vaunted defense doesn't make the play to save you or win you a game. They're good for 3 quarters. Then what? That's what he's saying. And the bottom line is, I'm not saying I agree with him or don't agree with him, but you can make that point. That's great. You know what? You know what? The 49ers defense, it's like that player who for 3 quarters puts up numbers and they look really good. And then in the fourth quarter, they disappear. That's a legit take in this day and age.
Again,
what?
The defense is not out there all 15 minutes.
Defense gave up 3 touchdowns in 20 minutes.
But how long were they out there because the offense couldn't do jack?
Big defense.
And there's coaching that calls the offense.
Chips are down. Yeah. Chips are down. Last 20 minutes of the game.
I just can't believe they lost.
Think about this for a second. This great defense. All right? Great defense. They give up 3 touchdowns in 20 minutes to the Chicago Bears in a monsoon. Yeah, they're clutch. Now make the case they're clutch. So don't tell that. What was that caller's name? Great point.
Yeah.
Great point.
Did Armstead play yesterday, Steiny? I didn't see him.
I like that point by Eric. I'm not saying but I like it. All right. Lorenzo Neal. Listen, I'm going to be, here's where I am transparent. I'm transparent. We got full lines right now. But we always do low Neal, 1 to 130. So if you want to hang on the line, you're more than welcome. If you want to try back in about a half hour, that works too. But low Neal coming up on the other side. And it's brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
No one, and I mean no one, breaks it down like Baldy.
Trent can't block everybody. Right. It can't be just Trent. Right. So this thing might take a while.
Brian Baldinger joins the Morning Roast tomorrow at 7:30.
This thing now has a wholly different dimension if Jimmy's there. And if he does struggle, is there going to be a quick hook?
On 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop. It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Dell Technologies semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
New on Curiosity Stream, the kings of early Hollywood made movies, not friends.
Get him out of here before I kill him.
The Curiosity original series continues with a new episode of Titans, The Rise of Hollywood. Plus, meet the original alpinists of 1865. They scaled an impossible mountain for the first time, then fell to their deaths. Accident or foul play. It's death on the Matterhorn. Watch now on Curiosity Stream. Annual plans are $20, just $1.67 a month. Visit curiositystream.com.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Today on Hey Culligan, better water that cares. Jane's on the line.
Hey Culligan, how can I avoid using all those plastic water bottles that harm the sea turtles?
Jane, our always-on drinking water system helps eliminate the equivalent of 15 billion single-use plastic bottles a year. So, you see, Culligan cares about sea turtles, too.
Aw, plastic pollutes and Culligan cures.
That's catchy, Jane, and totally true.
I'll take it.
Like now.
Jane, we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we don't mess around. Mondays at 1 o'clock, we bring him in for the entire segment.
Man.
Lorenzo Neal. You can also hear Lorenzo Neal, one of the greatest fullbacks in NFL history, tonight at 6 o'clock, along with Sean Salisbury. That, of course, is the football hour, so you get a full dose of Low on Mondays. And the beautiful thing about Low is all I have to do is say, Low, what'd you think of the Niners game yesterday? What's up, buddy?
I love you guys. You're the best, Steiny. That was nice and smooth. Love the transition. I want to see you guys come on with the song. Bring him in. Bring him in. You know,
bring him out. Bring him out. Bring him out.
Yeah, Goose. Come on, Goose. Take care of me, kid. Nice. Oh, my God. What do you think about the Niners? What do you guys think about the NFL? Just in general. That's the question. When you look at the league and you say, oh, my God, you look at all the losses, all the talking heads, and all of us, we're going to be, oh, my God, do we buy, or do we sell? Is it Jimmy? What is it? Is Jimmy to the Cowboys? What's going on? And look around the league. Guru, how you feel today about them? How about them Cowboys? You know, you guys going to be calling for Jimmy G now? What do you want, Guru? Tell me what you need.
Wow. Lo, if I must tell you, I had Dallas not making the playoffs before the injury, but I'll just start here with last night. Since the season came out the schedule a couple months ago, everybody laughed and assumed the Niners would beat Chicago. Lo, what was that yesterday? Because my blame, I'm not saying Trey Lance is a bust. I'd be a fool. It's too early. I understand that. But I can tell you, my friend, he did not look good yesterday, and the team collapsed. I'm putting it at the doorstep of Kyle. Is that wrong?
No, you know what? I think it's some optimism, Goo, and I think it just, you know, it's like that sticker price. When you look at Goo, I know you got the Cadillac, but every time you look at that sticker price, like, shoot, you think about that Bentley, and I know you think about the Lexus and the, you know, the Benz, and you're like, that sticker price. You're like, man, I ain't going to do it. And I think that's what we got to see yesterday. If I talk about, you guys know his name, Kyler Murray, and I talk about, you know, what you saw yesterday, the Niners have problems. We said it from the jump. Guru, you always said it. What? A mobile quarterback. When is the Niners? What did Russell Wilson to Seattle? Because the Niners, the way they're built, they love getting after quarterbacks. But mobile quarterbacks, we all have to admit, you too, Steiny, that the Niners don't fare well. That game yesterday, you can't be a true indication of what we're going to see. Because I'm going to tell you right now, it was a monsoon. Guys, it wasn't just drizzling. It was pouring. That yesterday, the weather was absolutely ferocious. So here's the thing, though. I get it. Both teams had to play in it. So I'm okay with that. But if you look at Trey, and you said, did Trey Lance lose the game? You can't say that he lost the game. And here's the thing. Think about it. 3rd and 13. Playing in a slop. They see it as cover 2. They got dime on the field. Trey gets the ball in shotgun. It was a quarterback draw design. He picked up 13 yards. Because Jimmy had done that in that weather. And that's the thing that people have to realize. In that weather, no one wasn't throwing for 300 yards. Sure, does Trey have to get better? Absolutely. Trey on the interception. It wasn't a bad ball. You know what Trey did wrong on that? Guys, watch that tape again. He stared down where he was going with the ball, and the safety was able to come in there and intercept the ball because he stared it down. The pass would have got there. He put it low and inside, and he just made a mistake. Look at the Raiders game and the Chargers game. Steiny, I know you saw the play where they did the Tampa 2 or 2 Mike, where the Mike linebacker runs to the middle of the field. Waller's running down the middle of the field. If he catches this pass, if Carr puts a little bit more air in it, Waller may still be running.
Yeah.
So you're going to have mistakes. What do we bench Aaron Rodgers and say Aaron
I'm not
Rodgers
saying that.
is dumb?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? When you look around and just look at the quarterbacks around the league, did Tannehill or Tannehill, as I like to call him, Steiny?
Yep.
Do you run him out of Tennessee? And run him out of Tennessee? Because I'm going to tell you right now, everyone thought the Houston Texans might be the worst team in football.
Yeah. Hey, Lo, here's the one I thought. And look, I don't like to play the blame game, but let's talk about coaching for a minute because you brought one thing. All right. To me, 12 penalties, the common.
Amen.
To me, the common thing is penalties equals coaching. Okay, so that one's on Kyle. But here's the other thing. We're talking about the weather. The weather, Lorenzo Neal. Well, who is best equipped to play a game in the rain than a team with a dominating defense and the best running game in football? The Niners. You could make a case that the weather should have helped the Niners.
No question. But here's the thing. You have to admit this though. When you saw quarterback Chicago, when you see him make that scramble, Armstead had him dead to rights. You guys know that. If he sacks, they're up 10-0. If and ands and buts with cannons and nuts, I know we'll all would have a Merry Christmas. If they make that sack, we wouldn't have this conversation. But you're right. This team, defensively, they should have dominated. They should have kept them in the pockets. No excuse for that. They missed tackles. But I'm going to tell you right now, the Niners aren't the best running football team in football now. I just can't tell you guys. I'm just right now, and that's the biggest problem to me. It's not Trey. It's the offensive line, the inability to run to the right side of the line because McGlinchey right now is we don't know who he is anymore. I don't know if the injury hurt him. Only thing they do is run to this left side of the line. And now when you're saying the best running football team, no, they're not. Now, if this team can run the ball like it used to be able to run the ball, we don't know now. Elijah Mitchell and the guys are down. You're going to have to use Debo more. So if this team is not the best running in football, now I'm going to say it's problems. Because this young quarterback I think he's going to have a phenomenal year if they can run the ball. Because you watched yesterday when he tried to boot Guru, the defensive end was already hitting him. He couldn't even come around the outside because they didn't even respect the run. When this team is running the ball at that with those cutback lanes and that stretch zone plays, Guru, they're all heading toward the left. And now the defensive end, he cuts down the line of scrimmage because he stops the cutback. Those defensive ends were coming up the field. They said, we're going to keep this boot. Trey is not going to get outside the pocket. They did a great job of containing him and keeping in the pocket, but the inefficiency of running the ball with consistency killed the Niners. So you're right, Steiny. This team is predicated on the run game, but they weren't able to run the ball like that we are accustomed to seeing. Steiny, they had over 100 and some yards more than Chicago. They had 99 yards penalty compared to 28 yards by Chicago. That's a difference of 70-some yards of field position.
Yeah, and those penalties.
Team, have you ever seen win a game like that? How can you win like that?
Yeah, and those penalties, some of them were, those are big penalties that result in first downs.
The quarterback, first down. Yes. Kept
no
drives
doubt.
Alive. Just dumb penalties. You're right.
Yeah. No, we're joined by Lorenzo Neal. He's going to join us every Monday at 1 o'clock, and you can also hear him every Monday from 6 to 7 with Sean Salisbury, the Football Hour with Lorenzo Neal. Let me just throw this at you. Boy, there's just so much to talk about. What did you think about 4th and 1 from their own 41 with 1 minute and 37 seconds left in the third quarter? They were up 10-7. A lot of fans saying they should have gone for that.
The field, guys. Who do you? I just don't know if they right now, guys. If I'm the Niners, I'm making evaluations and saying, is there a trade? Can I get on the phone, get Dallas on the phone? Do you want to trade Jimmy? Can I get a lineman? Can I get a? I'm not secure. Or is it a back out there? Do you see? Is there a running back? Because I'm telling you, if you don't have Mitchell in this running game, if you don't have these backs, if Wilson and these guys can't carry the load, it can be problems. Because this team is great at running the ball because then you set up play action, and that's why Jimmy had so much success. Because of the run, now teams can't pin their ears back because of the run. Your line didn't have to be great. But right now, if you can't run the ball with consistency, and I know the weather had a lot to do with it, both teams had to play in it, though, it's going to be tough.
Lo, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, because this is one thing that stood out to me, and I came in and told Steiny, like, okay, hold on. When you make a draft pick, what do you want from the draft pick? Contributions, right? So you sent Trey Sermon packing, and now we were told or led to believe that this running back room was a position of strength. I'm looking yesterday, Danny Gray, speedster, Ty Davis-Price, he was supposed to be something. They don't even dress, Lo. So who is that on top of you telling Sermon bye-bye, and now you got an injury to Mitchell. We don't know how long, but he'll probably be out. I'm like, why did I even think for 1 second that the running back room for the 49ers was a position of strength? Because now it doesn't look that way at all.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. With Gray, though, he's a speedster, but it's hard to throw the ball down the field when it's coming down like that. Yesterday, Goo, you got guys who got to run and see the ball, and then you got.
Well, Fields did it twice. Once to Pettis. You remember him, right?
Yeah, I do. But did you see the play? It wasn't twice. You got to run. That's a broken play. The guy was standing wide open. That wasn't running. That he was standing waiting for the ball that floated, and he just waited for the ball and he. So I'm just telling you, it's hard. The ball's heavier. The ball doesn't spin as well. The velocity. So I think. So my point that I'm just trying to make on that, I just don't think that the speedster, which you're right. Yeah. Everyone's wondering why wasn't he up. And the point that I'm making on that, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm just saying what people have to take in consideration. You're going to be playing on a slick track, not good footing. The speed really come in effect when speedsters, when they're track runners, their legs are close together. So I don't know if that was necessarily the reason why they lost the game. The running back and offensive line, collectively, they have to get better. But there was a lot of upsets yesterday, and I know this is a great talking, point of the Niners because they're supposed to be a Super Bowl caliber team. I just think that if the weather and different things and they look that bad, I'd be saying it because both teams didn't look bad. Both teams look bad at times. I just think the weather had a lot to do with it, but it's no excuse. The Niners should have won that game. They could take 2 plays away and it's a different ball game, but they didn't find a way to win. That's a game they looked at the schedule and should have won, could have won, had the opportunities. With 7 minutes left in the third quarter, you're up by 10, and you found a way to lose that ball game. And you didn't respond and answer the bell, and I understand your point there.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Beat the Streak. Over tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, my God.
All right, here you go. Both you guys, I want your reaction to this breaking news. This is from Adam Schefter, ESPN. 49ers running back Elijah Mitchell expected to be sidelined about 2 months. 2 months with a sprained MCL that he suffered Sunday at Chicago. Low. 2 months, Elijah Mitchell out. Your thoughts?
The running backs that they have on this field now on the roster is not good enough to carry this team when your offensive line is not good enough. You have a Hall of Fame type of offensive tackle. We know that. And then you have guys. Let's just be real. And those particular guys have to get better. And Kyle Shanahan now is going to make sure that he has to scheme and do other things because until you can run the ball, guys, to that left side or the right side or whatever side you're going to run that zone stretch read, you are not going to get those ends to collapse and come down the line of scrimmage. They're going to stay home and they're going to take away the bootleg. So this young quarterback is going to have to win in the pocket. Oof. But if you're not strong at the guard, and if you're not strong, guys, at the guard and center position, you can have the best tackle in the world. But when the quarterback, you know this, Goo and Steiny, he wants to step up in the pocket. But if you're guard and center, you don't know which guard or which center is going to get beat. You can't step up in the pocket because the pocket is being collapsed in your pocket. It's being collapsed in your lap. So the Niners are going to have to find a way to do certain things. Look for them now to say, okay, Trey, this is what we're going to do. We're going to use that ride offense, the read offense, where you just hand the ball in the middle and you ride it in his stomach through the line, and then he pulls out, tight end, pop pass, look for the other receivers. It's a 1-2, quick, getting the ball out of his hand. I think the Niners are going to go more to that. That's what I would do if I'm Kyle Shanahan. That's where the linemen, the running backs in the backfield, quarterback rides him into the line, as he rises into the line, the linebackers are coming up the field, tight end's going to be able to pop up, it's our receivers, and he's just going to be 1, 2, 3 and get the ball out of his hand. I think you have to go that until people can respect you, and you got to have some success, or guys are going to just stay home.
Low. So they got Jordan Mason, Ty David Price, who didn't dress. The rookies, youngsters, do you go try to see what you get off the wire or whatnot? Or is this who you brought to the dance and you're about to see if they can move?
Oh, I tell you what, man, you bring them to the dance, but Guru, when you bring them to the dance and you just bring them to the dance, you ain't married to them. So I think that you got to realize, without a doubt, you don't think the Niners have brought it. You're going to bring in some running backs this week for working out and trying guys out and seeing what they have. You have to. And that's what John Lynch, that's what GMs do. You got too many injuries. You got injuries. You got to get somebody that's not a rookie. You got to get somebody that's a veteran, that is a proven commodity in this league. And that's what the Chargers went out, and they went out and said, hey, okay, what'd they do? They went out and got a veteran running back, even though they had some backs. They went out and got a veteran running back who played in New England, also went into the Super Bowl with the Rams. The Chargers, the Niners, are going to have to find someone that they can know that has been reliable and has had some wins in this league.
Lorenzo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. He'll do so every Monday at 1 o'clock. And also, you can hear Lorenzo Neal at 6 o'clock tonight, along with Sean Salisbury, the Football Hour. All right, Lo, I'm going to play devil's advocate. All right, devil's advocate. Doesn't mean I believe it.
No.
But I want to just present something. I hear the Super Bowl window, Super Bowl ready. Who the hell says? Let's look at this team for a second. They were 1/2 away from not making the playoffs last year, okay? Their offensive line right now is I don't want to say in tatters, but it's a weakness. You may be using a quarterback this year who is not even as good as Jimmy Garoppolo and who is completely inexperienced. You have a secondary that looks like it might be okay, but it's young. It's young, and it's going to probably improve. But, why do people think this is a Super Bowl team when they've had weaknesses?
Because I think you look around the league, though, Steiny, to your point, I think when you look around the league, who's dominant in the NFC? I mean,
true.
The NFC.
Good point.
It's open. You look at look at Tampa, look at Dallas, look around the NFC. Guys, it's really not that. There's no team. There's no dominant team necessarily in the NFC.
No doubt.
Look at the Rams. They got motorboated. So when you look at the Niners, look, I think with this offensive line, honestly, guys, I think this is the best move to go with the young guy because he's going to. Watch the tape again, guys. Watch the all 22 and watch what he did on some of those 3rd downs and 2s and 3s where it was nowhere to go and he made things happen with his feet and getting out of trouble. I'm just telling you, how many times he got sacked yesterday? 3 or 4. Jimmy would have got sacked 7 or 8 because they're not, and that wouldn't be, it's no disrespect to Jimmy. It's just right now the line's got to get better. And guys, it's a one game. Don't jump off the bandwagon just yet. Let's see this thing play out. Let's see with Kyle Shanahan, the mastermind, the genius, as everyone likes to call him.
Oh, come on, Lo.
Let me ask you this about Debo's usage, because when he was holding out, I was telling Steiny, and a lot of other people chimed in, he don't like the way he's being used. They won't go to that, Debo jet sweep until, week 8 or 9. But Lo, he was one carry away from leading the team in rushing from the running backs. Are you surprised at how much he got the ball yesterday used that way?
No, because here's what you remember last year. You're like, man, hey, look, I said they're not necessarily going to pay him. They're going to wait to see what these other guys, Cooper Kupp and all, get paid. But Debo was in a situation where he's like, look, if you want me to just play receiver, then you pay me. Okay, boom. I'm not going to go run the ball. Debo had to get paid for this reason because I'm going to tell you right now, they're going to use him. Hello, get ready, load up. Debo's going to come in effect. Debo Samuel's, because you got this now. You're talking about, I guarantee right now, Guru. Sure as Monday come after Sunday, the speedster receiver that you said wasn't up yet last week, guarantee he'll be up this week.
All right.
I guarantee it. He's going to be up. Watch, because you're going to have to use Debo more in the running game because he's your best running back on your team right now, by far. So without a doubt, Debo's going to be used. And no, it's not going to surprise you at all how much usage he's going to get.
All right, Lo, love you, buddy. Can't wait to talk to you every Monday. All right, that's Lo Neal. Yeah. You can also hear him tonight at 6 o'clock with Sean Salisbury, the Football Hour. You know what that means. Open phone lines, 888-957-9570. That's the number. San Francisco 49ers, they lose to the Chicago Bears. Boy, it's just like that's the big story.
The Mitchell.
Nobody gave the Bears a chance. 49ers just going to roll in. Chicago stinks. They're a laughing stock. This, that, and the other thing. And next thing you know, you get beat.
Yeah, and if you want to play that game of, it happens week 1, you look at Dallas, okay, they lost to Tampa Bay. A lot of people got Tampa Bay doing something. Rams lost to Buffalo. A lot of people got Buffalo going to the Super Bowl. Green Bay lost to Minnesota, a good offensive Minnesota team. But that's different than the Bears. The Bears were downtrodden.
We don't know that, though.
Yeah, but again, coming into the season, they were forced down my throat of being terrible. And I told you before you got up out of here, they're a football team. They put on their pants and jersey just like, but never in a million years did I think they were going to come back from 10-0. And again, a lot of people, Steiny, if I had $1 for Twitter, YouTube, the text line, Comcast business text line, telling me I'm contradicting myself. I'm not. I'm rooting for Trey Lance's success. But I'm telling you, yesterday was not good enough. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Nobody can sit here and call you and I, Batman and Robin, Kobe and Shaq, and say, did he play well yesterday? That's all. Let's keep it real.
How did he play?
Below average.
For what?
See,
for
I'm
a quarterback
tired of
in
that
the third game
of an NFL quarterback.
Let me just be honest. Okay,
he don't got a special thing on his jersey.
Don't kill the messenger.
Rookie, first-year starter.
Don't kill the messenger.
He's the NFL quarterback. Go ahead.
Don't kill the messenger.
Yeah, I'm not a murderer.
And I'm not. I
love her, not a fight.
I never like to pit guys against each other. I was listening to the morning show.
Our guys.
Bonte said Trey Lance was solid.
He did not say that.
Yes, he did.
I heard.
And you know what?
When I heard him, he said he wasn't happy.
I'm not here to
everybody.
disagree with Bonte because Trey to me delivered what any reasonable fan would have expected him to deliver playing his third game.
But he was 13 of 28. 5.9 per pass attempt. 43.1.
Numbers are not very good.
QBR, sacked 2 times, and ran 13 times for 54 yards by necessity. But those runs weren't scaring the bejesus off of the Bears. I was worried he was going to get hurt. I'm not saying Trey's a bust, but you need better. And you know what the growing theme's going to be moving forward.
Don't steal my material.
You think you know where I'm going?
Go ahead.
If we get another game like this, week in, week out, the right on the table is number 10.
Yeah, that wasn't my take.
Okay.
But remember we were talking about. See, I agree. Things continue. It's only one game,
right?
But
and the whole team stunk.
We're going to be talking about number 10.
Yeah,
I don't think it's the time for that. I'm not saying you do.
Hey, he can hit you on that. On those crossing routes. That's Trey's forte. Like he hit Ayuk early on, Steiny, for the big game. And then he did hit Jennings to go against what I'm about to tell you. But that Tyler Kroft missed throw, Kyle dies up. You dream for plays like that. He got Chicago, but you need the players to execute to make it a whop. And he overthrew him by like 10 yards. You can't have that. And if you're just going to be head under the pillow and say, oh, it was just one throw, okay, I'll give you that. But we're watching. I'm watching. And if your accuracy, Steiny, I told Kruger, they don't teach that. You don't go to the quarterback Walgreens. Wait, what you need, bud? Some accuracy. Oh, we got it on aisle A, big jug. Nah, you got it or you don't. You got to hit that play, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. I'm going to open up the phone lines. Talk San Francisco 49ers. Man, I have so many. There's so many branches to discuss.
Go ahead.
The first one is, if you're just joining us, the word on Elijah Mitchell is he'll be out 2 months. 2 months with a knee injury. That's been reported by Schefter, ESPN. So the 49ers are going to be without their best running back for the next 2 months. That's all right. Kyle Shanahan can just dream up running backs,
he
right?
He's getting his bag,
he
too.
They're pretty much disposable. 888-957-9570. Can't wait to get to the other side.
Greatest football player of all time, Jerry Rice, with us here on the Morning Roast. Clearly, you and Trey know each other. How would you evaluate his game yesterday?
Well, I'm sure Trey, he would love to have that interception back, as he missed a couple throws, you know. But I felt like he played okay. I felt like he did enough to win that football game.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo and Maria in Miami. Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. An oil change with quality oil like Castrol Edge Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every tank. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $37.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you have a small business, Staples has your sign.
Banners for my bakery?
Staples has your sign.
Oh, posters for my new pet store.
Floor decals for a pharmacy.
Every day, Staples associates help every kind of small business create bold signs to make big impressions. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. This is your sign, so print it big at Staples. Ends 10/1. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
The Dave Matthews Band is coming to Shoreline on September 17th. For more info and tickets, visit 957thegame.com/events.
Get off of Twitter.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. San Francisco 49ers lose yesterday 19-10 to the Bears. Week one was supposed to be an automatic victory. Not automatic, but come on. This would be, here. You know what? You know, and
Give it to me.
Honoring the great Dan Dibley. He sometimes he sometimes uses golf analogies for wins and losses. And initially, I think if you lose this game to the Bears, that's a double bogey, right?
Night.
It's a double bogey. It's not just a bogey.
Triple with the injury.
No, but it's
your
if Seattle loses tonight, then it's just a bogey.
All right.
Because you know everybody else is 0-0. So, depending on tonight's game, we're going to find out whether.
Would the Dallas Cowboys call?
Now, we're not talking about that yet.
The Niners for Jimmy G, for Tony Pollard, the running back? It's a possibility. But listen, you want to talk about a bad weekend? I don't know what type of weekend. You look fresh. So Bonte Willard, JD, and 49er Frankie took his daughter, Katarina, who's really his son because he never had a son. They go to the Notre Dame game. Who loses to Marshall? I hooked him in Bonte.
Is he a fan of Notre Dame?
Die hard.
That's a shame.
Then he went to the Bear game, and the Niners lose to the Bears. And I'm not laughing.
Yes, you are.
But I'm smiling like that's what you call I want to get away. Damn it. That's bad.
888-957-9570. Let's get to some callers. Let's go to Brian in San Jose. What's going on, Brian? How you doing? Talk to me.
I'm doing all right. I mean, that was a rough game. Not gonna lie, but honestly, I can't blame Trey for that game. Honestly, I don't think he played that bad. I think he played okay. I don't think he played great, but the O-line was trash. Defense did not live up to my expectations at all. I mean, Justin Fields just ran all over him.
Hey, Brian. Brian, let me ask you, because you seem like you're forthright, man. You're like you're an honest guy. So let me ask you this: if you're a Trey Lance fan, and Jimmy Garoppolo played like Lance played, would you have said Garoppolo played all right yesterday?
Great question.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough.
And
I
it
don't
shouldn't
know,
be
man,
tough.
because I don't think Jimmy could have gotten out of the pocket like Trey Lance got out of the pocket.
Yeah.
And so I think he would have just gotten sacked, and I don't know. I don't know if I can sit here and say, but he would have made that throw.
Yeah. Good answer.
Sure. And he
Thanks,
would've-
Brian. Appreciate the call. But like, my point is like that's going to be a theme of this season. Is
so you're doing it though, Steiny, and you don't even know you're doing
what?
I want to ask. This is where I want to get
I'm the vor. I'm the voice of reason.
It don't sound like it because you're using labels. When I ask you how did the Niner, and this is where I want to get as a show,
right on the money.
moving forward, how did the Niner quarterback play? I don't want to hear about birth certificates. So yesterday,
sorry.
I'm not blaming Trey. I'm not. He wasn't good.
That argument is not going away. How did Trey play yesterday to Matt Steinmetz?
Got you.
He looked exactly like a quarterback in his third start is expected to look. And if you expected differently, I think that's on you.
How do you think Kyle thinks he played?
Probably not great. Kyle didn't think any of his quarterbacks ever played great, it seems.
Well, I just didn't see a lot of confidence in play calling by Kyle.
This is a rebuild.
Because every time,
let's be honest.
To Trey's defense, every time he hit a big play, they never backed it up with another opportunity for the kid to do it again. It was all, here comes Debo, here comes Ayuk, and I ain't hating on that. But let the kid get some rhythm, Kyle.
So here's the thing, though. If I say to you, how would you judge Jimmy? I'm sorry, how would you judge Trey yesterday? And you say, he was okay. And I say, well, if Garoppolo had played the exact same way, what would you have said? There's not a wrong... Like, if you say, I would have said Garoppolo stunk. And the reason I say that's because Garoppolo's a veteran and Lance is a third-year player.
See, I'm not...
So stop acting like Lance is going to be a veteran. Stop it.
But he was put in a position for a reason because we were told, and I believe Kyle thought, I can get better from the position.
Maybe he can, but it's going to take 8 weeks.
He can, you're right, and it's going to take some time. It wasn't yesterday. So for the people, my boy squirt to you're contradicting yourself. It was just one game. Relax. I'm not going to relax because I'm going to look at the position like a real football fan should. What did they get from it yesterday? Overthrows, interceptions. The game was kind of decided down 9. That was a bad pick. But damn, I ain't telling you that's why they lost. But I didn't see something that was so resoundingly better than 10.
Kyle Shanahan would say, look, the essence of the argument this year is going to be that. It's going to be that. If you expect better quarterback play, then I think you're being foolish.
Then Jimmy, you mean?
No, if you're expecting better quarterback play, he'll be a little better. And you hope he gets better over the course of the season?
Yeah.
Of course.
Steiny, did he get hit too much for your liking yesterday?
Of course.
And I know, what are they going to say? Oh, it's football. He ain't glass, but damn, those were different runs than running out of bounds like Kyler Murray and the little road runner, beep, beep, and they run out of bounds. You can't touch him. He was getting hit like Earl Campbell. Roquan Smith could have put him out for 8 weeks. Am I the only one looking at it like we got JD at 2?
Oh, good call. I forgot to promo JD. Yeah. He was at the game yesterday.
In the Shy.
I guarantee you did you
get the Willard luggage story?
Yeah.
So the water was in the luggage?
Yeah.
Okay. So that happened at the airport?
Well, when you leave a piece of luggage outside in the rain, the inside will likely get wet unless it's one of those good, strong metal.
So it was the airport. Yeah, the guys loaded it on.
I don't know. I
that's my boy.
I bet you
he beat me in fantasy.
It's not a surprise.
Do we see how you get in fantasy? And you tapped out this year. Huh?
Yeah.
You miss it?
Not one sliver. Carlito in Alameda. What's up, Carlito? How you doing, man?
Gentlemen. Hello,
Talk to us.
Yeah.
Steiny, number one, Steiny, welcome back. I heard you were in England. I'm jealous. I hope you went to a pub and had a pint. I'm going to get to this Trey Lance thing. Listen, it was not a great game. I think the rat on the table is Jimmy Garoppolo would have played better because he plays better in bad weather. I'm tired of hearing about the excuses about the rain. In case you guys don't know, Tom Brady played in a snow blizzard to get to the Super Bowl. So I'm going to ask you guys, when does the Start Jimmy talk start? Thank you, guys.
Let me tell you when it starts.
Not for me.
Not now.
Yeah, not.
See, the other thing,
people think I'm saying that.
Well, here's the other thing, Goo, where I could see how I could, because I'm kind of the voice of reason here. Here's where I could see maybe. Thanks, Carlito. Yeah. Appreciate the call.
Did you hang up?
Yeah, there you go. See now.
Voice of reason.
I know, but I lost my train of thought. Just because Trey Lance wasn't as good yesterday.
Okay.
As Jimmy Garoppolo on balance.
Okay.
Doesn't mean he's not going to be better over the course of a season. You have to give a quarterback good games and bad games. I think this is where people are going to say, Guru. Here's where people would say, Guru, you're being unreasonable. What if you would call that a bad game for Trey Lance?
I believe he would tell you. Okay.
Fair enough.
Right.
What if at the end of the year he's got 12 good games and 5 bad games?
We're all good.
Okay. So if that's the case, why are you so...
Okay, tell me when you're ready.
Why are you so emotional right now after one game when you got to get... You can't rob him of the opportunity to have more good games than bad.
If you can't do it against a bottom feeder in the Bears, when are you going to do it? That's what I'm trying not to overload on. But it's a big concern when I go to the refrigerator and I drink my water and I think about, you know what? Are you overreacting? If you can't do it against the Bears, you know what I fall back on? Listen.
Did you see how wet it was?
This is a big jump from North Dakota State to the NFL.
I'm glad you're acknowledging
it ain't about the Bears and being the NFL version of a bad defense. Maybe it's about the jump, Steiny. And that's what I'm holding on to and trying to refrain from panicking. Maybe it's about the jump.
I always said,
and it's any team that he's going to play because they're bigger, stronger, faster. That interception was awful.
So where were you the last year when I was saying, hey, Goo, I mean, this guy didn't really play in college?
I was giving you high fives. You don't remember we were intertwined? We were two peas in a pod.
I'll be honest, you're expecting way too much from the kid.
Am I?
Yes.
Or the head coach that anointed him the starter? Did not only anointed him the starter, drafted him and spent 3 number ones and told the nation,
here's where you get to have it both ways. Here's where you get to have it both ways.
I hate that.
Here's where you get to have
it both ways.
Well, you've set up an argument that allows you to have it both ways. And the reality is, if you really feel strongly about that, say we need to start Garoppolo next week.
Oh, no,
and that the 49ers made a mistake. Well, that's my point. So you come in and you rip everybody under the sun.
The team.
Trey Lance.
Okay.
Kyle, you rip everybody under the sun.
More than anybody.
Everybody tells you, Goo, it's just one game. 10 games from now, if the 49ers are 6-4, you'd be like, yeah.
See,
Trey Lance, he's the real thing, man.
The beauty of you is I'm sharing my insecurities that I'm not ready to unveil, but I'm sharing with you that they're there. Like corn. You know how you peel corn? I'm letting you know I'm thinking, can he pull this off? The kid, and can Kyle guide him and help him to pull it off? Steiny, now your best running back is down for 8 weeks? You're 0-1?
Stop it. You can't have running back by committee. You can't devalue the running back position as Shanahan and Lynch do and then say we're in trouble without Elijah Mitchell. Is he your best back? Yes. Okay. But you have devalued that position, Kyle Shanahan. You have made it clear that you can make anybody successful back there. So don't tell me Elijah Mitchell is going to be the difference now between a good season and bad. The consultant is in Walnut Creek. Hey, consultant, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, look, Steiny, let me be your proxy if you don't mind, or your voice of reason, okay? Because I'm with you. Here's the thing. I think when people are comparing Lance to Jimmy Garoppolo this year, you can be that guy that says, hey, Lance needs to come in, set the world on fire. If I don't have Patrick Mahomes, I'm pissed off and I'm going to be mad at everything else below that. Or we can recognize that, hey, look, what Kyle Shanahan did was saying, I've got this unbelievable talent. Because, look, the quarterback position is one of the hardest positions in the world to fill from a manner of sports. How much of a rock star must Trey Lance be that he gets picked up with only 11, 12 games worth of experience in his life? And they're just like, yo, I'm a football genius. I think this guy can do it. So here's what I think Kyle Shanahan's thinking, and then this is how it relates to the Bears game. He's like, I've got this top prospect that could be the next world beater as it comes to the QB. I've got a team that's ready to win now. So all this guy has to do is not lose a game for me and grow into his own. I'm not expecting him to win the game because I've got the team around him to win. And when the team that's around him to win loses, I don't think that you can then go back and say, oh, that's Trey Lance's fault. For example, when you've got a defense that's supposed to be the number one defense in the league or top 3, and you commit 12 bone-headed penalties that give the other team 100 yards, then you don't go blame the rookie that's not supposed to lose the game, but he's not supposed to win the game for you. He's just supposed to hold the ship straight.
No, good stuff. Good stuff, consultant. Here's the other thing. And
I got something
sometimes you just got to break it down to me in general terms. Here's where I'm at.
Okay.
You know, I'm like skeptical. This is driving
Why did we get here to pick
crazy.
them? Go ahead.
This is crazy to me, honestly. Why the hell do people think the 49ers can win a Super Bowl? They're starting a quarterback with no experience. How are you going to know? Who was under the impression? Who? All
right, I'm going to say something to you.
You really think the 49ers are going to win a Super Bowl with a quarterback who came into this year with virtually no college experience and 2 NFL starts? Oh, but you're going to go win the Super Bowl with Trey Lance. Get out of here. Your team can't be good enough in the other areas to make up for that.
Because we were disrespecting
That's what
Jimmy.
You thought. That's what you thought.
And that's what, you see what I'm saying? And I blew your wig off the day that I told you I gave Jimmy a B+ or A-.
Winning the Super Bowl with Trey Lance at quarterback.
It's almost like you were almost there with Jimmy at quarterback. But now I think people, and I'm not ruining or hating on Trey with this, he ain't got the experience or the know-how that Jimmy does. And we don't know how many weeks it's going to take for him to get that.
So you see, there's where you want
to get that.
There's where you want it both ways.
We assume that.
There's where you want it both ways.
And it's just 1 week. But for the consultant to say, hey, that Pastor Croft, you got to expect him to hit that. In 60 minutes of football, sometimes there's just a few opportunities, and you got to take advantage of them. Justin Fields hit his. He didn't overthrow the former wide receiver, Pettis. He hit it. He hit
If I could have got my feet under me, I probably could have. Well, actually, not with a heavy ball. Never mind.
You know what?
But that throw to Pettis was about as easy a throw as you could have.
But he hit it. He made it. And then he hit my guy in the end zone. I forget who he hit for the touchdown. So those are plays, as bad as Fields was, that he made. Lance didn't make his opportunities or take advantage of them.
I have it right here. Yeah. So much of the game's about touchdown passes and big plays. You make a couple big plays in football, you can hold on and win a game.
I'm so proud of myself.
Bottom line is you can make a case that there's 3 plays. Trey Lance overthrows his 2 receivers, and the 49ers defense breaks down twice and gives up touchdowns.
We would be not doing our job, because I don't think we harped on it enough, if we don't each say how bad the O-line play and concerning it is moving forward. Even after the interview with the great Low Neil Steiny, if they can't block, and this is more than just a wet track, and it's everything, Steiny. It's everything, and I don't think that is the F, but how did that get omitted from when everybody was drunk? Oh, the Niners are going to go to the NFC Championship game. They're going to go back.
Guru, you tell me. You were everybody.
I thought they had it together.
Why? Why did you think the 49ers had it together?
I'm having problems with that. I'm going to the lab tonight, and I'm going to rewind. That why is more like, why did you assume? And I drunk the Kool-Aid.
I mean,
Steiny, this whole line is real, man.
And again, I'm not saying it's outside the realm of possibility. Trey Lance may get better every single week. And by the playoffs, we're saying, I'll tell you what, we got ourselves a quarterback. And maybe they make the run. Okay.
That's still on the table.
Then you would look back on the history of the NFL and say, do you realize that what Trey Lance did this year is historically unique in NFL history for a guy who's quarterbacked 2 games to now lead a team to the Super Bowl? Like, I'm sorry. I'm not saying Of course it's within the realm of possibility. Did you expect that? You're a fool.
Well, okay.
You're a fool.
Steiny, I'm giving you 100 with the red pen, but you need to be talking to the head coach on who put the kid in that position when you had a better option or an option that got you to the Super Bowl. So the question you should be saying is, Kyle, why did you feel the need to make the change when you did?
Because
you had a good thing going.
Well, I'll tell you what he would say. He would say it's time to make the switch to Trey Lance. The team last year, we went as far as we could go. All right,
you were up 10 in the fourth.
Yeah, but you know what, Daryl? I'm looking at my team. Clearly, we got a big problem on the offensive line. Our offensive line was much better. That's going to be an issue for us. And you know what? Here's what I'd say, Kyle. I don't like to tell you guys in the media because you guys are a bunch of knuckleheads, but I'm rebuilding. Hit the pike. I'm rebuilding.
Please.
I know. Do you think Kyle Shanahan thinks he can win the Super Bowl with Trey Lance? Just to answer me that question.
I swear
Deep
to
in
God,
his heart.
I hate to use that.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't.
Why did he draft him then?
To be the long-term quarterback of the football team.
In 2030? What are we talking about?
2025. Listen,
I'm knocking on the door.
Trey Lance goes 5-12 this year, but he's the 49ers starting quarterback for the next 10 years, and they win 2 Super Bowls, who cares about this year?
I don't even know. I'm just floored with that.
Floored with what?
With a team that was in the Super Bowl in 19, had it. The team that was in the NFC Championship last January had it.
Yeah.
I could give a damn about a future. I'm trying to cash in on the window being open.
Well, then you should step strong and say Garoppolo should be quarterback in this football team right now.
But that's not reality.
Well, it is if you're committed to your opinion.
Kyle's committed to his pick, and politics come with the pick. You mortgaged our future on this kid Steiny, not 2025 that was going to be ready now.
Chris A. Steiny, why would Shanahan not think he can win the Super Bowl with Lance? That's a bad opinion. You know what? Let's do it this way.
All right.
One of two things. Either Kyle Shanahan deep down knows he can't win the Super Bowl with Lance, and so he's like, but we need to start the process of getting this guy reps so he can improve, or Shanahan does think he can win the Super Bowl with a guy who went to a Division I AA school, who barely played in college, who only played started two. Yeah. Like, you know what? Then that's the height of arrogance.
That's where we're at.
Okay, well,
and look what that got you yesterday in the Chi-Town.
These things were all on the table before the game yesterday. And nothing changed yesterday.
You know what? Did something change yesterday, Steiny? From a team aspect, is whoever you blame about losing to the lowly Bears, the Jimmy Garoppolo, is he ever going to see the field? He had a good day. He had a good day. Because I believe with everything in my being, had he quarterbacked that game yesterday, they would have won. And that's who had a good day because he didn't miss a beat.
I think there are a lot of fans. I think there are a lot of fans out there that would disagree with you, and I would tend to disagree with you that Garoppolo wins that game. I would choose to abstain from that argument completely.
What about
the bottom line is, why would they have won with Garoppolo when the defense, for the 8th time today, but nobody wants to seem to listen, gave up 3 touchdowns in the last 20 minutes of a game? That big defense.
My game might have been 21-0 instead of 10.
Our defensive line is so dominant.
What if I told you that game was 21-0 instead of 10-0?
Maybe.
And then now you can give up a couple touchdowns.
So with Garoppolo, Debo doesn't fumble?
And that's why I gave it. Hey, I'm going to give you I'll give you that. I'm just saying, I'm not blaming the loss all
So are you saying
Trey.
Garoppolo never throws that interception?
All day, every day.
Okay,
but they would have beat the Bears, Steiny. Come on now.
How would they have beaten the Bears? The only way they beat the Bears is if Jimmy Garoppolo would have been better than Trey Lance yesterday.
And what I'm looking at in the numbers, that ain't all that. Like, he could have done that, and it didn't have to be his best day.
Yeah. All right. John Dickinson coming up next. He was at Soldier Field yesterday, and he's joining us next. Phone line's still open. 888-957-9570 is the number. Also, Twitch.tv, YouTube. There's action on there. Just search for Steiny and Guru. I'm engaging a little bit with it. I don't engage with the text line because you do sometimes, but
we do it all.
We'll hit you on YouTube or Twitter if
Twitch
if you want. Oh yeah,
or
Twitter.
Twitch.
Yeah, or
we
Twitter.
got 3 of them.
All right, I'm just gonna get out. John Dickinson next on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome to the first Monster Monday of the season.
We'd obviously like to get a win, but it's just annoying to give a game away like that.
We're reacting to the Niners' loss in Chicago all day long.
No! Just frustrated with myself a little bit. Just feel like I'm a lot better than that.
On the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Bart is turning 50 and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. That's bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event September 23rd through September 25th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Here's Howie Long for Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear.
The world has gone hands-free. However, if you want to put on a pair of sneakers, you still need to bend down and help your feet in. Until now. Introducing Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear. You don't need to reach down to help your heel in. You just step into them and off you go. So what's the secret? Well, there's a special smooth comfort pillow in the heel that helps your foot slide into place. And they stay on just like a pair of laced-up sneakers.
Get hands-free slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching a kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
With just one pill, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn all day and night. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Gorillas are bringing that new goal to Chase Center September 21st with special guest Earth Gang. For more info and tickets, get to our events page at 957thegame.com.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
O'Reilly. See the road ahead more clearly with Sylvania Bulbs and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase select Sylvania bulbs and get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus receive double O-Rewards points. Replace your bulbs today and see better tonight. Let the professional parts people help you find the bulbs you need. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's bring him in. He was at Soldier Field yesterday watching the San Francisco 49ers, Chicago Bears. John Dickinson. JD, what's up, my man?
Jay.
What's going on, fellas? Man, surprise, surprise. After that one, a whole lot going on. Yeah. And it's only week one. Here we go.
No doubt about it. Let's put Trey Lance to the side for a minute. Because to me, that was the story. Nobody really gave the Chicago Bears a chance to win that game. I didn't hear anybody say, be careful, the Bears are dangerous. So I know it's only one game, but how kind of troubling would it be if you're a 49er fan and that's the one you lose?
It's extremely troubling. I think you could make the case that it's top five, or bottom five, in terms of Kyle Shanahan losses during his tenure. If you just start running through meaningful games, I think this could be in the top five. But how do you lose a game to a team that projects to be, and look, maybe the Bears wind up being better than we thought they were. But at this point, how do you lose a game where you outgain them 331 to 204 and you have a 10-0 lead late into the third quarter? Well, it's missed opportunities. And it's penalties, 12 for 99, but it's not only the 12, but it's the specific penalties. It's the Greenlaw face mask on third down when it's 10-0, and it extends a drive where the Niner defense was off the field, and then the Bears score a touchdown. It's the defensive hold when it's 10-7, and then the personal foul on top of that when the defense, again, would have been off the field. Those are two stops where the Niners would have got the ball back with no points being scored. And then a couple of defensive breakdowns follow for touchdowns, and now you're down. And now Trey Lance has to go save it for you. in a similar fashion to the way maybe Jimmy Garoppolo had to save a few games for the Niners over the years.
Jay, Steiny has my full undivided attention, but you're here in the studio. Your face is to the left of me at that mic because we were talking about, hey, the Bears, we're told they're awful, but, they're an NFL football team. I don't know where to start, but I'm going to start with Trey Lance, and I'm not blaming him. I felt like he could have played better. The missed throw to Croft, I was telling Steiny and the listeners, you don't get plays like that back in 60 minutes. You can overcome it, but Jay, there's Kyler Murray type of running, and I'm not saying I want Trey to be him to where you run and you get out of bounds and you kind of stay out of harm's way. But last year, we saw Trey get hurt at Arizona. That play at the goal line. He ran 13 times, Jay, and every time I was like, that's too much contact for my starting quarterback. My God, what's going on? What did you make of the 13 runs from Trey Lance? Because to me, Jay, it was too much contact.
Yeah, I found it stunning. Honestly, as stunning as Deebo Samuel's 8 carries. We played that game. Right. Is it going to be Deebo the wide back, and how much? And is it going to be around 50 carries? And, well, they did it by necessity at the end of the year. And I think Elijah Mitchell going down was some of the added Trey Lance and Deebo. Some of it probably the elements as well. But I found it to be stunning. And, look, I'm not trying to come down Trey Lance's road either. And I know, Steiny, you said set it aside. But when you look at his overall line, it's kind of meh. He did have some great throws. I mean, but I think the elements dictated that maybe you don't throw it as much. I mean, he hits the 44-yarder to Jennings, the 31-yarder to Ayuk, but he, after the game, acknowledged the miss to Croft, which is a touchdown, so 7 points in missed opportunities there. That came after that came a sack that he took, which took the 49ers out of field goal range, cost him 3 points, and then he hits Ayuk on a nice ball. They should probably score there, but Deebo gets the ball punched out for the turnover on that first series. Those first 2 series, guys, 6 to 14 points that the Niners just didn't get at all in a game that you wind up losing by 9. It's tough, but I was surprised. Look, I said it to you guys throughout the summer. I didn't think they were going to run it with him as much, but then when I got to training camp and I was watching him practice every day, it looked like they were going to run him a hell of a lot more than I would have originally anticipated. I think they need to be in more of a traditional offense with the running attack, an offshoot of that, a special, not something that is a go-to, something or essential. You want that to me to be something that's extra. You're asking for trouble, but again, I'll say this to wrap it up quickly. Maybe the elements had something to do with just keeping the ball in his hands without having it, have to change hands too often.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. He was at Soldier Field yesterday. Let me ask you this. Do you believe Kyle Shanahan, not the fans, do you believe Kyle Shanahan believes he can win the Super Bowl with Trey Lance?
I think he does.
Okay, but that's arrogance.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
Yeah, it is.
But I think he does. I think he does, guys, under the context of he's going to have to get better. He's going to have to get better. He's going to, over the course of the season, in season, and whether that's hitting some of the throws that he missed in addition to hitting the throws that he made, because he did, and I laid out 3-4. I thought the 3rd and 5 throw before, picks up a first down, sticks a ball in there right before the interception. That was a nice throw. He had another one like that to keep the chains moving, but the consistency, the key, the playing like a poised veteran is you make all the good plays, but then you have to not throw the interception when you're down 13-10. That's reality. And he has to be held. We can say he's a young player and all of that. But if this team expects to win the Super Bowl, and I do believe Kyle Shanahan thinks it's possible with Trey Lance at quarterback, but if you believe that, then he can't immediately, once you go down and the pressure is really on, and now you got to have somebody go make a play for you, throw a pick. You can't have it.
That's interesting. So you can't have it. From a quarterback who didn't play the year before he was drafted, didn't go to a big college, only started 2 games, but you're expecting him not to make big mistakes. All right,
JD.
I mean, are you hearing kind of what I think is an incongruity? Yeah. That's all.
I do. No, absolutely.
If Trey Lance is the quarterback this year and the 49ers win the Super Bowl or go to the Super Bowl,
he's a hero.
Then he's done something that is like very, very, very few other quarterbacks have ever done in the history of football.
But guys, wouldn't Steiny winning with Garoppolo just as be that satisfying? Like, I get that, but that's just too big of an ask for me to go away from Jimmy. But I got to ask you this, JD. Well, we had go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Goo. Go ahead, Goo.
We had Low on earlier, and the news of Mitchell being out for 2 months to me is devastating. Steiny said something to me like, I thought this running back room was deep. You sent Trey Sermon home. Ty Davis Price and Gray didn't even dress. I know Gray's a receiver. My question to you is, do you expect the Niners to bring somebody in to fill the void of, I told Steiny, their best running back not being available?
I think they'll bring somebody in, but the person they bring in is going to be behind Wilson and Mason and Ty Davis Price on the depth chart. I mean, they have to bring somebody in because Mitchell's going to be out for 2+ months now, according to the report. And so everybody moves up a slot. And now it's Wilson, and you're going to have to go to Mason, and you're going to have Ty Davis Price active on game day, and you're going to have to get somebody else just as a depth option. Oh, you still got Deebo Samuel, who they showed yesterday is apparently still going to be more of a running back than a wide receiver. So, I mean, maybe they just keep deploying that, but it works in conjunction with the conversation we were just having, guys, about can you win the Super Bowl with Trey Lance? Does Kyle Shanahan believe you can win the Super Bowl with Trey Lance? A big part of the reason why I think Kyle believes that, Steiny and Goo, is because the rest of this team was supposed to be so good and so buttoned up that they could do it without asking Trey to have to do a lot, game in and game out. And I think what we're finding is already that maybe the wheels are coming off of that a little bit. Maybe he's shown week 1 can get better, can improve, that he's not quite yet capable of, when the chips are down, even against a bad team on the road, he can lead that answering touchdown drive. I know you guys don't want to play this game, and I'm not saying that Trey Lance played poorly enough to not be the starting quarterback for the 49ers week 2, but I do want to ask you guys this question, and maybe you've talked about it already. How many times did Jimmy Garoppolo, in a game like yesterday, when the Niners got down 13-10, even if it was partly his fault that they got down 13-10, lead them on a drive to tie a game, go right back ahead in a game in the fourth quarter, especially against a bad team? Especially, he may not have always done it in the playoffs or in the Super Bowl, but I'm telling you, the thought crossed my mind against the Bears. Jimmy Garoppolo probably goes down and leads them to a win.
Interesting. Interesting. Here's where I'm on JD is. To me, when a team loses, it's always a lot of reasons. Here's the thing that I find astounding, because we haven't talked a lot about it. This 49er defense, this vaunted 49er defense, supposed to be dominant, one of the best in the NFL, they just gave up 3 touchdowns to the Chicago Bears in the last 20 minutes of a game with Justin Fields at quarterback, playing in a monsoon. Like, come on. Broken plays or not. Please respond.
It's blown coverages, 1. 2, I think they got tired as the game went on. And I think you do see this happen from time to time early in the season when guys aren't playing a lot in the preseason, that they don't have necessarily the stamina to get through a whole game. You need a little bit more rest than maybe you need as the season goes on and you get more used to playing full games like that. But here's the thing, and I said to you, I think right before halftime, Steiny, I may have texted you. I said, hey, I think the Bears have found a little something with Fields escaping and using his legs to with him in the running game, and they got Herbert, the running back, going a little bit right before halftime. And what we've seen is mobile quarterbacks over the years can mitigate the pass rush and make some broken plays. And that broken play to Pettis, flip the game with his escapability. Then you get a blown coverage. But here's the thing, Steiny, and this is all related. none of it happens without the Greenlaw face mask
Good
and
point,
the defensive hold on third down. Otherwise, they get off the field. The Bears don't have any points in either situation.
Jay, let me get something off my chest, man, about yesterday. Okay, the Bears are sitting on the Niners schedule, who, again, we know what the expectations were for months. You, Steiny, you and I talked about this was going to be a layup. What I'm tired of hearing about is all the other games that took place in the NFL as if that's cologne and an excuse on why the Niners lost to the Bears. I don't care what happened in other locales, and I know what people are talking about, but I'm worried about what the Niners did and what they didn't do. And Kyle Shanahan didn't have his team ready. I don't care what Green Bay did. I don't care what Dallas didn't do. That don't make the debacle which took place in the monsoon yesterday, blowing a 10-point lead, that doesn't make it any better. Am I wrong for that?
Not at all. It really is an unacceptable loss. I mean, and you can say, Steiny, I can already hear you. Well, how can you every game's a game, and you come on and you yell about unacceptable this and unacceptable. It's a horrible loss.
No doubt.
It's a horrible loss. I think it's a top 5 worst loss in the Shanahan era, because really the 17-year and the 18-year, they didn't play any meaningful games really worthy of being counted. And so the 19-year, they didn't really have maybe that loss to Atlanta in the 19-year. They had some in 20, but maybe with Jimmy Garoppolo was out a good chunk of that year toward the end, so none of those games were all that bad. I mean, it might be a couple of games at the beginning of last year that would fall into that category. But with the expectations that this team has, and yeah, maybe the Bears are better. Maybe the Bears are better.
Yeah.
Guys, maybe they are. But you know what? That still going into yesterday was the easiest game on their schedule. It was the easy, with maybe the exception of the next game on their schedule, the home game against Seattle. And I'm with you, Goo. I don't think it matters what anybody else did. I don't think it matters that the whole division's probably going to be 0-1 after tonight. It doesn't take any of the stink off of what the Niners did yesterday and how they played. You can win ugly. You can win ugly. The Niners win ugly all the time. You can't lose that game, point blank.
JD, great stuff, buddy.
Thanks, man.
Really appreciate it, man. Have a good one.
You got it, fellas.
All right, that's John Dickinson, who was in Chicago yesterday.
What'd you think how I just ended that?
I wasn't listening.
I missed you, too.
Welcome back, Steiny, right?
I got something I want to share, too, because my feelings hurt. About all the other teams doing whatever they did, that don't make what you didn't do any better.
No,
when did we start doing that?
Well, it's an indication of how I can say, Guru, just relax. It's one game. It's one game. Tough loss, bad loss. You want to use unacceptable? Go ahead and use unacceptable. But what does that really mean? Okay, unacceptable. Okay, win next week. The point is this, and I'm about to talk about this list in a minute, but I don't even want to really do it.
I don't know how I made it. I understand how you made it.
I don't give a rat's ass if Trey Lance stinks, is good, is great, or somewhere in the middle. I could care less, because I'm not a 49er fan, but I'm fascinated with how it's going to play out. And all I'm saying is, yeah, I am skeptical that a quarterback with the lack of experience that Trey Lance has can really lead a team, this team, any team, deep into the playoffs. I mean,
that's fair, man.
That just doesn't happen in the NFL.
Okay.
That's all.
So you've been with me how long, Steiny? How long have we been talking about? Because I'm going to take the people behind the scenes.
It's gone too fast, my man.
All right, well, but Shasky and I, we're brothers. I get this text, and I'm about to read it. Do you really think Lance can't throw? Come on, Goo. Why do you do this? I said accuracy is a concern. Can't throw was never said. I've been an advocate, Shasky, and the people listening for Trey Lance, and I still am. But don't tell me a monsoon is why he wasn't on his P's and Q's yesterday. I invited him to call in. He said he didn't want to call in and do the show.
I wouldn't have let him.
Well,
Shasky?
He didn't want to call him.
I wouldn't have allowed.
But he didn't want to. He respected this. He didn't want to.
I wouldn't have allowed.
But we should have been able.
No,
when did
why?
I tell you that he can't throw?
You think that
he missed the throw yesterday, which was a tug. How is that saying he can't throw? I'm the one that wanted him to start from last year, week 1. Quit putting your head under a pillow when the kid had a bad game or a subpar game yesterday.
I would never.
Who said he can't throw?
I would never.
Accuracy is a concern of mine, and I believe yesterday was Exhibit A.
I would never
make
a prediction.
Nice.
I would never make a prediction about how good or how bad Trey Lance was going to be when he came into the league. How the hell do I know?
Let me tell you.
I know?
The coach told you.
What did he tell us?
Because he said, I'm about winning Super Bowls because I took my team there 2 out of the last 4 years, and now I'm going to bring this rookie to our team.
My point is
telling you, Steiny,
I made no prediction on Trey Lance. But what must
the fans want him to be good.
Must be noted is if you think you're going to win the Super Bowl with Trey Lance, you do realize you're asking for something that has maybe never been done in Super Bowl history or NFL history, or is such an outlier as to be unrealistic.
I agree with you 100, and we're not by ourselves.
That's why I'm not yelling and screaming anyway about what I expected or not expected.
This is all Kyle, and we know that Trey Lance is not. We have not determined. We'd be idiots, anybody, to say he's a bust or he's going to be a Hall of Famer. I'm just telling you, yesterday was nothing to write home about. And if you want to say it was because of the weather, fine. I'm just telling you, Matt Steinmetz, it's arrogance that Kyle put the kid in this position to think he had the goods. He may pull it off, he may not. But now you got O-line issues. Your best running back is hurt week 1. We are going to see this kid put in situations that Kyle told us he can excel in.
Well, no, he didn't.
I want to see it.
Stop it. No, he didn't. He never got Kyle Shanahan never said this guy could win the Super Bowl. Kyle Shanahan, once Trey Lance.
What's it about, Matt?
I don't think that this is a Super Bowl team.
Though? What's everything about? This winning the Super Bowl. You lost it in 19, and you should have got there last year.
Let me tell you what it's not all about.
Okay.
Winning it this year.
Ooh, my goodness. Then you need to tell me what's it about. What are we doing?
How was Peyton Manning's rookie year?
That's different.
How was Roma? No, it's not.
They suck. Their team was stinky.
Well, look, and I'll just say it again.
This team's got a
I'll
window.
just say it again. I'll just say it again.
What am I missing?
What you're missing is you fell for the banana in the tailpipe if you thought, without giving it a second thought, that a quarterback this young could get a team to the Super Bowl and win it.
We have not
hit the pike.
You are not.
I'm not saying he can't.
Okay,
but
that's
you
what I'm saying.
But acknowledge that if Trey Lance wins the Super Bowl this year,
it's incredible.
Right.
So do you think Kyle gets more satisfaction than winning a bowl with a guy from North Dakota State than winning it with Jimmy?
It's not about this year for Kyle Shanahan. It's about developing Trey Lance to be the 49ers quarterback for the next 8 or 10 years.
If you're right and the fans are hearing that, what does that mean? It's not about this year. Tomorrow is not promised.
I don't know what that means.
It's a fact. Who the hell are you to be worried about years down the road?
Now, I may
Kyle
not be
told
here.
us we were all going to be not here. Remember that? It better be about this season, Matt.
Of course
and
it's
you better
not.
be playing the most talented quarterback.
Here's the bottom line. If it's about this season, all or nothing, you wouldn't be playing Trey Lance. Kyle Shanahan knows that to win a Super Bowl with Trey Lance is a long shot. And so should every 49er fan out there. I'm not saying it can't be done, but give me a break. Guy's got no experience.
But
came from a Division I AA school. But you think that he's going to take the 49ers to the Super Bowl and win it?
People are on TV talking about this.
They're idiots. I don't even care who they are. I don't care. If you expect this team to get to the Super Bowl with Trey Lance.
I don't know why I'm mad.
I know why you're mad. Because you're rooting for something that is irrational on a lot of levels.
For the kid. And I understand everything you just echoed. I believe.
You know what? You know what?
For people to think because I'm reacting to yesterday's game from a quarterback standpoint for Trey Lance, like I'm telling you he ain't got the goods.
It's a joke.
That's awful.
This is a joke.
And that's short-sighted.
This is a flat-out joke, and I can't even believe.
Emotions are coming into play now.
How can you call yourself like a football fan or I've watched the game for 30 years and then actually be like, we can win the Super Bowl with Trey Lance?
Steiny, that's what they're trying to do.
Good
and
luck.
That's why it's on the head coach for putting the kid in this position.
Good luck.
And telling all the other people in your room. Hey, did you hear the report that before he announced that Jimmy was coming back, he called about 15 guys in his office to tell him that Jimmy was coming back?
I knew that.
A few guys were like, well, how's that? The X's and O's of it?
Did you even listen? You don't listen to me either.
You were gone.
No. I spoke about this before I left.
Well, how the hell? That was a week.
I spoke
2 weeks
about this
ago.
before. You might have had dental surgery.
No,
I said when they re-signed Garoppolo, I said, for everybody out there that's saying no big deal, you guys are making this media creation. This is a great move, no risk. Then why did he gather 15 veterans and say, what do you think?
Yeah,
because he knew it was an unconventional. Yeah. Just say it's an unconventional move.
Well, totally is that, but I just don't believe he's doing that to. I guess you know what? If his ego is like that on 1,000, to where him winning it with the quarterback from North Dakota State is greater than winning it with Garoppolo.
You know what, man? Let's just be honest.
But don't tell me.
What
they ain't trying to. Kyle ain't trying to win a Super Bowl.
I don't care if he is or he isn't. If he thought he could win a Super Bowl with a guy like Trey Lance, then then he thinks he's bigger than the game. I mean, come on.
And I'm not blaming Trey.
He played at North Dakota State. He didn't even play the year before he was drafted. He played 2 games as a rookie. But he's going to stand. He's going to play in a Super Bowl game and lead the Niners to an NFL Super Bowl. And let me be clear right now. I am not saying it is outside the realm of possibility. I am not saying that. But what I'm saying is you can't expect that to happen. You cannot.
Well, obviously, Kyle does if you put him in the position.
As a fan or as a coach.
Well,
and that's why I believe Shanahan's just starting he has no pressure on him. He's just starting the Trey Lance clock. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's going to be a fun year on 95.7, The Game.
I mean,
we see a lot of trash on our highways and in our waterways. This isn't what we want. Clean highways, clean water. Now that is what we want. You can help change this to that. Learn how at cleanwaterca.com from the Couchman Stormwater Program.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Tired of companies like Google and Facebook watching everything you do online? There's actually a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more. All for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with a push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
The gamer, the call maker, the experience chaser. What if you could be everything all at once? Galaxy Z Fold 4 is powered by the Snapdragon processor for world-class performance and lightning-fast speed to turbocharge your multitasking. How about an expansive edge-to-edge screen for immersive gaming, hands-free video calls with flex mode, and multi-window view to use up to 3 apps at the same time? With Galaxy Z Fold 4, do more with ease and make multitasking a breeze. Available now at Samsung.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Progressive presents Don't Do It Yourself.
Okay, read me the manual.
Using a Phillips screwdriver, drehen Sie die Haube, bis sie fit sitzt.
What was that?
Drehen Sie die Haube, bis sie fit sitzt.
This sounds like another language to me.
Okay, maybe we should bundle our home and auto with Progressive. We could save big, then pay someone to do it for us.
Maybe. What's next?
Next, pony ostium pronus and terra.
Was that one Latin?
Save when bundling home and auto with Progressive and use the money to, not do it yourself. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
O'Reilly! Improve fuel mileage with Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner at O'Reilly Auto Parts. A clean fuel system can increase your vehicle's performance and gas mileage. Get Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner starting at $9.99 and earn 10 times O Rewards points on your purchase. Get the most out of every gallon. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or shop O'ReillyAuto.com today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still a bit warm in the North Bay this week. In Mill Valley, high of 81.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. Whether it's the news, the traffic, the weather, or your COVID-19 vaccinations, it's important to stay up to date.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Kittle like a niner.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Woo! Niners lose yesterday to the Bears. And next week, Seattle comes in. Mm-hmm.
Home opener.
All right. I want to read this because this is good. It's from Twitter. And by the way, you can use the Comcast Business text line to get in touch with us at 888-957-9570. You can do it on twitch.tv and YouTube. Just Google 95.7 The Game, or search for it rather. But Craig Campbell on Twitter says, as long as we start Trey every game and finish 10-7, Trey Lance will be very well prepared for the playoffs, and the 49ers will have a shot at winning the Super Bowl. If you sit him early or all year, may as well be throwing 2022 away. Kyle already said he's starting all year unless injured. Craig, I agree with you. And I've talked to Dickinson about this. And he said, You want Trey to improve over the course of the year, and you can expect him to improve over the course of the year. No doubt about it.
Okay.
And you may be able to go 10-7 with Trey Lance, and you may be able to win 3 playoff games and a Super Bowl and come out the Super Bowl champions.
Right.
I look at that and say that is highly, highly unlikely. When in NFL history has a quarterback with this little experience, both in college and in the NFL, ever been the quarterback of a Super Bowl winning team? Has it happened? I'm sure you can find me a guy. But it's a long shot. Period. Why can't we acknowledge that?
Hey, look, number 10 is still here, and you could come up with the reasons why he's still here. You know, if his coach, I'm talking about Kyle Shanahan, sees something or doesn't see something in Trey Lance, I don't know the answer to that question. What I do know, Steiny, is every coach I think is worth their salt, like I do Kyle Shanahan, is focused on the season and trying to win the chip. And a team that was in the Super Bowl in 2019 and got to the NFC Championship just last January, to me, should still have aspirations to get back. So as ludicrous as it may sound to you, I, or anybody else out there, I would hope that Kyle Shanahan feels like Trey Lance, when it's time to go, Steiny, or by playoff time, which you would think the Niners are going to be in there, gives his team an opportunity to win. And for him to call the 15 players in the room to tell them what's going on, to me, that means he still cares. Obviously, he still cares. So there's no way he's not taking his foot off the gas and thinking about the future.
Well, you know what?
I just can't fathom that. Like,
okay,
there's just no way.
Well, you know what? Then the job that the 49ers have done with messaging is unacceptable. E-Smoke 95. Who's saying Super Bowl or bust? He says, who's saying Super Bowl or bust, though? Who?
Oh, the pundits.
Well, you kind of are.
Well, they just hold on.
You are.
Okay, I'll say that because
they
just that's like a team going to NBA team going to the finals. They went to the Western Conference Finals, Eastern Conference Finals. They were just right there and they were up 10. I don't think the Rams are better than the Niners.
Well, what I'm saying is the fan base is split. It's split.
Right.
So there's a group saying Super Bowl or bust,
and remembering the team
and
that
there's
was 3
another
and 5.
half of the fans
saying I remember us.
What does that have to do with anything?
Wow.
And there's another Super Bowl or bust with a quarterback with 2 prior starts under his belt. Super Bowl or bust. Let me tell you something. There are a lot of fans who aren't saying Super Bowl or bust, who realize that saying Super Bowl or bust, or even get to the Super Bowl with a quarterback this inexperienced. Come on.
Well, okay.
That's going to be hard.
No, what's not? And getting to the Super Bowl is hard.
You guys think Trey
Trey
Lance is going to come in? All he has to do is do. He's in a sack like 2 games. 2 games. But did Super Bowl or bust? I'm just pointing out a gross incongruity about where this fan base is and how you're assessing this team. Let me tell you something. I feel... And by the way, if Trey Lance leads the 49ers to the Super Bowl, I'm not wrong. What Trey Lance then did is defy what we all know is history in the NFL.
Along with his head
If Trey
coach.
Lance wins the Super Bowl this year, then what he will have done, maybe one of the most impressive quarterback young players ever had in the history of football. So that's the standard. Okay, you're holding him up to that. Super Bowl or bust. So if you say Super Bowl or bust, you know what that means? You're asking Trey Lance to do something no other quarterback's ever been asked to do at this point in his career. That's not right. That ain't right.
Well, you need to write a letter to Kyle.
No,
he put him in that
Kyle
position.
never said Super Bowl or bust. He's not that dumb. He's not that dumb.
So
he's smarter than fans.
Is he tricking off games?
He's not tricking off games.
How do you know what he's feeling? And coaching
I don't know what he's feeling. I'm just trying to gauge.
What do you mean he's not that
What's
dumb?
your problem?
You don't know.
What's your
you're
question?
Acting like you know what Kyle's thinking and he's not coaching to try to win.
I didn't say that.
Go on. You just said
I
if he thinks or expects them to win it.
What are you talking about? I don't get it.
You just said if Kyle thinks he can win the Super Bowl with Trey, he's dumb. He doesn't think
he's
that.
Arrogant.
You don't know
I didn't
that.
say he's dumb.
Well, we know he's arrogant.
No, he's arrogant.
Okay, and it takes that.
Right.
But you don't know that you're acting like he's not trying to coach, like if his life is not on
I don't
the line.
think he is.
How do you know that? How can you feel
I didn't
comfortable
say I know
saying
it.
that?
I said, do you hear? I don't think he is.
Well, you didn't say it like that. You said it like you said. Come on,
you want to
Steiny.
play that game, dude?
No, you're playing the game of God, and you ain't God. You're
Bottom
sitting there
line
telling
is,
the people that a head coach ain't coaching to win, and he knows he's going to lose. And if he feels that way, you're never going to know it, and he's never going to step to a mic and say it.
He won't.
So you can sip your coffee and act like you just made a hell of a point. You're guessing, and it'll never be revealed. The dude's trying to coach and win every game, just like every coach is. Tell me I'm wrong.
I think you're wrong.
How can you prove it?
I can't. That's why I use the word think.
But you said Kyle
you're wrong.
is not coaching to win.
I did not say
you
that.
Were right. You
Check
just
the
said
tape.
it.
Check
Come
the
on.
tape.
I know what you said.
The bottom line is this: Kyle Shanahan. You're not looking long term.
I'm listening to what you're saying.
You're not looking long term. Kyle Shanahan is trying to develop Trey Lance to be the 49ers quarterback for the next 8 to 10 years. That's what he wants to do. If he's going to take lumps this year, then he's going to take lumps this year.
So he's punting on this season?
I didn't. Who said that?
Because you said 8 to 10 years. Like this year is impossible. That's what you're saying. That's what you sound like.
Well, yes, because you know what?
Okay, so I have to do all that to get you to say yes.
Because I'm logical.
Okay,
I'm
you don't
logical.
know if he's got 8 to 10 years.
I know I don't, but when are you going to find? When are you going to start to find out?
Right.
When are you going to start to find out if Trey Lance can be the quarterback of the future? So you're irritated
that the Niners, people had picked the Niners to win this year.
Exactly.
After coming off a
That's
season, going to the NFC Championship.
Yes.
I don't think it's a joke.
Okay.
I don't think it's ludicrous that a team had a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter, and now you find it comical or you're pissed off that people had picked them to go to the Super Bowl.
First of all,
the
only thing,
that's not crazy to me.
Okay, listen.
Yeah.
The 49ers, they were 10-7 last year. They were one half away from not even making the playoffs. Not even making the playoffs.
Okay.
But they made the playoffs. Okay? And then they get to the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Okay. No, they get to the NFC Championship.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
NFC Championship with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Gotcha.
Okay? Then in the offseason, for whatever reason, I don't care if they think Trey Lance is going to be damn right. They go to a quarterback who has no experience. Zero. Nada. End of story.
Okay.
Didn't play big-time football.
I got all that.
So
I'm with you.
Kyle's making that change.
All right.
Okay. But you're still going to... but there's still supposed to be a Super Bowl. Like, can it happen? Of course it would. But if you're staking your coaching reputation on it, I don't think that's smart. And that's why I don't think Kyle Shanahan would do it. Because he's a lot of things, but he's not dumb.
But he's done it, Steiny.
What are you talking about?
He made the change.
Right.
So he drafted this kid from Mars.
Yes.
And he now is the starting quarterback after you had a quarterback that's still on the team that took you to a Super Bowl and 2 NFC championship games.
Right.
So he's made the change.
Right, he has.
Who is he telling that he feels the way you think he is? He can tell nobody, maybe his wife and his kids, but he's coaching his ass off and putting in the time, I believe, to try to put his team in position to get back.
I'm not saying he's not. It's got nothing to do. Nobody's trying to trick off games. Right. Nobody's trying to do this, that, or the other thing. What I'm saying, all I'm saying is,
I'm just listening.
I don't believe Kyle Shanahan. I don't know what he's thinking. I would never say, but I think, I have thoughts about what he may be thinking.
Okay.
And if Kyle Shanahan really thinks that he can defy the history of the NFL and win a Super Bowl this year, man, that's incredible. I mean, I don't believe it. So what I do believe is he looked at the 49ers quarterback situation and said, you know what, Jimmy's reached his ceiling. Trey is not as good as Jimmy yet, but you know what? By the end of the year, he might be. And we know Trey's the future. Let's go ahead and make that move now. Not, let's make that move now to win the Super Bowl. That's what I think Kyle Shanahan is thinking about.
Well, because he hasn't won a Super Bowl. He's lost one and lost NFC Championship game, Steiny, everybody's watching to see if this move is going to pay off.
Right. It's not going to. You're not going to get answers. They're not going to.
Well, you don't. What if they don't make the playoffs with this change?
Okay.
His coaching reputation, it would be hell to pay.
No,
After
there
right
wouldn't.
now, everybody's kissing his ass.
Okay. What if they don't make the playoffs this year and then they win a Super Bowl
that would
in
be
the next 2 years?
a monumental failure to me.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second.
Kyle, if they don't make the playoffs.
Do you hear what you just said would be a monumental failure?
Yes.
You said if the 49ers miss the playoffs this year and then win a Super Bowl in the next 2 or 3 years, it would be a monumental failure?
I didn't hear the Super Bowl in the next 2 to 3 years. I'm talking about this year.
You can't win a Super Bowl every year.
You're playing that long game. I'm talking about now.
Well, then man up and say, get me Garoppolo. Because you know it's a long shot with Trey.
Has Garoppolo won you the ball yet? No.
Got you very close.
I'm telling you, I don't know how you and I are so different to where you don't see this change as Kyle saying, I can do better. This kid's better than 10. He's more dynamic. We got a better chance to win. And you look at it like he's punting on the season.
Stop that. Would you please stop that? Because that does piss me off. I never said punt on the season.
You sound like that, man.
No, I
so
don't.
you can't get mad at how I'm taking it. What you get mad at?
When did I ever use the word punt?
He's not all in. He doesn't think he can win. We both decided it's arrogance. It takes cojones to do what he did. You said it.
It's arrogance is different
and
than
then you
saying
said you're not putting words in his mouth. So when I say you're saying,
I don't want to argue about you and me. I want to talk about the San Francisco 49ers.
You don't like hearing that. So is he all in or not, Kyle? With
He's
this
all in on
quarterback
Trey
change?
Lance. That's what he's all in on. He's not all in on this year or nothing. No coach would ever say that. It's all about this year and nothing else. Nobody would do that. He's trying to develop a quarterback. If they happen to go far, if they happen to go far in the playoffs with Trey Lance with a little experience, great. That's great. But the bottom line is...
So he's trying to develop a quarterback
and win a
Super
Bowl at the same time, yes.
Okay. All right.
That's exactly what he's trying to do.
Okay.
And all I'm saying is good luck.
Yeah. And you can do it this year.
Okay?
Yeah.
And if he doesn't, it's a failure. That's what I take exception.
No, I said if they don't make the playoffs. And I asked you, partner, before the season started, what's the minimum? How would it define a successful 49er season? I believe your answer, like mine, was minimum, Goo, they got to make the playoffs. So now I say it's
absolutely,
a disaster
positively.
if they don't hit that mark.
A disaster. It's a one-year disaster. See, you're acting as though if they don't make the playoffs this year, their future is shot. I mean, I can't believe you would even think of you know what? Go 7-10 and then win 11 games a year for the next 10 years with Trey Lance. I'll take that in a heartbeat.
But you don't get it. It don't come to what we do.
Let me guess.
every
Now
day.
you're going to say they have a Super Bowl
window. It doesn't come like that.
You believe
we're talking about what we're watching right now and reacted to the game yesterday, and you want to talk about 2026.
You need to decide what you think this team's going to be. Because if you think it's like if the potential of this team is a Super Bowl, you're going to be yelling a lot of Mondays.
Okay. No,
you're going to be yelling and screaming a lot of Mondays, and I'm going to try not to yell.
Right, and I'm trying not to yell. I'm reacting off of what we saw yesterday, and that ain't going to get it done. Now, if you want to talk about conditions, Trey growing pains, I get all that. But everybody's got to be better. But for the trolls telling me, I'm saying I've made a decision on Trey Lance, I have not. You would be idiotic to do that. I told you, Steiny, along with the listeners, this is on Kyle. We both agree that this reeks of arrogance that he made the change, then had the audacity to say, you know what, the quarterback I replaced, I'm going to still have him on the squad. We're going to find out, are you tempted, if this doesn't go as well as you think, to go back to 10 to try to get you that Super Bowl that escaped?
So you acknowledge that what Kyle Shanahan is trying to do is different, it's risky, and it's not but right. So why would you?
We've done 50
but you're
shows on that.
expecting it to happen.
No,
you acknowledge it's risky, but you expect it's good. You know it's long odds. This hasn't happened before, but you're expecting it.
No, I'm watching it.
Okay.
And I didn't say I expect the Niners to win the Super Bowl. I had the Rams in Denver in the Super Bowl. I'm
coming back to my original point because I do not have predictive abilities.
But
if you are a fan and you think the likelihood of Trey Lance, who has no experience playing in the Super Bowl at this time, at this point in his career, I don't think it's going to happen. Why? Steiny, why? Do you hate Trey Lance? I don't know Trey Lance from anybody. But what I do know is very few quarterbacks in the NFL, especially with his experience, who play 2 games, and now he's got to go to the Super Bowl. That's a joke. Yeah, you really expect that? You're setting the kid up to fail. Flat out fail. That and I don't believe they would do it to that
reputation?
extent. Whose?
Kyle. Brought his reputation's more at stake than the kid, Steiny.
Guru. If Kyle, first of all, his reputation.
If Trey Lance is a bust, what happens?
How long is it going to take for him to be a bust?
I don't have that answer.
Okay, well, it's
but
not
you're
this
the one
year.
telling me the coach ain't in this year. It's tiddlywinks.
I'm not doing that.
If they don't win, well, you said it.
No,
I
didn't.
You just went on a sermon.
Stop it, please.
You need to know what you sound like.
Stop
you
it.
can't say stuff and take it back when somebody tells you how you sound. Dude, you ain't God.
Guru.
Just admit that.
Guru.
You sat here for 5 minutes and said the coach, ain't trying to win.
I never
and
said
then you
that.
get mad when I tell you what it sounds like.
I never said.
Go back, play the tape back on the way home.
Okay. Oh, I said.
Then you want to get mad at something I say,
Kyle
and you
Shanahan.
put words in my mouth.
Kyle Shanahan. I said.
Where they do that at, Steiny?
I'm trying to think of when in my life I would ever say a coach or player is not trying to win.
Listen to this last segment 10 minutes ago, and you'll hear it, Jack, and now you're running from it.
Because I never said it.
Okay. All right.
You find it, buddy.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan's not trying to win this year.
You got it, Steiny.
No, I did not say that.
You are God.
Can you please listen one last time?
You ain't got to say please. I'm listening.
I would never say Kyle Shanahan is not trying to win this year. Let me tell you what he's trying to do. And you hit the nail on the head. He's trying to develop Trey Lance and win the Super Bowl. That's what he's trying to do. And if this year they don't win the Super Bowl, but Trey Lance gets better from week 1 to week 17, he's fine. That's what he's trying to do. It's not that he's not trying to win. He's trying to win as many games as he can with Trey Lance. Of course he's not trying to lose with Trey Lance. He's trying to win with Trey Lance. But what I'm saying is, if he doesn't win this year with Trey Lance, you're talking about his reputation? He's not getting fired.
I didn't say he was getting fired.
Well, who cares about his reputation?
No,
He'll go out and make the playoffs next year.
Let's be consistent. We had a bar, and the bar was the playoffs. I just asked you, Stein,
the bar
what if
is
they
the
missed
playoffs.
that? What if they missed that?
Then it's a disappointing year.
Okay.
It's a very disappointing year.
Who are you more disappointed in?
Kyle Shanahan.
And that's all I was trying to tell you.
Okay, and then we move to next year, and they make the playoffs. I mean, if you're on the hot seat, let me ask you this. If Kyle Shanahan were on the hot seat, you think he'd be starting Trey Lance? No chance. None. Zero.
Well, he wouldn't have drafted him.
I'm just saying.
We agree it's arrogance.
All right, what we got next is Ratto and
Damon Ratto
David Bruce.
coming up with Michael Irvin, the playmaker.
The playmaker.
4:15.
Gonna be a good week. Later. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Greatest football player of all time, Jerry Rice, with us here on the Morning Roast. Clearly, you and Trey know each other. How would you evaluate his game yesterday?
Well, I'm sure Trey, he would love to have that interception back, as he missed a couple throws, But I felt like he played okay. I felt like he did enough to win that football game.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Tired of companies like Google and Facebook watching everything you do online? There's actually a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with a push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
At Left Coast Buyers, we buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Hey guys, Mike Valeni for Cash the Ticket podcast. If you like sports betting or if you just like sports, it's the podcast for you. We try to cover all the big games and maybe some of the games you didn't even know were important. Give you some angles, pick some winners, have a good time, and hopefully help you meander through college and pro football season. So join us a couple times a week to get all your information you need to bet the games that you watch. It's Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Everyone, who's manning the front tonight?
Big E's nightclub needs a bouncer with a military background.
Dougie, I need you to keep eyes on the back.
Security who lays down the no-no when the uns get too intense.
That Swedish DJ duo is back tonight. Y'all remember last time.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too. If you feel symptoms, even if they're mild, you should test fast. Test positive and at high risk for severe COVID-19? Then act fast with authorized oral treatments that can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms begin. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Learn about a treatment option at treatcv19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Well, thank God we're here. I mean, thank God we are here, and it's finally 3 o'clock, and we can start setting the record straight, because the amount of breathless, over-the-top panic that is being put upon that game in Chicago is even a little bit for a Monday, the first Monday of reacting to an NFL weekend for me. And if it's a little bit too much for me, Ray, I'm guessing it might just be a little bit tad too much for you as well. How are you, Sugar?
Oh, no, it's perfect. It's stupid season, and if you're going to be in stupid season, you might as well get to it right away.
So, look, you love chaos. You thrive in chaos. That game was one of the big chaos blenders you could throw a football game into, for goodness sakes. I mean, this is what, if there's nothing else you take away from the entirety of today's show, which will clearly be focused on what the hell happened yesterday in Chicago and around the NFL, week one was glorious in so many different ways. It was awesome. It was a great day on the couch yesterday.
Every game should be played in horrible weather from here on out. There shouldn't be any more domed stadiums. Anytime there's something like, you should change games from Sundays to Fridays if it looks like there's going to be snow on Friday but not on Sunday.
You should seek inclement weather.
Absolutely. The worse, the better.
Well, look, nothing is a greater equalizer than what the hell you just saw. And let me just say with all certainty that we all just watched exactly the same thing, right? Everyone watched the same game, the same broadcast. Maybe you even rewatched it a couple of times. I know I have.
Oh, God, you couldn't get me to do that twice.
Well, you know, somebody around here has to get it done for the good people, and I did it. And the one thing that I can guarantee you is nobody, not a single player, not a single coach on either team has any idea what the hell they just saw. There is not a single data point outside of Eli Mitchell losing the next 2 months, and that is a significant data point, which we will talk about quite a bit today. But outside of the next, of Eli Mitchell, there really isn't a single data point from that game that you can take and apply to what you think you might see in the rest of the year. We learned nothing about a team that we had a ton of questions about. We learned nothing. We've learned nothing about this offensive line. We learned nothing about the quarterback. We thought we were learning things about the defense, and then they undid all the things that we thought we were learning with penalties that if you're going to be that good, you just cannot take, and they still took them. So what did we learn there? Nothing. What about the Chicago Bears? Tip of the cap to Justin Fields, who also had, any way you want to measure it, a terrible day. You take away Dante Pettis' 51-yard nobody around me miracle, the Bears do nothing all afternoon, essentially. So even though you want to be mad at the defense, there's still plenty of good defense out there throughout that game. And the offense, I don't know what the hell it is to tell you. There is nothing. You know, I'm not going to take this right now. I'm going to cut this off right, this Comcast business text. Garoppolo would have won that game. You don't know that either.
No.
You don't know that either. That was the level of conditions, Ray, where anything that you want to assume can no longer be assumed.
But it's not just conditions. We sort of knew that the 49ers offensively were a work in progress. The takeaways from yesterday are twofold. One, the defense had a team that couldn't move the ball and allowed them to score 19 points in the second half. And secondly, Elijah Mitchell is going to make Trey Lance more of a running back than a quarterback, and Deebo Samuel more of a running back than a wide receiver, unless they do something personnel-wise. So those are the takeaways. But in terms of looking at the game itself, no, it was a pie fight. That's all it was. And the best part about the whole day is when Justin Fields takes the knee on the last play, immediately pops up and sprints as fast as he ran the entire day to just hydroplane in the end zone with all of his offensive teammates.
I've seen an awful lot of conditions. I'm from the Midwest. I understand how weather works there. I understand how football fields drain there. I've never seen anything quite like that. I mean, I've been watching football my entire life, and in my entire life, I've never seen anything go down quite like that. And the minute that the Bears had their 9-0 lead, like General Winter helped the Germans beat back Russia in World War II.
Well, slow down here. The Germans didn't beat back Russia. Russia beat back the Germans.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. Let's get that right. Let's get that right.
Otherwise, you've rewritten World War II.
Don't want to do that. We're not going to be rewriting any world wars. But as much as General Winter helped decide a world war, General Downpour helped decide that football game.
There have been games with that kind of weather, but they're usually found in the South, and they're usually found in September rather than November. By November or December, it's not raining like that. But during hurricane season, you can get some of those. But that was impressive, even by most standards.
It was
because
Miami.
It was described on Friday when we looked at the weather report as light rain. That's not light rain in Indonesia.
No, that was absolute sheets of rain, monsoon level, classified like Category 3 level of hurricane bearing down on South Beach. Like that was a pie fight of a weather situation, which really takes any concrete observation that you want to make. Like there are a lot of fans who really want to wake up and plant their flag in a definitive statement about that game. I, as a sports talk show host, feel it is my duty to plant a flag in a definitive statement or two for you, which you can then turn around and use with your friends and, talk amongst yourselves, if you will. I got nothing. I got nothing. I have no definitive statement to be made from that game, and anyone who is in the definitive statement business today is faking it, because there's no way to take away anything from that game as the X marks the spot of what the hell the rest of this year is about to look like.
Again, with the single exception of Elijah Mitchell.
That's a big injury.
Because that changes everything they do for the next 2 months. It just, how often they run, who they run it with, how active they are in the market to try to find another running back. Because even allowing for the fact that Kyle Shanahan has a pretty decent track record at making ordinary guys seem more than ordinary, the market's pretty thin on guys like that right now. And I don't know that Jeff Wilson is going to do what Elijah Mitchell did.
I don't think he is at all. But here's the thing. I can't cast any grand doubts on Jeff Wilson because the way that he was running yesterday isn't the way I should project him to run in my mind's eye in any other game he might ever play in his life.
No, there's nothing about the style of yesterday's game that has any validity for any other game. You're right. But the takeaway is, okay, you're a team that likes to run the ball. Now we've just taken your best running back away for 2 months. What are you going to do about it?
I thought that there's an old expression, you want to make hay while the sun is shining. Well, there wasn't much sunshine, but there were moments in that game where the rain wasn't as big of a deal. Now, looking back hindsight, you can say, well, the worst rain came in the fourth quarter, so you shouldn't save yourself for the fourth quarter. You better get it done early. I think with the pleasure of hindsight, you can look at that early Deebo Samuel fumble, which felt like, hey, bad outcome, but there's still a lot of football game left. I think that was a critical point. There were too many penalties defensively on third down to keep a Bears drive alive. Again, the best offensive weapons that the Bears had all day were general downpour and the 49ers making mistakes defensively on third down. That's how the Bears move the ball more than the Bears will against the 49ers move the ball. We have so much to get into today. I can say this definitively. Talanoa Hufanga had a great game. He had a great game. As good of a game as anybody played in the NFL yesterday. I mean, he was up there with some of the best performance that the league got. He was spectacular. But was he really that good, or were guys slipping and right in front of? That's how much of a mosh pit that thing was. Someone wants to say this one's on Kyle Shanahan. Well, look, I don't think Kyle Shanahan had a particularly good afternoon or dealt with information it was coming back to him in real time. There is something particularly odd about the guy who is completely married to the god of ball control, not being able to control a football game when he's got a 10-point lead. Like, that is weird. That he does lose way too many games with 10-point leads established in the second half. But here we are again, and I'm going to tell you right now, as disappointing as that was, everyone who's wanting to frame this as, that's a game you cannot lose. Because of those conditions, the game you cannot lose turns into the game that you might lose, probably faster than anything else. And that's what happened to the 49ers yesterday. God, we have so much to talk about. In about an hour from now, Michael Irvin is going to join us here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. We are going to let you know that the football hour is coming up tonight at 6 o'clock with our friends Sean Salisbury and Lorenzo Neal. So an awful lot of stuff to get into today. But the most important thing to know is that we've learned nothing. In a year where we had as many questions leading up to week one as we've ever had, we have even more questions and fewer answers after week one. God, I love football. We got so much for you this afternoon. Damon and Ratto were brought to you by the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority. Easy for me to say.
Looking for a fulfilling career with growth opportunities? Enjoy paid training, medical benefits, and earn close to $40 per hour within 3 years. Apply today to become a VTA bus operator and excel with providing VTA customers a great experience. Start your journey. Visit VTA.org/point A and apply today.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Live on DAZN Pay-Per-View, September 17th, Part 3. Canelo versus Triple G to take the trilogy Bad blood, a score to settle, controversy, brutality, pure hostility. For victory, for history, for the trilogy. Canelo Alvarez versus Gennady Golovkin. September 17th, live on DAZN pay-per-view. Visit DAZN.com.
O'Reilly! O'Reilly Auto Parts provides more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also offer free check engine light diagnosis. We can scan your vehicle and provide a list of possible fixes. Find the right parts for you or recommend a great local repair shop. Don't ignore your check engine light. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Attention veterans, if you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable, but you must act now. Get your free case review. Call True Law at 877-560-8555, 877-560-8555, or visit sickvets.com. That's sickvets.com.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Ad paid for by the Centennial Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuit seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-631-3019. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-631-3019. That's 800-631-3019. Again, 800-631-3019.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
I mean, look, if you wanted to have the team offer up a whole bunch of nonsense excuses post-game, the Niners weren't doing that. No one was running from the responsibility of that loss. No one was trying to put it on the weather. But the weather had a lot to do with it. There's no doubt. You know, for those who, you know, are saying here, and, you know, everyone wants to be tough when it comes to football in climate, and I get it. It's fun to do that. It's fun to talk like a big burly man. Say we can play anywhere, any conditions, anyone, anywhere, anytime. And I love that. I do. But, you know, someone who's saying you can't blame the game on the weather. Look, I've never seen a game where you can probably blame some outcome on the weather more than that one. It was a hellacious afternoon And when you're playing someone that you're better than, nothing brings them closer to you than weather like that. It narrows the gap in who can win today when you basically can't operate the way that you would normally operate. And that was a level of weather that prevented either team from operating normally.
But here's the thing. It's not about what happened yesterday anymore. I mean, the weather is the weather. It's the great neutralizer. But I don't know that how many people were going to take whatever they were going to learn from Bears 49ers and be able to apply it very far in the future. I mean, the fact is it was chaotic, in many, according to a lot of people's worldview, the wrong team won. But the fact is the team with the allegedly better defense did give up 19 points in the second half. And more importantly, it's what happens next. And the what happens next to me is of way more concern than, well, what did we learn about Trey Lance today? Because the answer to that is you learned nothing. But I don't know how much you were going to learn under normal conditions. I mean, this is the 49ers are a project in progress. This was, nobody thought they were going to hit the ground sprinting. They thought they'd beat the Bears. They didn't. Game over, crisis averted. This does not wreck their season. What could wreck their season is Elijah Mitchell.
Well, look.
And I'm not trying to jump ahead. It's just that everybody wants to look back at yesterday and say, this proves X. No, it doesn't. It doesn't prove anything. The right team won because the right team did the right things at the right time. That's it.
Yeah, and the team that was supposed to win did too many wrong things at the wrong time.
Yes.
I mean, you can't really complain too much about a loss or try to pin it on any one person in particular when you commit more penalties than you actually score points. And that's what happened to the 49ers yesterday. And we have proven, I think, in sports time and time again that there really is no momentum in between games. Every NFL game is sort of like an experiment run in its own vacuum. There will not be a single experiment that the 49ers run the rest of this year that will be played in a vacuum that had anything that'll even come close to resembling what you saw yesterday under the conditions of yesterday, which also include, hey, it's his first start as a full-time starter. Hey, an important piece of the offense didn't even dress in George Kittle. And I do remember bringing that up on Friday and Brian Baldinger saying, I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. I did think George Kittle missing that game, especially if the weather was going to be bad, was kind of a big deal. If he's in the game, is it a difference maker to the point where the 49ers win? Maybe, because it's a lot easier to get a wet ball to a tight end down a seam than it is to attack out routes and other things like that. Deebo Samuel talked about how impactful the rain was on just the conditions of throwing a football.
It was coming down a good bit when we first started warming up, and it kind of went away, but I feel like once we got the ball back after the turnover we had, the ball was heavy. It was hard for Trey to throw it. It was hard to catch it. So we were just trying to make the best out of every opportunity we got.
I mean, it feels like everyone sort of knows why that loss happened. So there's a lot of correctable stuff and mistakes. And I just don't think it is a harbinger of some bad season to come. I think it is a harbinger of growing pains. And maybe the one thing that we do know is that for the Niners to be at their best, they're going to need conditions to be cooperative, not uncooperative. There's too many uncooperative factors on a football field. I don't know if they're in a year of trying to figure it all out for the first time with a new quarterback, necessarily built to overcome another team and weather like that. I mean, that wasn't just weather. That was a weather event. I mean, it really was. I mean, you can be as crusty a hardcore old school football fan as you want to pretend to be. You've never seen a 49ers game being played in sheets of rain quite like that, have you? It was unique.
It was. I mean, again, I hesitate to say unique because there have been so many games in so many kinds of conditions. But yesterday was special. Second half was hilarious.
How about this? Let's say that the 49ers run into that weather 2 months from now. Same conditions. Do you think that they would be better prepared to succeed in those conditions 2 months from now rather than first game of the year? Because I do think they would be. That was a bad weather event that just caught them at the worst possible time.
But I don't think if they have those conditions, let's say if they're playing the Rams in Week 8, and it's a downpour. Well, they've got the domed stadium, so I'd have to look. Okay, their next great opportunity to play in crap weather. If it's that bad, it might be just as chaotic. And even with 8 more weeks under his belt, Trey Lance might not be much better because the conditions might prevent it. I don't know that pinning the whole game on the weather is incredibly useful, but I also think that drawing any conclusions out of yesterday isn't terribly useful because, again, the things the 49ers have to address are the fact that they gave up 3 touchdowns in lousy conditions to one of the worst offenses in football.
Who will prove to be one of the worst offenses in football throughout the entire year.
Yeah, I mean, who's their go-to guy?
Right. That might be the, no pun intended, high watermark of the entire Chicago season.
It might be, although, I mean, Matt Eberflus, to his credit, did not make any particular mistakes, even given the fact that Justin Fields did not play well and that really none of their offense played well. The other takeaway is that Chicago's defense, which isn't bad, was especially stout yesterday in lousy conditions. So there are some takeaways for the Bears. But I know I keep going back to this, but the takeaway from yesterday has nothing to do with yesterday. It's, okay, how do you make a running game now? Because that's what you need to do. You need to have a safe, careful, relatively conservative offense while your quarterback is learning how to do this thing. And without Elijah Mitchell, they're going to have to piece together a running attack. Because if you're going to rely on the 49ers winning with Trey Lance throwing the ball 45 times a game, you're asking for more trouble than you got yesterday.
Damon and Ratto, we're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall with over 400 Google reviews. They happen to have the highest rating of any BMW dealer here in the Bay Area. Go find out why for yourself. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. Here's what I do feel good about saying concretely. Talanoa Hufanga might be a very special player. He was fantastic yesterday. And he played safety like he was shot out of a cannon. He played safety like a linebacker. He was fantastic yesterday. One of the best players, if not the best player, either team on that field. So, very nice impression out of him. The running game popped with Eli and Debo, both vanished for different reasons, which we will get into. I thought Lance's legs absolutely make him a real weapon on the move. And having said all that, I was surprised that Kyle Shanahan didn't move him around a pocket a little bit more. There are 16 more games this year, none of which will look like that one. And if you really want to know how screwed up that game was, Dante Pettis had a 51-yard touchdown. Like, that's how screwed up that game was. I think I saw some Bears reporter tweet that is the widest open any Bears player had been measured against his opponent since 1998. I mean, it was an absolute jailbreak of a broken coverage, which left Dante Pettis on the side of a field, on the side of hash marks, all by himself. 20 players on the other side of the field, 1 player. 21 players on one side of the field, 1 player on the other side of the field, all by himself. You ain't going to see much like that
So third down and long. A twist up front, able to collapse the pocket. Fields keeps it alive as a wide open Pettis. And now Pettis down the sideline and in. Improvisation and a touchdown from 51.
That's how it sounded on Fox, and I can just tell you that it was kind of a jaw-dropping moment. I couldn't believe that anyone playing against the 49ers could be that open under any circumstances. There's no amount of hail that should have created that sort of a breakdown, but
that was not weather-related.
No, that was not a weather-related event. That was just bad. But here's the thing. Justin Fields had 121 yards passing, 51 on that broken play to Pettis. So he spends the rest of the afternoon passing for 70 yards. That's a great defensive afternoon for the San Francisco 49ers. I mean, it really is. They played well, but at the same time, they played terribly because Dre Greenlaw's face mask on third down is what kept the drive alive right before that play of Dante Pettis' bonkers touchdown. The Niners shot themselves in their own foot on third and long, third and short, third and you got to get off the field way too many times. And that's not on the raindrops either. It's not.
No, that's, that's on the players, period. Because, it's not taught. They're not a high penalty team normally. And I don't know. I don't have an explanation. I could fake one and say, well, maybe the rain was just pissing them off. Well, no. I mean, they were sloppy and they were undisciplined. And they got what they deserved. Ultimately, the right team won because above and beyond the old Bill Parcells line, the scoreboard tells you how you did. The 49ers should not have a performance like that where so many details basically just get ignored. I mean, that was an awful defensive game, despite Fields' lousy numbers, and despite the fact that the Bears' running game didn't do much. If you get those kind of numbers, the other team shouldn't have 19. They should be lucky to get 6, and that's on 3 safeties. So, they don't get out of this being able to say, well, the weather beat us alone. But the things that people focus way too much on are, what's the litmus paper say about Trey Lance? You got nothing.
Yeah, I got nothing.
You got a wet piece of paper. That's what you got. You didn't learn anything.
Here's the thing. There were moments of inaccuracy. The Croft miss, which could have been an easy walk-in touchdown, that have to leave you a little concerned. Look, he looks to be a 50% completion percentage until he isn't. He's around 50%. That's just kind of who he is right now. He needs to improve upon that. We'll give him more than 4 quarters, all right? But we've seen him on an NFL football field, not enough to where we know what we know, but we kind of know that accuracy is not the strong suit. And that sort of bore itself out yesterday. I also saw a first-class level of athlete who can make something out of nothing and keep chains moving just by keeping his feet moving in a way that, man, that third and long that he picked up on a design quarterback scramble was really, really impressive. I haven't seen a 49er quarterback be able to do that since Colin Kaepernick. I mean, it was moments of that's not good enough, and then moments where you might see enough of the future and just a little bit of a move that he made. I mean, he had some really good, I'm keeping this on a short yardage situation, and I'm going to pick up this first down myself, and he did it. He did it over and over again. I mean, Trey Lance, by no way can you say he was good. I don't think you can say he was bad either.
You can say he was inconclusive.
Definitively inconclusive.
Yeah. I mean, there's no reason to expect, if you plan on the 49ers being good, that he runs the ball 13 times per game. I mean, that's fairly silly. I mean, none of the statistics from this game have any bearing on what happens after this, except the 49ers have to do something about 12 penalties and 99 yards. That's Raider-esque. But the bigger thing as you look forward is how does Kyle Shanahan reinvent something he was already in the process of trying to reinvent? He was trying to zag when the rest of the league was zigging. And now he's got to figure out a different way to zag because the thing that he does best has now been cut in half.
Well, and that is a big problem. Elijah Mitchell losing the next 2 months. Look, I mean, that really hurts. That's the one thing that we do know. A sprained MCL is going to have him. Here's what, if it's going to be 2 months, that's 8 football games. Well, here's the 8 football games. Seahawks, Broncos, Rams, Panthers, Falcons, Chiefs, Rams again, Chargers. Those are bad games for him to miss. Any game that he misses is a bad game for him to miss. And Jeff Wilson Jr., Jordan Mason, and Ty Davis-Price, next men up, fellas. You have big shoes to fill, and what a shame that we hardly got to see any of Elijah Mitchell before half his year basically had to come to an end. The only thing that would be worse is if his entire year had to come to an end, and that's what we went through last year with Raheem Mostert. Week 1, starting running back goes down for the rest of the year. At least this time around, it's not for the rest of the year. It's only for half the year. So that's pretty much all you need to know.
Yeah, I think it's a huge test for Kyle Shanahan, the general manager, because I don't think he can have the kind of running game he wants to have with the personnel he has minus Elijah Mitchell. Well, I think he's got to go out and get something, and the shopping is going to be pretty hard to come by.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be much for him. I think the best running back that he can pick up is Deebo Samuel, and he's already using that guy as a running back. I was surprised to see how often Deebo got called to run the ball before Elijah Mitchell got hurt, and I was also surprised to see how little he ran with the ball after Elijah Mitchell got hurt. It wasn't a good day for Shanahan. It just wasn't. It wasn't a particularly good day for Shanahan. Whenever your quarterback leads the team with rushing yards and also leads the team in carries, that's just not a good design. That's just it's
I don't think it was designed, though. I mean, not to interrupt, I apologize, but
how dare you?
The conditions made everything about that game preposterous. I think when it's raining like that, as it was in the second half, you do whatever you have to do on a play-by-play basis. You don't have a design anymore.
I'll just say this. We've seen Trey Lance start 3 games for the 49ers. He's led them in rushing attempts in 2 of those 3 games. So, just not a trend that you want to keep going. But yes, yesterday's weather was so insane that trying to find a data point that you then lift from that game and start plopping down in the following weeks to come, it's a fool's errand. And that's why we're not going to do it. Welcome to No Fools on a Monday Radio. Damon and Ratto, you will enjoy. This is Andrew in San Diego. Andrew, you're on 95.7 The Game. Hello.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you guys doing?
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes. So I barely started listening to you guys' show recently. And like I said, you two gentlemen probably are the only ones that haven't yelled and screamed and during the show. But anyways, getting back to yesterday.
Should we yell or scream more? Do you think would you listen more if we screamed more?
Well, it kind of, comes with the, I guess, well, I don't want to say anything negative. But anyways, getting back to the game yesterday, I've been watching the 49ers for 35 years and been through all the coaching, all the players, failed quarterbacks and stuff. But getting back to yesterday, the elements were there. I think nobody would have thought that both teams would have thought it would have came down to a monsoon with the last in the fourth quarter. But the problem is that Shanahan going into halftime, and Shanahan knew that there was a lot left to be on the field, and it comes down to adjustment, I believe. And Shanahan, as great as the offensive coordinator that he gets, from his pedigree, him and his father, Mike, is they were on the 49ers staff years ago. I believe that it came down to adjustments. And especially not so much offensively. I think Shanahan should have took care of that at halftime, made some adjustments, and then going into the fourth quarter, though, I believe that the defense, when they started giving up some of that, I know some of the callers, some of the announcers earlier today have said that maybe it was fatigue from not playing.
Maybe. I mean, here's the thing. Guys who did not participate in any semblance of preseason looked like guys who were playing in their first game. A little too often, to the point where maybe how the 49ers approach preseason has to be retinkered or retaught. But again, that is a next year problem all of a sudden. The next problem coming up, the Seattle Seahawks. And we'll see if the entire NFC West doesn't start 0-1 tonight. If the Broncos win in Seattle tonight, the entire NFC West is 0-1. So, even though
Are we going to start talking about what a great team they were if they're tied for first at the end of the week?
No, but look, of all of the teams that are 0-1, they will be the one team that lost to an NFC opponent. So, the 49ers' loss, there's no way to sugarcoat it, was as bad of a loss as any team in the division took. That's for sure. But it's not devastating. It's not season-defining. We got an awful, awful lot of football left. 16 more games, which you and I used to know as an entire football season. You know, I mean, so there's an entire football season. For the majority of football seasons we've seen played in our lives, still waiting for the 49ers to play better in, and I think that they will play better starting next week. But that was a shocking development in week one for sure. What did we learn? What do we know? What can we prove? That's what we're trying to get through today. We're going to have Michael Irvin join us at 4:15 this afternoon. Until then, what'd you take away? What did you take away from a game where I think even reasonable people would have to agree, because reasonable people can disagree, there's not an awful lot of lessons to take from that game and go forward with. That's how bonkers of an afternoon it was. I will say this, though. Tick-tock on the Jimmy clock. When Jimmy starts, Kyle Shanahan is 31-14, and when he doesn't, he's 8-29. I'm sure you're going to hear that more than once this week.
It will have no value at all.
Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
The BetQL model had a weekend. I'm Aaron Hawksworth here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The BetQL model is locked in on college football. This past weekend, BetQL went 4-0 on their 5-star plays on college football game totals. And the BetQL model also went 73% on its 4- and 5-star plays against the spread. And they already have a number of plays for college football week 3. I'm Aaron Hawksworth. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app today.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com
xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra Internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity Gateway.
Why spend hours negotiating with a car salesman to get the best price for a vehicle you want to buy? At BMW of Fairfield, we give you our very best, most competitive price right up front. By eliminating the price negotiation process, we create a comfortable environment that helps our guests enjoy an experience that's often hostile and difficult at other dealerships. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
The gamer, the call maker, the experience chaser. What if you could be everything all at once? Galaxy Z Fold 4 is powered by the Snapdragon processor for world-class performance and lightning-fast speed to turbocharge your multitasking. How about an expansive edge-to-edge screen for immersive gaming, hands-free video calls with flex mode, and multi-window view to use up to 3 apps at the same time? With Galaxy Z Fold 4, do more with ease and make multitasking a breeze. Available now at Samsung.com.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon! Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
At Left Coast Buyers, we buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NFL team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game. Our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NFL team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How do you make the most of your land? If you ask the Wrens, who run with us on a John Deere mower, they tell you,
I mow first, then I do all the trimming.
But the Hubbards, who work behind the wheel of a John Deere compact tractor, would say,
if it's something you want, just go after it and try it.
Then there's the Mosers, who may mention from the seat of their John Deere Gator UTV,
you can't be all work and not play.
There are millions of ways to make the most of your land. Learn how to make the most of yours at Deere.com. Nothing runs like a Deere.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
The football hour is officially back tonight here on 95.7 The Game. Sean Salisbury, Lorenzo Neal from 6 to 7 o'clock. So keep it right here. Damon and Ratto, it's good to have you on the Monday after week one, which will be wrapping up with Monday Night Football in Seattle tonight. The Russell Wilson outfit. I mean, the man is wearing like an aqua tuxedo into Seattle tonight. Ray, I don't know if that means the Seahawks are in a particular amount of trouble or not, but it's a fashion choice that Russell decided to bring back to Seattle with him tonight.
Well, if he's not playing with it during the game, then
he will probably change into the Broncos uniform at some point.
Yeah, he'll miss not being in that highlighter green that always brought out the best in him.
It really was a very mint berry crunch kind of a look. Every 49er fan, you have the right to be disappointed. You have the right to be angry in the outcome of that game today. But I wouldn't let it keep you up at night any longer than tonight. I really wouldn't. I'll give you one more night of restless. I didn't like that. But then I really think you got to lay your burden down, because I don't think the Niners are going to look like that next week or the week after. I think that the flavor of opponent is about to go up. It's going to get better, and I think that the 49ers will meet the challenges of future and better opponents than they were able to. And here's I can't even say that they played down to the Bears. They just played a football game inside of Lake Michigan. That was an aquarium. And yeah, the Bears played in it too. It's not a good look to lose like that to a team that's got no pedigree whatsoever. Matt Eberflus, little respect coming his way. Maybe Justin Fields gets a little bit more respect coming his way. I told you that David Montgomery, that guy's a real NFL running back. He's going to put real NFL running back carries together, and he did. But the 49ers execution, look, at times it got as bad as the weather. It really did. Shanahan has to wear that to an extent. As soon as his running back one went down, the offense basically had nowhere to go. And that's a problem. That's a problem. It turned into a series of Lance short scrambles and dump-off passes as soon as Elijah Mitchell went down.
But, and ignoring the conditions here, one of the things that people have been saying about Lance's development so far is that he's not terribly accurate the longer he throws. It's something he's got to learn. And that accuracy in general has been a problem for him. Not that it's going to continue to be, but that's where you are right now. So on a day that became increasingly wet, to ask him to suddenly throw the ball downfield with greater abandon seems counterintuitive to me. I think the 49ers were in a series of bad luck situations. And again, the Bears deserve to win, and hats off to them. But when you don't have your most reliable receiver in the tight end, and you don't have your best running back, and you have a quarterback who's been a starter for about 15 minutes, I don't know how your offense is supposed to function well. So I think he was trying to be careful and hope that his defense could steal a game for him. And the defense did not steal the game for him. In fact, in many ways, it gave it away. So I don't know that I'm blaming Shanahan as much as I am the players on defense who decided to commit a ton of ill-timed penalties and let a team with no discernible offense suddenly develop one in a hurricane.
Somebody says, you sound like a Niners mouthpiece. Oh, yeah, that's what this show is. Weather wasn't awful until the end. Stop making terrible excuses. No, the weather really wasn't awful as far as you could tell. It rained the entire game. There was rain coming down the entire game. That field was a mess the entire game. And what I'm telling you are reasons that have to, even by unreasonable people, would have to say are reasons why that game went a little sideways yesterday. These are not to be dismissed. And we're not making excuses. And even if you say these are excuses, these are not terrible excuses. These are well-reasoned within the framework of what the hell we just saw yesterday, reasons why that team lost. Now, if they're playing like that in a couple weeks from now, promise you, we'll be happy to burn the entire goddamn house down. We'll do that just for you when the timing is right. It is not welcome to week 1 Monday. Here is your blowtorch. It's the wrong time to be burning the whole house down. Somebody's saying the 49ers right now are the laughingstock of the NFL. Yeah, ask the Cowboys. You ask the Cowboys how hard they're laughing at the 49ers today. Go ask the New York Jets, who's the laughingstock of this league. Go ask the Atlanta Falcons, who are up huge on the Saints at home, and lose like that. By the way, it was a hell of a week 1. It really was. We achieved maximum football early on in the day, Ray. It was glorious.
All I know...
I won't do it. I'm not going to push the button. I'm not going to push the button.
That remains to be determined.
Later.
But of course, see, later. There's always later. I know that.
But not right now.
But no, 2 things happened yesterday that were good for football. Was I covered with the over in Chiefs-Cardinals, and I covered with the under in Bears-49ers. Everything else is irrelevant. I won.
As long as you're making money.
Well, yes.
That's all that matters.
Who else should I root for?
Well, you should always be rooting for the show, because the show is also how you make money, and probably a better source of income than your gambling nonsense. You're such a nickel-dimer. You didn't put big money down on either.
Hey, you don't know what I put down.
You're a nickel-dimer.
It was 3 figures. Leave me alone.
Hey! $100.
Try again.
$125.
We're not doing this.
$175. Ray feeling hot tonight in Vegas.
I'd like you to take a couple of minutes out of your busy day to bite me. No, it was a weird weekend by and large. I mean, there weren't teams that played to form where you could say, I'll be seeing that again and again, except for maybe Buffalo, because Buffalo brought the party.
The Chiefs
to a
did
good
too.
team.
The Chiefs did too.
The Chiefs did too, but I don't trust Arizona's defense. The Chiefs are going to have harder games than that. Buffalo, by right, should not have many harder games than the Rams on the road. And they owned them, which leads me to believe that maybe every pundit in America might not necessarily be wrong about picking them. I mean, they looked better than any other team, I thought.
Did, but here's the thing. What did we promise? No overreactions on Monday. We're applying that to Buffalo. We're applying that to the 49ers. The only team that can really be officially overreacting, I think, to anything is Dallas, who has lost its starting quarterback for at least as long as the 49ers have lost Elijah Mitchell. And that eventually bring Jimmy Garoppolo to the forefront. We have mercifully gone a full hour without talking about him.
And there's no reason to. Because that's not a trade that gets made.
Unless Jerry gets nuts, wants to pull out take a look at it through the old glory hole.
Ew. Before Jerry gets nuts, he will fire Mike McCarthy first. Because for every time he gave him a vote of confidence in the offseason, this is the worst case scenario where his offensive line is already in shambles. And we can talk about this with Michael Irvin later. His offensive line is in shambles. He has almost nobody to throw to. Ezekiel Elliott's going to have to carry the ball 35 times a game because Cooper Rush isn't saving anybody from anything, which means that the Cowboys are going to be a bigger dumpster fire than maybe any other team.
Which is bad news because they are on prime time like every other week. So they're going to be put in front of us for that last Monday nighter, that last Sunday nighter, the Thursday nighter, way too many times for them to just be belly up dead on arrival. And that's maybe what we have. By the way, Kyle Shanahan has spoken to reporters, and we will have a little of that for you coming up in just a matter of minutes because he got quite a bit into Elijah Mitchell and how they plan on filling in for Mitchell while he misses the next 2 months with a sprained MCL. This is Jose in Mountain View. Jose, you're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got?
Awesome. Hey, thank you. Hey, Ray, I would bet totally against the Cowboys when they're on TV then. Make some money that way too, buddy. Hey, so between the Vikings and the Niners on offense, I can see a difference between a first-year coach and then our coach. One knew how to play his quarterback to the best of their abilities, but also didn't have weather to factor in. So here's my question, right? Did we not know about the weather report coming in ahead of time? Was there a plan B? What happened to plan B? Or was this plan A and plan B? Because play calling wise, I think that's a big question.
A couple of things. One, they did know about the weather, but they didn't know that it was going to be as bad as it was because the Weather Channel didn't know it was going to be as bad as it was. They described what Sunday was going to be as light rain, and it didn't pour all day long. I mean, it became a nightmare, but it didn't start that way.
As soon as the Bears were up by 9 points, there was a level of rainfall that basically ended the game before the game was over. And everyone kind of knew it. The Bears on their sideline knew, all right, this is kind of weather where even if you get something going, you're not going far in it. I mean, it really was something else at the end.
Yeah, I don't think this is a failure of planning. I think this is a failure of attention to detail by players who are usually better at that.
Someone's like Damon acts like it doesn't rain in the Bay Area. It doesn't rain like that.
Hasn't rained in the Bay Area in 4 years.
Yeah, really. And that is a level of old-fashioned Midwestern thunderstorm, which only happens during old-fashioned Midwestern thunderstorms. When I was out in Chicago a few weeks ago, having lunch, out of nowhere, the sky opened up and it rained about as hard as it can humanly rain for 8 minutes, and then it stopped. Unfortunately for the 49ers, as soon as they went down 9 points, it basically rained about as hard as humanly possible for the remainder of that fourth quarter. I mean, it was so bad out there at the very end. The only thing that game was missing was Marco Scudero. That's how hard it was raining. See, Ray, that takes a joke from another sports moment in the rain and combines it with another sports moment in the rain. You see how we're working left hand and right hand?
Yes, you're explaining a joke, which is the best way to kill the flavor of the joke.
And welcome, boys and girls, to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
So if you are calling in, 888-957-9570, we're going to try to get to you. We do have a conversation with Michael Irvin coming up in, well, about 15 minutes from right now. But Kyle Shanahan just spoke down in Santa Clara, his conference call with the media from a few moments ago. Here's what he had to say. Obviously, lots of questions about Elijah Mitchell.
All right, guys, on injuries from the game, Elijah Mitchell, MCL sprain. Not going to need surgery, but it's going to be some time. He'll end up going on IR here. Javon Kinlaw had the ankle sprain, but we're not expecting that to bother him. He should be all right. Nothing else from the game.
Kyle, do you know when Elijah hurt his knee in the game?
Yeah, he did it on near the red zone. I think he had I want to say it was like a 16-yard run. It was a 16 or 11-yard run. It was about 4 plays before our touchdown to Debo there in the first half.
Do you have a rough time frame on when you expect Elijah back?
I mean, we're estimating around 2 months, 8 weeks, so give or take a few. So hopefully it goes well and it's earlier, but you never know with those things. So, but that's what we're guessing.
Taking a look at the penalties on Dre Greenlaw, what have you assessed from watching the film now?
It was an unfortunate one. I couldn't tell on the film, so you had to go to the TV copy. We didn't have it on the film from our angle, so I saw it on the TV copy this morning. And he has his back to him. He's reaching around trying to grab for the ball. He can't see where because the guy has his back turned to Greenlaw, and he reaches and grabs, and it happens to be his face mask, and then he lets go of it. But they're going to call that because he did grab his face mask, but there's not much Dre could have done different about it. It was unfortunate, and what we got to do is overcome after that. And we had our opportunities to overcome that after it. I think we dropped the pick. I think Huff had a TFL after that. Then they ended up converting the third down, so it ended up hurting us in the long run. But stuff like that happens, and it's no excuse to give up the whole drive.
Kyle, Elijah obviously went through a lot last year. What kind of spirits was he in today after you got a chance to see him?
He was pretty down. And for obvious reasons, we're down for him. Elijah went through a lot last year. It was well documented, the injuries he had. He had really worked hard this offseason. He was feeling really good going into that game. And, man, I thought he looked really good before he got hurt. And just the unfortunate hit that he had, trying to tell him to keep his head up. Anybody who would have got caught in that situation would have gotten hurt. I mean, with the way his foot planted in the ground and the guy hit his knee, I think we were just real fortunate it wasn't worse.
And what's your comfort level now with the guys you have behind him, Jeff Wilson and Mason and Davis Price?
I mean, we're always been comfortable with Jeff just because of his experience and what he's done here, and we know what we're going to get. The other two guys, I mean, they made our team for a reason. They're two talented players who we think can help us a lot running the ball, but they got to grow up fast. You know, they're trying to compete and learn how to play better without the ball in their hand. You know, with injuries and stuff, they're going to have more opportunities to get some carries and things like that, obviously, but they got to grow up and get this experience while on the run. So a lot more pressure will be on those guys, and we're going to have to pick it up as a group to help them out.
Kyle, you lost your top running back last year during week 1 as well. What lessons, if any, do you take from that experience and now without Elijah Mitchell for some time?
That's why we've been drafting one every year, too. I mean, I think our first year here with Carlos Hyde was the only year that we've had where we didn't lose our starting running back. So I think this is the 5th year in a row, and I think we've gone through at least 4 throughout a year, and and we're already at that again. So it's something that has happened to us in the past, and that's why you can never have too many of them. Sometimes it feels like we have a lot, and very quickly it now feels like you don't, because those numbers end fast. So hope to have better luck with that in the future, but hopefully we can hold down the fort here a little bit, and when Elijah comes back, he's coming back to a better team and helping us make a run.
How much do you look at Debo's impact and obviously Trey's running ability as a way to sort of adapt without Elijah?
Yeah, it's always an option, but yeah, I mean, you need to get that production from running backs too. So I mean, I thought we got that production from Debo in the game. I thought we got it from Trey in the game. So they did that there. We got to make sure that we have the back step it up too, and hopefully one of those guys or all those guys collectively can help get that production that Elijah, we always counted on Elijah for.
Kyle, after the outstanding offseason that Brandon Ayuk had, it was a little surprising to see him just get 2 targets. Why do you think you weren't able to get him the ball a little bit more frequently?
I mean, we really didn't start throwing it consistently till we were down 2 scores and we were in that monsoon. So I think we struggled to get it to anybody that consistently. He did have one big 3rd down that was taken back, but I think we ran the ball a lot too. So I was sometimes the games play out like that.
What's George Kittle's status going into this week? What's George Kittle's status going into this week, and was he close at all to being able to play on Sunday?
He thought he was. That's why he made the trip and stuff. But, we decided pretty early there Saturday night, just talking to doctors and stuff. I haven't really found out about him today. I've been doing all this stuff from the people from the game. So hope he's ready to go Wednesday, but not sure yet. I know he'll be working to get back this week.
Kyle, does Dak Prescott's injury open up a potential trade avenue for Jimmy G, or are you at this point planning to keep him around closely?
Just like all players, and we'll listen to anybody on anything. That never changes for any player, so or coach. So we'll always listen to anybody.
And look, that's why keeping Jimmy around really is twofold. He could be an incredible asset that they have to turn to for reasons that hopefully do not include more than injury, but look what just happened to Dak Prescott. You telling me that on the very first play from scrimmage against an offensive line that's still a work in progress, that Trey Lance's throwing hand couldn't come down on top of someone's helmet, and then all of a sudden he's got a broken thumb too? That could happen. So that's why it makes an awful lot of sense to keep Jimmy right where he is. If the Dallas Cowboys, who are poorly run in their own front office, want to overplay the hand and panic and say, hey, 49ers, we'll give you a 2nd rounder this year and a 3rd rounder next year, well, let's take a phone call from the Dallas Cowboys. All of a sudden there is something to talk about. Again, everything is business as usual until things become unusual, and things just became unusual for the Dallas Cowboys. So let's see what level of desperate they might get to. And Kyle's right to say, yeah, our phone works.
It's their job to listen. It's their job to make calls from time to time. That's why general managers get paid. Do I expect anything to happen from it? Not really. I mean, if I'm the 49ers, I'd say, all right, give us Tony Pollard.
Right.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Let's find out how desperate you really are. And then you work down from that. I mean, at this point, again, the quarterback is not where I'd be looking. It's more about what do I need to do to make the offense I like to run work? Means a running back. And you either have faith in the guys you've got, and you're going to have to white knuckle a few games, 8 to be exact, or you go out and try to find somebody that somebody else is willing to deal. That's why I would ask for Tony Pollard. It's a ridiculous ask, but every once in a rare while, the ridiculous ask gets answered. So, yeah, we'll give you Garoppolo, you give us Pollard, and we'll walk away happy.
I guess the other saving grace to this whole thing is that Kyle usually makes chicken salad out of you-know-what happening in his backfield when it looks like chicken otherwise. He has done well with guys off the scrap pile in the past. And, again, he's got his own rookie that he drafted, Ty Davis-Price. Go ahead. Be a hero. I dare you. 888-957-9570. We've got the Hall of Famer, Michael Irvin, joining us next segment. We're going to go around Week 1 headlines with him and obviously focus in on what the hell we just saw in Chicago yesterday. Corey in Chicago. You're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got, Corey?
Gentlemen, how you doing? Welcome. Well. I'm calling from sunny Chicago. It's 75 and sunny today.
Oh, now you got the good weather. Of course.
Got the good weather. Listen, it was horrible weather. You can't take a lot away from that game, but the one thing you can take away from that game is Shanahan did a horrible job of adjusting. It rained on both teams. One team made adjustments, one team didn't. Very, very, very simple. I thought this was one of the worst coach games I've ever seen Shanahan coach.
I think it's among them. I think that is a fair criticism, Corey. Now, what he should have done, could have done, I don't even know if I have the answer for you, but it did feel like when the ship started sinking, he had no plan B. And when it wasn't Elijah Mitchell, then all of a sudden it really didn't turn back into Debo. Brandon Ayuk turned into hard to find. All of a sudden, the Jawan Jenkins, part of the playbook starts opening up, and you're saying, well, why now? Why here? Why this? Why aren't there other guys getting more involved before he seems to be becoming, the target that you're operating through? It was a bad day for Shanahan. It was a bad day. I think it's among the most embarrassing losses of his now not so young head coaching career. And there is something to be said for this guy blowing 10-point leads that he's supposed to be among the best at just sitting on. It's a frustrating day. But what did you really learn? In conditions like that, probably not much. The one thing we know is that there are 16 games remaining, and Michael Irvin is going to join us next here on 95.7 The Game. Damon and Ray, we are brought to you by BioNTech. Go ahead and get a booster. You'll be healthier and safer if you indeed do. You can schedule an appointment today when you are eligible.
This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars, now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 Woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags and stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls. Now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart and get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Progressive presents Don't Do It Yourself.
Okay, simple enough. Just got to get in there with my screwdriver. Do you mind handing me my screwdriver?
Are you trying to say screwdriver?
Well, I mean, you're saying it weird, but yeah, sure.
Look, maybe we should bundle our home and auto with Progressive. We could save big, then pay someone to install this for us so you don't have to pretend you can.
I know my way around a screwdriver. Oh, yeah, this is going to take up Philippe's head for sure.
Save when bundling home and auto with Progressive and use the money to, not do it yourself. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Dell Technologies semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
Okay, everyone gather around. I have some exciting...
Running her shoe factory, Kendra talks the talk and walks the walk.
We're switching to green energy.
She needs a biotech consultant to erase her carbon footprint.
All operations will net zero emissions.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
In Berkeley, partly cloudy overnight, lows in the high 50s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. Whether it's the news, the traffic, the weather, or your COVID-19 vaccinations, it's important to stay up to date.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back, Damon and Ratto. It is wonderful to have you here. Want to remind you once again that the best 49ers coverage after that Week 1 loss in Chicago comes to you here on 95.7 The Game, and all you got to do is download the Odyssey app to take us with you no matter where you go. Every show, every host, every interview, including this one that we're about to do with Mr. Michael Irvin, who joins us each and every Monday on 95.7 The Game. The Hall of Famer, the Playmaker, is with us once again. And Michael, look, both teams got to play on the same field under the same weather conditions, but those weather conditions were even abnormal for a football game. I mean, that thing was an aquarium yesterday at Soldier Field, and it was about as sloppy of a track as I've seen them try to play a football game on in a really, really, really long time. And I don't know what we can take away definitively for either team played in conditions like that.
Yeah, you're right. That's hard, guys. I'm gonna tell you something, and as hard it is, as hard is to deal with the element, the mindset, and the mind switching. Because you're thinking like you're so hyped. I remember those kinds of games when it wasn't raining anywhere near like that. It wasn't any kind of weather like that. But you know, you're looking to have a great game. Everybody's hyped, and then you hear the weather report, and you're looking, checking all day to see if it's raining, and then it starts raining. You have to reset your mind and everything. So yeah, you know, there are things that you can see in that game that you can pull out of that game. But in those kinds of conditions, and when you're dealing with both young quarterbacks, you say we take the good, and you just kind of you deal with some of the bad. But in those situations, those conditions, you were going to have some bad. You were going to have some bad. There's no getting around it.
So what can be taken from a game like yesterday for the longer term? I mean, everybody recognized, yesterday was a pie fight in a bunch of different ways, but what are the things that you take away from that and say, this tells me something meaningful about both of these teams?
Well, okay, now what you're going to see as we move through this is everybody, because they don't see it often, everybody's going to be put like this, picking at the scab of a sword. You got Jimmy Garoppolo right there. You got Jimmy Garoppolo. You know what I'm saying? In San Fran, you guys got to move past that. You got to keep playing and keep playing. This is the direction you're heading in. And I know it's hard because you guys have to talk about it all the time. You know, one of the things I do, since I got so many friends in the business, like when a guy does a game, like DJ did that game yesterday, I'll call DJ. I'll call Moose, talk to Moose about it. What did you see? What, you know, you were there. Certain things you see when you're at a game that I don't see on film. You know, I don't see how they commingle on the sideline and things like that. That tells you how much belief, how much faith they got in the team. And I'm going to tell you something. DJ was saying to me earlier today, to Michael, everybody's behind this Trey Lance thing. On the national, you'll hear this. You'll hear other things, but on the, when you get to San Fran, we talk to everybody. Everybody's behind it. And he said to me, you can see why. There's some plays in there that this kid makes that you say, oh my God, you can see why. But you can also see that he still has some growing to do. And the one kicker is, can we wait on the growing and still stay in the hunt? Especially right now. Right now, I say yes, you can, because the NFC ain't stopped, ain't packed. You know, Tampa probably came out week 1. Tampa, Minnesota looked the best, and I would say from the NFC side, maybe Tampa, Minnesota. You know, New Orleans got something because they got Jameis Winston now. You got 2 yardage guys. You know, 2 short yardage guys, Michael Thomas and Jarvis Landry. So Jameis has to throw the ball short. He doesn't have a long guy. He has only, so that'll help him. But outside of that, this thing is still wide open for the NFC. If we had seen the Rams look great, Tampa look great, and all these other teams come out look great, then maybe you start saying,
hey, look, the entire NFC West could be 0-1 after tonight. The entire division could be 0-1 depending on what Seattle does as they welcome Russell Wilson back to, what is it called now? The CenturyLink Lumiere Field or whatever the hell they call it. I don't even know. It's a great field up in Seattle. Anyways, Michael Irvin joining us here. And like you said, Trey Lance is a kind of guy that, everyone wants to point at the quarterback or the head coach and say the blame is all there. I really don't think you can, because there were more penalties committed than points scored by this defense, which had a very good afternoon and a bad afternoon all at the same time. They helped the Bears. They helped the Bears move the ball on third down as much as the Bears did.
Yeah, and when you give up 95 yards, trust me, we've been dealing with it around here all the time. Those penalties in Dallas, And I've been hearing all the things about penalties. One thing I heard that Bill Parcells said that I really like, when you give 95 yards or 100 yards, there's 100 yards in penalties, that's 7 points. You know what I'm saying? That's 7 points. You basically gave him 7 points. So and I never heard that before, and I kind of like that. But that's basically what happened. It's just sloppy. It's a sloppy game. You can't get around a game being sloppy in those kinds of conditions. You're just trying to make plays, more people slipping. I don't think that's an indication of what San Fran is as a team right now. They just had to get through that game.
Michael, was rain the worst element for you, or was it snow or mud? Because just about every NFL player who I heard asked about those conditions just said there's nothing worse than rain. Torrential downpour is worse than snow. It's worse than freezing. It's worse than it's 115 degrees on the field in Arizona. It's just the worst. Did you feel that way?
Yeah, I can take all kind of heat. I ain't got no problem. We don't care how hard it is. I can do that. But I'm a Florida boy, D. So stop playing now. That ain't bad. But when I was up in Green Bay, and every time you look at the scoreboard, it's flashing -8. I said, stop doing that. Stop saying that. That's hard for me. But rain, Troy, I'm gonna tell you something, man. Troy would come to me and say, "Hey, I don't know about today, buddy. I hope him is ready. We got to run it," because he didn't like the rain. So I hated the rain because my quarterback didn't want to throw the ball in the rain. No quarterback wants to throw in the rain. So, it's the worst conditions, not for me, but for the quarterback, for all quarterbacks. So it makes it the worst condition for me since I got to catch the passes he throws. If he ain't throwing them, I ain't got no shot.
The other thing that happened yesterday to the 49ers was they lost their best running back, Elijah Mitchell, for 8 weeks, which is coincidentally the same amount of time that the Cowboys are expecting to miss Dak Prescott. When you lose your best offensive player, and I'm not trying to compare Mitchell and Prescott, but when you lose your best offensive player for an extended period of time, how much adjustment do you have to make, and how much can you reasonably make given the fact that your roster at this point is essentially what your roster is?
Right, but at least two totally different situations. I mean, listen, you go find your running back and try to and try to work with it. Kyle Shanahan can find a running back. He knows how to design some great run schemes. He can find a running back. And minimally as he could, minimal as he can, affect his team. When it's a quarterback, it's a different thing. The backup quarterback is not the starting quarterback. Now the receivers are affected because they're wondering, I hope this guy makes sure he makes the right throws and all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But that's not the case when it's a running back. So yeah, he's your best running back, and that's the funny there when I was just talking about that. That was the big loss right there. That was the big loss. But I believe you'll still find sustainable help in a run game. You got your quarterbacks back there. Those are the most important things. Developing Trey, and you got Jimmy just in case something happens.
Now, since something did happen to Dak Prescott, I must ask you, Michael Irvin, is Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, about to get panicky at all? Are they about to call the 49ers and ask about Jimmy Garoppolo?
No. I don't think they are. Because the price, I think, would be pretty high, especially now. Nobody's going to just help you out especially when they see that you need it. It's supply and demand. They know your demand is high, and they want to.
Oh, no, the phone faded. And Michael's on fire today.
He ran an out route.
He did. He took that thing to the end zone. But I'm surprised he's just fully on the position of no. The asking price would be too much. We got Michael back. That was quick. Nice job, Lucas. Michael, you were saying no. They will not make a move for Garoppolo.
No, they will not. I said the price is too high, and the more and more people know how much you need it, and they need it, they run the price up. So I don't think they'll make a move for Jimmy G. I also wanted to squash. I tried on First Take today. This noise about going after Colin Kaepernick. Everybody, when you go after Colin Kaepernick, stop. Every time there's a quarterback getting hurt, we throw out Colin Kaepernick's name. He hadn't played for 5 years. Don't send Colin Kaepernick to Dallas. So I'm risking all of my blackness in saying all of this, but don't send Colin. I'll take Cam Newton before I take Colin because Cam played recently. But let's, you know what I'm saying. I didn't mean to go off. You know what I'm saying.
No, we know exactly what you're saying. And here's the thing. We risk our credibility with the blackness of our audience by saying Colin Kaepernick is no answer to anyone's quarterbacking question in the NFL. It won't be. He'll never play another down. It's just, we got to give it up.
Give it up. That's what I'm saying. Give it up. Hey, it's all good. And God bless him. And we wish him the best. But it's time to move on and stop bringing that up every time we have a situation.
But you did bring up Cam Newton, which
yes, I did.
Which suggests that the Cowboys could answer their quarterbacking need without giving up any assets other than money. Is he then the obvious sort of go-to, not maybe just for the Cowboys, but for any team in the next couple of weeks that loses a quarterback?
Well, yeah, hey, that's where I would look first. And especially for the Cowboys. And I'm only bringing up Cam because somebody just mentioned it to me. I was like, man, I should have used Cam. I should have come up with that because Cam's right. Let's break it down for the Cowboys. The Cowboys right now, you don't even have your receivers all on the field, right? Gallup is not there. Washington is not there. So you're going to be leaning more towards the run game anyway. Cam can help you with that. You ain't got to worry about not getting. I got to worry about keeping him healthy and making sure he doesn't get beat up. He's on his last leg. Beat him on down. That beat him on down in the ground on his way on his last leg. You know what I mean? And add to a running game. I don't mind looking into that. And you can get him because he's sitting at home. You can find him for a pretty good number, and I'd have to break a bank or do something crazy there because Cam wants to get back on the football field. And Cam Newton would love to put on a helmet that has a star on it.
Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. Were you surprised to see Debo running with the ball as much as he was early in yesterday's game?
Hey, no, listen. Absolutely not. Absolutely. I was absolutely not surprised. I told you guys about this. And they knew. Don't worry. Don't say anything about it. Let's just get him in the game. And when his teammates need him, he's going to show up and run hard. So I never questioned that. You don't question that when you know somebody loves playing football, and it means what it means to a guy like that. You know what I mean? You know, when it's time to play, he'll do what he has to do.
How bleak are times in Dallas today? Have they already jumped to they've got to fire Mike McCarthy yet, or are they waiting a couple more weeks for that?
Well, I won't say a couple more weeks. Maybe they're going to wait another couple more days. But if they, somehow, some way you don't find a genie in the bottle against Cincinnati and try to get some excitement and hope back on the board, then yeah, that noise will ramp up a whole bit.
Looking at some of the performances from yesterday, as the New York Giants start to turn around their Titanic, they beat the Titans after a missed field goal because they went for two to beat Tennessee, and For at least one Monday, Brian Daboll is one of the great stars in New York City. What'd you think of a culture-changing win for the New York Giants, or are we getting a little too excited too early?
No. You're getting a little too excited too early on the culture-changing win. But it was an important win. And how he got the win made it important. You go for a 2-point conversion, and you say, no, Daniel Jones, this is not you. This is not what I'm calling you. I'm not calling your number here. This is Saquon Barkley. And he handed that thing off to Saquon Barkley. It looked dead before it started. And Saquon made that quick move to get the ball in there. I thought that was huge because he was trying to see, he was saying, let me see if I can restore the faith around here. And Saquon, we know he has talent, but he hasn't been available. And you know, in human nature, you start wondering. But, boy, he restored that faith. Saquon looks great, man. He made a great play. I think that restores all the confidence in the locker room. And yeah, that was smart by him, a great call.
Davante Adams had a big day, but it did not deliver the Raiders to the win column. And in a 5-point loss, Derek Carr has 3 interceptions. So the Raiders kind of did it to themselves. But Herbert was impressive yesterday. And, again, in the loss, Davante Adams, monster afternoon.
Monster afternoon. But you know, but they said, you know, one of the conversations we had was, did he target him too much? I said, no, we didn't target him too much. You got to establish. You're trying to establish early on in this game, especially when you have new people come over. Okay, this is how we're moving this football. You know, so I expected Davante to get all of those opportunities. I expected A.J. Brown to get all of those opportunities because they have to tell everybody right here, right now, here is where we are. This is what we're doing. And man, that A.J. Brown looked good over in Philly, man, the way he played. And, you expect that out of Davante.
Who were you more impressed by overall? I mean, you did talk about the NFC, but the two teams I'm wondering about are Buffalo and Kansas City. Who looks more sustainably real after 1 week?
Well, I'm going to tell you something, man. I'm going to take that Buffalo defense right now. That Buffalo and that defense, boy, and Vaughn came over to do just what Vaughn came over to do, Von Miller. You know, it was so interesting. I interviewed Vaughn a couple of weeks ago, and he was talking about that. He was saying, you know, I'm revived. I thank those guys in L.A. because they revived me. And I was like, well, what do you mean revived? He said, I refreshed. So what do you mean? He said, man, Mike, I could have sat and played behind Aaron Donald for the next 4 or 5 years. I could have taken it easy and played the Robin. But they refreshed me so well that I want to go back and be Batman. And that's what he is now. He's another Batman in Buffalo. And he opened that season up. I'm talking about making those impacts in that first game to recognize and deliver to everybody who you are, where you are. That's what Von Miller did. We get those 2 sacks in that first game. Recognizing now, okay, I'm the leader of this defense. Y'all follow me. And that defense did look good.
Pound for pound, how close is Justin Jefferson to being the best wide receiver in this league?
Very, 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 very close. And I'm going to tell you, he said it at the end of this year, he'll be considered the best. I believe him. That's why I went out on that end out there by myself on that plank and called out for Kirk Cousins to be MVP, and everybody went crazy after me. You think I'm just saying this because I see Kirk Cousins? I'm saying this because I told you Justin Jefferson, and he told me what he's going to do. Somebody ought to throw him the ball, and it's going to be Kirk. So Kirk's going to be the one benefit from what he is. That's a bad boy right there.
Well, I tell you what, it was great going over week 1 with you. I know some Niner fans always ask, you know, why do we have to bring on a Cowboy great to explain what happened with the Niners? Because this man's a Hall of Famer. He's been there. He's done that. He's seen it all. Michael Irvin, should 49er fans be looking for a panic button after yesterday? Yes or no?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Week 1, and dude, this. Week 1 ain't what it used to be. Week 1 is a fill-out. You talk about they gave you an extra game, right? We're playing 17 now. that week one is almost the tail end. It really is tail end of the last really preseason game, because now it's the first game people really starting to get some real work in. You're not going to be anywhere near where you need to be in game one. Now let's see how this thing starts rolling out that we've gotten past week one.
Well, there you go. Thank you for being a voice of reason. Thank you so much for risking all of your blackness for us today. We really appreciate that, too, as always, Michael. You are the man. Thank you very, very much.
All right, guys. I appreciate it, guys.
There he is. Michael Irvin. Risking his spot in the culture, just to be honest about Colin Kaepernick. I'm glad someone did it, because his name needs to stop coming up every single time there's a quarterback opening. It's the truth.
I mean, the problem is that the politics are what they are. I mean, there's no owner that would allow their general manager or coach to even ask about him. But by now, it's been 6 years.
Yes.
And even if you thought he could bridge those 6 years, Cam Newton makes more sense.
There are more than political components working against that reality now.
Yeah, and the longer it takes, the more evident the practical matter just gets in the way. I mean, did he get screwed? Absolutely. But if you're living in the pragmatic world of, how do I fix my quarterback problem for Sunday, you're going to take the guy who played a year ago more than you're going to take the guy who played 6 years ago.
Maybe, just maybe, Debo getting all those rushing attempts wasn't really where the story lies. Maybe the story is how few targets he actually got. We're going to talk about that. We're going to come on back. More calls from you as well. Reaction to anything Michael Irvin just said around the corner. You're more than welcome to make it. 888-957-9570. We are going over week one, which officially brings us to when we come on back here to 95.7, it was going to happen.
Of course it was.
It had to.
You lied to me earlier.
Damon and Ratto, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
What went wrong in week one for the Niners?
Just happy to get back to California.
We'll find out from two of the smartest guys in football. Brian Baldinger at 7:30.
They gotta be able to flash, and I don't see it.
And Peter King at 4:30.
I'm not trading Garoppolo.
On the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
At BMW of Fairfield, our guests work with one client advisor through the entire transaction. No handoffs to multiple car salesmen. No waiting for a finance manager to take you to a back room. Client advisors at BMW of Fairfield are thoroughly trained in every aspect of the process, so they can lead you efficiently and effectively through the purchase from start to finish. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra Internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity Gateway.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Pizza. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, Tom Bodette with a shout out to Uncle Rick. You know him. He shows up at the family reunion in a muscle shirt without muscles, stealing noses off the kids' faces. He brings a nugget of wisdom, too, like staying at Motel 6. They have clean, comfortable rooms where he can kick off his flip-flops and great low rates, which is handy since he's always saving up for a speedboat or something. I'm Tom Bodette for Motel 6, and we'll leave the light on for you, Rick.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
I just saw a headline here, Ray, on ESPN.com that says Robert Saleh's taking receipts on those who are mocking the New York Jets. Those receipts got to be like super long, like the ones that you get at Best Buy or Circuit City. Like you go in there and...
Or CVS.
Yeah, you go in there and buy a toothbrush and you get a receipt that is the length of a human leg, for goodness sakes. So, yeah, Robert Saleh keeping receipts. Now everybody's in big trouble.
Yeah, what the hell does that mean? I thought coaches didn't pay attention to the media.
He's paying attention to the noise, Ray. Robert Saleh hears it all.
Oh, God.
By the way, we're also waiting to see if J.J. Watt... T.J. Watt, not J.J. Watt, but T.J. J.J.'s brother, T.J., if he indeed does have a torn pec, he is going for more opinions, which means somebody told him, I think you got a torn pectoral, and that's going to require surgery. So you go to another doctor to find out whether or not that first doctor was right. But it sounds like his year is going to be muted for sure. So
the last I saw was that they thought it might just be a partial tear, which might mean a couple of months.
Well, that's the thing.
So they're trying to figure out a way that it isn't year-ending, but I'm sure there's more tests to make.
Right. He's going to be missing time. How much time? We'll all find out together when we can. We do need to let you know this, since we are doing sports here in the city of San Francisco. There is a other sports story in the city of San Francisco to let you know about today. Sure, the Braves are in town. Sure, they've got one of the best young pitchers in all of baseball, Spencer Strider, on the mound tonight. But no, we're not going to spend much time on Giants or Braves today or tomorrow. And no, the A's aren't even playing today. They've got a dark spot on their schedule. But I can let you know that Wilmer Flores has just signed a 2-year extension with the San Francisco Giants. I'll say this about Wilmer Flores. He's their best at bat. He's been their best at bat all year. On the list of problems I have with the San Francisco Giants, Wilmer Flores being asked to hit second, third, or fourth in the lineup is in that list, but it's not at the top of it, and it certainly is not Wilmer's fault that he's been asked to do it. He gets put into a situation where they think he can help the most. It's not ideal, but Wilmer Flores on a 2-year, gonna stick around, is a good signing for the San Francisco Giants, does add a level of depth, and if he could ever find his own natural position in a batting order, Ray, 6, 7, 8, he's fantastic.
He is what he is. You're absolutely right. He's not the general manager, and he's not the head of scouting. He's just a guy who plays baseball, and this year he happens to be either their first or second best option for not only getting on base, but driving in a run or two. So you bat him where he fits, not in the universe, but on your roster.
Right.
And on his roster, he should bat second.
He is a .235 hitter, which adjusted for 2022 stat phenomenon. That means he's about a .265, .278 kind of hitter in other baseball seasons and universes in the multiverse. 18 home runs and 65 RBI. These are respectable numbers. And on the Giants, he's chief among their leaders with numbers like that, which is another problem unto itself. But there you go. Wilmer Flores, 2 more years. Your thoughts?
I just gave you all of them.
Yeah, no, I really think that it's a good signing. No problems with it whatsoever. You're going to need more than that next year. Well, it's a decent place to start.
Well, it's the only. Who would you sign? Who would you make more of a priority of signing? That's the. They still have Estrada in their control. They still have Bart in their control.
Carlos Rodon would be the only guy that if I were them, I'd be serious about bringing back. But I think that ship has already sailed.
I don't know if it's sailed or not, but that's not a signing you make in September. It's because Carlos Rodon, whatever else he chooses to do, he's going to see what the market holds for him. And you don't get to see what the market's going to hold for you in the second week of September. You do that in the first week of November. So that's got months to play out.
The market, our market. A lot of people tried to come for Trey Lance today, saying that there's no way that he loses that game. I think that's nonsense. I really do.
Jimmy's a great defensive player, and he wouldn't commit all those penalties.
Look, he wouldn't have done that Dre Greenlaw. I haven't seen Jimmy called for face mask not once in his career.
No.
I haven't seen him have a single roughing the passer.
Can I just say the completely heretical thought that this game had nothing to do with the quarterback and not a whole lot to do with the coaching?
Well, yes and no. Yes and no.
How do you adjust for what happened to them? I don't think they coached the defense to commit all those third down penalties. That was players being players and not good ones. That's not a strategic thing. And you're really limited in what you can do when you have a rookie quarterback your best tight end, your best receiver gone, your best running back gone, and the sky dumping on you. What's the magical play that saves you? I think this was basically, when you boil it down, a very good defense failed spectacularly against the team that should have had no right to assume any success would come to them. I think this was a defensive loss, and I think it was by and large a defensive player loss more than anything else.
Well, and some people want to frame this whole thing as, well, what you saw was Justin Fields outplaying Trey Lance. I didn't think you saw that at all. As a matter of fact, there is very little that cloaks the Bears in glory other than the fact that they won the game with 12 unanswered fourth quarter points. They had 204 yards yesterday. 204 yards. When you look at what Justin Fields actually did, and look, Justin Fields gets to officially live in a world where we're not telling jokes about him this morning or this afternoon. Like he earned that. He earned a certain measure of respect today, but he had 121 yards passing, with 51 of them coming on one of the worst defensive breakdowns for the Dante Pettis revenge game. He basically had 70 yards passing the rest of the day if you took Dante Pettis' 51-yard miracle out of the equation. Matt Eberflus deserves a little bit more respect put on his name today, but having said that, his best play of the afternoon was a totally broken play. His offense essentially hit 3 passes throughout the day. One, the touchdown to Equimenius St. Brown. The other, the touchdown to Dante Pettis. And one other day, it was, what do you know? The Bears actually kept themselves on the field by picking up a third down. It wasn't the Bears, or it wasn't the 49ers helping the Bears stay on the field. And I'll tell you what really hurt and was a little funny in this game, too. The way that they went about using Deebo Samuel. And we just asked Michael Irvin about this. Were you surprised, Michael, that they ran with Deebo as much as they did? And he starts laughing. And because his theory all along is no matter what they promised Deebo Samuel in terms of his usage, then a football game starts, and any football player wants to do whatever he can in that football game to help win it. And even though we talked about me not carrying the ball very much was part of the plan, well, plans change. And if you need me to carry the ball today, Coach, I'm willing to do it. What was odd to me is that it felt like when Elijah Mitchell went down, you would have thought that that's when you would have seen Deebo become more involved. And I really didn't think he did. I didn't think he did become more involved. It was odd the way that they went about going to Deebo. His first quarter fumble, looking back at it, and there was so much game clock left that you thought, well, disappointing. But I'll tell you, I thought that drive was on its way to pay dirt. And I thought that the opening drive that the 49ers were on, it was just a signal to a really good day that had begun for them, because they got right off the field. The defense looks frisky right away. You got Javon Kinlaw getting a sack right away, and everything is kind of cooking in the 49ers oven. And then all of a sudden, Deebo Samuel.
49ers on the move, opening drive. First down at the 16. Deebo Samuel lines up in the backfield for the first time and gets chopped down. The ball comes out, and the Bears are on top of it. Chicago with the first takeaway of 2022.
That's Joe Davis, don't call me Joe Buck, on Fox. So that was a big fumble that Deebo, he's got to hold on to that ball right there. He didn't. He would make up for it. First score of the day, that was Deebo.
So second and goal. Samuel again looks to use his speed. Deebo Samuel's in. Touchdown, San Francisco. Set an NFL record for a wide receiver in rushing touchdowns last year with 8 of them. And he opens the scoring with one here.
Again, I was surprised by how often he carried the ball before Mitchell got hurt, and I was surprised by how little he touched the ball after Mitchell got hurt. When it comes to Deebo, how many times do you think he touched the ball in the second half? How many times? Just off the top of your head, how many times did he touch the ball in the second half?
Maybe 6, 7.
3 times. 3 second-half touches as I counted them. Maybe I got this wrong. You can correct me. But first play of the second half, there was an 11-yard run around the left end. The very next play of the second half was an incomplete pass that was intended for Deebo Samuel. And that's the last time Deebo even gets a look on what turned out to be an 11-play drive that ended up being a field goal. On the very next series, he gets 1 yard and 1 carry. So now he's at a grand total of 2 touches. Next series, 0 touches, and that's the series that ended with the Eddie Jackson interception. The 4th offensive series for the Niners in the second half, 2 incomplete passes to Deebo, so they were trying to get him the ball, just didn't. And he's not running with it at this point. The last offensive play was an incomplete pass to Deebo. That is 3 second-half touches, a grand total of 8 carries in the game, and nobody looked at that first fumble in the first quarter thinking, though, this is a fatal flaw of today, but it turned out to be a little bit of it because that game was all about the Niners having some momentum and then letting it all escape from them. They had all the momentum when it was a scoreless game. Even though the first quarter was 0-0, the Niners had all the momentum, all of it on their side, and then they started losing it with dumb plays like the Greenlaw face mask or the Azeez Al-Shaair can't make unnecessary roughness an easy call, but he did it in a crucial moment. You had the Gibson dropped interception. You got Kinlaw getting called for a rough holding on 3rd down that sustained yet another Bears drive. And Chicago scored 19 unanswered points in that game. And what did we learn? Well, I guess the whole point of this show is to explain to you that we really didn't learn much. It was an experiment that happened in such a weird vacuum that you can't take a lot of what you saw from that game and start applying it to the next. There is a full 16-game regular season still coming, and it is not time to panic at all. That was weird. Disappointing? Yeah. Weird? Hell yeah. The end of the Niners season before it even begins? No. An indictment on Trey Lance, the coaching staff, the team as it's built currently? No. It's none of those things. It was weird. And welcome to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free. Your recap is accurate as far as it goes, but there is one thing that they need to take from this that needs to be applied. It's that defense was profoundly mistake-prone against a team that should have gained 200 yards, but not been gifted another 100. That's on the defensive players, and that's why I keep saying this was a defensive failure. You know, the 19 points in the second half, that's a defensive failure. The drive that St. Brown finishes with the touchdown, that's a 12-play drive. That's a defensive failure. Everything about that game that you can apply to it, to me, gets pointed at a defense that I think people are assuming, and probably rightfully, as one of the best defenses in football. So, to the extent that you can make any assumptions other than, man, they've got some work to do without Elijah Mitchell, it's that the defense doesn't get to have a day off, period, because they're not designed for it. They're, even against a team like the Bears, which had one drive the whole day, that defense is going to be on call all the time. And that's the takeaway. The takeaway is your defense has to be that good for that long every week until you get confidence in your offense.
It's a 4-quarter ask. The defense is being asked for 4 quarters. The offense, they're going to ask the offense for 4 quarters. You'll be lucky in any game this year to get 3. If you get 4, that's probably the best game that they played all year.
If they get 4, they're covering.
Exactly.
Yeah. But no, I think that's what, if there is a lesson to be drawn, it's that the 49ers don't get to have a C defensive game.
No
matter who they're playing against.
I would agree with that. And look, that was a game where they were playing A- football, but then made a level of mistakes that just unraveled the entire afternoon. Kyle Shanahan said, look, we were in control of that game until we were not.
Yeah, we felt very in control. I think that one play was a huge change. I thought we had every chance to kind of run away with it in those first 3 quarters, especially those first 2 drives, having a fumble inside the 10, then the next drive getting down there and end up getting a sack on 3rd down that knocked us out of field goal range, especially after Huff's turnover. The 3rd quarter, getting all the way down there, having that penalty and only coming up with the field goal, I thought we had every chance to run away with it. And we're going to get it right back to go again, and then that penalty on 3rd and long, give them new life, and they scored a touchdown. The game never got the momentum back.
He's right in all that. Now, from the Comcast Business text line says, week 1, you can call it weird. Week 18, you might say it was a precursor to the entire season. We should have known that something was majorly wrong then. I mean, maybe, but I really don't think so. What do they do against Seattle? If they're sitting at 0-2, I think that might be the game that is the starting line of things going wrong, because yesterday was just unique enough for me to not put enough stock into it. And I do think, I want to go on record here, I think the 49ers are a 10 or an 11 win football team. I think they're going to the playoffs. And even through yesterday's bad performance, I'm not coming off that prediction. Not yet. Kyle Shanahan was asked if his locker room was shocked after that game, and here's what he had to say.
Not when you look at what we just talked about. When you look at those 12 penalties, when they happen. You look at our turnovers. You look 1 of 3 in the red zone on those missed opportunities. I don't care what happens. You see that in the stat sheet, and we know what happened out there, so there isn't a shock. We expect to go into games and win, no matter what game it is. We usually always feel that way throughout the week preparing, but we got to play a lot better and do things right a lot longer than what we did today, no matter who we play.
And again, for those who want to frame all of it as you cannot lose that game. Look, theoretically, I agree with you. Theoretically, I do agree with you. You cannot lose that game, especially because
the Bears still suck. The Bears still suck. The Bears still suck. The Bears still suck. We really, 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 really suck. Yes, the Bears still suck.
But when you decide to go ahead and have more defensive penalties called than you bother scoring points, all of a sudden it goes from the Bears still suck to this. But that is not an afternoon cloaked in Bears glory. They will have one of the top 5 picks in the next NFL draft. It has not dramatically changed the arc of the year that I think they're about to have, nor do I think it's going to dramatically change the arc of a year that is going to leave a lot more 49ers fans satisfied than I think unsatisfied.
Oh, 49er fans are never satisfied.
Well, now, if it's Super Bowl or never happy, yeah, it's probably going to be a never happy year. But that's a really weird way to get out of bed. Whenever you're in an NFC title game, you've had a good year. Whether you win it or lose it, you've had a good year.
You know nothing about 49er fans.
No, I know that anyone who would disagree with what I said is a moron. A moron who doesn't understand sports, but for crossing the finish line.
Yeah.
If all you understand of any sporting event is who breaks the tape in first place, you do not understand sports in any capacity.
You took the words out of my mouth, but that remains the truth. They are as delusional a fan base as there is in sports. They are as spoiled as any fan base in sports. And they will never change, because I would be willing to bet you that as many people looked at that game and saw the defensive flaws, saw the wonderment of nature as they created a lake at Soldier Field, more people are complaining about Trey Lance and Kyle Shanahan than anything else, because that's what they want to complain about. And it's not a question of what you perceive. It's a question of what you've already decided ahead of time.
Well, and look, yesterday gave anyone who didn't like Kyle Shanahan or the idea of handing the reins to Trey Lance, oh, you got all your ammunition to go to war with today, don't you? I mean, at least you think you do. I'm here to tell you that you don't. And if you also wanted to say that everything is just going to be coming up roses and there is nothing left to see here, well, that was insane too. There is a huge work in progress. But the game that you cannot lose becomes the game you might lose in conditions like that. Somebody says, guys, that game was a complete miasma.
There's no reason for you to go there.
No, it was the truth.
They played the kind of game that gets you the kind of result they got.
I have no idea.
They deserved what they got.
Yeah, I have no idea who really played well. I have no idea who really played poorly. How was the 49ers offensive line yesterday? 888-957-9570. How do you evaluate the play of guard, center, guard yesterday? Or did you almost not even notice it because it wasn't nearly the problem that it was made out to be, but it kind of also was all at the same time? I was surprised that they didn't roll out Trey Lance or use a little bit more gimmickry in terms of getting him on the edge to make a play to the edge. But he wasn't also in the middle of the field all afternoon either. I never thought that the game plan was to have Trey Lance throwing the football that much, even in good conditions. I didn't think that is what Kyle Shanahan would want to do. I didn't think he would want to do that in conditions like that. It was just kind of a weird day. There's nothing left to say other than that was a little weird. Trey Lance threw the ball 28 times, 164 yards. He was only sacked twice. It wasn't the worst game I've ever seen. It certainly wasn't the best from a quarterback. He also did so much to keep play alive with his own legs that at times he impressed me, and at times he did flash the potential that clearly Kyle Shanahan saw to make the decision, I'm going to go get that guy in the first place. Moments. How many moments can he string together in any one particular game that are good data points as opposed to bad data points? It's like a little race that he'll be running against himself in all the remaining 16 games that we got coming up. Juwan Jennings, your besides Deebo Samuel target leader. Deebo Samuel has 2 catches for 14 yards on only 2 targets? No, excuse me, 8 targets.
They threw to him more than anybody else.
They did throw to him more than anyone else, but they didn't get it to him more than anybody else. And the problems that you heard of he and Trey Lance maybe being not on the same page, you could say there was a little evidence of that. There was hardly any evidence that Brandon Ayuk and he were on this great page because our preseason darling Ayuk only had 2 catches for 40 yards and only 2 targets on the entire day. Well, why wasn't he more involved?
Well, maybe because everything you hear in the preseason is flavored for fan consumption. Maybe everything that we thought that was coming out of camp is, again, like I said, tasted to a portion to taste. I mean, and again, we're making all these evaluations based on a game that made no sense. So, like you said, let's see what happens against Seattle. And then we could start making the preposterous judgments that we want to make. Because there are no judgments to make except that without your best running back, you're kind of hosed.
If there were ever a day for fullbacks, it felt like yesterday was a day for fullbacks. No carries for Kyle Juszczyk. 0 for 2 on the targets to Juszczyk. Obviously, the big overthrow on the Tyler Kroft catches that. He's walking in for a touchdown. That hurt. Dante Pettis doesn't have 1 catch for 51 yards and a touchdown. I think the entire day plays differently. I think that gave the Bears a sense of life that they did not have in a game that went from 10-0 to 10-7, and just the 49ers wouldn't get it back because of weather, because of themselves, because of the game plan, because of the coach, because of all of it. Just a weird-ass day. Nick Bosa talking about Justin Fields. Squirrely guy. Hard to get your hands on him.
Yeah, he's good at that. We definitely rushed him well in the first half, just kind of bull rushing and not hitting any moves anywhere, because then he's just going to run. So it's not the most fun, but it's the way to beat him, and we didn't do it in the second half, so that's what happens.
He's exhausted.
We have great energy.
I mean, is there anybody whose game doesn't match their voice as much as Nick Bosa? It's up there.
Never has a man done a poor job of hiding the fact that he's bored to death when he talks to people outside the football diaspora.
It's pretty impressive if you think about it.
I mean, he literally would rather eat his own face than talk to anybody.
When it comes to adversity, do you think you guys will be able to handle this, Nick Bosa?
We're going to be all right. We've been through worse. We'd obviously like to get a win, but it's just annoying to give a game away like that, and just happy to get back to California.
Look at that. Just happy to get back to California. All of a sudden, it's nicer out here.
Perpetually bored.
Look, it's so funny, man. That guy, I don't think he's ever even seen a carb, much less eat a carb. He has painted on skin, and he sounds like the biggest stoner going to make a Dunkin' Donuts run of all time. He really does.
Sorry we bothered you, pal. Go back to sleep.
There's a lot of energy. Hit me with that again, Grant.
We have great energy. So I'm ecstatic about that.
It gets me every single time. Trent Williams, you know an awful lot about offense. You've seen an awful lot of guys play around you, behind you. What yesterday? Any blame you're putting on your quarterback from yesterday?
It's wild they handed him the keys to the organization. He's a mature dude. You know, he's a great teammate. That doesn't surprise us. That's why he's there.
And again, he bought time. He moved chains with his feet. 13 carries. He had the most carries on the team. That's not supposed to happen for Trey Lance, but it did. It did. Trent Williams.
It was good. He was laid back. Even when there was pouring down rain and it was a 2-score game and we had to make something, happen really quick, he didn't waver at all. Stay calm, cool, collected.
I'll tell you who I did thought wavered a little bit when they needed to have something happen really quick was Kyle Shanahan. Why are they huddling up in that fourth quarter? Why aren't they in a full no huddle? You are in a 2-possession football game, and you're just la-di-daing it, 4-minute drilling it down the field. What the hell was that? I mean, was there water in everyone's ear? They couldn't get plays in fast enough. I didn't like the tempo in which they played late in that fourth quarter. One of the things that I did think was a good sign of what Kyle thinks of Trey Lance a little bit was the tempo in which they played at the end of the first half. As weather was getting poorer, they had a chance to maybe, just take a knee and run in 10-0 into the locker room, or do you want to try to push the ball downfield a little bit? And the ultra-conservative Kyle Shanahan did for a minute try to push the ball downfield a little bit. Nothing really came of it, but just the plays that he sent in to me looked like, that's being more aggressive in a situation I don't think he would have been aggressive had Jimmy been in that situation. But then when you needed to be the most aggressive in the game, it didn't feel like they stepped on the pedal hard at all to speed things up as the afternoon was starting to wash away.
Yeah, again, I don't know what there is you can do in that situation, because I don't know how far away from being completely confident with Trey Lance they are about going no huddle, about hurrying the game up. I mean, again,
he's your starting quarterback. You've got to be confident for him to go no huddle.
If this was a normal situation, Jimmy Garoppolo wouldn't be here. Something about this is clearly not normal. In fact, a bunch about it is not normal. And so I think to assume that Kyle Shanahan got it wrong, I think may assume facts that aren't in evidence. I don't know if just being the starting quarterback means you have command of the offense in this situation. So I don't know why they didn't hurry up, but I'm going to assume that Kyle Shanahan had a reason not to do it other than, he thought everything was fine. Because I don't believe he is a guy who makes those kind of mistakes. I think he doesn't want to put Trey Lance in situations where he has to sort of exceed himself. I mean, the fact that he ran the ball 13 times tells you that he still regards him as more dangerous a runner than as a passer. So I'm leaving that open. All I know is...
Now, is that on...
Okay.
Just follow up. Is that on him and how he sees him, or is that in the moment of the day with it raining sideways?
It could be either. I mean, that's the thing. We don't
know what the hell we just watched.
Yes, that's what I think happened for the most part. I think the one thing we do know is a defense that should have owned that game let it get away. And let it get away again and again and again. It wasn't one blown play. The Deebo Samuel play did not define that game. But the drive after that did. Because the drive after that, when the Bears had shown no proclivity for moving the ball except for a play where Deebo Samuel was 40 yards away from everybody else. They drove the ball 12 plays, and I don't know what it was, 74 yards. They basically marched down the field on the 49ers with a fair amount of impunity, and that shouldn't happen. It was 10 plays, 84 yards. That 84-yard drive, especially as the weather's starting to turn the way it is, against that defense, the only way you can explain it is lots of third down penalties. That's ill discipline.
And here's how it ended.
So let's see what the Bears do here on 3rd down and 2. They bring a fullback and Blasingame in. Rooney's out. Play action. Fields given time. End zone. Touchdown. St. Brown. And would you believe this? The Bears lead in the 4th quarter.
Again, Joe Davis on Fox, and look, you heard the key word there, play action. There was a point where the 49ers were still having to respect a Chicago running game enough to where they were biting on it. The Bears weren't. There was not nearly enough running the football for a team that still put up 176 rushing yards for a 4.8 average. When Elijah Mitchell went down, though, and man, Mitchell for a minute there, he was running great, 6.8 yards per carry. And then when he went down, we saw less of Deebo, it felt like, who also ran the ball more than I imagined he might run the ball, certainly early on in the game. When it turned into the Jeff Wilson Jr. show, we didn't really like what we saw. But I don't know if I don't like Jeff Wilson Jr., because I don't think Jeff Wilson Jr. is used to playing in conditions like that. And I don't want to hold any evaluation against anyone when all I've really seen are lousy conditions like that. But I was disappointed that neither Jordan Mason or Ty Davis Price Davis Price wasn't even dressed. He wasn't even suited up for the game. You got to knock that crap off, Kyle. You got to stop drafting guys in 3rd and 2nd round so you don't dress on game day. Like, you're going to need these guys. And
they're going to need them now.
You're certainly going to need them now.
So he's going to dress now. I don't have a problem with him not dressing him because he didn't know that Elijah Mitchell was going to get hurt. It's just, you don't... Not every game is an audition. You pick your best 53. And I think he's not that yet. But now he suddenly becomes one of them because they need bodies in the backfield.
I thought one of the bodies that would have really helped them yesterday, unavailable George Kittle. His absence meaned more to the outcome than Brian Baldinger, who we asked about it on Friday, gave credence to. I do think that they really, really missed George Kittle, not just as a target, but as a blocker as well.
I think Brian Baldinger thought it shouldn't matter against a team like the Bears. But a lot of things about yesterday didn't make sense. So... that's why I'm not going to sit there and go, everybody who analyzed this analyzed it wrong. No, you go with the information you have at the time. And one of the things you didn't know was that the sky was going to open up in the second half.
Right.
But you also didn't think the 49er defense would foul itself time and again. They were as not tactically wrong, but executionally wrong. I mean, they did things they normally don't do, and they didn't do things they almost always do. So I think people who looked at that ahead of time assumed the 49er defense would be stouter for a longer, and I don't think they thought that, the 49ers were going to need extraordinary offense. They looked at the Bears, they looked at the 49er defense and said, the 49ers don't have to get more than 20. Turns out they only got 10. Now, people want to focus on the 10, but to me, the problem is the 19, especially the way that came. That's why they lost the game.
888-957-9570. This is Gene in Oakland. Hello, Gene.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. Something that's bothered me even before yesterday's game and bothers me even more now is all this talk about trying to deal Jimmy G. I'm really confused. I mean, I thought this guy was brought in first and foremost as an insurance policy in case Trey goes down with injury for any extended time. And after watching that game yesterday, I think it's more likely than not, unless they fix that O-line and make some adjustments and have Trey get back to sliding instead of pounding his head into a pile of tacklers, that he very well may go out. So, I mean, if they trade, it makes no sense to me to trade Jimmy G for a second-round draft pick and it'll have to be a good team because otherwise Jimmy G is going to nix it.
Well, the only thing that creates this, Gene, is that there is a quarterback opening with the Dallas Cowboys thanks to the injury to Dak Prescott. So maybe the Dallas Cowboys, who have been known to lean into a bad personnel decision or two in a time of emergency, maybe Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones would be panicked enough about the direction of this Cowboy season to where they would turn around and put the offer that the 49ers can't refuse in front of them. We even asked Michael Irvin about it, and he did not think that would happen.
But here's the thing. There are still a lot of people who are pot committed to the idea that Jimmy Garoppolo must be traded. And everything about the last 3 or 4 weeks, the 49ers' development, is the unexpected is happening. And it's happening over and over again. That's not about poor planning. That's about circumstances. The circumstances that made Garoppolo simply intolerable to keep suddenly became a sensible percentage play. And so people who didn't like that sensible percentage play are still trying to create scenarios in which, I can see where they can still trade him.
Right.
So, it's just people not wanting to give up on their own personal narratives.
Well, it's also a collection of data points. And Dak Prescott losing the ability to play football for the next 2 months is a brand new, could affect the equation data point. Yeah. So I'll give those who brought that up today a little leeway, but it probably ain't going to happen.
No, well, I mean, Michael Irvin, who gets to sit in the owner's box whenever he wants to, and talks to Jerry Jones on a fairly frequent basis.
He laughed it off.
He dismissed it as preposterous. And that's all I need to know. Now if the question is about, say, Jared Goff going down, I'm not going to ask Michael Irvin what the Lions are going to do necessarily because he's not as wired there. But for the Cowboys, yes. And if he says they're not interested in making that deal, he didn't even ask what the price was. He didn't even set one. So even if a second-round pick is too high a price in Michael Irvin's terms, then it's too high a price in Jerry Jones's terms. So that should be the end of that discussion. It won't be because people want to hold on to their narratives, but it ought to be.
Grandy, you got 4 minutes of Shanahan ready to go? Because Kyle today hopped on with reporters for a conference call, and the subject of this conference call mostly stayed around Elijah Mitchell and what this team is going to do now that Elijah Mitchell has a sprained MCL. They're going to be putting him on IR, and if he were to miss the next 8 games, he would be missing the game against the Seahawks, the Broncos, the Rams, the Panthers, the Falcons, the Chiefs, the Rams again, and the Chargers. Here is Kyle Shanahan talking to reporters today, asking an awful lot about, I forgot exactly how this starts. So here's Kyle Shanahan talking today.
All right, guys, on injuries from the game, Elijah Mitchell, MCL sprain, not going to need surgery, but it's going to be some time. He'll end up going on IR here. Javon Kinlaw had the ankle sprain, but we're not expecting that to bother him. He should be all right. Nothing else from the game.
Kyle, do you know when Elijah hurt his knee in the game?
Yeah, he did it near the red zone. I think he had I want to say it was like a 16-yard run. It was a 16 or 11-yard run. It was about 4 plays before our touchdown to Debo there in the first half.
Do you have a rough time frame on when you expect Elijah back?
We're estimating around 2 months, 8 weeks, so give or take a few. So hopefully it goes well and it's earlier, but you never know with those things. So, but that's what we're guessing.
Taking a look at the penalties on Dre Greenlaw, what have you assessed from watching the film now?
It was an unfortunate one. I couldn't tell on the film, so you had to go to the TV copy. We didn't have it on the film from our angle, so I saw it on the TV copy this morning. And he has his back to him. He's reaching around trying to grab for the ball. He can't see where because the guy has his back turned to Greenlaw, and he reaches and grabs, and it happens to be his face mask, and then he lets go of it. But they're going to call that because he did grab his face mask, but there's not much Dre could have done different about it. It was unfortunate, and what we got to do is overcome after that. And we had our opportunities to overcome that after it. I think we dropped the pick. I think Huff had a TFL after that. Then they ended up converting the third down, so it ended up hurting us in the long run. But stuff like that happens, and it's no excuse to give up the whole drive.
Kyle, Elijah obviously went through a lot last year. What kind of spirits was he in today after you got a chance to see him?
He was pretty down, and for obvious reasons, we're down for him. Elijah went through a lot last year. It's well documented the injuries he had. He had really worked hard this offseason. He was feeling really good going into that game, and man, I thought he looked really good before he got hurt. And just the unfortunate hit that he had, trying to tell him to keep his head up. Anybody who would have got caught in that situation would have gotten hurt. With the way his foot planted in the ground and the guy hit his knee, I think we were just real fortunate it wasn't worse.
And what's your comfort level now with the guys you have behind him, Jeff Wilson and Mason and Davis Price?
We're always been comfortable with Jeff just because of his experience and what he's done here, and we know what we're going to get. The other two guys, they made our team for a reason. They're two talented players who we think can help us a lot running the ball, but they got to grow up fast. They're trying to compete and learn how to play better without the ball in their hand. With injuries and stuff, they're going to have more opportunities to get some carries and things like that, obviously, but they got to grow up and get this experience while on the run. So a lot more pressure will be on those guys, and we're going to have to pick it up as a group to help them out.
Kyle, you lost your top running back last year during week 1 as well. What lessons, if any, do you take from that experience and now without Elijah Mitchell for some time?
That's why we've been drafting one every year, too. I think our first year here with Carlos Hyde was the only year that we've had where we didn't lose our starting running back. So I think this is the 5th year in a row, and I think we've gone through at least 4 throughout a year, and and we're already at that again. So it's something that has happened to us in the past, and that's why you can never have too many of them. Sometimes it feels like we have a lot, and very quickly it now feels like you don't because those numbers end fast. So hope to have better luck with that in the future, but hopefully we can hold down the fort here a little bit, and when Elijah comes back, he's coming back to a better team and helping us make a run.
How much do you look at Debo's impact and obviously Trey's running ability as a way to sort of adapt without Elijah?
Yeah, it's always an option, but you need to get that production from running backs too. I thought we got that production from Debo in the game. I thought we got it from Trey in the game. So they did that there. We got to make sure that we have the back step it up too, and hopefully one of those guys or all those guys collectively can help with that production that Elijah, we always counted on Elijah for.
Kyle, after the outstanding offseason that Brandon Ayuk had, it was a little surprising to see him just get 2 targets. Why do you think you weren't able to get him the ball a little bit more frequently?
We really didn't start throwing it consistently till we were down 2 scores and we were in that monsoon. So I think we struggled to get it to anybody that consistently. He did have one big third down that was taken back, but I think we ran the ball a lot too. So it was sometimes the games play out like that.
What's George Kittle's status going into this week? What's George Kittle's status going into this week, and was he close at all to being able to play on Sunday?
He thought he was. That's why he made the trip and stuff. But, we decided pretty early there Saturday night, just talking to the doctors and stuff. I haven't really found out about him today. I've been doing all this stuff from the people from the game. So hope he's ready to go Wednesday, but not sure yet. I know he'll be working to get back this week.
Kyle, does Dak Prescott's injury open up a potential trade avenue for Jimmy G, or are you at this point planning to keep him around?
Just like all players, and we'll listen to anybody on anything. That never changes for any player, so or coach. So we'll always listen to anybody.
Open for business, although you'd have to blow the 49ers away, I think, to come get their backup quarterback, because look at how much they're panicking in Dallas today, having lost their starting quarterback. Dak Prescott will need at least 8 weeks here for his busted thumb. Meanwhile, Tom Brady and Tampa looked just good enough to beat them last night, although not overwhelming, really, in any particular way. Not overwhelming to the overwhelming performances that we saw throughout the day. Obviously, the overwhelming performance of the Buffalo Bills going all the way back to Thursday night was impressive as hell. Patrick Mahomes, Ray, yesterday, 5 touchdown passes. Do you realize this guy is now 5-0 in season openers with an 18-0 touchdown to interception ratio in week 1? 18 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, now 5-0 in season openers. And again, the NFC West could be 0-4 if Seattle were to lose tonight. Seattle's actually beating the Buffalo Bills tonight. And if you had, I bet they...
Well, no,
the Denver Broncos. If you had, I bet they boo the hell out of Russell Wilson and the Denver Broncos tonight.
Which they did.
You got that on your bingo card. Yes, they did. And that makes sense because he's on the other football team, right?
Yeah, but I'm just enjoying the fact that Seattle literally looks like a somebody with tuberculosis handkerchief.
Those are some of the singular worst alternate uniforms in all sports.
I don't think they're worse. I think you know what the team is. So there is that. It accomplishes that part. It's a little bit like the old Astros rainbow jerseys. You knew right away who they were.
Yeah,
that said, it becomes more disorienting as the game goes on.
You look like Digger Phelps trying to coordinate a highlighter and a tie. That's what they look like tonight. That weird green highlighter, full uniform, monochromatic look. It's not good.
Yeah, I would take that over the bland Broncos jerseys that don't tell you who they are or why they're there.
See, I think that since they were first to that side stripe kind of, they are unique. Like I think the Broncos look better than the Seahawks tonight. I'll take those jerseys any day over the booger green Seattle Seahawks. Anyway,
I don't even want to know how you came up with booger green.
Those are booger green. Those are very much booger green.
Okay.
Lamar Jackson is 38-12 in his last 50 games. That ties him with Tom Brady and Danny White. Only Patrick Mahomes with 40 and Kenny Stabler with 40 have more wins in 50 games than Lamar Jackson, who played very well without a contract yesterday. The Raiders, Ray, we said that they were going to be involved in a pinball game against the LA Chargers, and sure enough, they were. They lose by 5 points in a game where they spent the entire afternoon either giving away or trying to give away the football. They fumbled 3 times, recovered all 3 fumbles, but poor Derek Carr, who threw for 295 yards and 2 touchdowns, was sacked 5 times and intercepted 3 times, and that was just a rough outing for Derek Carr. Devontae Adams was spectacular. 10 catches for 141 yards and a touchdown. But Derek Carr, just too many turnovers in a game that turned out to be a tight game. And by the way, Josh Dubois had this, saying, like if the Raiders can ever put it all on the field at once, they might actually have something, but it doesn't happen very much. And yesterday, as the Raiders' defense was actually answering the bell, allowing 2 first downs and forcing 3 and-outs in the final 5 drives for the Chargers yesterday, the Raiders' offense went interception, touchdown, and then turnover on downs. A 5-point loss in what was essentially a home game on the road for the Raiders yesterday down at SoFi.
And yet, the thing that happened most was they played so poorly they couldn't give the Chargers a chance to blow the game.
They sealed it up.
Because that was the gamble. Because they went up, it was 24-10, and the Raiders close it to 5, but they can't finish because they're the Raiders.
That's one way to look at it. They are indeed the Raiders, and they Raidered throughout that game. Just not normal ways that they Raider. Normally, their defense does all the Raidering that needs to be done. Yesterday was poor Derek Carr with his 3 interceptions, getting sacked 5 times. He was not good at all. The critics came out for Derek Carr.
As they will.
As they indeed will. Aaron Rodgers absolutely hates the Green Bay Packers once again. That honeymoon is now over.
For the 17th time.
Seriously. Justin Jefferson went bonkers yesterday as the Vikings beat the Packers. No touchdowns for Aaron Rodgers. Mike McDaniel won his coaching debut. Mac Jones and the New England Patriots got thwacked by the Miami Dolphins. Saints were down 24-10 in the fourth quarter and rally to beat the Falcons. So the more things change there, nothing changes. The Giants survived the Tennessee Titans. Brian Daboll goes for 2, and Big Blue is now above 500 for the first time at any point in any season since 2016, for goodness sakes.
That's an achievement.
It really is.
Because you have to suck consistently for more than half a decade. And when I can say consistently, I mean you never not suck.
You got Lovie Smith punting for ties. You got the Browns winning the Baker Mayfield Bowl on a 58-yard field goal by a rookie kicker. It was nuts. We will prove how indeed maximum football got when we come on back yesterday. And one other story, maybe a college football score or two, slipped on into the final segment next here on Damon and Ratto. And coming up next on 95.7 The Game, it is the Football Hour, and we'll tell you more about that in just a moment. Meanwhile, we are brought to you by Total Wine and More.
Visit Total Wine and find your favorite Cabernet. And with their incredible selection and expert guides, you might even find yourself a new favorite. Always love what you find at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Ever since I got the new Galaxy Z Flip 4, I've been learning all these new tricks with my dog Finn. Like how to take the best selfies at the park. I just set my phone down, put it in flex mode, and capture hands-free pics from multiple angles. Aww. Or how to capture our training sessions for his followers. I simply wave my hand to start recording video. Good boy! Plus, the Z Flip 4 is compact and fits perfectly in my pocket.
Oh, wow!
Visit Samsung.com today to get the new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
As you know, sports teams plan well ahead of the next season. If you're thinking of remodeling your home, consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your next project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Door's wide variety of accessories at convenient showrooms across the Bay Area or goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
What's the room again?
1240, down at the end.
Ooh, what's that? Sammy, don't touch that. That's someone's old food.
Here we are. Do you have the key?
You have both of ours.
Oh, right. Not working.
Rub it.
Come on.
Try flipping it over.
Seriously. Why can't we go inside? I'm tired.
Give me yours.
You have mine.
All right.
What?
Please, if you
Dad,
could just...
why aren't you opening the door?
Can everyone just shut the...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The morning roast from 6 to 9.
Bear fans, they be the softest fan base in all of sports. They know they're weak, Shasky. That's what's so frustrating. Bears fans know the Bears are weak.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
Any fourth quarter pass, forget it.
Yeah.
Forget it. And
Stop, you can almost turn off the game in the fourth quarter. Stop really evaluating it because it was the monsoon. It was that way.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
The dancing, you should be embarrassed, Kyle. And the penalties, to me, was your team was not mentally ready.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
And I'm going to tell you right now, as disappointing as that
was, everyone was wanting to frame this as, that's a game you cannot lose.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Well, stick around because coming up next, it is the football hour. Tonight, every Monday, Sean Salisbury, Lorenzo Neal got you from 6 to 7 o'clock, going not only over what the 49ers just did or did not do, they're going to look at what was a spectacular week one, which will be wrapping up tonight in Seattle with Monday Night Football. Seahawks enjoying a 7-3 early lead over the Denver Broncos and a lustful booing for Russell Wilson tonight. Ray, yesterday really was good. There were 9 games in the early slate. 5 of them were decided by 3 points or fewer. 6 of them featured fourth quarter lead changes. 5 of them featured a team coming back from a double-digit deficit to tie or take the lead. And then 2 of them went to overtime. The Giants, they won. The Houston, basically you had Lovie Smith punting for a tie. The Cincinnati game went bonkers with the Steelers beating the Bengals in a I dare you to not make yet another one of these field goal contests that was just, it had, I mean, the word kickers, freaking kickers, was trending on Twitter yesterday.
Yeah, I think there are going to be some tryouts tomorrow.
Yeah, there definitely going to be some tryouts. There is going to be a full-fledged hiring process going on in Lincoln, Nebraska. Scott Frost. Now, I told you that he wasn't going to get done mid-year because Scott Frost is family. Well, at least he was until you lose at home to Georgia Southern, in which case there ain't no amount of we raised you or you helped raise us to keep you around.
But in fairness, you were right. It wasn't the middle of the year.
You're right. It was not the middle of the year. They didn't even wait until his buyout number is about to drop dramatically from $15 million to $7.5 million 3 weeks from now. That's how bad things were. They'd rather spend $7 million more now than in 3 weeks from now to say, you got to go.
I could just hear the athletic director trying to talk the angry donors just let's hold on for 3 more weeks. We can make $7 million out of this. We don't want $7 million. We want his office vacated.
The angry donors said, we'll give you another 10 to let him go right now.
Yeah, you guys are going to make money off this deal. Just make him get in his car and drive away.
Alabama survived, but not enough to hold on to number 1. They fall to number 2 as Georgia gets elevated to number 1. They survived in Texas. The Longhorns not lost their stud freshman quarterback. They might win that game. App State shocks Texas A&M, officially the second biggest upset in school history, and they couldn't even leave College Station. They had to party there all night. There's a problem with the airplane.
Well, let's be honest. The airport in College Station doesn't exactly stay up all night either. So all I know is their one loss this year is in a game in which they scored 40 points in the fourth quarter.
And I will say this, too, that Texas A&M, remember, was supposed to be so good and so unfair that Nick Saban was complaining about them earlier in the year with all the number 1 recruiting class that they bought and paid for. App State didn't care.
Well, they schedule tougher than Alabama does.
Cal is 2-0 after beating UNLV and now heads to a struggling Notre Dame team who lost its starting quarterback and is down to its backup quarterback, who is apparently no great shakes. The Irish falling out of the top 25 just in time for Cal to get there. It's a bonanza.
Yeah, it'll be a real benefit for Cal for them to be angry.
Number 10 USC, fight on.
Fight on.
Lucas, fight on. 41-28. The Sharps, a little bit more dull on that one, unless Stanford was getting 13. USC has got an offense that is for real. San Jose State almost stunned Auburn, but the Tigers win 24-16. I know an awful lot of you were worried about it, and after falling behind 10-0 at the half, so was I. But then Indiana rattled off 29 unanswered, Ray, and beat the Idaho Vandals. And my wife was very, very happy that her husband was also happy on a Saturday.
I think she probably just would have moved out for Sunday.
Fresno State loses to Oregon State at home by a field goal. Come on, Fresno State.
Coming to the Collie next weekend. It's going to be a big one, 7:30.
Beavs are good.
Beavers are pretty good.
Yep. I mean, they're not, slack jaws like those mutant ducks, but
we have nothing to say about
Brandy's
Oregon.
asleep.
Brandy, don't even bother. Don't even put a
too late.
Don't even put a Go Ducks on this show. They haven't earned it.
Yeah.
Bro Nix, 5 touchdowns. He's back.
By the way, the official Pac-12 team of this program, Michael Penix, look out. He's got those Huskies cooking. Michael Penix Jr., my wife says, hey, you put an S on that, it's a penis real fast.
That's not your wife's proudest moment.
No, but she's right about it. And then she goes, his name should be Penis Jr. Isn't that funny? And I said, honey, it's Penix. Let's not make fun of Indiana after guys transfer.
No, she had her chance. She blew it.
Thanks so much to Michael Irvin for joining us today. He was great. He always is each and every Monday. Lucas, outstanding. Grandy, above average. Ray Ratto, in attendance. I'm Damon Bruce. Thank you so much for tuning in.
And you're lucky you got that.
We're very, very lucky to have you, Ray. Sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone. What went wrong in week 1 for the Niners?
Just happy to get back to California.
We'll find out from 2 of the smartest guys in football. Brian Baldinger at 7:30.
They gotta be able to flash, and I don't see it.
And Peter King at 4:30.
I'm not trading Garoppolo.
On the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Pregame. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive